This audiobook contains 145 censored sentences and 277 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. How about you abandon your goals and organization? To which she just tilts her head. Why? I point to the necklace. I just made three-dimensional gaps within these necklaces. If you wish, you can go in there and attain the silence you always wanted. Her eyes widened after I told her what the necklaces could offer, but she still looked hesitant, and I can always give you sweets directly through it. It feels so wrong to say that last part, seriously. Ophis had stopped eating and seemed to have slipped into deep thought as she looked at the ground with her eyes closed. Ingvild got up and checked out the necklace. 3 dragon heads with different eye colors. Do you plan on having 3 dragons in each of them? She looked at me accusatorily. A dragon-based collection too? No comment. She just laughed at me and sat back down. I looked back at Ophis, who is still thinking. You can also join us here to eat food. There are more tasty things other than sweets. You'll be close to me and get pats anytime too. But I walked over after she asked the question and started petting her head. She was a bit surprised and tried to swat my hand away, but I dodged and kept going. Ophis just closed her eyes and ate her sweets. I could see Ingvild looking at me patting Ophis, a look of curiosity. Maybe she's wondering how it would feel. I did give her a quick one before. This feels pleasant more. Ophis insisted. Her life was good at that moment. She had sweets, pets, and silence. After a while, she stops my petting and looks up. I want to test it out first before making a final decision. Sure thing. Yours is in the middle, the blue one. Just concentrate on entering it, and ITLL transport you in. Also do the same, so you can leave any time you want. Ophis nods and looks at the blue-eyed dragon's head. She suddenly turns and disappears, and the blue eye briefly glows. Jean? The blue eye glowed, and Ophis' voice could be heard. I can't hear you. Just go explore the place. Oh, and also you can change how it looks in there. Just think of what you want it to look like. MMMM. In the necklace third-person point of view, once the dragon god was transported into the necklace, she looked around. Much to her surprise, it looked and felt like the dimensional gap, her home. Something in her sweltered up, but Ophis didn't understand the feeling. Jean? She called out, and the young human boy told her to explore the place and told her how to change how it looked. Ophis nodded to herself, jumped up, and flew in a random direction. Ophis wanted to see if this brand-new dimensional gap could live up to her old home. To her surprise, it did. It felt the same, but had a strange warmth to it. It didn't feel horrible, it felt pleasant. She didn't hate the feeling. Ophis? She heard Jean call out her name. They'll send in a bag of sweets. Another bag of sweets appeared directly in front of her. Much to her surprise, she grabbed it and stored it somewhere else as she still had another bag to finish. Happy with how the new dimension worked, she flew for a few more minutes. She finally landed and felt strange. She had been in the human world for so long that she started to get used to its different colors and structures. So, using what Jean said, she started to think of changing the landscape. To her surprise, it did. The place slowly morphed into, funnily enough, Jean's house, more specifically his living room. But the TV wasn't there as she didn't have enough knowledge about it. She sat down on the sofa and ate her sweets in silence. Ophis thought about her life so far, the endless time in dimensional gap. She left it to explore the human world. When she came back, another being like her had taken residence in it. Great Red, she called herself, but also had a name. Ophis ignored her wishes, as she only wished to kick the dragon out of her home. But much to her surprise, she easily matched her in power, even when using quite a bit of it. Great Red even offered to share the dimensional gap, but Ophis didn't want it, calling her noisy and a nuisance. They would fight every now and again, only ending in a stalemate, forcing Ophis to leave to another part to think of a way to get the dragon to leave. She eventually left the dimensional gap and started the organization Cow's Brigade in order to get strong individuals to join in her crusade of ridding her home of said dragon. Many groups joined over the years. Ophis was aware that most, if not all of them, only had their own goals in mind. They accepted the small amount of power she bestowed upon them, and played along with her schemes. She planned to rid of them once her home was secured, but she didn't think it would take a long time. So, she was stuck in a human realm for a few years. To her, it wasn't much time. This is because she had spent even longer in the dimensional gap. It was her birthplace, after all. She only noted a few people who joined. Chow Chow, a descendant of the original Chow Chow, Albion, also known as the White Dragon of Supremacy, who now resides in a thing called a sacred gear. This gear was wielded by a descendant of the original Lucifer devil family. Ophis was intrigued by him, as the youth had a troubled past and could freely use Juggernaut Drive without losing his sanity. Ophis had seen many humans and hybrids wield sacred gear over a lifetime. Most, if not all, died because they owned sacred gears. She thought the God of the Bible was a fool for creating such powerful tools. However, they did serve to protect the wielder and give humans a way to fight against the supernatural. Most of the time, it was their own downfall, either by their own greed and selfishness or being killed for being a threat. The supernatural feared sacred gears, especially the original 13 Longinus. They had the capabilities and potential to kill gods, after all. So, if any were found to exist, they would be plucked out before they could bloom. Cut the source of the problem before it becomes a significant threat. That was a common tactic, after all, and not just for humans. She has watched the wielders of Draig and Albion fight many times in the past. It usually resulted in one or both wielders dying once they achieved the balance breaker state, as it was a bug in Heaven's system, as they were never meant to exist. Even worse, when they summoned the power of the Juggernaut Drive, any wielder in its history had died once it consumed their life force. That's why she thought Vala Lucifer was intriguing, a half-human devil hybrid, the wielder of Albion and capable of using the Juggernaut Drive without losing sanity. She was also curious as to where Draig was. The wielder of the boosted gear hasn't shown themselves yet. The two would usually awaken near the same time, and their destined fight would not happen too long after. Ophis also noted any and all beings were foolish, starting wars just for the sake of starting wars, or even races or species. Humans, devils, and whatever species that had sparked a war. It seemed so stupid to her. Unnecessary life lost for what? So that your opinion could be right? To restart an even bigger and stupider war? She didn't understand, nor will she ever. This is why she was interested in the new devil leaders. She also noted two of them were even more powerful than the originals. More and more sacred gear wielders started appearing. Chow Chow with the true Longinus. Others that the fallen angel Azazel had been gathering for research. She noted that the Governor General of the fallen angels had been researching them and trying to create sacred gears himself, quite ambitious of him. All of these things were noisy and generated annoyances for her. She never found them comforting in her own way. Once she came across a certain strong human being, it was rare for her to call them anything else but weak. She tried to recruit him and thought it would have been easy, but to her surprise, the young male declined, gave her sweets, and she left. This was the first time someone refused her. She thought at the time the boy didn't know who she was or was too focused on his studies to pay her much attention. But even today, when she asked him again, he had the same nonchalant attitude and dismissed her. Even more surprising was that she was offered this new home, just like her old one. It was warm, comforting, and nostalgic. It felt just right to her. The dragon god of infinity had made a decision. Ophis? Jean's voice resounded through the brand-new dimensional gap. This caused Ophis to be brought out of her thoughts. You okay in there? I am fine, I am leaving now. Deciding that she spent enough time there to get a good enough evaluation, Ophis left the pendant. Jean's skyward Ophis materialized back into my house after I called out to her. She had gone silent for a few minutes. During that timing vial, and I just sat around and talked about the dragon god. Flashback, Jean? I turned to seeing Viled looking intently at me. What's up? Can you beat Ophis in a fight? In a fight, see, Draig? That's how you ask a question. Screw you, sissy. Of course, am confident in my abilities. While Ophis is called the dragon god of infinity, she doesn't have infinite strength or power. She's just so strong to the point that not many beings in our world could compete with her. That's the reality of it all. When I checked Opha's stats back, then I wasn't expecting any of her stats to be infinite, but rather being a big number. Someone or something had to have created her, this universe and all. Of course, I got my answer, as it was Azathoth, the Outer God. While she has the title Dragon God of Infinity, her powers aren't infinite. They're just absurdly beyond our typical measurement. Two others also measure up to her, Great Red and Trihexa. Below them is the God of Destruction Shiva. The powers of these four beings are far beyond what other beings of DxD are capable of. This is because one of Great Red's titles is literally named after the series. Dragon of Dragons, or DxD for short, as well as the universe being named after the strongest beings, two of them being dragons, the Draconic Deus. A nod to Ophis and Great Red. How are you sure? Still not convinced. Ingvild knows that I'm strong, but how strong? She doesn't know. She's ultimate class and power, and can probably deal with the Gremory Peerage with a bit more trouble with Aquino since she started to use her fallen angel powers. How about a demonstration, then? Holding out my hand, I began forming my own universe. I wasn't too sure if I could pull this off. Thanks CNTIR. Answer: it is my job to support you. Once I started to create the new universe, I started to wonder if I could create a multiverse of my own. Maybe I could make it infinite, like the current one we exist in. I looked to the side, and Ingvild's eyes were the widest I've ever seen them. Eyes that? She couldn't even finish her sentence due to the shock. Yeah, a brand new universe. I can create life, Ingvild. I could probably even create a multiverse, hell, a brand new omniverse. But I'm not too sure on that yet, though. CNTIR. Answer: is possible. A new evolution is required. A new evolution? Like what? CNTIR. Answer: unknown. If CNTIR doesn't know, I certainly wouldn't know anything about it. As I put my finger in front of my barato, I cancel the creation of a new universe. Keep this a secret, all right? I wink at her, and she nods, still shocked at what she saw. Jean, are you some kind of god? Huh? I mean, I'm a human dragon god hybrid, duh. She gave me, are you serious? Look, and shook her head. That's not what I meant. Grafia-san said before that you didn't tell us everything yet. Is this related to that? Yeah, it is. But as I said before, they'll tell you guys first and foremost when the time comes. So, just wait for that to happen. I personally don't think it's the right time yet. I guess I want it to happen when a few of them are already in a relationship with me. I don't plan on blabbering about it to just anyone. Will I reveal my reincarnation to them? It would be a bit overwhelming to discover that their reality once was a work of fiction. I don't know. I had two dragons who had existential crises, and that was a headache and a half to deal with. You're absolutely right. All right, well, wait till then, Jean. She said nothing more, and we fell into silence. Flashback and welcome back. How was it? I was surprised as Ophis had a rare smile plastered on her face. I like it. I will move into it once I disband my organization. That won't end well. That might even fast forward their betrayal to her, and I want to prevent that. While Ophis at a heavenly dragon's level of strength is nothing to scoff at, it doesn't bode well with me. Ophis, I de-advise against that. Just move in now. You noticed it yourself, right? I pause to look at her, and she stares back at me blankly. You notice that some of the beings that joined you, if not all of them, are just using you and the powers you granted them, right? She nods, frowning a little bit. Okay, she's aware of it. The devil's Ophis turned and looked at Ingvild. A descendant of Leviathan is among their ranks. This caused Ingvild's eyes to widen again. Ingvild knew that there were still some Leviathans around, her father for one. However, that's all she could think of, and it seemed like he didn't want anything to do with her anymore. I guessed as much. While I don't doubt your power and strength, Ophis, don't you think they have something up their sleeves, like maybe a thing or being that can win or even kill you? Dragon Slayer tools and items are still a thing, after all, and they affect you regardless if you call yourself a dragon god or not. Also, let me guess, Kateria Leviathan is the Leviathan you're talking about? Ophis nodded, but was silent as she took in what I said to her. Kateria Leviathan? I haven't heard of that name. Ingvild muttered the name to herself and tried to remember anything about it. Okay, I will move into the necklace. It shall be my new home, she declared, much to my surprise. Ophis never really cared, and took into consideration of the other group's motivations and goals, as she only wanted to obtain her own silence back. I expected her to at least go back to Cow's brigade and see for herself whatever scheme they were plotting against her. Ophis, being Ophis, just rolled along with it. No wonder she was tricked into leading them and then betrayed. She's just too naive for a person her age. And you're better? At least I'm not trying to take advantage of her, Drake. What's he trying to accomplish here? Geez. Oh, right, Ophis. Tell me beforehand when you plan on leaving the necklace, all right? Why? She was confused as to why. She didn't see it as necessary. To prevent any awkward situations in the future, I will give you 4 extra bags of sweets. Deal. Upon hearing more bags of sweets were on the line, the dragon god all but accepted them, leaving both Ingvild and I speechless. Is she this easily swayed by sweets? I need to keep an eye on her if she does go back out, so she doesn't get taken advantage of by strangers. Jean, I want to go to the dimensional gap. What? Why? To tell Baccared that she can have it, and tell her I have a new home. She begins to turn around and teleport there. But I stop her. Wait, let me come with you, I turn to Ingvild. Wanakolme. She hurriedly nods her head and jumps to my side. Ophis stares at us and nods her head. She then teleported us to the dimensional gap. But before we did, I covered Ingvild in a high density of energy to prevent her from dying. Dimensional gap, Jean, skyward one moment we were in my house, and the next, here, in an endless void. Now that I think about it, isn't there a magical domain in here called Land of Oz? It's almost the size of a country filled with magicians. I need to ask Lavinia more about this, but from my vague understanding. Within that part of the realm, there are 4 castles, north, south, east, and west. Their boss is centered in Emerald City, apparently. They'll leave that headache for another day. I turn back and look at Ophis and Ingvild, the latter fascinated by the place. Found her follow me. We followed Ophis as she flew through the dimension. It's a strange place. It's like looking through a kaleidoscope, with so many colors around us changing and morphing. After a few minutes of floating through the void, we come across a giant, and I mean giant-ass red dragon. Baccared, the dragon, turned to look at her. Ophis, you're back. Trying to get rid of me again? The red dragon notices us. Who are they? Jean and Ingvild. She pauses to look at us and then back at Great Red. I am leaving this place. It is yours now. Great Red was shocked by the sudden announcement. What? Why? I thought you wanted to kick me out. Ophis shook her head. I've found a new home. You can keep this. She points at my necklace. Jean made a new dimensional gap in that pendant. It is my new home. The red dragon looked at me surprised. How can a human know? Whatever you aren't human. Regardless, how can you create a dimensional gap? I shrugged when she asked. Who knows, I just can't. Explaining now will be a hassle, so I just didn't. Using this time, I finally get to check out another strong being stats. Name, Irene Belsirian age, 4610 potential, Dragon God X rank, Dragon God X gender. Female race, true dragon titles, Great Red Dragon of Dragons, Dragon of Dreams, the glorious Red God of Dreams, Sacred Gear. None level, 1028, HP, 199, 999, 999, HP Regan, 9,999,999 per minute, MP, 99,999,999, MP Regan, 999,999 per second, STR, 120,000 VIT, 110,100 DEX, 100,000 IT, 1,500 WIS, 1,000 CHAR, 666 luck, 4269, she's quite powerful. And that name Fairy Tale? What the? I guess Azathoth wasn't lying about as well. Her strength. Makes me wonder how strong the EXE gods are. If Regal Ziva could effortlessly kill Great Red, we all have our secrets. I will not push you to tell me yours. And unlike her canon counterpart, who is a delinquent, I would describe this dragon as elegant, level-headed. I appreciate it. I noticed that Ingvild had clung on to me now. Maybe this whole meeting 3 of the 4 strongest beings of this universe was a bit too much. I pet her head and start producing a calming effect. If she panicked now, that wouldn't do anyone well. It's all right. Ingvild, you're safe with me. Great Red, or Irene turns to Ophis. So, this is farewell then. While we didn't exactly get along whenever we saw each other, I will miss our interactions, Ophis. Ophis looked back at me and then back to Great Red. I will visit occasionally. Again, surprising the god of dreams. Irene lets out a chuckle. Is that so? I'll look forward to it then. She turns to me. Jean, was it? I don't know what you did, but I appreciate it. I would rather not be randomly attacked, as I just wish to roam the dimensional gap in peace. She pauses and we stare at each other. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Great Red, or if you want to know my real name, Irene Belsirian. It's a pleasure making your acquaintance. Jean Skyward. I look at Ophis and summon the boosted gear. Also, the Red Dragon Emperor. Nice to meet you. This time, Ophis is the one shocked. You're the wielder of Drake? I did not feel his presence. Seems like she's even more curious about me, seeing as I could hide that from her. You are interesting, Jean. Frito ID summon it, cutting Drake shouting, earning a chuckle out of Ingvild. He'll join Ophis when she visits you. You seem interesting after all. Irene nods. I'm also interested in a being like you. You're welcome to come here anytime. Ophis. I beckon the dragon god towards me. We should go home for now. Home. Ophis stared at me for a moment before nodding and joining me. See you later then, Irene. I wave to her, and we leave the dimensional gap. Until we meet again. Japan, Kuo Skyward household, third-person point of view, home sweet home. Jean says as he flops down the couch. Ingvild joins in and lets out a sigh of relief. Nervous? Yes, I was around 3 very powerful beings. And in a different dimension that could kill me, did you not expect me to be? She said sarcastically. Ophis had joined them on the couch as she pulled out her previous bag of sweets and silently ate beside Jean. The dragon god pulled Jean's hand and put it on her head, obliging with the request. Jean started to pet her, putting the dragon in a state of bliss. Sweets, silence, and Jean home. Ophis, for the second time in her life, found a new place to call home. Later in the afternoon, Jean, Skyward Ophis, had gone back into the necklace I made, as she wanted to sleep and be in silence. Ingvild and I have just been chilling, watching shows on TV, her sometimes checking things on DeviTube. Jean, can I ask for a favor? The Leviathan pipes up. Sure, what's up? See, can I get a laptop? I've been trying to write my original song on my phone, but it's a lot more challenging than I had thought, so that's what she was humming to herself the past few minutes. I didn't expect her to start making a song this quickly, but am happy to help her. Sure, hold on a second. CNTIR. Answer. Scanning the world for the most advanced laptop on the market, analyzing, adding essentials, creating CNTIR. Answer. Centurato, one powerful laptop to Miss Ingvild Leviathan. I hand the laptop to her as she puts her phone in her pocket and giggles. Thank you. Jean will repay you back. She says as she excitedly opens it. It's fine, don't worry about it. Ingvild shakes her head vehemently. No, I will pay you back. Just wait. ITLL be ready in the future. Okay, all right. Relenting, I put my hands up in surrender. Can't argue with a stubborn woman. Better to let these things go. Ring. I pull out my phone and check the screen. It's a call from Lavinia. I'll take this call out there. I excuse myself and leave for the hallway. I answer the call. Yellow? The voice answers back, confused. I mean it as a hello. Rennie, here to call about what I texted this morning? So what's it about? She sounded a bit nervous. Rennie, I feel like an asshole making this so dramatic. Do you want to move in and live with me? I ask the question as the line continues on being silent. Yes, I wanted to ask you that for a while now, but never got a chance. I'm sorry for taking so long to ask you that. Just say when you want to, and it'll help you move your stuff. Yes, I need to talk to Azazel about this, and my team will go do that now. Sure. See you soon then. I love you. She cuts the call before I could respond. Grigori, third-person point of view, Lavinia. Rennie had just gotten off the phone with Jean and had started to pack her clothes, even though she just had said she was going to talk to Azazel and her team. She was beyond excited that she had temporarily forgotten. Oh, that's right, she stopped packing and quickly made her way out of her room. She quickly located her team leader and founder of the team, Toby Oakus. Toby, she called out to the young man. Said young man was on his way to meet his longtime crush and childhood friend Asai Tiju. I want to talk to you about something. Also, Azazel, is it about Jean? Much to Lavinia's surprise, he had guessed right. The girl nodded and Tobio smiled. All right, let's go to Azazel then. Better to kill two birds with one stone then. The two of them walked towards Azazel's office. When they arrived to see the Governor General, they were surprised to see him not covered head to toe in documents and other papers. Tobio and Lavinia, what can I do for you today? Actually, it's Lavinia who wanted to talk to us about something. Tobio gestured to his teammate, and she nods. Is it about Jean? If you're getting married, I didn't expect it to be this soon. He joked, but caused the blonde beauty to blush. And no, at least, not yet. Lavinia shook her head. I'm here to talk about living arrangements. Ah, so he finally invited you to live with him? I mean, I'm not against it. Just make sure you get here on time for when your team is assigned for missions and other stuff. Azazel waved her off. Oh, so that's what this is about. I have no problems with it. But you better tell the rest of the guys about this. Thank you. Lavinia bowed and left the room to tell the two girls in the team, as well as Cookie. Young love. Azazel whistles and looks at Tobio. So, are you going to confess to Asai soon? Okay, and I'm out. Choo-choo-choo, get married to her soon. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household, Jean, Skyward, 12:12 p.m. I'm home, Naya. Kuroka had just come back from her shopping, and she looked satisfied. Welcome back. Enjoy your shopping spree? She came over and kissed me on the cheek. Yes, thank you for adding some money to my card, Naya. No problem. Getting money is pretty easy. After that 8-hour marathon you guys did, I got plenty of gold out of it. I glance at my expenses, and I have quite a lot. Gold, 167,881,981 money. 99,629,316. Yeah, it'll be fine. Where's Aquino, by the way? Seeing as she didn't come home with her, I could only speculate. Being held back by Rias, I would assume. I did go with her before going shopping, since I wanted to see Chiron for the day. I see. I wonder what they could be talking about. Should I spy on them? Not too much hassle. They'll go get ready, Naya. Kuroka leaves to freshen herself up. She looks at Ingvild and smirks, causing the other to give her an awkward smile. What was that all about? CNTIR. Answer. So do you even have clothes for your date? Ingvild asks, finally looking up from her laptop. She gave a look of concern. It's fine. I could just change into appropriate clothing once I see what Kuroka is wearing. I did wear a damn tuxedo when I first met Aquino's parents after their outing. That's a bitch. She gave me a sympathetic smile. Yeah, overkill, like Shuri said. I chuckled. I'll base my clothing style on whatever my partners were from now on. I was never good at that kind of thing. I think that's also an option. Good luck with your date today. It's in Hokkaido, right? Yeah. The weather should hold up. If not, I can always just change it. Other gods might be upset about that, screw him. Ingvild just shook her head in disbelief. She knew that I could take care of myself, as well as Kuroka. Kuo Academy Occult Research Club, third-person point of view, Aquino. Please tell us anything you know about that masked man. Rias Gremory had held her peerage back after they completed their contracts and wanted to interrogate Aquino about the man's identity. Rias, didn't Sir Zexama tell you not to dig into his personal history? Aquino looked at her childhood best friend and king with complicated feelings. She knows she's stubborn to a fault, and once she set her mind on something, will usually follow through with it. I know, but I'm just asking you if you know anything about him, since you teleported here with him. Aquino sighed. No, I came across Graphius speaking with him and was dragged along with them. Aquino gave Kaneko a side glance, and she stiffed back a laugh. Please, Aquino, anything. His powers and abilities. I don't even need his identity. Anything to help us win against him. What? Rias. He's helping us train and get stronger. Why does beating him even matter? Regardless of why he's here, I still want to beat him after that humiliating defeat. President, it wasn't that bad. We weren't even hurt that badly. Just a few bumps and bruises. He even healed me after Akiba tried to defend the masked man, since he believed they weren't exactly made fun of. Akiba, be quiet. I need Aquino to answer these questions actually, Kaneko. Oh no, Kaneko couldn't help but think of the questions that were going to be thrown her way. Yes, President. Your sister is staying with that man, isn't she? Do you know anything about him? She eyed the young Nekasho. Yes, she's staying with him, but I don't know much about him. Ne-sama doesn't talk much about him when we're together. We mostly focus on training and our lost time together. Kaneko was telling the truth. Well, almost the truth. While what she said was true, her sister would nearly constantly talk about the man, but never got his name. But what she understood was that he was a kind person. Ria's eyes rolled when she heard the word yes. She acknowledges that it's common in the supernatural world, and even more so in devil society. But she couldn't help but feel disgusted towards the word as it's associated with the man she loathes, Riser Phoenix. Ria's gaze lingered a bit on Kaneko before sighing. Very well. Now, then, Akino care to tell us? Rias, how are any of these questions relevant to our training? Rias slams her hands against her desk, shocking her peerage. You suddenly had a boost up in power. If my eyes don't deceive me, you're at the peak of middle class in terms of power right now. You also started using your fallen angel powers, to which I add you refused to use for the entire time I've known you. Akino, this is way too strange. The two others nodded at their king's reasoning. They have known Akino Himejima for quite some time. She has expressed hate towards fallen angels and her own fallen powers, but just recently started using them without any shame or hesitancy. Akino sighed. I guess I'll tell them a small truth, okay? Rias, I admitted I know him. Uh-huh, I knew it. Go on, spill the beans. Rias Grimmery felt triumphant at that moment, her teenage side taking over. All of them couldn't help but smile awkwardly at her childish antics. I admit that Mas-san was responsible for me being able to use my fallen angel powers. He had hand in that. I also love him. This makes the jaws of Kiba and Rias to drop open. Kaneko already knew since she stayed behind and saw her interaction with the masked man. Why you love him? Akino, those are pretty strong words. Rias was a bit shocked by her queen, saying that she loved a man. Don't you hate men? I mean, what happened with Chase wasn't that too long ago. Yes, our romance has been quite fast. I even found myself questioning it, but I can say for certain I love him. I have no doubt about it. Akino was firm in her answer. Do you even know him that well? Rias was still incredulous about her answer, and keeps going. I also admit that I don't know much about him, but I know enough to know he's the one for me in a short time frame. He helped me in so many ways that I don't think I can ever repay him. Rias, I'm thankful for your family for taking me in during a tough time in my life, and I will always forever be thankful for you. Surzex, Astery, Venolana, Grafia, and Ziata-Kisama for everything that you did. But there was always an underlying issue that you couldn't help me solve. You tried, but you yourself have your own problems, so when he came in and did that for me, I quickly fell in love with him. He even helped me repair my relationship with my father. We've seen each other regularly. Since then, Rias was shocked that Akino had started to see her father again, the man she constantly and repeatedly said that she hated more than anything in the world. How? Rias couldn't help but dumbly stare at her queen, a smile on her face she had never seen before. Not the sadistic smile she gave, or the mocking one she gave for her enemies, but that of a girl her age who was in love. Again, Rias, I'm thankful for what your family did. I have never regretted becoming a devil. If I did, I would be dead right now. I'll be grateful to you forever, but J. Maskmanson did more to me than I could ever imagine. I want to marry him in the future, have his children, and settle down together, no matter what. He'll stay by his side. That's how much he means to me. Akino had steeled her resolve and had imagined this scenario in her head more than once. She would have to admit this to her eventually. This was a good time since she was asking her questions. Kuroka and I live with him. I will keep on doing so even if you declare me astray. Akino stared her king down with unwavering conviction. The room was stunned into silence. They couldn't believe it. She, Akino Himejima, was willing to be branded astray for the sake of staying by that person's side? Ne-sama, do you also feel the same way? Kaneko couldn't help but think that. Her sister did act like how Akino was acting just now. Akino-san has really changed in a short amount of time. I would like to meet him again and ask him how he managed to do so. Kiba also wanted to get some training from him, as he was easily defeated. Akino, are you serious? You're willing to go to those lengths for that man? Rias was feeling complicated. She could see her best friend was serious, dead serious. She wasn't joking or pulling her leg. Rias eventually rubbed her forehead and sighed heavily. Fine, as long as it doesn't get in our way and helps us get stronger. I'm fine with it, she reluctantly agreed. While she wanted to find out his identity, she also wanted her peerage, her servant, her family to be happy, first and foremost. If she had to turn a blind eye every now and then, so be it. Aquino, please just humor me. Does he have any weaknesses? No, he's the strongest being in our world, and I believe that as a fact. Even if you could infinitely resurrect yourself, you will keep on dying forever. That's how strong I think he is. He's also the middleman, as you are aware, so please don't try to antagonize him. President, since ITLO ruined the peace treaty that will surely come to be very soon. I know that. Am not that dumb. Little did Aquino know that Jean's one weakness was his large circle of devoted companions. Because if they were injured, worse killed, would their world universe, no multiverse, be safe from his wrath? Only time will tell. All right, I get it. You're all dismissed. If Oni Aisama was the one to hire him, then he should be a bigger deal than I initially thought. Ria sighed to herself. Things are starting to get more complicated. Jean skyward, I patting Viled on the head. We'll be home soon enough. Be safe, all right? Laughing, she slaps my hand away. I'm not a child. Also, I'm older than you. She giggles at the end. Kuroka and I stand in the hallway. I lock the door behind me. All right, off we go. I give her a friendly hug. Have a safe trip date. Ingvild waves us off. Japan, Hokkaido, I haven't been here before. Kuroka commented, not adding her usual Naya to it, as we had to blend in with humans. She also didn't have her cat ears and tail. It felt quite strange seeing her like this. She was wearing a white short-sleeve t-shirt, a visible black sports bra, and a blue skirt. Her usual colorful headband ever present, and blue T-strap shoes. I had basically copied her, blue with white striped shirt, blue jeans, and blue sneakers. My new necklace that housed Ophis hanging around my neck. Is something the matter? She looks confused at all my staring. No, you just look beautiful. I offer her my arm. Shall we get going? She happily latches onto my arm. Let's go. The weather definitely held up for us. Maybe my threat to change it earlier helped. Who knows? Kuroka and I made our way to grab a quick meal. First, we go to a shop called Bikuri Sushi. I thought it might be a bit stereotypical since Kuroka is a cat girl. I took her to a restaurant that served seafood dishes, but she was more than happy to be there. When we get into the place and get seated, someone comes to greet us. Hello, what can I get for you today? Kuroka starts picking a bunch of food off the menu, and I just went with what was recommended. They wrote down what we want and left. You seem pretty hungry and eager. I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. It's a date. I want to indulge a bit during these, even if it comes back to affect me later. She gently presses her hand to her side. Lucky we were the only ones in the store. Hokkaido is strangely empty right now. It's summer, so I expected people to be here. I guess they come here during winter for the onsens? I mean, they're known for that after all, by the way. Why Hokkaido? Kuroka had stopped poking herself and had her arms on the table, darting her head left and right, checking to see if more people would come around. Honestly, I randomly picked it. I thought it would be nice to see a place we've never been to before, well, a place I haven't been to, and lucky you haven't been here before, too. Kuroka laughed at my reasoning, and we just spoke about random stuff while we were waiting for our food. Enjoy your meal. The food eventually comes, and the person left again, seemingly back into the kitchen. I wonder if they're gossiping about us. Well, whatever. I turn to our meal and get her chopsticks ready. Thanks for the food. We both say at the same time. Kuroka unexpectedly knew some Japanese etiquette. Mine came from anime. So I kind of guessed some were true. Just don't overdramatize it. Oh my. I couldn't help but blurt that out. Kuroka stopped herself and burst into a fit of giggles. Oh my? Why do you say it so enthusiastically? She finally stopped and starts to eat her meal. I read that samurai relished the food they ate like it was their last, so I said, oh my, like that. I also remember Rengoku doing the same thing, but I won't say that to her. We're on a date, Jean, not going to some life or death battle. She chuckles at me, and I smile in return. We finished our meal with idle chatter, pay, and leave. Once out, we go to a corner and teleport to a different part of Hokkaido, Sapporo. We were not too far from Nishino's shrine, so we made our way there, taking in the surroundings as we slowly walked there arm in arm. These look like fox statues. Kuroka lets go of my arm and trots over to the stone-shaped statues. I join her and look over them. They really do. Nishino's shrine apparently houses the goddess in Japanese mythology Toyota Mahaim, or luxuriant jewel princess, and the daughter of the sea deity Watatsumi, as well as Yugaya Fukizu and Emperor Ajin. I look at the shrine, not sensing any energy coming from it. Has this goddess passed on already? I ask no one in particular. The spot was devoid of people. I haven't heard anything about her, so I don't know. Do you know anything else? Kuroka had come back and latched herself onto my arm as we walked through the area. According to human myth, Toyota Mahaim married the prince, Luck of Mountains Yamasachi, also known as Huri. He came looking for a fish hook he lost at sea that he borrowed from his elder brother, Luck of the Sea, Omisachi. To make a long story short, they fell in love and had a child together. But the wife made her husband promise one thing, to not spy on her when she gave birth to their child. He agreed at first, but in the end spied on the childbirth out of sheer curiosity. To his surprise, his wife had shape-shifted back into a crocodile and gave birth to their child. She was ashamed of it all and abandoned her husband and child. Ultimately going back into the sea, she couldn't forgive him, but sent Tamayori to help raise their child in her absence. It's both their faults, they just needed to be honest with each other. She should have told her husband the truth when they first got together. They could have prevented all that. It's also the husband's fault for not spying on the wife, but to abandon both of them just because of that is a bit extreme. Kuroka explained her feelings on the matter. Well, it's just a myth. The real supernatural is a lot stranger than what's written in the mythologies. That's true. We left the shrine and made our way to Murayama Park. We walked around it as the trees on the leaves swayed in the breeze. It was a big enough of a park, and we slowly walked through it. We bowed to the shrine there as a sign of respect, as there were a few locals also walking through the park. Do you know anything about that shrine? No, all I know are 3 deities are supposedly residing in there: Kunitama, Kunanushi, and Sukune Kona. They're supposed to be Shinto deities, but apart from that, not much else. I look back at the shrine. I also feel no energy or mana coming from the shrine. Either they're long gone or they're just human myths. Humans and their imaginations, but they're at least entertaining. Kuroka chuckled, and we made our way out of the park. I glanced at the time, 3:30 p.m. Kuroka, let's go to Murayama Zoo. We'll still have an hour before they close. I suggest a destination. We had just been walking wherever adventure took us, sampling and tasting food every now and again, getting a small souvenir date-like things. Sure, I can see cute animals. I feel bad for them, though. Some are there because their species are endangered. So it isn't all that bad. We got to the park and paid to get in. Once in there, Kuroka started to drag me from the animal enclosure from one to the next. She was a yukai herself, so maybe she felt a sense of brother-sisterly companionship to animals? Who knows? I didn't know they had polar bears here, Jean. Look, she points at the giant white bear. There were 2 of them. They were happily eating food that was given to them by the zoo. A younger one was swimming in the water. They must be a couple, and the young one their child. I look at the little guy swimming in the pool below. He eventually got out and went back to its parents. Kuroka was watching the interaction intently. She must miss what having a family feels like. She got her sister back, which is a plus. She never asked me to revive her mother. I'm certain that she and Akino have spoken about it before. It would be weirder if they didn't. The 2 of them became close very quickly. Kirok, I felt her squeeze my arm, and I stopped myself. I want Kuroka to associate me with something else other than getting kittens. That's why I've made our relationship come to a standstill. While I love her and don't plan on throwing her to the side, I want her to realize on her own that life is more than having kittens. Her species can be brought back due in time. We have long lifespans. I'm immortal by default. I have no idea how long Nikomata devil hybrid can live for, but I can guess 10,000 plus since devils live for 10,000 years. Be they reincarnated or pure devils, the default is 10,000 at a Nekashis, and I wonder what it would be. Maybe 10,500? Who knows? Maybe even 15,000, if I base my speculations on foxes, as each tale represents how many years they have lived. However, This is DXD. Tails also represent power, so it's not too reliable. I'm brought out of my thoughts, and Kuroka starts pulling me away again. Every time we go to a new enclosure, there's either a couple or family of animals happily doing what they do like they're still in the wild. I could see that Kuroka had almost a jealous and longing look as she watched them. I take the initiative and intertwine our fingers and give her hand squeeze. She doesn't break her contact with them and gives me a squeeze back. Lions, tigers, meerkats, hippos, turtles, wolves, hyenas, flamingos, and other animals were present in the zoo. They all looked healthy and happy. But some would have preferred to live out in the wild, in their natural habitat. But circumstances have led to them being here, so it can't be helped. An hour passed, and the zoo closed. Kuroka and I also left. The sun is slowly setting, and we decided to go to another park and walk through it. Tundanishi Park, a more modernized park, as it has a playground for kids, soccer fields, football, even a slide toward the swimming pool, as well as the regular walkways for anyone that just wants to have a leisurely stroll through it. This place is a lot more alive, huh? Kuroka looks around the park. Yeah, the playgrounds and fields for the youth to play can attract them here. There's some small little huts to stand under if the weather turns bad, too. Oh, look, a kangaroo statue. She waddles her way towards it. Naya, she couldn't help it anymore and started saying Naya again. I chuckled to myself, and she turned around, pouting a bit. No more Nayas for you. Nia. She covered her mouth after saying the exact word she says I wouldn't get. I burst into laughter, making a few people look at us. This embarrassed Kuroka, and she dragged me away to a more secluded spot. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. We spent a few hours wandering the park, and the nighttime had fallen upon us. I had located a mountain range with a good spot of the city view thanks to CNTIRS help, so we were slowly making our way there. Flashback third-person point of view. Kuroka had recently become a runaway stray. She had to leave her sister to the hands of one of the current Satans, Surzex Lucifer, also formerly known as Surzex Gremory. His clan had a reputation for being kind of their servants, so she took a chance in letting her sister be taken in by them. After her, she heard voices behind her. She didn't want to be caught, so she sent both magic and Senjutsu aura bullets towards her pursuers. Luckily for her, it hit some of them, temporarily stopping them from catching her. Haha, Kuroka had found a place to hide. Tears welled up in her eyes as the thought hit her. Am I going to be a wanted criminal for the rest of my life? Can I see Chiron again? Hatred for her father welled up in her heart. She didn't get long to sleep as she was on the run again. This happened to her every day until she was found and confronted by the White Dragon Emperor himself, and as well as his team. Are you here to capture me? Kuroka asked with hostility. Capture you? Why? Biko asked confused. She's the recently wanted stray of the Devil faction. But to answer your question, no. I want you to join my team. Join his team? He's not here to capture me? Why should I do that? Because we're with a terrorist organization, and that should keep you away from your pursuers, right? Terrorists? If you beat me, then I'll join. She was confident in herself. She's avoided capture for a long time now and wasn't going to let a bunch of nobodies get her. Sure, Valen not wanting to let go of a potential team member summoned divine dividing. The White Dragon Emperor? Kuroka was mortified. Her chances of winning plummeted. But she knew she had no way out of this. Centuredo, she had questioned him once if he were gay, which earned a few laughs out of Biko and Le Fay. The White Dragon Emperor denied it and just told her that he was interested in other things as of now, and romance was not on his radar. Kuroka didn't stop, however, only doubled down for a time, until she ultimately stopped, as Vala didn't give any leeway. She wanted his genes to produce strong kittens to ensure her species' survival. While there were still some out there, they were few and far between. If she could get a strong gene from a strong individual, then it's a guarantee they'll survive, and maybe one day she could be reunited with her precious little sister Chiron. Kuroka was furious. A supposed pursuer had found her. He was quite young too, but what got her even more upset was when he spoke her dead mother's name and asked why didn't she do this or that. She deservedly lost her temper at the guy, who was strangely calm about the whole situation. After her outburst, he threw a book at her, and she read it. The more she read, her hopes started to shine again. Can this really work? She said in almost a whisper. The young man grinned and told her that the final evidence was with her sister. He disappeared from the spot and came back almost instantaneously waving around a piece of paper. She was given it and read through it. For the first time in a long time, Kuroka had found a light at the end of the tunnel. Everything after that was a blur, being brought in front of the four Devil Kings, having the evidence given to them, and they looked through it, having them almost agree to set her free. They apparently trusted this newly assigned middleman for the three factions and allowed her to stay at his home. Even once there, he treated her kindly, not wanting anything in return. They were called back, and Kuroka was freed of her stray status. The Nekashu jumped in joy, cried, and thanked Jean. That same night, she confessed her feelings for him. That won't be happening, sorry, Kuroka, he bluntly replied. Kuroka was shocked. She was just rejected by the man she proclaimed that she was in love with. The feelings you have right now are of gratitude, not love. I can't take advantage of that. I'm sorry. The night ended like that. She had to sleep in another room. But she didn't give up. She found out not too long after that he was gathering close companions around him, which wasn't shocking as they were involved in the supernatural. Kuroka had quickly made friends with a half-devil fallen angel hybrid, and they spoke about things related to Jean. So, who is closest to him, then? Kuroka asked Akino. I am, the hybrid bluntly replied, causing a spark of rivalry between them. It was a friendly one, not one full of malice. They soon laughed it off and went back to chatting and getting to know each other. A dragon god. He's a hybrid too. The Red Dragon Emperor and a dragon god hybrid, those genes are a sealed deal for her species, so she had to get him to fall for her at any cost. But the exact opposite happened. The former stray Kuroka had slowly fallen in love with a man called Jean, and her fixation on having kittens with him slowly faded. She only kept it up as a joke at that point in time. She also suspected Jean to have found out her motive changed, as she was being treated like Akino more and more, with kisses, hugs, cuddles, pets, and more couple-like things. It all accumulated when she was asked out on a date flashback in Jean's skyward Hokkaido, undisclosed mountain range. Nighttime few, we finally made it. I know we could have teleported, but it's fine doing this every now and again, right? I turned to Kuroka, who was silent during our walk up. She still didn't answer me. We both looked in front of us, the nighttime view of the city below us, buildings being illuminated everywhere. It almost seemed magical. The sky above us was darkened by clouds, threatening to rain. I felt Kuroka shiver beside me. I summoned a warm, furry coat and wrapped it around her. Thank you, Jean, she said softly, as she kept staring at the view in front of us. The moon's light shone over us every now and again through the break of the clouds. Jean. Kuroka softly called out my name. I turned and looked at the Nekashu beside me. She kept her gaze steady in front of her, her previous doubts and worries all but gone. In the beginning, I only thought of you as a substitute for Valley, a random strong human. When I'm together with you, my heart beats in a joyful rhythm, and it's fun just to hang out with you. I only wanted children in the past, a heavenly dragon's children, a dragon god's. I just wanted strong genes. If Vala couldn't, then I'd choose you. But things are different now. You're incorrigibly stupid and hopelessly honest, even though you have a strange way of speaking sometimes, and can be an idiot from time to time. Kuroka chuckles at the last remark. You could have just refused the request back then, or even killed me and be done with it. But you went the extra mile to find a real reason for the incident. You helped me, and even after I started proclaiming my love for you, you saw right through it, didn't you? Kuroka finally turns back to stare at me. I nod, confirming her statement, and she turns back to looking at the scenery again. You gave a stray like me a home, even treated my sister with kindness, even when you're not obligated to do, so I have no doubts she will come to love you in the future as I have. You gave me a peaceful life to live in Chiron in the near future too. If I'm together with you, then I feel at ease. When I see your smile, my heart becomes filled with love tears that slowly started to fall from her eyes, down her cheeks, tears of joy and not of sadness. She finally turns back to me. Jean, I really love you, she says with absolute sincerity. I smile, wrap my arms around her, and pull her into a hug. I break it and pull her into a kiss. Our first official barato after she finally confessed her genuine feelings to me. We break the barato I love you too, Kuroka. Kuroka buries herself onto my barato. I guess we can take our time now, as I'm officially your girlfriend, officially part of our family. Yeah, we can take it our own pace, Kuroka. Chapter 9, Binding Happiness Japan. Kuo Jean Skyward Kuroka and I had come back from our date. She was happily clinging on to me. We had decided to teleport into the park in Kuo. We will walk back home from there. Kuroka was the one who suggested this. I didn't mind, so I did what she asked for. So warm, Naya, she was pleased with the day. We walked back in silence, basking in each other's warmth, the street lights illuminating our path on our way home. I opened the door into our home, and it seemed like everyone was still up. Were they waiting for us? CNTIR, time? Tejeteir answer, 10:48 We walked into the living room, and everyone was present there. Kuroka pecks me on the lips and trots over to Akino and Ingvild as they were sitting on the same couch. We're back, I say to them, and they turn their attention towards us. Kuroka had made it to the couch and plopped beside Akino while taking her coat off. Did you do anything special while we were gone? I asked the room. Kuroka grinned at Akino. Second Naya, as she finally breaks into a fit of happy Nayas and started pumping her fist in the air. I guess she was holding back to do that in front of Akino, so competitive. I could help but snort at her antics. After hearing that, I could see Akino's eyes widen, and she starts to pout. I promise you that I will definitely be third and first at something else, Kuroka, she announces with a strange determination, causing the girls to give her weird looks and Kuroka to start laughing. Kuroka eventually stopped laughing and the questioning started. How was it? Where did you end up? How was Hokkaido? What did you eat? And all other sorts of questions. To my surprise, even Ingvild was curious and asked a few questions, to which Kuroka was happy to answer. Akino was taking notes, not literally though, but mentally as she wanted to be prepared for her date tomorrow. I walk over to Grafia as she was also listening in the younger girl's conversation. We went to the zoo. I didn't think they'd have so many animals there. I tried to talk to the lions and tigers, but they didn't understand me, or they just ignored me. Then that's just rude, Naya, which earned a few giggle from the girls. I reach where Grafia was sitting and wrap my arms around her neck and lay my head on her shoulder. The meerkats were pretty cool, though. They were talking about how we humans all looked stupid. I chimed in, earning some weird looks aimed my way. After a brief moment of silence, Grafia speaks up. You can understand animals? Yeah, I can also hear the thoughts of inanimate objects that have trapped souls in them or energies that have been absorbed by them. But yeah, I can understand and speak to animals. A lot of them are rude. Only a few are somewhat kind. Why didn't you say anything, Naya? Kuroka looked a bit upset with me. I didn't say anything because you were having an emotional moment in there. I want to say that out loud, though. You were too busy moving from one enclosure to another. I didn't get a chance. She nods in understanding when I tell a convincing lie to her. Which animals are rude and which aren't? Ingvild asks, genuinely curious. I would say around 70 or 80% of domesticated pets are more or less fine. The rest of them are difficult. The majority of wild animals have some sort of superiority complex. The worst for the domesticated are the tiny dogs, like chihuahuas and the like. The temper and pompous attitude of those things have been just mind-boggling. Well, I guess the old saying goes the shorter you are, the shorter your temper, is Ingvild let out a soft chuckle. I give them an amused smile. Well, I'm probably the tallest here, and probably Kuo Academy. I'm 63 after all. Akino stands at 57. Kuroka is 56, and Grafia is 58. Thanks to the training from before, you guys grew a little bit in height. Kuroka was 53 before, and Akino was 56. I turned to Ingvild. I would say Anne is around 57 as well, but that's just a guess. They looked a bit surprised when I told them I knew their height. That's why I grew much taller than before Naya. Kuroka sounded happy with her growth. But your giant gene, geez. Is this how foreigners always are? I shrug. We vary in height. I guess I was just lucky. You girls will definitely grow a little bit more if I take you there again. I mean, in height, power is a definite. I noticed that Graphia had leaned her head against mine as well during this short exchange between the girls and I. That ended the conversation, and they began talking about the date again. I turned my attention to Graphia. So how was your day, FIA? Nothing special. I was just helping Sir Zexama with the usual paperwork and documents he has to deal with as a Satan. Is still tiring and bothersome work, I won't deny that. She sighed. He was also jealous of a certain Satan who was getting her work done only 3 hours into the day. She looked at me unamused. She would get the work done and go off to spoil her little sister. Sir Zexama has become quite jealous of the device she got. She also started calling it Kai-chan. I smirk at the thought of Seraphal calling it that. Well, I guess the thing I made for her is working well. Hey, if Lucifer wants one, he can always ask, and maybe give me an extra favor for it. I glance at Graphia, and her lips twitched. I will inform him once I go back to report tomorrow. She looks down and fiddles with her hands. Jean, I would advise you to be weary of Seraphal. She has gained extra time for herself thanks to that invention of yours. She also declared she had some affection for you. She will start to pursue you soon enough. Graphia said, sounding a bit worried. I welcome any challenge that comes my way. FIA. She doesn't answer me, but closes her eyes, and we fall into silence. The girl's still chatting away, not really listening to us. There might be a request coming your way from Ajuka. What kind of request would he want from me? Again, she opened her eyes and gave me a dead look. What? Am honestly not sure if you're dense or not. It may pertain to his niece, Latia Astaroth. We literally didn't even speak to each other. I'm really confused by this. What does she want with me? That may be so. However, you yourself have noticed, no? That you tend to attract women, be it intentional or not. Graphia looks towards the girls. The females of the supernatural world are not safe when you're near their vicinity. You will definitely attract a large group of admirers, perhaps in the 2 digits, maybe even 3. How will you manage them all? I won't deny that I tend to attract trouble to myself. I don't know, it'll somehow find a way. I mean, I've done okay so far. Do you, or will you truly love them all equally? Losing the calm tone she had, Graphia asks this one a little bit seriously. I'll try. There will obviously be favorites at times, our history, how we meet, and how we interact during and after they join my group will also be a factor. But I will love them, regardless. Why do I crave love, bravado, and being in a relationship so much? Maybe it has something to do with my past. I don't know, I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. Of all the things that I retain from my past life, not one of them are from my personal history, the irony. Anyway, why do you think Latia would be interested in me? Aside from the absurd power you displayed that day, what else did you show everyone in that stadium? Perhaps your physiology? Maybe she wants to know more about your powers? That healing slime of yours that's more effective than Phoenix tears? Maybe why you chose to be a middleman for the 3 factions. She pauses and then continues. Even though your reasons are starting to show as to why you suggested the idea, she trails off and looks back to the girls, indicating to the answer. Sure, I admit that I may have had a different reason as to why I offer to be the middleman, but peace is still peace, no? I mean, we all benefit from this. I get to meet women from different factions and pantheons, and you guys get a peace treaty going. We all win. I explain to Graphia, and she rolls her eyes. They'll never understand that reasoning. But it is better than, let's say, you mind control and start destroying factions and pantheons with no rhyme or reason. Hey, and no psychopath, Fia. I don't just start killing people because they disagree with me or for no reason at all. Unlike some people out there, I stare at certain readers reading this fanfic. Anyway, they'll just wait for him to send in his request in the future. Jean? Aquino calls out to me, as if their own conversation had finally finished. What's up, Aquino? I look up, and the girls are staring at Graphia and I. Where are we going on our date for tomorrow? I smile. I was waiting for her to say that. Why, my country of birth, of course, good ol' Ireland. Aquino seemed to like the idea, and her eyes shone Ireland. Huh? I don't want to visit the place you were for my nod. Yeah, it'll take you around a quaint town I used to call home. We'll go back to the main city after that. I was quite excited, actually, while I did live in Ireland in my past life. I don't have any recollections of the Ireland of DXD. Is ScatHack a thing here? Scanning for ScatHack. Found. currently residing in the land of shadows. Current rank, mid-tier god SSS. I guess I have another powerful ally to recruit then. Centuriato next, Great Red, being female, and probably designed to look like Irene Belserian from Fairy Tale, and now Scat Hack, I would assume will look like from the Fate franchise, more enemies to deal with and better opportunity for the girls to get stronger and learn new powers from me. I truly welcome this. Jean? Aquino calls to me again, sounding worried. Sorry, was just thinking back about my life there. Anyway, we'll take everyone else there for a vacation, maybe on one of our breaks during the school year. I suggested and got a round of nods. Cool, we'll set a time for that then. Jean, have you met any supernaturals in Ireland? Ingvild continues the topic in Ireland. I'm more than happy to do so, but I have no idea. Tom makes shit up. Well, apart from my run-ins with a few stray devils and rogue fallen angels, not much. I did come across some fae that were doing their own thing. Maybe they were banished for doing something wrong? I couldn't tell you, though. But I do know some myths there. One of the more famous ones is of Scat Hack, a famous female warrior queen from Celtic mythology from the Ulster cycle. She, from what I could find, currently resides in a place called Land of Shadows. Now, the rest is from books I've read, but she's a prodigy in spearmanship and the use of rune magic. I guess she's like the goddess of death in Irish mythos. You might have heard she trained many warriors throughout her life. One of the more notable is C. Chulin, also known as the hero of Ulster. She also gave the famous Speargibalg. But apart from that, I don't know any more about her. I'd like to meet with her. Actually, seems like an interesting woman, which earned an amused grin from both Aquino and Kuroka. Even goddesses are not safe. Grafia shakes her head, exasperated. I shrug. Hey, Centuriato. I mostly spent my time living a normal life before coming to Kuo. Seeing as how this was territory to two of the Devil King's sisters, I thought it would be a terrific idea to get involved. You know what happened after that? We spent the rest of the night chatting before we slept. Much of it is related to Ireland in general. Next day, Skyward household Jean Skyward, everyone was in the dining room, ready to eat breakfast. So, I helped Grafia with it, as I woke up earlier than normal. The regular teasing is no longer working. She's getting used to it. I don't know where to proceed from here. Suddenly, the blue dragon on my necklace glows and Ophis appears on my lap. The silence in the room was deafening as everyone looked at Ophis and then back at me, repeatedly. This smells good. She points at it and starts eating my breakfast. Didn't I warn her to tell me beforehand to avoid situations like this? I mentally sigh. It's not what it looks like. Kuroka call the polygraphia starts, but Ingvild puts a stop to it. Wait, please wait. Jean is telling the truth. She's actually a fellow dragon god, the dragon god of infinity. Ingvild was waving her hands frantically and stopped Kuroka from calling the police on her smartphone. Dragon god? Oh, Ophis. Sorry, I'm still a bit tired. Kuroka, who finally realized who it was, greets her leader. You know her, Kuroka? Aquino asks, and she just nods, not wanting to elaborate any further. Yes, Nia. She's definitely a dragoon good. Nia? Kuroka puts her phone away and starts to eat her breakfast. You heard M, all right? She just wanted a new home, so I provided her with one. This necklace and the 3-dragon head are 3 separate dimensional gaps. Ophis resides in the blue one in the middle. Centuriato, I sigh, and just levitate another plate with food towards me. I could see Grafia and Aquino still a bit shocked, but the things that happen around me are always unnatural, so they got over it pretty quickly. So, you have a fellow dragon god as a potential ally? Are you assembling the strongest team in the history of the supernatural? Or something? Kuroka teased me as she ate her food, which earned an amused snort from Grafia. Kuroka, this is where you have been? Ophis stops eating and asks the Nekashu. Why, yes, Naya. She was clearly nervous, even though her team knew where she would be, but Ophis did not. Not really elaborating further, she goes back to eating. Ophis was never one to look into where her former subordinates were or what they did. She only needed to help with her goals, but she's basically abandoned Cow's brigade, so none of it matters to her anymore. Why am I not surprised anymore? She shakes her head and gives me a quick glance as well as a nod. She won't be telling Zex about this. Fewer headaches for me, whoop whoop. Thanks, FIA. They'll find the time to reward you. I grin at her, making the maid blush. All right, Aquino, let's go shopping for clothes today before you go on your date, Naya. Sure thing. I got the day off since I asked Rias yesterday. I'm surprised you got her to agree to such a thing. Grafia chimes in, and I nod along. She was against it, but relented in the end. She gave a strained smile, showing it wasn't an easy task to ask her king for the time off. Flashback third-person point of view. Aquino had just gotten home after finishing her contracts and after the talk with her Rias about Jean. She was thankful that she didn't try stopping her living with him, though the red-haired princess didn't know that Jean and a masked man were the same person. I have a date with him tomorrow. Oh no, I forgot to tell Ask for permission for the day off. Upon remembering, Aquino teleported back into the clubroom, much to the surprise of Rias. Aquino, is something wrong? Said princess was lying down on the couch after her workout on her phone, watching anime clips on YouTube. Rias, I would like to request tomorrow off. Tomorrow? Why? I have a date. Aquino answered bluntly, shocking her king. What, a date? Wait, with the masked guy? No, definitely not. On reflex, Rias Gremory immediately said no. Her real reason? She was a bit jealous. Her best friend, childhood friend, and queen got a lover, one that she actually likes, and are about to go on a date. Yes, she was a bit jealous of all of it. Rias, please, I haven't gone on a date with him yet. Huh? Why not? I would have thought you already did. The day we were meant to go on one, he brought my father along and, well, helped prepare that, so I went out with him instead and got reacquainted. So, we had to cancel. Aquino didn't tell her the full truth, especially about her dead mother being resurrected. Rias felt uncomfortable. If she denied her friend this, then she would surely resent her. Also, hearing the reason why they haven't gone out yet was also the other factor. She knew her former relationship with her father, so she relented. Fine, fine. Whatever, go and have your date, she sighed and sat up. Do you know where the date is going to be at? No, but if I had to guess, maybe somewhere in Japan or another country. I would have hoped you didn't or weren't planning on spying on us. Cinturedo then being told he was going to train them, and now her queen was in love with him, not to mention the lecture she got from him. She can't picture herself winning against him, which frustrated her. Well, have fun, Aquino. Try not to get involved with other supernatural races' conflicts. All right? With no other options, Rias decided to wish her servant luck. I know. Thank you, Rias. Aquino leaned down and hugged her king and teleported away. Should I follow them? No, they'll be going against my best friend's wishes also. I don't want to piss the guy off. Rias looks at the back of the club and slaps her cheeks. They'll start training more. I guess she got off the couch and went to the back. This was a change in the Gremory heiress. Be it small, a change is a change, especially a positive one. Flashback in Skyward household. Jean Skyward. It's been an hour since breakfast, and both girls had left to go shopping. Grafia, Ingvild, Ophis, and I were the only ones left in the house. Ingvild was working more on her song. Grafia is sweeping through the rooms, trying to find anything to clean. Ophis curled up next to me, happily eating sweets while getting head pats from me. The morning was peaceful. Ring. I jinxed that. I pulled out my phone and saw it was Azazel calling me. Not want to leave my spot, I answer it there. Yellow, you've reached Barbecue Treats Incorporated. How can I help you? Huh? The voice of Azazel was confused. Grafia had also come back into the room when I answered my phone. All of them gave me strange looks. What do you need? Ash Crow. All right. Anyway, come to Grigori in my office. I need to talk to you about something. I glanced at everyone and nodded. Sure thing. We end the call, and I stopped petting Ophis. She did not like that. Sorry. Ophis, I have to go to Grigori for something. I will go with you. Ophis says and disappears back into the necklace. I shrug and teleport to Grigori, leaving Grafia and Ingvild alone. Grigori, Jean Skyward, what Cha need me for? I teleported directly into his office and asked him right away. Azazel was sitting there with a serious look, which was rare to see, for me personally. Right, remember the mission I sent you in /Dog 2? The cryptid one. Well, I had some of my guys investigate more into it, and I think I know who might be pulling the strings from the shadows. Go on. He snaps his fingers, and a magic circle appears and shows a man, well, a fallen, that looked like a wild-eyed elf. This is Kokabeel. He and I fought in the Great War together, but was heavily against the retreat. He was always an advocate for war. He believed us Fallen were the strongest race in the world and actively strives to prove it. He's gone MIA the last few years. I did believe he was dead. Maybe got caught up with the wrong supernatural crowd, you know? But he isn't weak, as he has 5 pairs of fallen angel wings. He's just 1 pair below me. Anyway, with all that, I think he's been trying to start up something. To what? I have no idea. Maybe he's trying to start the Great War again? I have my own thoughts. You did say he's always been for war, so doing that isn't exactly impossible for him. I can see him doing that. He waves me off. Anyway, just keep an eye out for me. I nod and turn to leave. And also, there's going to be some fallen subordinates of mine going to Kuo soon. Just a heads up. Also, don't go hurting those girls now. Jahirme? I nod and scoff. That's definitely Raynar's group. But Kokabil isn't that smart. He should be collecting the Excalibur pieces from the church as we speak. Freed Selzin and Valper Galilei should be helping him, but something feels off. That would be the last thing I would do. Ash Crow, I destroy this universe first before hurting them. Is this so? He mused but didn't push it. I walk out his office and decide to explore Grigori, hoping to come across Team /Dog or Penemu. It's been confirmed more beings from all mythos are here in this alternate universe of DXD. What other prominent fallen angels are there? Kokabil wasn't this meticulous in the original, so someone is either helping him or someone else is leading this whole operation. Call my gut instinct. Third-person point of view, Skyward household with Grafia and Ingvile Grafia and Ingvile were just minding their own business. The two of them had never really spoken one-on-one with each other before. But seeing this as an opportunity to do so, Ingvile took the chance. Grafia-san, what's your opinion on Jean? She breaks the silence between the two. Grafia stops sipping on her tea and stares at Ingvile with a steady and firm gaze. The silence made her a bit uncomfortable, but kept her eye contact with the devil maid. At first, I thought he was mind-controlling the group of girls he had with him. Seeing as how Akino was a part of it, I was concerned. She is my king's little sister's queen, after all. But as time went on and I observed their interactions, I concluded that he wasn't using any kind of magic to influence them. She takes a sip of her tea. Jean holds many secrets from us, maybe even to himself, as I see him from time to time just staring into the void lost in thought. She takes another sip. He's arrogant, reckless, foolish, and obsessed with gathering followers. His power is terrifying, it's almost sickening. Ingvile smiled awkwardly at Grafia as she threw insults at the guy. But he's also kind and caring towards the few he cares about, especially the people close to him. I am no exception to that affection, as I acknowledge he likes me. She looks back at Ingvile. You are also an exception, even though you are not among those closest to him. He treats you as if you are. Cinchuredo, they have rivalry and friendship going on. Not to mention the boy named Tobio Accuse, the current wielder of Canis Lycaon. They seem to be on good terms, as Jean and he have a sort of banter going on. I'm not sure what Jean's end goal is, if he even has one. To me, he's just living a normal supernatural life. Grafia takes another sip. In conclusion, he's a trustworthy man. I am here originally to spy on him for Surzek's Lucifer, and as well to form my own personal opinion of him. She smiles and looks at her cup in thought. I have enjoyed my stay here so far, and I have my answer. She finally puts her cup down, seemingly finished drinking it. What about you, Ingvile Leviathan? What is your current opinion of Jean? It was Grafia's turn to ask the woman. Ingvile herself was surprised by her opinion of Jean. She expected her to keep on bashing him, but it was the total opposite. She also didn't expect her to turn the question around to her. Ingvile thought back to the last few days and finally gave her answer. He woke me up from my slumber, so I am grateful to him. We formed a quick friendship. I trust him as he trusts me the same way. I don't know if I could ever repay him for the things he's done for me so far. Jean also plans on letting me attend Kuo Academy, so I can get new friends and live a relatively normal life before I ultimately return to the supernatural world. He bought created things for me, so I can catch up on the world without asking for anything in return. I don't know how to feel about him. You're not forced or obligated to fall in love with him, you know. Grafia interrupts, causing the girl to look at her wide-eyed. Jean does things for his own satisfaction, Whether they do good or bad things is probably irrelevant to him. I can conclude that he became a middleman in order to meet people from all factions and pantheons to build alliances. However, it benefits the three factions since it's on the road to peace. But he will not force you to trust him. He hasn't voiced that out, but if you can read into what he says or his actions, then that's what he's trying to convey. He knows what you're struggling through, Ingvild, so he's taking his time with you. He's letting you do things at your own pace. You, as of now, have the most freedom out of all of us, not including Ophis, because that's another pile of problems. You're not in a peerage. You aren't affiliated with any organizations. You're also protected because of Jean's status and power. Many will underestimate him, as he exudes the aura of a human, but we know what he is what he wants us to believe, a hybrid, a human-dragon-god hybrid. But I believe he's something else, and he'll tell us in the future. Take advantage of your youth and freedom, and come to your own conclusions as Jean wants you to. He, his group of friends, and I will support you through it. Ingvild was left speechless. She never thought of it that way, the most freedom, currently. What do I think of Jean? Apart from being my savior, you don't need to find that answer now. Let it happen naturally. With that, Ingvild nods, and they both go back to the comfortable silence, Ingvild's mind full of new thoughts. Grigori, Jean, skyward they're not here today. Huh? I've been walking around Grigori looking for Lavinia and the rest, but found no trace of them. Even asking CNTIR to scan the entire place found no results. I let out a sigh. I better go home, then, Jean? I turn around and see the purple-haired fallen angel. What brings you here? Oh, hey, Penemu, I was just talking with Ash Crow about something. Didn't last too long, and I ended up looking for Team/Dog. Seems like they're out, maybe on a mission or something. I greet the woman and explain why I was there. She smiles and nods. Yes, they're out today. We had a short meeting in the conference room. If everything goes smoothly, they'll be back tonight. She grins at me. Poor you. Missing your ice princess already? My mouth twitches. This woman clearly enjoys getting under my skin. I need to push back and hold my ground like I do with Grafia. Otherwise, Cinchuredo, I look around me, confirming that there aren't any fallen or humans around. I grin. Penemu, noticing this, starts to step back nervously. Jean, calm down. I was just joking. Ah ha ha ha, she said, trying to walk back her teasing. I shook my head and decided to move on, letting the moment pass. Cinchuredo, please. I was joking. I didn't do anything wrong. Ignoring her plea, I stepped close and startled her with a sharp word. She flinched and let out a startled sound. I stepped back and gave her a stern look. See you around, Penemu. I teleported away as Penemu slid to the floor, holding her hand over the mark. The female fallen slowly turned red. Skyward household and back, What's wrong with the two of you? I noticed a slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Oh, it's nothing, Jean. We were just talking about something about the current climate of the underworld. The maid explains, and Ingvild nods along. Is that so? I didn't believe it, but I won't push them for an answer. I walk over to sit beside Ingvild. Once I did, I lean over to see the lyrics to her song. To my dismay, she covers the screen. You can't see it yet, she panically says. I back off with my hands up. I didn't expect that to happen. Okay, I get it. After that, Ophis comes out of her home and joins us, but instead of asking for sweets, she puts her head on my lap and drifts off to sleep. Goo! I decide to pet the dragon god as she slept, earning a rare and small smile from her. You'll hear it soon enough. It's a song dedicated to you. That's all I'm saying. A song for me? All right. Can't wait to hear what it's all about. I didn't even think of that, a song dedicated to me. I wonder what ITLL be. She did sing for Issei during his fight against Nyx. Given the time, Grafia probably decided to make some lunch since I noticed she left the room. It didn't take her long to come back with a few snacks on some plates. The smell woke Ophis up and she bolted upright. Seeing the food, the dragon god zones in and starts to consume the snacks. As she eats the food, she nods approvingly. Are you not hungry, Jean? Grafia asks. I shook my head. I'm fine. Ophis seems hungry, though. I'm also saving my appetite for the quick lunch I'll have for my date with Aquino. Ingvild had taken some and returned back to working on her song. CNTEL? I'm curious. Are there like other versions of me? What about the past or a future version of me? After our previous talk, I had this thought invade my mind. While I don't doubt I won't get killed, even before my evolution, Cinchuredo, they do exist currently. For now, what can I do to make them? Unique will be the word, I guess. What about the old me? CNTIR. Answer. Once you mark your lovers, their other versions will cease to exist, but the different versions of them will still persist. Huh? What do you mean by that? They'll exist, but won't exist at the same time? I don't get it. Sounds like some SC Char Dinger's cat type of deal. CNTIR. Answer. Let's take an example, Aquino. Once you mark her, any other parallel version of that specific Aquino will cease to exist, along with their timeline, since she's considered an essential being in it. However, another version of Aquino, let's take the one from canon. That Aquino never met you. She met Issei Hayudu and fell in love with him. CNTIR. Answer. Both Aquinos are fundamentally different, but they are also very similar. Their appearances may look the same, but their personalities are very distinct. So, the Aquinos across the multiverse that exhibit the same personality traits as your Aquino will disappear once she becomes unique. CNTIR. Answer. Once she is unique, her past and future versions will also cease to exist. This will be the case with all your women. One way of preventing parallel attackers from killing them. Perks of being an outer god. No? CNTIR. Answer. Creator Gene, would you feel jealous if you go to a different universe and see your lovers with different partners? Would I? CNTIR did just explain that they'd be basically different people at that point. I think about it for a while, no. As you said, they're different beings at that point. The only thing that may make them the same is their appearance. And that's already pushing it, as they might look different too. You didn't answer my other question. What about the old me? What happened to me? Do you know anything about it? Sentir. Answer. No. She hesitated in answering me. Fine. They'll find out the truth eventually. Fine. They'll find out the answer myself. I end my conversation with CNTIR, as she won't tell me any more about whether she is willing or is being stopped by something more than likely it's Azathoth. I personally don't think I have a special past, but for him to block it out of my mind, there has to be a reason we're back, Naya. Kuroka announces as they enter the living room. Aquino looks slightly tired. Welcome back. What did you do to her? I look at Aquino, and she gives me a tired smile. Nothing, Naya. We were just chatting, Naya. Kuroka starts pushing Aquino out of the room and up the stairs. Why Kuroka? Aquino tried to say something, but was dragged upstairs with Kuroka. She's quite pushy today. I wonder what they bought. Ingvild just stared at the spot where the two once were. She looks prepared. The maid adds, why are we speaking like this? Am I missing something? Side partner Jean, I'm not stupid, right? Right. A few minutes later, Aquino comes down with her new outfit. It is what I would like to say, but it's the same dress she wore to our supposed first date. I tried Naya. Kuroka slumped down on the couch, looking like she had just come back from war. She wouldn't wear the clothes we bought. Ugh. I smile wryly at her nice fight. Kuroka, well, it's fine. We'll just make a coat for her once it gets chilly. I turn to leave with Aquino clinging onto my arm. All right. Everyone, get ready. We'll bring us back to that place soon enough. Aquino and Kuroka nodded. That place? Grafia and Ingvild look confused, as well as Ophis. It's a place Jean creates. We can get stronger in there in a short amount of time. You notice an increase in powers, right, Naya? Kuroka asks Grafia, and she nods. Yes, we've been there before and gotten more powerful. After that, we spent the next few hours killing things and getting stronger. It feels like a game. We kill stuff and level up to become stronger. That's how Aquino jumped from low class to middle class in power after just 8 hours, Naya. Kuroka vaguely explains what I said. Another mysterious power. Grafia shakes her head. I shall come along then. Are you excited to break through into Satan class? FIA? I grin at her, and she nods. I thought she'd deny it, but I guess not. I turn to Ingvild. Am dragging you with us in ITLL be a good place to start training your sacred gear, as well as your clan's powers. She nods. Ingvild hasn't had a chance yet to use her powers after waking up, but that'll be a good opportunity to do so. I feel a tug on my arm, and Aquino pouting slightly. All right. We're gonna get going now. See you guys later. I summoned 4 bags of sweets in front of Ophis. Here are some extra bags to keep you company. She nods and walks back to sit on the couch. Aquino and I teleport away. Ireland, Dublin, 12:32 p.m. Jean skyward. Once we teleport to a random alleyway in Dublin. I take a huge gulp of air, causing Aquino beside me to giggle. Dublin, how I miss you. You miss your home country that much? No, not really, but it's nice being back, you know? She nods, and we walk out of the alley. We're not too far from the city center, but I haven't been through these parts that much. I'll lead us out of there and into the main street. We both see the huge pole thing in the road. Yeah, I never understood why that was there. A few friends said it might be like a giant antenna for the radio or something. They call it the Dublin Spire. I could see that Aquino was amazed by it, for whatever reason. They also decorate it for Christmas and occasionally for other big events. I glance at her again. Are you cold? I can make a jacket for you. She shakes her head. A scarf will do, I oblige, and pull one out of my pocket, as I didn't just want to summon the thing in midair and make everyone look at me. Once summoned, I wrapped it around her neck. Nice and snug. Ikisia forward. All right, let's I start to move in a different direction when I see another tall building. That wasn't there in my world. Hello. What is that? A building that looked like the Skytree, much like the one in Tokyo, Japan, was further back in the city. That is Ireland's equivalent of Japan's Tokyo Skytree. It was made a few years ago and is a big tourist attraction, as well as local one. It is not as tall as the one from Japan. However, it houses 2 of the most luxurious high-class restaurants in Ireland, multiple souvenir shops, Cinchereto pointing at the building that was just explained to me. It's the Fairy Tree, or Cran CG. I proceed to relay the information I had just received from CNTIR to Aquino. She's just as amazed as I was. Let's end our date there later on tonight. Aquino wholeheartedly agrees with me, and so we started walking around. As we do, I'm also hit with nostalgia. Many of the stores and streets are practically the same as my old world. This river is called the River Liffey. It's sometimes turned green during St. Patrick's Day, but it very rarely happens. This is O'Connell's Bridge, by the way. Quite a number of public buses go across here, as it's usually where most people get in and out of Dublin. Dublin buses are called Bus Éireann. They're basically everywhere around the county and are the main mode of transportation for everyone that doesn't own a car. I have a driver's license, but never got a car yet. How about you? Yes, I have a driver's license. There's so many people here, though. Aquino looks around, kind of bewildered by the number of people around us. Yeah, it's summer, so it tends to get like that. It's a lot worse than it is right now. Imagine a national holiday or something. She nods as she points at a green bus. What's the difference between that and Bus Éireann? They're for longer journeys across the country. I was planning to go to college down south from Dublin, in a place called Waterford. However, as you know, I moved to Japan. They're called coaches here. They have designated stops and are usually far apart, so make sure you use the bathroom beforehand. Otherwise, it'll be a tough journey for you. Speaking from experience? She asks, giggling. Yeah, they sometimes have bathrooms in the bus, but most don't. Also, they smell nasty. If you plan on snacking or drinking, you're out of luck, haha. I shake my head. I'm boring you with these random trivia facts. Do you have anything you want to see? See, can we go to where you lived before? A bit surprised by her request, I nod. Sure. I'm also curious about the new family that moved in. I take us to an alleyway and teleport out of there. Ireland, Dunleager. The sea? Aquino says as she sees the ocean near us. Yep, this place is called Dunleager. That place right there used to have ferries come and dock, but I think they stopped that a few years ago. Now the docks and piers are the tourist and local attractions. During the summer, it's flocked with people. Shall we check it out? I ask, and she nods. We make our way down and come across a vendor. Jean? The person inside calls out. I look at them and see an old classmate. Their parallel versions are here. 2Gs. Hey, there, Jamie. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hell yeah, man. How's Japan? Wait, actually, how are you even here? He looks beside me, and his eyes widen. Who's the new moth? He freaked when he said Aquino. She's Aquino, and yes, she's my girlfriend. It's still summer, so we decided to come and visit for a bit. Also, 2 large fish and chips if you don't mind. Aquino cutely waves at him, but doesn't say anything. All right, yeah, coming right up. He comes out of his stupor and starts preparing our food. How are things round here? I ask him as Aquino and I wait. Same old, same old. Got a summer job, as you can see. During my days off, I sit back and have a bit of a crack with the boys. He finishes and hands us our food. That'll be 12 when you're ready. I nod and give him 20 euros. Sincerado, I couldn't help myself and burst into laughter. No, no, no. God know that phrasing means something different in Ireland. Also, you even understood what we're saying? She shyly nods. I put my hand on her forehead and make her fluent in all languages of the world. Yes, devils have an ability called language, which allows normal people listening to us to hear it in the language they're most familiar with, and vice versa. Then let me do this. I touch her forehead and made her fluent in all known languages across the world. There, I made you fluent in every language, which should help with English homework in the future. Thank you. So, can you explain? Right? So to have a crack is to basically have fun or mess around. So he said he just lazes and messes around with his friends, doing random teenage stuff. I want to tell her about his other struggles. Oh, I see. Such a strange way of saying things, oh. Trust me, I know I had to get used to it too. After we walk around the pier for a little bit, we go through a park. This place is called People's Park, and as you can see, it's a park. It's small, though, a little playground over there, a small fountain here. Nothing special, just an everyday park. A very original name. Is that a shop? Aquino points towards the group of tables and chairs with people eating. Truthfully, I have no idea. I never really went there, and when I did, they were closed. Anyway, let's get to my old home. We back out of the park and further down the pier. Further down, there's a relatively large house, mostly colored white. It's 2 stories. Is that your home? Aquino says while pointing at it. Yep, there are already cars there, so the family already moved in. Let's just look at it from a distance. This was my old house from my old world. I'm surprised there are people living here too. I felt a bit nostalgic looking at it. Hell, walking down this very road, it made me feel nostalgic. Jean, I forgot to ask, why did your friend call me a moth? The teens in Ireland, and I would think the United Kingdom call guys girlfriend or lovers their moths. I don't know why. I just heard it when I was younger and never questioned it. I see she trails off and looks back at the house. After a while, we had seen enough and went back to the pier. More people were there, and my classmate was swamped with people ordering food. We didn't interrupt him, seeing how busy he was. Well, then how about we go back to Dublin? There are a few places we can visit there. I ask her, and she nods. We teleport back to Dublin. Ireland, Dublin. Jean, can we go to the zoo? After we teleport to the same alley, Aquino asked me if we could go to the zoo. Sure, I haven't been there since I was 9. After all, I'm curious on how much it changed. Huh, how do I remember that? I've been getting random flashes of memory, but nothing cohesive or concrete. So, I haven't been to the zoo since I was 9, huh? I feel Aquino tugging on me since I spaced out. Sorry about that, let's go. She smiles and leans close to me as we walk on. Dublin Zoo attracts a lot of tourists from abroad and locally throughout the year. We buy our tickets and start our own tour. There's a guided tour apparently, but you have to pay a bit more, so we opted out of it. Wow, so many different kinds of animals here. Aquino was the one leading us now. I'll admit that I feel like there weren't that many animals back when I was 9. It just feels so new to me. Some areas look the same. I get that feeling like I've been here before. Aquino drags me into a building, and to our surprise, we see a giant skeleton of a T-Rex. I haven't been up close to one before, same. I've only seen them through books and movies. I look around and see people taking pictures and families enjoying their time. During our time in Ireland, I have checked our vicinity for any supernatural phenomena and signatures, but so far there have been none. We make our way out of there and just wander from enclosure to enclosure, checking out the different animals. Unlike the one in Hokkaido, there are many more different breeds here. Tigers, giraffes, elephants, some kind of monkey species, peacocks, ostriches, and even penguins are some of what we saw. Much like Kuroka, Aquino was mesmerized. Jean, that's the Eiffel Tower? Aquino sounded confused when she pointed it out. When did they add this? The zoo also had a miniature version of the Eiffel Tower covered in Christmas lights, lights. I glance at my watch and see it's nearing closing. Aquino, they'll close in an hour and people will start flocking out. We should leave now so we don't get caught up. Okay, she sounded a bit disappointed, which prompted me to pet her. Come on, there's still the Phoenix Park to check out. Aquino agrees, and they leave the zoo, but Aquino insisted on getting a selfie before leaving. I oblige. Phoenix Park, whoa, it's huge. Once Aquino and I got into the park itself, yes, it's huge. It's mostly open field, though, pathways and trees. And that thing. She points at the giant monument that's visible even outside the park. There's still a lot of people around, even at this time of day, huh? Yeah, having a sunny and warm day in Ireland is pretty rare, so everyone takes advantage of it, even if it's a bit chilly. So, it's not normally like this in the summer. She looks at me and to the sky. The clear blue sky with very few clouds and the very rare sun. Yeah, the weather in Ireland is usually dark and gloomy, the ever-present dark clouds threatening to rain. But that can also change in a heartbeat, as it can be dark and gloomy one moment, could start raining the next, then suddenly hail, and then become sunny. That can repeat for the entire day, for a week, maybe more. Sounds inconsistent. Does it snow here? Very rarely. It just gets really cold. I've experienced snow here in Ireland 3 times in my life again, with the vague patches of memory. It feels like I had 3 snowstorms in my time in Ireland, but I'm not sure we just got lucky today that the weather is sunny. As we spoke about the weather, we reached the giant monument that Aquino pointed out earlier. This thing is called the Wellington Monument. The Wellington Testimonial was built to commemorate the victories of Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington. Wellington, the British politician and general, also known as the Iron Duke, was born in Ireland. Originally planned to be located in Merrion Square, it was built in the Phoenix Park after opposition from the square's residents. What about these things written on it? Aquino points to the inscriptions. Oh, those? These are 4 bronze plaques cast from cannons captured at Waterloo, 3 of which have pictorial representations of his career, while the 4th has an inscription. The plaques depict civil and religious liberty by John Hogan, Waterloo by Thomas Farrell, and the Indian Wars by Joseph Robinson Kirk. The inscription reads, Asia and Europe, saved by thee, proclaim invincible in war thy deathless name. Now round thy brow the civic oak we twine, that every earthly glory may be thine. You sure do know a lot about Ireland's landmarks and history. Aquino smiles at me, apparently. Some people around us were also listening and praised me on my knowledge of the thing. I thanked them and we walked away. We walked around for a few more minutes before finding a bench and sitting down. Jean, I know you briefly went over your plans if you didn't move to Cuo. Do you mind elaborating on them? Why? You feeling anxious I might disappear all of a sudden? I tried teasing her, but Aquino gained a sad look on her. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I sigh and hold her hand. Well, if I didn't move to Co, I would have finished my high school here and then go to that college I mentioned earlier, Waterford Institute of Technology. After I get whatever degree I was going for, I would have played a double life. A normal human, and then dive into the supernatural after I graduated from college. I would find a normal job to have an alibi. We would definitely meet eventually, but who knows how that would have turned out. Since I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, I would be bound to be dragged back into the supernatural. That's the destiny of most sacred gear users once they awaken it. I decided to tell Aquino fake stories of my childhood. They sounded believable since she didn't try correcting me or anything. We spent that time on that bench talking about whatever came to our mind. The light turned into dusk, and night had arrived. Aquino and I had forgotten to have lunch. I didn't need to eat, so I was fine, but Aquino was hungry. I had asked C&TIR earlier to hack into one of the restaurants to book us a reservation. As we made our way to Cran CG, or the Fairy Tree, we could see many people slowly making their way to bus stops and to their own vehicles to get back home. We passed by the River Liffey again to make our way to the giant Irish sky tree. We get to the entrance, and the guards open the door for us. Looks like not many people are here right now. It's usually packed for what I've heard. That's great. More room for us. She cheered happily. I can agree with that. The fewer crowds, the better. We took our time climbing up. We made some stops to look at the various stores within the place and got a few souvenirs for the girls. Aquino got Kuroka some whiskers. I have no idea how she'll react to that. I bought Grafia a new tea set, Ingvald a brand new phone case, and Ophis. Well, some sweets. We finally get to the restaurant. I show the guy outside our booking number through my phone, and he lets us through. Whoa, Aquino muttered. I was also in awe of the place. Chandeliers everywhere, wall-mounted candles, gold, silver, platinum, tinted colored glass, and whatever else that is considered high class it was here. Aquino and I felt completely out of place since most couples that were here were dressed appropriately. In contrast, we were in casual clothing. A waiter spots us, I show him our number, and they lead us to our table. Once there, they leave us with the menu. These are quite expensive. Everything was over $50, including the smallest thing, like sparkling water. The only thing free was regular water. I'm rich, so it didn't really bother me. Order anything you want, Aquino. We're not strapped for money at all. She nods and mulls over her decision. Thinking the same, what the hell do half of these even mean? It appears that some of them. Whatever, it appears that Aquino is also experiencing the same dilemma as I am. We give each other defeated smiles. Once the waiter came back, he asked us what we wanted. We order a starter, main, and dessert. He also comes back with appetizers. Aquino and I try them, and they tasted good, albeit we have no clue what they were. I feel so out of place here. Yeah. Next time we come here, we could dress to fit it. Aquino smiles at me. Oh, I said when we come again. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah. This won't be the last date we go on. I chuckle. Can't wait for more, she responds, still smiling at me, giving me an almost dreamy look. We started to chat about random things we expect to come out of the year. After the waiter returned with our food, he set them down and opened them one by one for us. The odor coming from them wasn't bad. Enjoy your meal, ma'am, sir, he says and leaves. I could see he gave us a weird side glance. Is he thinking we might try to leave because we don't look the part? I look at the entrance where the security guard was, and I see another waiter talking to them and pointing at us. Cinchuredo. We eat with light chatter and try to adhere to the rules. Most people only had short chats here and there during the meal. The meal ended soon enough, and as we were basking in the afterglow of our meal, the waiter was already by our table. I could see the security ready at the entrance. He brings out a credit card reader. I smirk and bring out my black credit card. Once he saw that, his eyes bulged out of his sockets and immediately became nervous and made his attitude do a 180. "Yes, sir. It's an honor for you to enter our establishment tonight. How was your experience?" he asked nervously. I could see the security nope out of the situation, much to my amusement. I had a smug look on me. It was fine. The food was good. I put my card in it as well as my code. The process takes a few seconds. Once it was done, and I removed my card, he immediately ran off. Cinchuredo, huh? Why did that guy start getting nervous? Aquino, who wasn't too privy to what just happened, asked me. What I pulled out was a rare credit card among humans. A black credit card is a type of extremely exclusive credit card that is almost solely reserved for the ultra-wealthy. Typically, the cards are available on an invitation-only basis. The threshold for entry into this elite echelon of card ownership is incredibly high, as are the annual fees. I explain with a grin. But we are part of the supernatural, so I use some magic to make myself one and put my money into it. I just wanted to scare the guy. I chuckle. And so does Aquino once I was done with my explanation. We slowly made our way to the top, wanted to see the observation deck at the top. When we got there, much to our surprise, we were the only ones there. I would have expected for more people to be here, but I guess we got lucky. Aquino trots over to the edge and looks out into the sea of buildings that was Dublin City. There's a railing there to stop people from accidentally falling off. It was chest height with multiple bars to stop children from falling as well. I walk over to Aquino and see her shiver from the cold wind up here. I summon a coat that matches her dress and scarf and wrap it around her. Beautiful, isn't it? I join her, looking out at the lights in the distance. Not many people could be seen walking around anymore as the day was slowly coming to a close. Aquino doesn't answer, but leans into me. I hug her from behind, and we just enjoy the silence between us. Dublin's nightlife is starting to come to life. Certain shops are starting to open that weren't open during the day. I could hear faint shouts from the people below, buses filled with tired people wanting to get home for the day. I really should try to visit Grigori with Aquino soon, and then a family reunion with Sazako Himejima. She's the clan head now, so maybe she can lift the ban on Aquino. She's banned from entering all of the Himejima clan's territory, along with Shuri, I believe, since they're both exiled from the clan by the previous head. After a long period of silence, Aquino finally starts to speak. Jean, thank you, truly. Aquino turns around to look at me, and plastered on her was the biggest, widest, and most genuine smile she could muster. I wouldn't have thought my life would end up here at all. I always thought I would hate men, loathe my father, and probably end up alone forever. Aquino chuckles at her own joke. It hasn't been that long since we first met. I didn't think we would end up like this. I'm sorry for my initial reaction towards you. When you first came to the shrine, I thought you were just another teen human trying to be overly friendly with me. How wrong I was. I had a bad experience before summer. A human named Chase Akuno bothered and followed me, so I had to confront him and expose his behavior. My opinion of males turned even more sour after it. She sighed, remembering the memory. But you came along. I was suspicious at first. I felt some kind of energy coming from you, that's why I accompanied you. But I found myself quickly flustered, even though I had a hatred for your sex. I'm not sure if you were doing it on purpose or not, so I had my guard up, but the multiple coincidences that happened over the course of that week, the impromptu dates we had, I really enjoyed them, much to my surprise. I found myself wanting to spend more time with you. I wanted you for myself. I finally confirmed my feelings once we were at the pool, and it only increased after. You revived my dead mother, helped repair my relationship with my father. You helped repair a very broken family. Aquino hugs me tight, and I do the same. Rias and the Grimmery clan have done a lot of things for me, but not to this extent. I'm grateful to them. But to you, I can't find words to describe how I fully feel about you. She finally looks up at me, the same smile still on her face. But 3 words do come to mind. I love you. I really, truly love you. Fate, if such a thing existed, then it had a hand in our meeting. I just know it. I'm happy. If I'm together with you, Jean, I'm sure many people care about you. But even so, I will always stay by your side. Aquino finally closes her eyes peacefully. I stay by her side in that quiet moment. We both feel something. We're not sure what, but we feel it. I know it. It resonates between us, filling both of us with an indescribable feeling, but it felt inarguably like joy, no, sheer utter happiness. After we pull apart, Aquino started to silently cry. What is wrong with me? I'm sorry, Jean. I don't mean to rue. I cut her off and just hug her, placing her head against my shoulder. I look out into the city and wait for her to calm down. I don't want to see her with tears of sadness. No man wants to see that from the person they love. We only want our significant other happy. Aquino eventually stops crying. Her body stops shaking, and her breathing goes back to normal. Yeah, I'm okay now. I will live on for the sake of you, Rias, and everyone else. I will become stronger with you, Jean. I will be with you forever. Yeah, we'll be together forever, Aquino. We fall into silence again, and Aquino smiles warmly at me, her eyes full of gratitude. Jean, thank you. Please stay with me tonight, she whispered softly. I understood what she meant, so I teleported us back to Aquino's home, the shrine where we had first met. We entered her former home, where I expanded the space inside and prepared a comfortable resting area, and I placed a protective barrier around the home. I just wanted us to have a quiet, peaceful moment together. Lemon Start, third-person point of view. Aquino had changed in her nightgown after Jean had set up the new bed for them for tonight. Jean turned around and paused at the sight of her as she offered him a shy smile with a light blush on her cheeks. She wasn't sure if he liked it or not as he was silently staring at her. You look beautiful, Aquino. Jean snapped his fingers and his outfit changed into something simpler. Thank you, she whispered out, still flustered. They embraced one another warmly and shared a gentle moment together, their hearts racing. And wanted to take the next step, Jean leaned in and bravado Aquino. The sensation caused Aquino's body to briefly tense and freeze. The feeling was unfamiliar to both of them, and Aquino remained still, unsure of what to do next, letting Jean share the moment without pulling away. Centuredo, she could see her partner's eyes widen at the sight of them. Jean's eyes fixated on Aquino in front of him. Aquino's blush deepened as she felt flustered during their short but passionate embrace. Jean? He had done nothing but stare. Aquino became concerned that he might not like her. Centuredo. This left the girl catching her breath. Jean. She spoke softly, feeling her boyfriend gently bravado her. And nothing's going to happen, you know, Aquino said, feeling like he had briefly turned into a baby. But her thoughts were interrupted when she felt something unexpected. Jean had stopped and slowly lowered his hand. He noticed she seemed nervous, more than what he had expected. Censurado, 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 censurado. Jean had been watching the exchange intently, feeling a growing tension in the air. Aquino was left speechless as she took in the unfolding moment. She reached out and placed her hands gently on his arm, causing him to smile warmly in response. Censurado, censurado. Jean put a hand on Aquino's head and started to lightly ruffle her hair. Aquino, wanting to show affection to her boyfriend, gave him a gentle bravado on the cheek, which made him smile warmly. Seeing his reaction, she hugged him a little tighter. She thought the moment felt sweet and comforting. She continued to show him affection while smiling warmly, and Jean enjoyed the moment, but wanted something more. Aquino, he called out her name, and she paused to look at him. Jean reached out and pulled her closer. Aquino understood and embraced him gently as they shared a quiet, bravado moment together. She slowly ate another bite of the spicy noodle dish, pushing herself to finish the challenge. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked up at Jean, who was smiling at her. She paused to take a breath and then took another big bite. "You can do it," Jean encouraged her warmly. Censurado, 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 censurado. Ow! Aquino let out a small, pained cry as she went slightly. "Are you all right?" Jean asked worriedly, but Aquino only gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought. You can start moving," she breathed out. Censurado, 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 censurado. Jean, wait. Overwhelmed by the moment, Aquino let her emotions show, and Jean let out contented sighs as they held each other close. Aquino cupped his face and pulled him into a deep, passionate bravado. Censurado, censurado, censurado. Censurado, 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 censurado. Let's stay like this for a bit. She liked the feeling of being held close. Jean chuckled. All right. He wrapped his arms around her as Aquino buried her head into his neck. I love you, Jean, she whispered as the day's fatigue had finally caught up to her. I love you too, Aquino. Censurado. Aquino had fallen asleep soon after we finished talking. I had stayed awake for a little while to make sure she was resting comfortably before slipping out of the room. Even while asleep, she frowned, and I had to hold back a small laugh at the sight, as it had only been a short time together, but she already seemed used to my presence. I turn to my side and see her still fast asleep. Cute. I wrapped my hand around her and pulled her close. This caused her to smile. Aquino mumbled in her sleep after I moved her a bit. I started to slowly brush her hair, but her eyes fluttered open soon enough. She didn't say anything but smile at me. How could someone be so cute? I couldn't help but think. Good morning, she whispers and leans in to kiss me. I happily reciprocate. The kiss only lasted for a few seconds, but it filled me with joy. Good morning, Aquino. Did you sleep well? She snuggled into me as we continued to laze on her bed. Censurado, censurado. It's nearing 8 and we have to get up. I could always create a barrier that can change time dilation like for decreate, but I don't want to become someone driven entirely by physical desire. I want to think clearly. They're not just objects I can use whenever I feel like it. They're living, breathing beings. I think I remember reading some novels back in my old world that had those kinds of premises. I'd rather not be that kind of person. I slightly shiver at the thought. Aquino whined at the thought of getting up. She finally pulls away from me, and her cheeks are puffed. Do we have to? Yes, we have to. We have the rest of our lives to do this. I pull the blankets back and get up. I could see her smirking at me. Aquino, come on. Fine. But I'm making jokes the whole way through. She got up. Well, she tried and almost immediately fell back on the bed. She was surprised at what happened and tried again to stand. Censurado, she lets go of my arm and starts to walk, but is visibly limping. Once she sees this, she looks back at me with a forced smile. This has turned into a difficult situation. I couldn't help but grin at her. Well, it certainly has. I walked past her and give her a playful nudge on the shoulder, which made her laugh. We continued to banter back and forth as we got our clothes on. Aquino needed a bit of help, as she was still a bit weak from last night. Take it easy, Aquino. I've got you, I said as I helped her with her top. The comment made her laugh. Last time I checked, everything still fit, but maybe I need to double-check later, she said, adjusting her shirt. Want to measure them for me, darling? I stared at her a bit, surprised by the new way she was calling me. Darling? Where did that come from? I step away as she put her dress back on and twirled. Do you hate it? I could stop if you want. She sounded sad while asking that. I shake my head. Oh, it's fine. I was just a bit surprised by it. She stood beside me and hugged my arm. Then how about husband instead? She grins and I sigh. Never a dull moment. Huh? How am I going to do with you? I shook my head. I turned back and fixed her bed with some magic and teleported us back to my home. Centuredo, she ended her sentence with a very calm and terrifying smile. I was being threatened. Damn, girl, it'll sink that ship even deeper then. I just chuckled, and we all made our way to the kitchen. Good morning, everyone. In response to my greeting, they immediately turned their attention to us as Aquino limped beside me. Centuredo, did she try staying up and waiting for us? I gave her an apologetic smile, to which she responded with a piercing dead look. How was your date? Ingvald asks. I walk over and take a seat beside her as everyone stared at Aquino, who stood still. Aquino? Is something wrong? Still oblivious as to what Kuroka meant. Poor girl, I said, looking at her with sympathy. Aquino eventually moved as she was getting uncomfortable with all the gazes on her. Slowly and awkwardly she limped to her seat, causing Kuroka's grin to widen even more. Centuredo, are you limping? She looks down at Aquino's legs. Why? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing her words, the whole room fell into silence as everyone stared at the oblivious dragon god. Ingvald turned a brighter shade of red midway through putting food into her mouth. Kuroka, finally losing it, burst into laughter, and Grafia shook her head. The one in question, Aquino had just covered her face with her hands, dying from embarrassment. It's just another way of showing affection, Ophis. When two people care about each other a lot, those feelings naturally grow over time. I shrug. ITLL happened to everyone in my group at some point. I inform her, and she just nods, still not really understanding it. The awkward atmosphere slowly lifts, and we start to dig into our breakfast. Oh yeah, Aquino, be careful around your king and peerage, otherwise they'll ask you questions. Kuroka snickers while shoving another spoonful of food into her mouth. This caused Aquino to groan, since I already warned her earlier. Please don't remind me. Rias will be the most suspicious. Your sister will also probably notice, she sighed defeatedly. The room fell into silence again, and the only sounds were of chewing and metal hitting our plates. How was yesterday for all of you? Seeing as how they didn't tell me anything of utmost importance, I wanted to know what they did during our outing. Sleep. G, more sweets. Ophis was the first to answer, and then asked for more sweets. Ran out. She also apparently already ran out of sweets. Did she stress eat or something? Sure. They'll make you some when we're done having breakfast. She nods and continues eating. I glance around at everyone waiting for their answers. I was just writing more of my song and not sure on where to take it next. It's changed a few times already. I need inspiration. Ingvald adds as she scrolled through her phone while taking occasional bites of her food. I briefly returned to the underworld as I needed to get a few things. She looks at me. I also informed Sir Zexama of your proposal, and he accepted. Grafia sounded a bit annoyed by the fact that he did. He would like one soon, and will give you an extra favor from himself. I felt giddy inside since I got an extra favor from Satan. However, now that I think about it, I can probably just make him do something stupid for it. However, I will have to think about how he'll use it, since currently I have 3 favors from Satan Lucifer. The first will be getting Grafia, seeing as how she is now. ITLL be an easy yes from her when the time comes. The other 2 I'm not sure how to use, since I can just create whatever I want. I don't need anything materialistic from him. I mentally sigh, he'll cross that bridge when the time comes. I texted Chiron and had to go to Vala for a bit. Cow's Brigade is in panic as Ophis randomly left and never came back. I don't really plan on saying anything, so it's up to them to find out. She frowns. There are talks of some other beings taking the newly created position of leader, though. Are they mainly from the Devil faction in Cow's Brigade? As Kuroka nodded, I realized that most of them want to rule the underworld like ancient times and do not like how the current Satans are doing things. Even Kateria wants to take over the world. Are they truly no threat? Graphia felt uneasy. She was already informed of Ophis being the former leader, but still there were quite a lot of groups within the organization. She also just found out some of the old Satan factions are part of it. ITL'll be fine. They're quite weak, even with the use of Ophis snakes. I wave her concern off. I already plan on making them stronger in a few days. Your definition of weak and strong is beyond our measurement. I don't consider that reliable. She quips back, and I just chuckle at her. No, really, don't worry, ITL'll be fine. I'm taking you guys there again in a few days. You'll probably break in a Satan class during it. Don't worry yourself, FIA. You still haven't elaborated on what that place is. She squints at me. ITL'll be a surprise. Trust me. She just shook her head, not wanting to argue. I stare at Graphia. She really does look like Sakuya Izaoi from Toho. What if I get her to learn time manipulation and give her knives? She'll be like the two combined plus Dio, do it partner. It would certainly be amusing. Time Graphia wait, isn't that just his death? Well, whatever, I'll urge her to learn some time manipulation during our trip into the pocket dimension. Is something the matter? Graphia asks me. Seems like I've just been staring at her. Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what I should teach you when we go back to that place again. I have an idea. ITL'll be up to you when the time comes. She doesn't answer, but just resumes eating. The rest of breakfast was just our usual banter and idle chatter. 10:33 a.m. Aquino had gone to the Occult Research Club to get her contracts done for the day. The rest of us had nothing to do, so we stayed back for the day. I was lazily sitting on the couch, Ophis on my lap, reading a book titled Normal People by Sally Rooney. I have no idea why she wanted to read a book, but I obliged, but I had to pick a random book off the internet and made it. She's been stuck reading it ever since. Ingvild was doing her usual routine of working on her song. Kuroka had transformed in her cat form and was sleeping on my head, and Graphia had gone up in her room for something. It was a peaceful morning ring. You just had to jinx it again. Huh? I pick up my phone and see that it was Lavinia calling. I answer it. Morning, Rennie. What can I do for you? Good morning, Jean. I was actually planning on moving today. If you don't mind, I have my teammates helping me get everything packed into boxes right now. Her cheerful voice resounded from the phone. Cool. I'll teleport to you and help out. Give me a second. We cut the call, and I looked at everyone present in the room. I'll probably go to Grigori for a bit. Lavinia is moving in today. Lavinia? Ingvild and Rennie haven't met, so her reaction made sense. She's the one who stole Jean's first kiss. Cheeky little human acting all cute, Naya. Is that a hint of jealousy I hear? I smirked at the cat on top of my head, only to be greeted by a light smack of the paw on my forehead. No, Naya, she got off my head and slept on the couch instead. I moved Ophis from my lap and back on the couch. I summoned some bags of sweets beside her, and she immediately started taking some and popping them in her mouth. Still engrossed, but can notice sweets beside her almost instantaneously. How peculiar. So, another woman in your group? Great. Can't wait to meet her. Ingvild trails off as she starts typing on her laptop again. Just then, Graphia came back into the room, and I informed her where and who I was meeting, and she nodded. Shall I get some snacks prepared? Yeah, it shouldn't take long, thanks FIA. She nods and leaves again for the kitchen. Well, off I go. I waved to them. Have a safe trip. Ingvild gave a half-hearted wave back. Grigori sup. I had teleported directly to Azazel's office and greeted the man. Surprisingly, Barakil and Penemu were also present. Oh. What's up, Jean? Oh, you're here to help move Lavinia? Ashcrow stops, speaking with the other two as they turn to face me. Yeah, that's the plan. Hey there, Barakil. I waved to him, Penemu-chan. I smirk at her, which caused her to turn away from me. The two male fallen angels raised their eyebrows, but did not pursue the matter. Nice to see you again, Jean. Is the Demise girl moving into your home today? Yeah, just here to help move her stuff. How you been? I've been well. Shuri is curious as to when you'll be visiting with Aquino. Soon. I want to meet up with Suzaku, so I can have her come with us and have a reunion with Shuri. Two birds with one stone, Your best bet is getting Tobio to contact her and set up a time to meet up, location, and all that. She's head of her clan now, so she's definitely busy maintaining that. Ash Crow adds in. Right, I'll ask him about that then. Anyway, see you guys. I wave to them as I turn around and leave through the door. Third-person point of view, Azazel, Office Penemy-chan. Azazel looks at his chief secretary amused. Well, I guess he did leave a mark on you. He chuckled only to get a smack on the head. That brat is a beast. He's no gentleman. Penemy blushed as she touched the spot where a small bruise was covered with a few band-aids. Even you are not safe. My condolences, Penemy. I also wish you luck. Barrakiel wasn't even surprised at this point. The number of people that Jean had dealt with was already piling up to an extreme amount. KHHH, he'll get him back for this. Penemy was the one to provoke him, but she couldn't handle the situation herself, so she swore vengeance on Jean. She'll have a last laugh in the end, probably. Jean skyward, I had left the room and quickly made my way to Lavinia's room. When I got closer to it, I could see a few boxes outside her room ready to be moved. To my surprise, Natsum was outside supervising Cookie and Tobio on where to put them. I sneaked up behind her and poked her, making the girl yelp. Hey there, Natsu. I chuckle at her cute reaction. She went from pissed to cutely huffing. Don't do that. What is wrong with you? Geez, my bad, I couldn't resist. So got the guys to do all the heavy lifting, huh? I stand beside her and watch the two male members of Slash Dog move boxes to and from Lavinia's room. Yeshigin and Rennie are the ones packing everything. I did help earlier, but seeing how unorganized these two were at placing boxes on the ground, I decided to oversee them. She explained and gave the two males light glares. Cookie rolled his eyes, and Tobio gave an awkward smile. Does it matter? Bro is just going to store them in whatever place he did with the cryptid thing from before anyway. Regardless, having them in a neat and orderly pile will make things easier for all of us. Natsum shoots back, only for Cookie to roll his eyes again. And also, why the hell are we the ones doing all the heavy lifting? You help, like what the hell? Do you really expect a lady to do that? Natsum raised her eyebrow at him, and Cookie stopped blanking staring at her. Lady? What lady? Cookie was perplexed as he eyed Natsum and scoffed. I don't see anything here, but a gorilla. He couldn't finish his sentence as Natsum sent a roundhouse kick towards him. Cookie reacted in time and blocked it, but was sent flying back. I had to step in and catch the box he was carrying so it would fall. Who knows what's in here? Be careful, Jesus. We don't know what's even in this thing. I carry the box to the side and place it down. It's that jerk's fault. He has no tact, says the wild one of the group. Cookie shouted back as he started walking back to us. Natsum was slowly reaching for her light gun, but I stopped her. Let pass, Natsu. You're fine. Cute, actually. Cookie just doesn't see it. Gotta give some lip service here to calm her down. Fine, you're lucky, you dumb cat. She removed her hands from her holster, then crossed her arms. TCH, you're lucky, bro. Save your ass bird shit. Cookie grumbled as he walked back inside Lavinia's room. Natsum was going to react, but I started petting her, which stopped her in her tracks. Right, they'll go and help out as well. I left the slightly flustered girl outside. Yo, sorry I'm late. I greet the other two women of Slash Dog. When the blonde beauty heard my voice, she turned around and jumped into my arms, burying her face into my chest. Jean, hey there. I hug her back. I also waved to Shigen, who waved back. I looked around and saw her room was almost empty, unlike the few times I was here. Nearly done packing up? We break off our hug, and she nods. Only a few more things, well, kind of. She gestures to the corner, and I see more things piled up, mostly books and a few other tidbits. It will take a bit to sort through them all. We've been going through this pile first. Shigen chimes in and points behind her, and even more books and other items. Rennie has way too many things sometimes, she said in a defeated tone. I think they'll be useful down the line, she cutely huffs. How about this then? I point behind me and summon a few android fairies, much like Seraphals. These guys can help with the packing. Just give them instructions on what belongs where, and they'll do the rest. But if they're not sure of something, they'll come back to you. The fairies split into two groups, half of them heading to Lavinia and the other half heading to Shigen. Shigen reaches her hand out and starts petting one of them. The fairy just looks at her puzzled, Meanwhile, Lavinia started giving them names Hai-chan, Mi-chan, Ki-chan, Lee-chan. She points at one, names them, and goes to the next. It's almost comical in a way. Shigen and I both shake our heads. She proceeds to give them some commands, and they fly away to execute them. Tobio and the rest join us in the room and are surprised to see a bunch of mechanical fairies flying around. Were they? He asks, and I tell him. They sound convenient. Can they do anything? Not everything. I just made this batch for moving and organizing purposes, but I can also make support and battle-oriented ones if I so desire. And you don't plan on sharing this, right? He gave me a smirk. You know it, or I could, and if someone tries to replicate them, I can just have them self-destruct. I smirk back at him, and Tobio just sighs. They're cute. Natsum trots over to Lavinia, who had one on her shoulder watching the rest work. The thing looked desperate to help, but was commanded by her to sit there until she could give it one. I did make one for Seraphal Leviathan. She wanted something to help with her paperwork. Surzex Lucifer also requested one. I'll give me a favor in exchange. Damn, bro, getting one of the Satans to owe you one is a pretty big achievement. Cookie stands beside me and puts his hand on my shoulder. He owes me 3, actually, so I can ask him for anything. I know what I want for my first favor, but am blanking on the other 2. I glanced at Cookie, who looked at me with a strange sense of respect. It didn't take us long to finish packing everything thanks to the help of the android fairies, which also included cleaning her room up. We were back outside about to part ways. Natsum and Cookie got into a few petty arguments during that time, and Cookie stormed off after we finished. Tobio turns to leave. Well, I better get going. I have someone to check up on. Is it SAE? You really got to confess to her sooner or later, Tobio. She won't wait forever. I say to him a bit more seriously. He briefly stops and looks at me before nodding, acknowledging what I said to him. Tobio gained a thoughtful look and continued to walk away from us. You really got him thinking there. Pretty rare for him to think about love so seriously. Natsum says, earning approving nods from the other 2. I forgot to ask him about Suzuko. Well, whatever. They'll call him later. I feel Lavinia poke me in the ribs as a warning. Huh? What's up? I play dumb. Suzuko-san? Why her? Shigen looks at me funny. I mean, Tobio said she wanted to meet me and thank me for reviving Shuri. I also want her to meet up with Shuri in the future. So, I would like to set up a time to meet up with her and get them to meet again, you know? Is that really all? Rennie stepped closer to me. I gave her a quick peck on the nose, which flustered the woman. That's right, I answered. Ernie Odd looks at me. Anyway, back to Toby, I did mean what I said to him. No one will wait forever for you, especially when you're part of the supernatural, because we can just lose our lives quite easily. There's no guarantee that we'll be alive to see the next day if you, let's say, take a dangerous mission. Better confess your feelings, or you'll take that regret with you. I decide to store the boxes in my inventory as the girls fall silent. Is that from experience? Shigen finally breaks the silence. Is it? I don't know. I have this nagging feeling that it might be. An uneasy feeling. Yon. God, huh? What the hell was that? That didn't sound like my voice or feel like my memories. What the hell? The other one sounded female. CNTIR. Answer. I do not know. Seriously? Ugh, whatever. Forget this amnesia nonsense. I can't have anything in this house. Jean? Shigen calls out to me, and I come back to reality, seeing them all looking at me worriedly. I chuckle nervously. Sorry, I just spaced out. To answer your question, no. Or maybe. I have no idea. We'll just change topics. Anyway, where did you guys go yesterday? I came here cause Ash Crow wanted to talk about something. We were sent to different locations. Actually, Tobio, Natsum, and I went to check out Kyoto, while Lavinia and Cookie were sent to France. Shigen looks at the other 2 to continue. Right, my group went to Kyoto to look for clues about the cryptid. Kyoto? Why Kyoto? There were some rogue fallen angels recently spotted, and we went to capture them. But before we could get answers out of them, they killed themselves. Seems like we were on the right tracks. Natsum frowned, remembering the scene she had just told me. We got permission to be in the area thanks to their leader. She was pretty chill about the whole thing. Her daughter was cute. The fox ears, I want to touch them. She looked annoyed. But Tobio stopped me, tch. Yasaka and Kunu, huh? Seems like there's nothing suspicious going on just yet. You know them? I shake my head. No, I just heard of them in passing when I was flying around with you. She nods. I turn to Lavinia. How about your end? We didn't find much, but some of the locals said they would see black feathers at night every now and again. We also felt some energy spikes at certain places, but they covered their tracks pretty well. They're experienced. France? Cookie was irritated the whole way through since he didn't get to fight anyone. Natsum rolled her eyes. There might be more fallen that weren't in the record books that went into hiding and got stronger. Maybe that's the one you came across? Hell, that's not out of the picture since this world is weird. That might be the case. We already reported this to Azazel yesterday, but we didn't get to hear his conversation with Michael. Natsum seems to not like being not told secrets. Michael? I guess there are more contact now. More ripple effects made by my status. Great. Peace talk should be smoother than canon then. Yeah, thanks to your job, they've been communicating more, apparently. He said the last time they spoke was 40 years ago before you showed up. Actually, we did find out something else. Some of the Excaliburs of the church went missing. I can only assume that they're connected in some way. Lavinia remembered some more of what they found. Right now, 2 are missing. The rest are having their security tightened. Only 2 so far have been stolen. Arthur should have ruler, and Zenobia and Irina should wield destruction and mimic sooner or later. So, rapidly, transparency or nightmare should be in their possession right now. 2, huh? I believe ruler is being wielded by someone I might know. Really? Who? That's classified as of now, since I'm not 100% on that. Flashback, third-person point of view. Grigori, Azazel's office. So, did you guys find any kind of lead? Azazel leaned back on his chair as he waited for his field team to report back their findings. Azazel had invited Archangel Michael to Grigori and into his office in order for both of them to hear what Slashdog found. He had been standing beside Azazel and tried to reprimand him, but he just waved him off. The team looked at one another, and Tobio stepped forward first. We were informed by some local yokai that they had seen some fallen angels around the area of Kyoto, but they didn't know if they were affiliated with Grigori or not, so they stayed away from them. After we were told that, we requested an audience with the current leader of the West Yukai faction, Yasaka. We were led there by Tengu guards and her daughter Kanu. We informed her of our mission, and she agreed to let us do our investigation. We also got more leads from other yokai that were affiliated to them. They had seen a few of them in St. Rainbow Park, so we headed there first. We waited a couple of hours and finally found some rogue fallen entering the park. We confirmed that they were rogue and engaged them. We quickly defeated them, but did not expect them to commit suicide to prevent us from questioning them. We had to leave since the explosion had attracted normal human police and locals. We assumed that the others were alerted and fled the area or went into further hiding. We searched other places that the yokai pointed to us, but found nothing but burn-up remains of paper, I would assume to be documents to whatever they're scheming. That's all from our team. Tobio concluded and stepped back. This is sounding more and more serious. Why would they make cryptids and then kill themselves when found out? Azazel didn't understand their reasoning. The suicide part he did to prevent any information from leaking out, as well as burning evidence. But what he didn't understand was the creation of cryptids. It went over his head for the time being. Lavinia stepped forward this time. My team in France only found small evidence, unlike Tobio's. We came across a few hot spots of energy. However, we couldn't pinpoint it if they were fallen angels or if it were made by other supernatural beings. But we did ask locals around if they did find anything strange lately. Oh, we were in Nice. Our investigations were based in Aspermont. Anyway, the locals mentioned that they had been seeing black feathers at night, taking to the skies. They just assumed they were the usual crows, just slightly bigger, and didn't think too far into it. We searched the areas around there, but didn't find anything until before we left. We came across 2 rogues fallen, and we confronted them. One of them tried to give out information, but was killed by his comrade, only for the other one to kill themselves. But he failed to get rid of one piece of paper. Lavinia took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of his desk. They, whoever that may be, are looking to steal all Excalibur pieces and combine them. She dropped the bomb, and everyone fell silent. They've gotten 2 pieces so far well. It'll be damned. They even got 2 pieces of the damn sword already? He raised his brow and looked at Michael. The church was informed of this not too long ago. They have dispatched guards to the remaining pieces of Excalibur that the church owns. Destruction, Mimic, and Blessing are all accounted for. Rapidly, Transparency and Nightmare are unknown, the same as Ruler, because it was lost shortly after its creation. So, 3 are in the church's hands, and 4 are unknown. Well, dang it. Azazel. Language. Michael did not look amused when his former brother cursed. I have my own theories on who's leading this whole operation, but am not 100% sure, so I won't say any names yet. He looks back at Team/Dog. Good job, you guys are dismissed. They nod and leave the room. Michael, tell me, who else fell after or during the Great War all those years ago? Well, quite a number of angels. Why do you ask? Kokabeel, I think he may have a hand at this, but he wasn't exactly the brightest bulb in the shed. I think someone else is working with him. Not including some messed up exorcists or psycho priests you guys have. Michael sighed. Kokabeel? The last time he participated in something was during the Humans' World War II. He fought with Vasco Strata and was cornered by him. However, escaped thanks to some outside help. That beast of a human? Geez. Michael, that guy's still alive and still looks like he's in his 30s or 40s. Azazel was a bit stunned that the Vasco Strata was still alive, making the Seraph chuckle. Yes, he's still doing quite well for himself. The limits of humanity, True Devil, Mr. Durandal, and the violence of heaven are the few nicknames he goes by. I feel bad for anyone that goes against him, hell. I even feel bad for Kokabeel. I can just imagine him being nearly beaten up to death. Yes, he's quite infamous. However, he does not hold hatred for any devils or fallen angel as far as I was told. The two fall silent for a minute. If he does plan to start some sort of war again, and whoever is helping him can back him up. What do we do? I know the current Satans are reasonable, but if he goes after their siblings, especially Surzex or even Seraphal, Azazel size, that'll be a giant headache and a half to deal with. Michael smiled, making Azazel look at him like head gone insane. Brother, have you forgotten a rising star in the supernatural world lately? TCH, that brat? Yes, Gene. We may not know why he's taking up his middleman status, but he seems to want peace as much as the rest of us. I believe he'll be able to stop whatever calamity that'll threaten us. You seem to put a lot of trust into him, you know. Azazel looked at Michael suspiciously. Wait, does this have something to do with Gabriel? Perhaps. Michael didn't want to breach that topic yet, so he gave him a vague answer. That little rascal just wants to go out and meet women. That's the whole reason he wanted to be a middleman. It was an excuse all along. Azazel slammed his hands on his desk, irritated at the thought. Michael chuckled. If that is his goal, then so be it. He is still working towards the peace that we desire. Father always said that sacrifices always have to be made whatever fine. Flashback in Gene Skyward anyway. We should get going, oh right? Renee will be taking us to that place again. I get to experiment again. The female magician smiled at the opportunity to get stronger again. That place? What are you guys talking about? Natsum asked while Shigian listened intently. It's a place where you can gain power quite easily. You guys did notice an increase in Rennie's power, yes? They both nod to my question. In bringing my team there to get stronger, just as in case anything big happens in the future, you know? The world is ever-changing after all. Can we come? Natsum looked excited, and Shigian started to fidget, also wanting to ask the same question. They'll consider it. They'll call you guys when I make the final decision, all right? They seemingly agree to this proposition. There are other ways of getting a spot after all. I hear Lavinia pout beside me and tighten her grip on my arm, even more causing me to chuckle. All right, we gotta go now. See you guys around. We wave to them and teleport out of Grigori. Kuo. Japan third-person point of view with Aquino had teleported directly to the Occult Research Club room, and everyone was waiting for her. Much to her dismay, she had teleported a bit away from the desk where the contracts were at. All right, seeing as everyone is here, let's go over the number of contracts we've gotten done in the past month as it's nearly ending. Rias pulls out a piece of paper and starts reading from it. In first place is Gasper with 72 contracts fulfilled through the internet. Second is Aquino with 32, then Kiba with 24, and finally Kaneko with 16. She puts the piece of paper back on her desk. You've all done well, and can take it a bit easier starting next month since school is starting. Everyone nods to their king. Anyway, we still have some contracts to do for the day. Rhea stops and looks at Aquino, making her queen a bit nervous. By the way, Aquino, how was your date yesterday? She asked her, surprising her fellow peerage. Rhea had a slight smirk on her. Senpai, you went on a date? Where was it? I did, but I can't say where we went. Respecting her wishes, the two didn't push for it, and Rhea raised a brow but didn't say anything more about it. Anyway, Rhea sits back on her chair. Come and get your contract for the day. Oh, and also, we'll be training tomorrow, so be ready to come in early. This announcement caused Kaneko to groan, as she didn't like waking up early. Now don't complain, Kaneko. It's essential for us to get stronger. Ugh, yes, President. With that, both Kaneko and Kiba went up to get their contracts, but when they turned to go back, they all saw Aquino just standing there with her usual smile, unmoving. Aquino? Is something wrong? Rias asked her queen, and she shakes her head. Well, if nothing's wrong, come up and get your contracts. But Aquino did not move. Centurato. Using a little bit more of an authoritative tone, Aquino relents and awkwardly limps to the front and grabs her contracts. Aquino, why are you limping? Once asked the question, the hybrid just became completely red. Oh, Kaneko breaks the silence. Centurato Kiba stood there awkwardly. Since he's the only male there, he didn't know how to react. Rias had gotten up and then promptly fell back on her chair, sighing heavily. Aquino, on your first date? Really? Aquino glared at Kaneko. We'll be having a word with Kuroka about your training tomorrow, she said in a very calm but horrifying tone. While Aquino-senpai, please wait. Anything but that. I take it back. Kaneko's face paled and panicked, as she didn't want to be put through stupidly intense training by her older sister. Aquino smiled again at her. You reap what you sow, Kaneko-chan. Aquino stuck her tongue out at the little Nekashu and teleported away. Independent Illinois, be going now. President Kiba wanted desperately out of this awkward mess and left. He's shortly followed by Kaneko, who was thinking of excuses to tell her older sister so she wouldn't be treated to some weird Spartan training. Once everyone from her peerage left, Rias was left to think by herself. Aquino, it feels like you're moving forward with your life at a rapid pace, she sighs to herself. Centurato, am just trying to put blame on other factors. I need to take responsibility for myself. Rias got up and went to the back of the clubroom. Time to train again. Rias Gremory gained motivation thanks to her queen and best friend from an unexpected reason. But it still will push the heiress to new heights probably. Jean skyward once Lavinia and I teleported back to my home. I turned to her. I'm glad that Vala didn't randomly show up. I really didn't feel like fighting. She stared at me for a second before giggling. Don't worry, Vakuin went out today. Centurato, that wrath may be aimed towards you if Lavinia, Rennie finds out that you knew. He'll leave that problem for future me. Rennie and I go into the living room. Everyone notices us come in, and Kuroka transforms back into her human form and hugs Lavinia. She also reciprocates. Rennie, Naya, it's been a while, Naya. Yes. It has Kuroka. The two of them go sit on the couch and start catching up, but the two of them stop and she gets back up. I'm sorry for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Lavinia Rennie, and I'm a female magician working for Grigori. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintances. She adds a bow to her introduction. Way too formal, Rennie Naya. Kuroka snickers at her friend. Grafia turns to her. We briefly met in Grigori, but I hope we get along in the future, Lavinia. Imingvald Leviathan, I just joined not too long ago. It's nice to meet you. In pipes up, seeing this as an opportunity to make a new friend. A maid and a Leviathan descendant. Jean Cohen, you've been busy. Just as she finishes her sentence, Ophis trots back into the room, forces me to sit down, and starts eating her sweets on my lap. Lavinia stared at us in disbelief. Vincoin. She starts but was stopped by Kuroka. Wait, that's a dragon god, Naya. Kuroka frantically waves her hands in front of her, making her stop. Dragon god? Lavinia asks in shock and looks at Ophis. How cute. She walks over and starts petting her, and much to everyone's surprise, Ophis accepts it only for a few seconds. Not. A one-word answer from the lowly dragon. Not. Lavinia stops petting her and stares at the dragon god confused. Not good enough. She swipes her hand away and puts mine on top of her head, making me chuckle. This causes Lavinia to pout. Let's continue this later. How about we choose a room for you, Rennie? She happily agrees, and Kuroka leads her upstairs. I turn to Ophis. Want to join, or do you want to go back into the necklace? Join. I see. How was your book from earlier? I noticed she wasn't reading it anymore. Break. I will read the rest later. She seems to give me slightly lengthier answers. I help her off my lap, and she goes upstairs. I get up too, Ingvild and Grafia following behind me. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen your rooms before, have I? We get up the stairs when I finish asking that question. That's true, Naya. Then let's make this into a short showcase of our rooms minus Jean, since some of us already share a room with him, Naya. Kuroka looks at all of them. Is this room okay with everyone? All of them answered with a variation of I don't mind, so they went ahead. They'll pick this room then. Lavinia opens a door and is greeted by a relatively large and empty room, with a few dressers, a wardrobe, and a medium-sized bed. You're right beside Ingvild then. Do you want the room to be a bit larger? Lavinia nods to my question, and I make it larger. She eventually tells me to stop, and I do so. I snap my fingers, and all of her boxes of items appear around the room. I again snap my fingers and summon the same android fairies. Let's get cranking then. We all start opening boxes and removing a bunch of items onto the floor. Lavinia gives us instructions on where she wants them placed. We also hand them off to the androids to place them for us. Books, pictures, dresses, and other assortments of goods are retrieved from the boxes. I go over to another one and open it. I hear Rennie say something, but I had already opened the box, and I was greeted by some of her personal belongings. Ahem. I cough into my fist and close the box. They'll leave that to you. It's fine. She was clearly embarrassed, but didn't make a big fuss about it. Maybe my status as boyfriend helped? Who knows? I get up and step away from it. I start to open another one, but Kuroka had opened the box with her clothes and pulls them out. Whoa, these look really nice, Cinchuredo. Kuroka, please stop waving my laundry around. Kuroka broke away from her grasp, wrapped a sock on her head, and draped a towel around her barato and ran. Naya, ha ha ha. Jean, look, she's ready for the costume party. Kuroka ran and twirled to show off her playful antics. Kuroka. The blonde magician ran after the cat girl and tries stopping her. Kuroka trips on one of the boxes and falls. Lavinia took this chance and pounced on the girl, wrestling her stuff out of the neckish's hands. Nia, Nia, Nia. Kuroka fought back valiantly, but refused to back down on whatever crusade she was on. I had walked over to Grafia, as she had walked all of this go down without saying a word. Ingvild and Ophis were also beside her watching this spectacle happen, and had an awkward smile plastered on her face, while Ophis had picked up one of the many books Rennie had and was reading it. I noticed she had created a new pocket for the bag of sweets for herself, so she could just eat them on the go with her free hands. We fall into a short silence watching the two until Grafia spoke up. Do you have any specific preferences for your team? She asked out of the blue. I stare at her in shock. What? I'm a bit taken aback by this question. No, they can do whatever they want. I won't be forcing my team into something they're not comfortable with. I see. A small glint could be seen briefly in Grafia's eyes, but soon vanished. The two tired themselves out eventually and lay there on the floor exhausted. Truce. Kuroka says in between heavy breaths. Truce, Rennie agreed, and they both slumped to the floor. All right then, let's get this done, shall we? Even during that spectacle, the android fairies were doing their jobs and had gotten at least half of her stuff organized, so we decided to help again to speed up the process. Once we were done, we took a step back and marveled at the sight of Lavinia's room. I removed the fairies except one that Rennie had gotten attached to, so I let her keep it. It was sitting on her shoulder much like the one earlier in Grigori. This is quite air fantasy-like. I don't really know how to describe it. I say while looking around at her room. The room colors were mainly white, light blue, dark blue, and purple, with some red and yellow here and there. There was a witch's outfit on the corner shelf, surrounded by books about magic, alchemy, and other things. A few plushies, and normal dresses in her wardrobe. If I'm honest, it's pretty normal if you ignore the supernatural stuff Kuroka had sat on Rennie's bed. It fits you, Lavinia-san. Ingvild, who was also fascinated by the room. Grafia nodded along while Ophis was still busy with the book she picked up earlier, and I didn't say anything. All right. In next Naya, Kuroka announced, and dragged me into her room. Everyone else followed after us. Huh. I expected it to be more eccentric, I guess. I commented while looking around her room. It had a mix of a modern normal room with a traditional Japanese house feel. The wallpaper was Japanese style, the same as the floor. Kuroka also had a few shelves with books. What kind of books, you may ask? I have no idea. She had 2 bonsai plants near the window, a record player, a shelf dedicated to the vinyl she uses to play it with, and the same laptop Ingvild had. I didn't know you were that wealthy, Kuroka. Ingvild had gone over to the laptop and checked it out. Grafia went over to the record player. I had money thanks to certain jobs I did back in and know that place, anyway. That laptop wasn't cheap, you know, Naya. I could have made one for you. She looked blankly at me. Centuredo, it was the few times we would enjoy just dancing and jumping around our home. Kuroka looked at the record player with a nostalgic look. But the discs cost quite a bit of money, so I tend to only buy the ones I want. I'm looking for some that she used to play for us. No luck so far, though. She had stopped adding Naya. She tends to do it when the conversation is a bit more serious or when something's bothering her. I can always make some of the vinyl for you, Kuroka. Any song currently out, I can do it with. Really, Naya? She looked quite excited by my proposition. Then I'd like to get a few songs. Please. She starts listing off a few songs that I recognize, and quite a number of them were old, probably due to her mother being alive years and years back. After a few full minutes of listing the songs and the artists that sang them, I created all the vinyl discs she wanted, and she rewarded me with a hug. Thank you, Jean. It'll show you a wonderful reward in the future. She happily cheered. The room fell silent when Kuroka said that. Anyway, moving on. Do you want to make your room a bit bigger? Yes, please. I want to live with Chiron in the future, so we'll drag her kicking and screaming here if I have to. Sure thing. I expanded her room to around the same size as Lavinia's and stopped there. I used some magic to teleport her furniture around, so we didn't need to do it manually. Why didn't you do that earlier? Rennie asks after seeing me do that. Well, I just wanted to do it manually earlier. I wasn't lying fully. I didn't want to do some things without magic from time to time, but I thought it would be safer if I did it with magic, so the discs wouldn't be damaged. Wait, I can just cover them in protective, you know what. Whatever, moving on. All the girls looked at me, not believing a single word I say. Well, that's all for now, then wait. What about your bed, Kuroka? You did say you want Chiron to move in here with you. It's fine. We could just get another bed later down the line. I nod and leave the room. I guess Fias' room is next. When we entered her room, it looked plain, stupidly plain. Does someone even live in here? After those words left my mouth, I felt a pinch on my side and an annoyed Grafia beside me. Yes, I do in fact live in this room. It's quite plain in here, Grafia-san, Ingvild adds. I would have expected it to be more maid-like. She sheepishly chuckles. Well, she does have a shelf of books and another with a bunch of tea sets. But I glance at her closet and flash step in front of it. Jean, wait. Grafia sounded panicked when I did that, but I ignore her plea and open it. Much to, well, not surprised, it's a bunch of the same outfits. I turn around and Grafia is blushing. It's for my job as a maid. It's obvious I would have multiple dresses of the same kind, she tried to justify herself. There were a few normal clothes thrown in there, but the closet was mostly the maid dresses. As expected of a devil who take her maid duties very seriously. I approve. I give her a thumbs up, only for Grafia's blush to deepen. Do you like maids, Jean? Kuroka asks, grabbing everyone's attention. Strangely enough, Ophis is also waiting for my answer. Yes, I do. Who doesn't? I walk over to Grafia with an appreciative nod. Look at her. She's beautiful and she enjoys maid outfits. It's like some ultra combo. Grafia would probably appreciate that. The devil maid was still blushing while I described her. Noted, try out maid clothes in the future. Kuroka nodded sagely, the same with Lavinia. Maid clothes will score extra points with Jean. Lavinia pulled her phone out and typed something down. This, Ophis says, and we turn to look at her in the same maid outfit as Grafia. She tilts her head slightly like, Very cute, 10 out of 10. I pat her on the head. A content smile appears on her face, very rare indeed. I ask her if she wants me to enlarge her room, but Graphia declines. Perhaps in the future. I am fine for now. The future? Huh? Is that an indirect way of confirming your answer to me? Graphia? I give her a look indicating if that's her answer. Graphia smiled slightly and closed her eyes, neither confirming nor denying my question. Next is Ingvild. Aquino isn't here, so well, skip her as I look at Ophis. Your home is a bit different, so we can go there another time when everyone else is stronger. Is that fine with you? The dragon god was fine with this, and we left Graphia's room. I should have expected this, it's my fault. Once we entered Ingvild's room, it was even plainer than Graphia's. She barely moved in and hasn't gotten a chance to get her own things. There are the bare necessities, a bed, closet, dresser, and other bits and bobs. Ingvild, we're going shopping in the future, where you can start ordering stuff online. I summon a credit card and give it to her. Use this. It should have around 14,177,992,880, so roughly around 100 million euros. Ingvild looked at me shocked when I shoved the card towards her. I really can't accept this. I insist. I pushed the card back toward her. Ingvild looked a bit uncomfortable as she didn't know how to respond to the situation. You should just give up and accept it. He's very determined about this. Graphia informs the hybrid beside her. I wish I had that kind of money, Naya, Kuroka grumbled. I gave you around 283,685,000. That's like 2 million euros, don't complain. I deadpan at the NECA show, causing her to blush. I didn't know you put that much in there. Kuroka looked both excited and mortified at the sheer amount of money she got. I shrugged. I can do the same thing for the rest of you if you want. Won't the banks of the human world become suspicious? Lavinia looked a bit worried. I already thought of that. No worries, they won't look into it. I already dealt with that when I was flying around with boosted gear. Transferring gold to money and then into a card with the amount that I did would raise a lot of suspicions. So I put a suggestion in the minds of all banks around the world to not question the amount that goes into those accounts and future accounts that will be connected to me. A bit of mind control? Yeah, is it scummy? Probably. Do I care? Not really, I mean, it's just money, so just take it, please? I pleaded a bit, and Ingvild reluctantly takes the card. Great. I knew I could count on you, Anne. Thank you again, Jean. She gives me a hug, probably the only thing she could think of at the moment. This ended our impromptu room visits. 1:34 p.m. slam. I'm tired. Aquino waddled into the dining room, looking worse for wear. She spots me and jumps to me and starts whining. Jean, spoil me. I catch her and cradle her almost like a baby. Tough day. Yes, she puffs her cheeks and glares at me. It's your fault too, mister. Do you know, I had to keep up my professionalism around my clients? It was hell. Aquino started to look around the room and spots Lavinia. Rennie, wait, did you move in today? Aquino was a bit shocked to see her there and, using her remaining strength, gets off me and goes over to hug her. Cinchuredo Kuroka casually adds while taking a bite of the burger I made a few minutes ago. Lavinia stared at Aquino in shock and then back to me. That's no good, Jean Cohen. You should be more considerate to your friends. She tried to reprimand me. By the way, Aquino, how big is he? You could literally see the imaginary glass shatter with the question Kuroka asked. Crack. Shatter. We all look at where the noise came from and see Graphia's cup of tea crushed, said Maid looking mortified at Kuroka. All right. Anyway, moving along, quite tall, actually. Another bout of silence, as all the females' eyes slowly drifted toward me. Oi. Aquino, noticing her slip, covers her mouth after seemingly answering Kuroka's question on reflex. She gives me an apologetic look. I look forward to our time then, Mr. Hung Naya. She snorts and continues eating. Cinchuredo. MGMG Chem? Ophis turned her gaze at me too and lunges forward with surprising strength. Whoa. Hold up. I stumbled back as she grabbed at my clothing, clearly struggling to keep me in place. At this rate, my outfit is going to tear. Ophis, this isn't acceptable behavior. Cinchuredo, I summon more of it for her, as she's being a good dragon. I should make my clothes as durable as me. Are you trying to kill me, Naya? Kuroka had eaten the burger that was forced down her mouth. You deserved it. Grafia flatly says as she kept glancing around the room. The normal atmosphere eventually comes back, and we resume our normal lunch with a few of the girls blushing when they looked at me. Unknown location, third-person point of view. So, the cryptid experiment failed? A fallen angel with pointy ears asks another fallen. Why, yes, sir. The agents with the sacred gears were sent to stop its rampage along with another individual. Another individual? Due elaborati. I'm not sure how we haven't gotten enough information on him. Bang! The door opened as another group of fallen angels entered the room, causing the ones in there to look up at them. Oh, so you're back from your mission. Have anything to report? Yes, we are, and we do have some intel to share, Kokabeel-san. One of the fallen angels kneels, followed by the others. Then out with it, Rainier. The fallen angel, who is now identified as Kokabeel, barks. Why, yes, sir, the new middleman of the three factions was part of the team Azazel sent to stop the cryptid experiment. He's a powerful individual, and we believe he must be of ultimate class and up in strength. An ultimate class human. Huh? We also found new information. He is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. We were tasked by Azazel to keep an eye on him in Kuo. That place is currently being watched over by two heiresses from the Gremory and Citri clan. Red Dragon Emperor? That's also ultimate class? He also lives in the Devil's territory governed by two of the Satan's sisters? Kokabeel's mouth changes into a grin that went from ear to ear. What a perfect way to start a new war. Kill him. Rid of that pest. If he reaches new heights in power, then he will be a thorn that will be tricky to kill. But, Sir W, we take Darcel with you. He will be more than enough to kill that insect. We can then extract the boosted gear from him. Then Rainier mused. The power that she would get if she became the Red Dragon Emperor Empress would literally boost her to new heights. I would advise against that. Removing sacred gears with no will of their own, no sentient being within them, is easy. But doing with one will be a harder task than necessary. That dragon will just force its wielder into a balance breaker state to escape, and at worst the Juggernaut drive. Even I'm not confident in defeating those things in that state. Why, yes, sir. I still have a backup plan. Rainier smirked at the thought of claiming a certain naive nun's sacred gear for her own use. Rainier wanted power. She's been stuck as a weak fallen for the majority of her existence, and she was fed up with it. While she was loyal to her leader Azazel, she didn't like the peace that he was pursuing. So, she switched sides to Kokabeel as he was on a warmongering path. The same could be said with the group she had formed for herself. All of them were weak fallen, stuck at the bottom of the barrel. So, with Rainar's persuasion, they joined her with the incentive of getting power. Donasik, Calawarna, and Middlet. All three of them wanted out and more power. They had become so desperate they'd do anything for it. Rainar's group gets up and leaves the room. The Red Dragon Emperor finally awakened. Huh? Another voice appears, and Kokabeel turns to it. You finally joined me. You heard of that exchange? Of course. I have been planning this for years now, and nothing will get in my way in restarting this war. Not Azazel, not Michael, and not those disgusting bats that call themselves Satans. The man grinned. And certainly not some weak, new Red Dragon Emperor wannabe. It was a fine choice to have Darcel lead this. Those four are already weak and incompetent. The voice praises Kokabeel. Fodder is fodder. Darcel has been with us since the Great War and has only gotten stronger. We need more fallen like him. Kokabeel grins. He only accepted them because they would do anything to have a chance at getting stronger. Oh, the Na'vi, thinking of the weak, it was laughable to him. Have them bring the newer cryptid batch. They will be of use to them if things go awry. The voice turns to leave and disappears. Sure thing, Kokabeel grins. Azrael. Rainar's group made their way to where Darcel the Fallen Angel would usually hang out, the storage room. This particular fallen had been around for a long time and fought in the Great War, but he was peculiar. He had a strange way of doing things, but his strength was undeniable. Rainier, do you know anything about this Darcel guy? The female fallen Middlet asked her leader. I've heard rumors. He has two well-known titles among us fallen. They're Mazza DJs and Headhunter. Mazza DJs? What the hell does that mean? The small blonde fallen Middlet was confused about the strange-sounding nickname. It's Lithuanian, and it's just a dark title with a rough meaning. The three following her freeze on the spot. Are we really going to team up with a psycho with a title like that? Calawarna, the blue-head female fallen, asks her leader, now feeling unsure. Are you scared? It's our ticket to getting more power. I certainly don't care. Rainier continued onwards as her subordinates look at her unsure, but eventually follow her, albeit unwillingly. Darcel is known for hunting down targets of high value, hence the title Headhunter. Rainier stopped in front of door as she explains the rest of her group. But his real name isn't Darcel, it's just an alias. What's his real name, then? The only male fallen in her group, Donasik, asks his leader. Vernu Careless. Rainier replied and pushed open the door. Oh, if someone came to get me, that means I got a mission on my hands. Yeah? Darcel looked up and showed a crazy grin. Yes, we are tasked to hunt and kill the middleman of the three factions. Rainier replied, a bit nervous. The middleman? Isn't he just a weakling? Darcel's excitement quickly left him. I don't want to hunt down some nobody. He started to dismiss them. He's not a nobody. He's also this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Is that enough for you to try and hunt him? Once hearing that, Darcel looked back up. Haha. The Red Dragon Emperor? Hey, yeah. I am game. When he got up, a burst of darkened light energy left him and the entire room collapsed. He slicked back his hair that was covering his eyes. Let's get this hunt started, shall we? A sickening grin plastered on his face. Fun fact, Darcel means Dark One in French. Vernu Careless means King of Crows in Latvian Chapter 11. A flash of exorcists and voices unknown location, third-person point of view Rainier's side. The mission isn't right now. ITLL be held in a week or two. Just do whatever you need to do to be ready before we start. TCH so? Where does this guy live at? Losing his enthusiasm, Darcel flopped back down on the destroyed chair. As far as we know, he lives somewhere in Japan in a small town called Kuo. Rainier paused to gauge the male's reaction, but he stared blankly at her. That place is also being governed by two heiresses of prominent clans of the underworld, Agrimary and Citri. They're also little sisters to two of the four Satans. Darcel's grin reappeared. Heiresses and sisters to the Satans? How lucky of us. I get to kill the Red Dragon Emperor and restart the Great War when I kill those two. Darcel summoned a darkened light spear and twirls it around his hand. This day just keeps on getting better, so we go in, kill the guy, and then the two devils. Centurato, are you out of your mind? That's going to take too long. We're supernatural beings. We eliminate anyone who spots us and get over with. Darcel didn't like the slow way of doing things. He could use a smarter approach, but that was currently clouded by the thought of fighting the Red Dragon Emperor. That's more of a clean-up than necessary. Slow and steady will guarantee the success of this mission. Rainier was astounded that this guy was able to accomplish so many successful target eliminations and assassinations without exposing the supernatural. It didn't make sense to her. They argued back and forth about which way is the most effective and efficient. However, Darcel lost his cool and let out a burst of darkened light energy at Rainier and her group, pushing them down by the force alone. Listen here. I'm the one in charge and leading this mission, and am calling the shots. Got it? Darcel had slowly walked towards the group and reached for Rainier's chin, turning her face toward him. He could see her trembling, and it made him laugh. You're already shaking this much due to such low pressure? How weak are you? He let out a laugh again and pushed her back into her group. Darcel turned around and canceled the pressure. He sat back down on the chair. Get out of my sight. Rainier's group quickly scampered off with a fuming Rainier after she regained her composure. That worthless jerk. He'll get him back when I get Twilight healing. He'll be invincible by then. Just you wait, you scumbag. Rainier was furious and already started planning her revenge after the humiliation she just endured. Dang, I hope we don't get killed because of that jerk, Middle grumbled. She admits that he's powerful, but thought that he'd just brute force his way through this and didn't like it. Centurato, if you can't back that up without any power, then no one will listen to you. That's why they wanted to become stronger, so they can stand at the top and command anyone below them. Whatever, let's just get a plan going, just in case his dumb ass compromises the mission. They all left the area after agreeing to that. With Darcel, I get to fight a Red Dragon Emperor finally. I've been waiting for such a long time. Darcel always pursued strength. From the moment he fell, he acknowledges that there were beings that came to be that were just stronger than him. That was the reason he felt jealousy. He was jealous of the 4 great seraphs' natural strength, the 10 seraph strength too. He found it unfair. He wasn't anywhere near the power he is now than he was before and during the Great War. He also despised Azazel for being the first to pull out of the war, but he wasn't dumb. He could see that their numbers were the lowest, so he reluctantly agreed to it, but wanted to rejoin after getting more numbers for them. But that didn't happen. The Great War ended not too long after, and the 3 factions entered a cold war of sword skirmishes here and there, but nothing too big. Darcel also had to admit to himself during that time that he lacked the strength to do anything. Therefore, he trained his ass off, going from 2 pairs of wings to 8 by the time World War II started. During the war, he and Kokobeel just want to kill. But unfortunately for them, one of the strongest exorcists of the time, Vasco Strata, also joined, almost ending their lives until a third party intervened. It was Azrael, the angel of death, who easily forced Vasco Strata to flee. The human was strong, but compared to Azrael, he was nothing but an ant. Azrael took them with him and explained his plans to restart the Great War. But first, the 2 of them had to get stronger. He basically told them they were weak, and even if they tried to do it now, they would fail. So, he set out to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Darcel hunted down opponents far and wide, growing stronger after every life-threatening fight. He started to gain some notoriety in the supernatural world. But one day, he witnessed the fight between the 2 dragon emperors and was awed at the level of power and strength both wielders exuded. Darcel wanted both of the wielders, so he hunted down sacred gear wielders too. However, not many of them gave him a serious fight, but he waited for the day he could fight them. He had only 2 goals after that: get stronger and fight a dragon emperor. He couldn't afford to die before then. He didn't care if he did die in his fight against them. He just wanted to test his strength against the strongest. He challenged Azrael, but he was laughed at. Kokobeel accepted, but got a beat down, as his fellow fallen were always a pair of wings, just a state of strength above him. With Raynar's group, they had arrived at their own personal hideout and had sat down waiting for Raynaer to return as she had stepped out to get something. Raynaer eventually came back and looked satisfied. "What's got you all happy?" Donasek asked, confused as to why her mood suddenly improved. "Never mind that, so what are our plans now?" Calawarna cut the male's questioning for later as he grumbled. Raynaer smiled. "Well, that involves a certain new member of our group. We're going to get back to her first and then invite her to Kuo. We'll promise her a permanent residence in a random abandoned church we find. We'll use that excuse to lure both of them to the same location, like killing 2 birds with 1 stone." "The nun with the sacred gear, Twilight Healing?" the small blonde girl asked. "I mean, she's pretty innocent and Na'vi, so ITLL be easy." "Exactly. Her life is full of misfortune, so we can just take advantage of that. And if Darcel continues with the just kill the Red Dragon Emperor approach, then so be it. We can just try extracting the sacred gear afterwards." But didn't Kokobeel say that it's going to be near impossible? Calawarna was still apprehensive about that part. She wants strength, but didn't want to die a stupid death trying to reach her goal. A dead body can't achieve a balance breaker state, much less juggernaut drive. "I see no problems doing it this way." Raynaer shrugged, trying to reason with him. "What if the dragon refuses to let you use his power?" Raynaer fell silent, not knowing how to answer. "He'll leave that problem to when we get there. Anyway, let's move out. We have more things to get prepared with." Not arguing with their leader, they left their base of operations. With Darcel, he had left his cramped abode and wandered to where he could feel Kokobeel's energy. He opened the doors and could see his fellow fallen angel sitting on a chair with a grin. "Oh, Darcel, were you informed about your newest mission?" Kokobeel noticed his aura and turned to look at the fallen. "Yeah, is it true that the Red Dragon Emperor awakened?" he asked with a hint of excitement. "Huh, yes, he has. You can trust Raynaer. She's working as a spy for us with the pretext of still being loyal to Azazel and Shemhazai. She has definitely seen that lizard around Grigori. And the 2 heiresses? If true, then our dream will finally come to fruition." Yes, a few other fallen have mysteriously disappeared upon entering said town. My guess is it's due to the Red Dragon Emperor. Perhaps he was hired by the Satans to protect their sisters? Regardless, he only dealt with low-ranking fallen angels. Kokabeel stared directly into Darcel's eyes. I trust your power and strength, Darcel. You'll get this mission done. No? Heh. Of course, even if it means dying in the process. I have always wanted to fight one of the Dragon Emperors since I first saw them all those years ago. Darcel's bloodlust and fighting spirit slowly started to leak from him, making Kokabeel grin. Good. Our end goal is restarting the war. By any means necessary, now go and prepare. Kokabeel dismissed him, and Darcel turned to leave. That power got even stronger, Darcel mused as he left the room. Once Darcel was out of the room, Kokabeel got up from his seat and made his way to a balcony. You're not the only one who's gotten stronger, Darcel. Kokabeel grinned and let his black wings out. 12 jet black feathered wings grew from his back in the same strength. No, I'm stronger than Azazel. I haven't been slacking off like that fool. He retracts his wings. Azrael is another monster. I was only exposed to his power once, but I'm certain that he stands at the top of the power hierarchy in our world. The top 10 strongest even. Kokabeel shivered at the thought of the raw power he felt. 10 pairs of wings, 20 wings in total. He sighed. How on earth does someone reach that level of power? He's on par, or even stronger than those two so-called super devils, that's for sure. It doesn't matter how many fools stand against Azrael, they're all maggots in his eyes. They'll perish beneath him. Next day, Japan. Kuo Jean skyward, another day to be goddamn alone. Everyone except for Ingvild and I are left at home. We had just finished eating breakfast, and the girls went off to do their own thing. Graphia had left for the underworld to help Surzex with more of his work. I did give her the android fairy to her for the guy, so we'll have an extra favor starting today. Aquino and Kuroka had left for the ORC, as Rias had wanted them to train today. I have to commend her for sticking with it before I officially started with them. I did see both Kuroka and Aquino giggling between themselves, but it felt more foreboding than anything. I wish Kaneko good luck, as I had a gut feeling it would involve her somehow. Lavinia left for Grigori, as she got a text late last night from Natsum, saying they were going to be on another mission, much like their last one. She was pouty since she wanted to spend a day with me, lazing around. I had promised to spoil her when she got back, so that was a motivator. Ophis had slipped back into the necklace to continue her reading after I restocked her sweet supply. She has started to show no, that's not the right word, imitate. She expresses her emotions in her own way. She still feels like a robot doing them, but it's a step forward in the right direction, so Ingvild and I are left here, me watching TV. She is stuck on that laptop, probably writing more of her song or browsing for items to fill her room up. I did give her a card yesterday. Flashback Jean skyward, what in all 12 shocks is happening? I had woken up earlier than usual and found Rennie had sneaked into my room at night. She said she'd try sleeping in her room for the night. She was dressed in an oversized, unbuttoned shirt. Aquino gently rested her head on my shoulder, which was covered in drool, and to my surprise, Kuroka had fallen out of bed, but was still asleep. How did she not wake up from falling? I looked at the Nekashu in disbelief, then I turned my attention to Rennie and finally to Aquino. Censuredo. I briefly stopped by In's room to check how she's doing. I didn't enter her room, mind you. I could see that she was still asleep and made my way downstairs and into the kitchen dining room. As usual, I was greeted by the maid. Morning, I blurted out as I saw her. In response, Graphia turned around, saw where I was looking, and looked at me with disappointment. What? You're letting your thoughts show way too easily. Have some tact. She scolded me and turned back to making breakfast. Ugh, she's right, but something about her keeps distracting me. Ijuka saw the. I can't help it since I have a devil in a French maid's outfit. I make my way beside her and started to help out. I noticed she was sporting a small blush. She also didn't correct me on my devil-maid part. Progress is progress. I mentally fist pump. So what's for breakfast today? I looked at the things she had prepared, and they looked pretty interesting to me, foreign if I have to describe them. She smiled, seeing as how, whenever you prepare breakfast for us, most meals for us, it's usually some dish around the world. So, I decided to follow suit and found a breakfast recipe that originates from Israel. It's called the shakshuka. She continued to work on the dish as she spoke to me. Shakshuka is a North African and Middle Eastern dish consisting of poached eggs in a spicy tomato sauce. It's very easy to prepare. Its cooking time is about 30 minutes. She explained. I had gotten Grafia a smartphone and tablet, and she was currently using the tablet for the recipe. I took a look at it and saw the ingredients as 42 tablespoons of olive oil, 27 medium onions diced, 27 red bell pepper seeded and diced, 84 garlic cloves chopped, 42 teaspoons of paprika, 27 cumin, 5.25-ounce chili powder, 27-28-ounce can whole peeled tomatoes, 126 large eggs, salt, and pepper, 27 small bunch fresh cilantro chopped, and finally 27 small fresh parsley chopped. Grafia, what is up with this amount of ingredients? I was a bit shocked. I quickly looked up the recipe myself, and it didn't contain this amount. There are 7 of us, you, myself, Aquino, Kuroka, Lavinia, Ingvild, and Ophis. I also took into account Kuroka's gluttonous stomach. R.I.P. Kuroka, big eater. It's called a huge appetite, Albion. Learn the proper terms, you cretin. All right then, let's get to work. I rolled up my non-existent sleeves and got started helping Grafia with the prep and cooking. We talked briefly about what we had planned for the day. Once everyone had woken up and were seated, I put their breakfast in front of them, bowls of shakshuka. Oh, this looks delicious. What is it, Naya? Kuroka was visibly drooling while asking the question, prompting me to explain what it is, and added that it was Grafia who picked it. Everyone looked eager to try it and dug in. Not bad. I should look into traveling to Israel to find some local cuisines. Though I'm not sure of the current state and situation of the country, so I'll need to look into that. The rest of the girls nodded in approval at the food Grafia made. Training again today, Aquino? Yes, she tiredly sighed. It's not the worst, as I can take the time to master the things I currently know. She nudges Kuroka, and the two grin at each other. You master the things you know now, and then learn new techniques down the line. Observing the two, I am in awe of their interaction. Why do I have the feeling that Chiron is in for a heck of a day? I mentally wish the girl good luck. What was that quote I heard before? I take a sip of my food. Yes, it's, I fear not a man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who practiced one kick 10,000 times. I turn to look at Aquino. It's quite self-explanatory. She smiles and nods. I see. We'll do the same then, Cinchuredo. Even though she usually does the same 3 things. Eat, read, and get pets. She sometimes likes to sleep on the couch or in the necklace. Flashback in Gene Skyward that reminds me school's starting soon. Are you ready? I turned to Ingvild, who had stopped typing and was staring at me. I am, but I'm a little nervous. I haven't exactly had much contact outside everyone here for the past 100 years, but I'm looking forward to it. ITLL be fine. Aquino and I will be there. They'll ask her to try to get you into the same class as us if you're that worried. Yes, I appreciate it, Jean. She asks and becomes silent for a few seconds. Now that I think about it, what should my last name be? I would rather not go with Leviathan since ITLL make Rias Gremory and the Citri are suspicious of me, right? I was planning on talking to her about that eventually. She does come from a well-known family in the underworld, but her own existence is also an unknown apart from the few that know. How about Skyward? I jokingly suggest. She turns to look at me with a small blush. That she's taking that too seriously. I did say it in a way that I was joking, right? I didn't expect this response, Ingvild. I was just joking. She looks back at me, unamused, puffing her cheeks. How about Kyrie? Ingvild, Kyrie? Like your sacred gear? It's still undiscovered by the supernatural at large. The girl ponders for a moment before nodding. Yes, I like it. I'll stick with that then. Shing, Ingvild, and I look beside me as a magic circle just appeared. Jean? A male voice called out. Michael? Is something wrong? Oh no. Is it about Gabriel again? I haven't heard from the Seraph for a while, after all, oh. It's nothing too serious. I'm just here to request your help with something. I'm in my office if you could teleport here soon. Oh sure. They'll be there in a second. Once I said that the circle disappeared, I turned to Ingvild. Want to come with me? The girl shook her head. I still want to order some stuff and work on my song, but I promise to go to your next request. She sounded a bit panicked after she said the last part. I chuckle at her and pat her head. All right, In, that's a promise. She nods and I teleport away. Heaven's sixth heaven, when I teleported into heaven and into Michael's office, I was greeted by the sight of Michael, Uriel, and Gabriel in the room. They turned to look at me when they felt my presence. Yo, you needed me for something? I wave at them. Yiving. Gabriel bear-hugged me, interrupting Michael's greeting towards me, causing the seraph to awkwardly smile at his sister. I returned the hug and pet her head. Hey, Gabriel, it's been a while. I turned back to Michael. You were saying? Uriel, beside him, also had a complicated expression on him. He was still probably too sure about me, but kept silent. Yes, I have a request more aimed at the church. A recent incident has been happening. Does it have anything to do with the Excalibur pieces? I said, interrupting him. He stared at me, a bit surprised. Why, yes. I assume Azazel/Dog Team informed you? Yep, we're buddy-buddy after all. Yes, I would like you to accompany some exorcists to the place where 3 of the Excalibur pieces are being held at. Only 3? What about the rest? I heard 2 were missing. I already knew about this, but wanted to hear it from the angel's mouth. Yes, we have Excalibur Destruction, Mimic, and Blessing in our possession. Rapidly, Nightmare and Transparency are currently unknown, as well as Ruler, as it was lost soon after its creation. The Seraph explains. Then my suspicions on Arthur having Ruler might be accurate. Then all right. Where are they at? I agree with his request, as I'm also interested in seeing the sword for myself. I can recreate the original Excalibur, whether it was in DxD, Fate franchise, or in another universe. They're currently in the Vatican, where we first met. Also, may I ask who specifically told you this intel, Jean? I see him. Oh, it was Lavinia, the female magician of /Dog. She's part of my team. I see. Uriel looked mortified at the mention of the word team. He looked at me, Gabriel, and then back at Michael. The leader of heaven could only smile at his brother, knowing exactly what he was thinking. I shall accompany you along with Gabriel. I will introduce you to the exorcists. Once that's done, I will leave you to it. Uriel decided to put that problem for later, to which Gabriel cheered beside me. They'll also stay with you after brother leaves. She declared. The other 2 didn't try to argue. It seems like they already tried from the looks of things. I'm fine with that. I pat the female seraph beside me. Gabriel and I joined Uriel's side, and he teleported us to the Vatican. Italy, Rome, Vatican City, undisclosed location. We teleported directly into a room where it seemed a few people were gathered. As I look around, some of them are chatting, some are training, and others are just wandering around. When they noticed the circle appear and 2 of the seraphs appear, they panicked. They quickly gathered in front of us and kneeled. Uriel-sama, Gabriel-sama, it is our pleasure to be blessed by your presence. How may we be of service? One of the exorcists greets us and asks how we are, and the rest reply with it was a blessing to meet them and the like. Uriel creates a paper made out of light. Inform these exorcists to meet us here. The man takes the piece of paper and reads the names on it. He nods and turns to his fellow peers and tells them the names of the people on the list. The group of exorcists, along with the leader, hurriedly left the room. I felt a few eyes look at me in surprise as I was teleported to the place with the 2 angels. Despite that, they did not question it, probably out of shock and being told of a new request. Aren't they efficient? I chuckled. Oh yeah, how are the necklaces treating you guys? They might give the rest to the 10 seraphs? I could see Uriel's eye twitch when I called Michael Mike. Why yes, the necklaces have been distributed to the rest of my fellow brothers and sisters. However, we haven't used them much as we have been alive for a long time without sinning. But these will be useful for the future, so I will give you my thanks, Jean. Talk about being stiff. Is that so? Glad I can help you guys then. The conversation between the 2 of us die, since Uriel isn't too keen on speaking with me yet. Jean, how have you been? Do anything fun? It was Gabriel this time to ask her question. It's been fine, just lazing around, doing my own thing, the usual, you know. Well, the school year is starting soon, so I have that to deal with. I'm in my last year of it, though. Both of them became shocked when I said this. Huh, why do you guys look so surprised? I was led to believe you were older. He eyed me from head to toe, making me chuckle. I'm only 17 years old, you know. I'll be 18 soon enough, though. I'm going to be 18 soon. When's my birthday, actually? CNTIR. Answer. August 20th. Oh, thanks. I guess August 20th is my date of birth. They'll trust CNTIR then. They'll be 18 around August 20th. By the way, why haven't you visited me as of late, Gabriel? I glance at the seraph. The seraph doesn't say anything, blushes, and turns away. I was just busy with my assignments and responsibilities as a seraph. I partially believe that some of it was true, but I more or less understand that she's just experiencing new types of emotions, and I won't push her on it. I see, like I said before, you're free to come and visit anytime. I start patting her on the head again as she fidgets on the spot. I could see Uriel standing beside us awkwardly, not knowing what to do or say. Sometime later, the exorcists arrive. To my own surprise, it was Griselda, followed by Zenobia, Irina, and Dulio. Now, that was unexpected. Dulio? Isn't he usually just traveling around the world to find dishes to try? Even though he had a deeper reason for it. When Griselda and I made eye contact, her eyes widened, and I gave her an awkward smile. I could also see the two other girls recognize me when they get closer. When they got near to us, they knelt down. Greetings, Uriel-sama and Gabriel-sama. How may we be of service? Griselda asks. This man here, Jean, Uriel gestures to me, is the middleman of the three factions. You may have heard of his existence in recent times. He will be providing help with the request that the church requested not too long ago. The four of them stand up. Understood, Uriel-sama. Griselda answers and turns to me. We meet again. Young man, no. Jean, was it? She smiles at me. Yeah, been a while. Much to both Gabriel and Uriel's surprise. You two know each other? Gabriel asks and I nod. Kind of. I came to the Vatican for a bit of sightseeing, and I met this woman and the other two girls behind her. Coincidentally, I met Michael that night. I explained to the seraphs, and they nod. It seems that you lied. Am not anyone suspicious, huh? Uriel coughs, gaining our attention. I will leave this request to Eugene. Uriel looks at Gabriel. You be safe now, sister. She nods at us both and teleports. Bye, Uriel. Gabriel waves to the seraph as she blips out of there. I turn back to Griselda. I really was sightseeing back then. Well, during the day at least. I just got lucky that Big Mikey showed up. Be Big and Mikey? Zenobia stuttered in disbelief that I would call a seraph, but such an absurd nickname. Well, anyway, lead the way. Miss Griselda, Griselda Corda. She introduces herself. She gestures to the blue-haired girl. She's Zenobia Corda. The one beside her is Irina Shidu, and the male beside them is Dulio Gesualdo. Yo! Dulio greeted me cheerfully while taking a bit of something he pulled out of his pocket. Nice to meet you all. I'm Jean, and I'm the middleman to the three factions, hopefully to more factions and pantheons in the future. Griselda nods. Zenobia and Irina lead the way. The two girls nod and start walking away as we follow suit. We start walking, Gabriel in front of me, Griselda to my left, and Dulio to my right. Jean, why did you decide to become a middleman? It sounds like it takes a lot of work. She inspects me from head to toe. You also seem young. Well, I'm only 17, so yes, I am young, but as to why I decided to become the middleman, Gabriel decided to interrupt me and answer instead. Michael said that Brother Azazel told him in Grigori that the reason why Jean became the middleman was to meet lots of women from all factions and pantheons, so he could build connections everywhere. She happily explained. The two older exorcists blankly stare at me until Dulio burst into laughter and Griselda chuckled. That's your reason? Dulio pats my back hard. I can't fault you for that, man. You at least have a goal. That's quite a reason to do this. The older woman mused. Ugh, damn that Ash Crow. We'll get him back for this, but yes, I won't lie. That is my main reason. Peace is or will be just an added bonus. I'll have a harder time getting my plans done if there's conflict. I make a mental note of the betrayal of that crow. While your way of going about getting peace in a very convoluted way, it's still a fine goal to work towards, and I don't see anything wrong about it. Heck yeah, man. Peace means I can be even more lazy and find more food around the world. I support you in this. This guy is kind down to the bone. I can see why he's so likable. I appreciate it, Dulio. Dulio looks back at me with a grin. By the way, when did you get involved with the supernatural? This question catches the attention of everyone, including the two trainees in front of us, though they were still listening earlier. Oh, that. Well, I proceed to tell them a bullshit tale much like I did with Graphia, and they nodded along. The part about awakening a sacred gear wasn't skipped, but I didn't specify which one. You have a sacred gear, huh? Yeah, that definitely will pull you into the supernatural eventually, whether you like it or no. Dulio's expression saddens, probably remembering his own past and comrades that he's lost over the years. Yeah, it's inevitable, so I just decided to jump right into it. It didn't take us long to get to a small clearing, and a sort of magic circle was carved into the ground. Jean's sacred gear is the boosted gear. He's the Red Dragon Emperor for this generation. Gabriel happily adds, making everyone freeze. The Red Dragon Emperor? Zenobia and Irina whispered to each other, eyes wide open, staring at me. I see. So the Red Dragon is finally awakened. I didn't expect that, Jean. Griselda commented, and Dulio nodded along. I sigh and walk over to Gabriel, who was oblivious as to how I felt about being revealed like that. A light chop her head, making the seraph stare at me in shock. Gabriel, while I appreciate you adding your own bits about me, don't reveal my status as the Red Dragon Emperor yet, okay? I lightly scold the seraph, but she appears to visibly deflate and look to the ground. I start patting her head. It's still a secret only a few beings know, so keep it a secret, okay? When I formally announce my awakening, then you can freely do it for me. But until then, it's a secret. My patting apparently worked as she looked back at me with a small smile. Okay, she hugs me, still feeling a bit shocked by my scolding. I hug her back to comfort her a bit. You're making me feel guilty here. Gabriel, geez, don't look so damn sad about that. I turn to look at everyone, and they were staring at us, slack-jawed. Gabriel also pulls herself away from our hug and looks around. Why is everyone staring at us? Never change, Gabriel, never change. This has to be the purest form of the word innocence in a human body. She's way too oblivious as to why they're staring at us. Dulio awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and chuckles. Well, let's get on that teleportation circle, then, shall we? Everyone agreed, still a bit shocked at what they just learned and witnessed. Underground Vatican City, we were seemingly teleported underground. CNTIR, how far underground are we? CNTIR. Answer, 200 meters underground or 656 feet underground. Jesus Christ. We're pretty far underground, huh? You can tell. Griselda was a bit surprised that I had any idea how far we were. Yeah, around like 200 m or 656 feet, right? She nodded, and we started to walk forward again. This time, however, Gabriel decided she wanted to explore ahead, so she flew past the girls. Gabriel, don't get lost now. Not really taking heed of my advice, and just goes ahead of us, making me sigh. After a little bit of silence, Dulio speaks up. So, even a seraph isn't safe from your grasps, huh? To think a seraph may have fallen in love with a human with such ambitious goals. Griselda adds, Centurado. If it's any other reason than that, then I may have to reject them. So, if Gabriel does say she likes me, then I am more than happy to let her join. She's quite naive, adding to her cuteness. I asked her before what her definition of love is. I also told her mine. They were quite different. I've yet to ask her again what her definition of love is since that day. I smile, though, while it's subtly, I can definitely see it has begun to change. So, you're okay in taking anyone as long as they love if both of you share the same feelings of love? Pretty much, and I can tell if they're real or not, whether if it's just a passing crush or if it will grow from there to actual blooming love. Regardless, I am open to friendship too. Not all women I meet will be special. This may be presumptuous of me, but I feel like you're lying to yourself and us. We have known each other for just a few minutes, but I think most women you meet will fall for you. Call it a hunch from an older woman. A hunch, huh? I take a careful look at Griselda's expression, my observation making her sport a small blush. Well, I guess I'll trust you on that, Griselda. Are you serious about any species or race? Zenobia asked from in front of me. I find it hard to believe. She turns back and gives me a hard glare. Right, she's still closed-minded right now. I mentally sigh, yes, I am serious. I will love any woman from any race or being. Right now, I have 3 partners who are officially part of my group right now. A hybrid between 2 beings of the 3 factions, a human magician and a yokai. Zenobia looks at me mortified. I also have a pure devil, another hybrid, and a dragon I'm working towards. As I said, they'll treasure them all and equally. I'm already quite fond of them. If they leave my life suddenly right now, I wouldn't know what I would do. How can you get them to get along? I mean, some still have some bad blood for other species. Dulio makes a good point, but I haven't seen the girls fight at all well seriously at the very least. They haven't fought so far, so I don't know, but I'll deal with it when the time comes. But I would like them to at least be on good terms with each other, so there won't be much unnecessary drama in it. The woman I'll have will range in age and maturity. The younger more, so the teenagers will be more emotional and default to their emotional reactions rather than the older ones. I will have to be their emotional pillar during those times. I find myself questioning my real age. At times, I certainly don't act like a teen most of the time, but I still do since I've regressed back to being 17, even though I can't remember the exact details. I have a feeling that I didn't die as a reckless teenager. Then how about the main leader? Someone has to organize everyone in the group. Yes? Do you have that? I guess Alpha is the one who calls the shots per se? Griselda asks. These guys are asking really hard questions to answer. An alpha? Do I have an alpha? I mean, if we go by who joined first, then Aquino would fit that description, though I don't see her want to manage my entire group of companions. She can already tell it's going to be a very large vessel, and she wants to join the crew. The same can be said for Kuroka and Lavinia. Graphia, perhaps? I can see her taking a leader-type officer role when she joins. Ophis would be a no, and definitely nodding Wild, as I think she would fit better alongside Aquino and Lavinia. As for future companions, one comes to mind, but I won't mention her name yet. I guess the hybrid who was my first partner, but I don't think she would want to be in that kind of role. Most of the people close to me don't have that kind of drive as far as I can see. But like I said earlier, I'll love them equally, so as long as they get on well, I don't see a need for an alpha of sorts. So, no definitive answer yet, then? She asks and I nod. Legally, you will need to have an official wife. I pray for you when that time comes. Point taken. Zenobia finally speaks up again. How? How can you love something that's not part of your species or race? What does their race or species have to do with anything? I fall in love with their personality and how they are in general. I won't lie that their beauty will also factor in, but some people out there may look gorgeous but can be so disgustingly ugly on the inside. I pause and look at Zenobia. I mean, take you, for example. You're a beautiful young teenager, but right now, spouting all this, and that isn't exactly attractive, not including romance or what have you. She frowns at this, but doesn't say anything. I could see Irina nodding along to what I was saying, and Zenobia caught on and gave her friend a glare. Didn't God say to love everyone around us? I'm just taking that from a literal standpoint. Even if one day someone dear to me becomes blind, deaf, get an incurable disease, or even cancer, will find a cure or make it myself. Once I commit to that person, I won't stop at anything. Hybrid and outcast, orphan, I don't care about any of that. If I fall in love with you, and if you feel the same, then it's already game over and things are set in stone then. I got a bit passionate there and left them staring at me. Haha, sound a bit cheesy, but I like it. Man, definitely a keeper, even if you're going to be some kind of big shot leader in the future. Dulio presents a fist in front of me, and I fist bump with him. I guess adding orphans hit a note with him. I could also Griselda smiling beside me, as well as Irina. The only one who had a complicated expression was Zenobia, which shall grow into eventually. ITLL, just take a little bit more time. But man, why do you sound so I don't know? Desperate for love and affection. I also want to know why that is Dulio. Maybe it has something to do with those weird memories voices I heard from before. Yon. See, PPY, high OVIs, ND, F. I can't even start to try to decipher what those even mean. CNTIR. Answer. I do not know. Not very convincing there, you know? Or are you perhaps just avoiding answering anything that has anything to do with my past? Sintir. Answer. No. Whatever. Hey, how about you two? Well, PPY seems like happy, or something along those lines. IME might refer to time, but for the rest, I do not know. Sorry about that, Gene. Yeah, they're a bit too vague, partner. Well, at least you guys are giving me something, unlike someone else anyway. So, something like this? Yon. CA happy owl, high OVIs, and D. F time O? Yon is maybe everyone, and I'll maybe mile. It could be smile, seeing as how happy came before it. True, true. Nice, nice, you guys are actually useful for one. Hey, am joking, geez. Anyway, something like this then. Everyone. Say happy smile, high OVIs, and D. F. Time well, we can slowly decipher this over time. I want to mention that the voice did not sound like me. That second one is feminine too. I wonder from whom? I don't know, man. I'm just compelled to spread the love, I guess. They'll just give them a fake answer, as I don't know myself if you say so. He just shrugged and didn't push the topic any further. Not too long after we make it into a large room, covered with symbols of the churches around its walls. In the middle were the 2 pieces of the 7 Excalibur pieces. Gabriel had already arrived and was staring at the 3 swords, fascinated. I walk over beside the angel and start patting her, causing her to giggle. The others joined us while looking around the room too. So these are the Excalibur pieces? Not bad. They're not bad, but not good either. They're just a fraction of what the real thing could do. I would also like to see how it could compare to other Excaliburs. Too not bad. Geez, man, what kind of things do you want to see to impress you? Dulio shook his head. Yeah, I guess swords that can destroy universes? I shrug and they look at me weirdly. Maybe in Dreamland there are strong swords out there, but what you just described there is just fantasy. I grin. Fantasy, huh? I put my hand in front of Excalibur destruction. What are you doing? Griselda asks a bit worried. But Gabriel shook her hand and placed a hand on her arm, making the exorcist relax. Just watch. I proceeded to make an exact replica of the sword. When it appeared in the air, I grabbed it. Ta-da! Another Excalibur destruction. I announced sarcastically. I glanced to my sides and see them slack-jawed again, with the exception of Gabriel, who was giggling. I start waving the thing around. Damn, this thing is light. Maybe I should just make the original Excalibur then. I sigh a bit disappointed with the thing. WW, what do you mean, make the original Excalibur? Irina half-shout, half-blurts out at me. Did I stutter? I mean what I mean, but I want since that would be a bit too much. I crushed the sword out of existence. The sword. Again, Irina shouted before Zenobia corrected her and pointed at blessing stuff in the stands. Oh, right, she sheepishly chuckled. You just keep on adding more mysteries to yourself, Jean. Griselda finally comments after witnessing the scene in front of her, while Gabriel happily nodded along. Well, anyway, I have a job to do. I raise my hand up and cover the area in invisible tripwires. I then make 2 small devices shaped like TV remote controls and throw them towards Griselda and Dulio. They both catch them. Were they? I covered this area with tripwires that will alert those things when someone comes in here with intentions of stealing these things. I look around. You and anyone touching you will be instantly teleported here when that happens. You will have a 5-second window before the teleportation occurs. They both nod and thank me. We fall into a brief bout of silence as my request is done. So, anyway, I think I'm done here. I start to slide away when Dulio calls out to me. Jean, wait. I stop and turn around. What's up? Need something? Everyone is staring at us. Dulio with a more serious-looking expression on him. I'd like to make a request. Can we spar? He asked surprisingly his fellow exorcists. What brought this on Dulio? You're usually way too lazy to do that, unless you get an order from the higher-ups. Griselda was confused at the sudden request. I wait for him to respond, as I usually don't just randomly fight people. Saror was the exception, since he's pretty noble, and asked me to fight sincerely without any other objectives. Vala's case was well a request, so I couldn't really refuse. I look forward to the day he finds out my sacred gear. Centurato, and can create no replicate. The Excalibur pieces, who wouldn't want to try fighting against someone like that? Please? Dulio explained his reasoning. I can understand where he's coming from. I look at Griselda and Gabriel. Gabriel, still a little bit oblivious, just smiles back at me. Griselda just shrugged. So, she's leaving the decision up to me. I look back at the man. Sure thing, I got time. Nice, thanks. He claps his hand and starts to run away. He didn't even tell me where to go to. I look at the girls and ask them, do you know? Thankfully, Griselda nods, and we all follow her back. It didn't take us long to get back to the teleportation circle, and Griselda lead Gabriel and I to one of their sparring rooms training facilities. It's standard, with a few pieces of equipment to use for working out, and some training dummies for both physical and magical uses. The room seemed to have been cleared of people recently, perhaps due to Dulio's request. It would be hard to refuse the guy due to his personality and status as the current strongest exorcist. "Took you long enough," he shouts, waving at us from the opposite side of the room. I decided to walk over to the opposite side of Dulio. The spectators obviously watch by the sidelines. "Good luck, Jean." Gabriel cheered for me, making me a tad bit happy. Third-person point of view with spectators, boss. Who do you think will win? Irina asked Griselda. The sister in question lightly karate chopped Irina on the head, making the girl wince. "It's Sister Griselda to you. Young lady, to answer your question, I believe Dulio will win. We know his strength, his mastery over his sacred gear Zenith Tempest, and his achievements. He isn't called the strongest exorcist for no reason. After all, while I don't have a clue on Jean's strength, he's also quite young. He does have the boosted gear. He personally said he awakened his sacred gear since he was 7. So he will also be experienced, but apart from owning a mid-tier Longina sacred gear, we compare that to Zenith Tempest, which is a high tier and the second strongest Longinus from the original 13. The cards are just stacked against him." Gabriel listened to Griselda's points. While she agrees with a lot of them, Gabriel thinks they were underestimating Jean too much, and she didn't like the feeling. "Jean, while I personally don't know much about Jean's power and him as a whole, I think you're underestimating him a bit too much." Gabriel-sama, my apologies. Griselda wasn't too sure in how to answer to her superior's remarks. Gabriel shakes her head. "No, it's fine. You made valid points. Maybe I'm just biased." Griselda smiled at the seraph. A young woman in love is quite scary. She stared back at both boys. "Love, huh? With Jean and Dulio ready, Jean?" Dulio asked while getting into a stance. "Anytime." The two stood still, staring each other down, neither moving a muscle as they waited for each other to make a move. Dulio smiled, and large chunks of ice flew towards Jean. Dulio, during their stare-down hand, froze the air around Jean and turned those frozen water into icicle shards. Jean does minimal movement and dodges the attack. However, Dulio predicted this and had summoned some lightning above him and struck down on where Jean stood. Jean skillfully dodges this too as he jumped backwards. "Got you." When Jean landed on the ground, ice had appeared and froze him in place. "Oh, quite creative of you." Jean was impressed by Dulio's mastery over his sacred gear. Dulio didn't let Jean continue as he encased him in ice. With spectators, and that's Dulio's win. Griselda was expecting a bit more from the new Red Dragon Emperor. Perhaps she was expecting too much? That was quick. Irina shouted. All that confidence, and for what? Zenobia was irritated for some reason. She didn't know why. Boom! With Jean and Dulio, I guess that's boom. What the Dulio was blasted backwards by the pressure that had appeared after Jean broke the ice. He was encased in. Damn, dude. Dulio looked back at Jean, standing there with a grin. That was good, but not good enough. Jean beckoned Dulio with his hand come. Dulio, for some reason, felt adrenaline start pumping through him. Heh, I had a hunch that it wasn't that easy. All right, Jean, here I come. Dulio announced as he covered his legs with wind and dashed forward, increasing his speed by several folds. This made Dulio look like he teleported beside Jean as he sent a punch covered in lightning towards his head. Jean casually looks at the man, surprising him and as well as stopping his attack. Dulio jumped backwards in disbelief. Damn, what the heck was that? Dulio had broken out in a weird cold sweat when he made eye contact with Jean. Every cell in his body was screaming at him right now to run. But he shook that thought away. I can't back down now. All right, let's try that again. Dulio disappeared and reappeared in front of Jean, sending out the same punch towards the boy. Jean casually dodged it. Dulio continued his assault. Meanwhile, he had formed small tornadoes made out of fire and ice, both on a colossus course towards Jean. Jean dodged one more punch from Dulio and crossed his arms, confusing Dulio. Jean flicked his fingers and destroyed the forming tornadoes, much to Dulio's surprise. This made the exorcist laugh out loud. Seriously? Seriously. Jean answered back and sent out a flick towards Dulio's chest. The man reacted on time and blocked it, but was sent flying backwards again and crashing into the wall on the other side of the room. That's going to hurt tomorrow. Dulio had recovered fast, but was clearly in pain as he patted his back while slightly leaning forward. Don't worry, I can heal you. Dulio shook his head. Great, you can beat me up and then heal me. He said sarcastically. All right, man, let me put out a bit more power. I can't win if I half-ass this. Dulio summoned multiple elements beside him and launched them at Jean. He also joined the projectiles and continued his close combat assault. Jean dodges all of it easily, but he noticed a small shift around them. Now, multiple circles of magic appeared around Jean, different elements appearing on them. That's just normal magic, man. Dulio created a thundercloud behind each magic circle, and lightning crackled from them. He also added the same tornadoes from before. It's over. All attacks that Dulio fired at Jean. The youth only responded to Dulio with a smile. Boom! With spectators, Irina was speechless, and so was Zenobia. They watched the attack Dulio had created and had seemingly obliterated the youth. That was a bit too much. What if he killed him? Dulio, Griselda muttered. She was stunned at how hard he was fighting. She has never seen him this serious in a long time. Griselda looked at the seraph beside her. Much to her surprise, Gabriel was smiling. "10k-15," she muttered. The other two trainees looked over as well, only to find the same scene. It's fine, Jean is okay. Gabriel trusted Jean. She had already confirmed her feelings a few days ago. This right now was just pure trust she put in him. Everyone looked back at the scene in front of them, in even more shock. With Jean and Dulio, I like it, very creative. Jean's voice didn't sound any different, much to his shock. It's the same tone as it had been an hour ago. Dulio stood there and incredulous. He had put quite a bit of power and thought into that attack, and it still did nothing? He really is a monster. Geez, my turn. Jean disappeared from where he stood. Dulio couldn't comprehend what was going on. He didn't even see or sense Jean. But what he did feel were fingers poking him at specific spots on his body. His head, neck, right shoulder, right hand, left knee, right foot, hip on the right side. And finally, my hair. Dulio felt a bit of his hair missing as he touched the spot. It was a very small amount, but he still felt it. Jean appeared in front of Dulio and let the hair fall out his hands. Did you count? He asked. This question caused Dulio to fall on his ass. Haha, man, what in the world are you? Dulio shook his head in disbelief of it all. 7? If you count my hair, then 8. I couldn't follow you. It's like you stopped existing and just poked me at different places. Jean smiled. I just went really fast. You just couldn't comprehend it. Jean put his hand out for the man, and he accepted. I'll lose. No, I surrender. If I can't keep up with that, then there's no point in continuing. Dulio shook his head. He didn't want to be exhausted or bedbound by tomorrow. Jean skyward Dulio, and I walked back to the spectators. The exorcists were flabbergasted at what just happened. Jean, Gabriel bear hugged me again. You won. I knew you could. Hee hee. Thanks, Gabriel. I turned to the rest of them. We should go now. We spent a bit more time than was necessary. I look at Dulio and nod at him. That was fun, man. Let's have a spar again. Dulio chuckled and gave us a strained smile. Maybe when I get a bit stronger. He had sat on the ground and waved me off. See you around, Griselda. I look at the Irina and Zenobia. You too as well. Nova, Rena. I teleported out of there, leaving the girls stunned that I called by weird nicknames. Heaven 6th, Heaven Michael's office, yo. We're back. I greet Michael with a peace sign and let Gabriel go, though she didn't want to and clung to me. Michael looked up and smiled. I would assume it went well. Yep, without a hitch. I have returned your little sis back. I did have to scold her a bit, though. Michael looked a bit shocked. As scold her? Yeah. Anyway, where are the other pieces of Excalibur? I asked him since I wasn't too sure where they would be located. Oh, they're at different parts of the world. They already have very high security, but with 2 being stolen already, I have put a word in to increase it even further. I see. I guess it's fine. Oh, Michael. Dulio and Jean fought, and Jean won. Michael looked at me shocked. Why would you two fight? He was confused. I could see why. He asked me to spar. We did, and I won. He was pretty good too. I shrugged. It was nothing serious. Michael sighed. You really are a rising star in the supernatural world, Jean. Whether you see that yourself or not, you will definitely make big changes in the future. Oh, I know Mikey, I know. Is that so? Well, try not to stand out too much, nah. That's probably beyond the point of repair. I chuckled, and so did Michael. I should get going. I pat Gabriel on the head. Come visit any time, all right? As I said that, she refused to let go of me, making Michael smile awkwardly at his sister. We'll see each other soon. Don't worry too much, Gabriel. She looked up at me, and I boop her gently on the nose, causing the seraph to blush and let go of me. She nodded cutely, and I left. Japan, Kuo Skyward household, that should be a good motivator to all of them. They should be a bit stronger than their canon counterparts. I don't know who's stronger on the enemy's side after all. Welcome back. Ingvild's voice brings me out of my thoughts. Hey, I'm back. It went pretty well. I summon a bottle of water and sit down beside her. Third-person point of view with Griselda was shocked. She didn't know how to react. She had seen Dulio throughout the years and how powerful he was. But he was easily beaten by someone younger than him. But he looked satisfied and even more eager to get stronger. She looked over at her trainees, and they also had the same look, the look of wanting to get even stronger than they are, no, more than they had planned. You just saw one of the strongest exorcists in history be beaten that easily. Do you want to get stronger? She asked them. Double, no triple, our training boss. Irina said, determined. Zenobia didn't voice her thoughts, but nodded along to Irina's. She saw strength she couldn't comprehend. She acknowledges she's an idiot, but was smart enough to understand what just happened. So with one thing in mind, she set her sights on it. Strength, even more strength than she had planned. So she could be acknowledged by that boy, no man. She wanted to stand as his equal, no matter how long it took. Unfortunately for Zenobia, that would be near impossible, as Jean wasn't in normal existence. To begin with, his fate changed once his reincarnation started. Japan. Kuo Jean Skyward. Is anyone else back yet? I couldn't sense anyone else in the building. No, she looked a bit irritated. Oh, no food. We'll go make something real quick. 1 second. I thought I knew how to cook. I shrug and get on with making lunch for us. I get back and hand her some food, just some sandwiches I wiped up. I thought you knew how to cook in? She was about to bite in her food when she stops midway and stared at me blankly. She slowly turned red. I forgot I leaned in close to her ear and whispered, neat, causing her to playfully push me away. Am not. I swear I'm not. I just forgot, genuinely forgot. She huffed, still embarrassed. Haha, I'm joking in. Come on, let's eat. We finished lunch, and I cleaned the dishes with magic, and we were just chilling on the couch again. You know what, 1 second. I'm going to the ORC to check up on their training. I announce my intentions, and Ingvild just nods her head, not really paying attention. Meh. I turned myself invisible, and I teleported to Kuo Academy. Kuo Academy. When I teleported near the field, I could see everyone training, some more effective than others. I make my way to Kiba, and he was practicing with a machine. He had a demonic sword out and was dodging the machine as it sent out power punches towards him. He would occasionally stop and let it hit him. The machine's strength was set to middle class in power, so he was definitely taking a beating when it did hit him, but he got up when it knocked him down and continued. A little bit reckless, but will work for him in the long run. He also had another dummy beside him. He mostly used it to attack. This time it had settings for how strong its defenses are. It was set to ultimate class, and he wasn't making a dent on it, but he was giving it his all. One is on the right track. I won't need to keep an eye on him much then when I officially start. Maybe an actual spar partner every now and again will drastically help him improve. I'll move on and join the Yukai sisters. Naisama Chiron said tiredly. Please mercy, her movements were slow, and she literally looked exhausted. I love you, Chiron, and it pains me to see you like this, but for a friend of mine, I must do this, Naya. Kuroko wiped a fake tear from her eye, only serving to annoy her little sister. Akino-senpai, Naisama, both are evil. Chiron punched one more time as a small air current rippled through the air. She looked up at the sky. Masked man, send help. I never would have thought that Chiron would ask for me during such a trying time of her life day. I mentally prayed for her and left to go to another peerage member. To my delight, I come across Akino. She was taking what I said this morning to heart and was practicing her demonic elements as well as holy lightning. She was controlling the lightning after it left her. While the control was still very brief, it was there. Aquino shot out another blast of holy lightning and flicked her right hand to the left. The lightning changed course and hit the tree nearby. Yes, a success, she happily cheered to herself. She did this a few more times with varying results, as well as mixing in demonic lightning and other elements. She just needs to keep this up. When I bring her and everyone else back into the pocket dimension, they can increase in raw power soon. I moved to the final member of this peerage, their king and heiress to the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory. What is she doing? I had arrived at where Rias was situated, and she had been sitting down and meditating, while covering her entire body with the power of destruction. This was quickly depleting her POD, but also slowly increased her control and demonic pool by a relatively large amount. While reckless, Cinchuredo, satisfied with my quick walk through the club members, I left back for my home. Skyward household and done. I announce and flop back down on the couch. I feel Ingvild lean onto me and show her laptop screen to me. What do you think of these things? She asked. I take a look and it's all standard stuff, a desk, a few hangers, an extra table, and other bits and bobs. They seem fine. I can help with assembling them if you want. Yes, please and thank you in advance. You can order more, you know. I can always make your room bigger. She gained a thoughtful look when I mentioned increasing the space of her room. I forgot about that. She clicked on her wish list and scrolled down. How about this? A piano. It's not a grand piano, but just an electric piano, sure. I can also add some sound insulation in your room that only works when you play the piano. Are you fine with just that? She nodded. All right, sure, order away. She giggled and ordered the piano as well. Suddenly my necklace glowed and Ophis appeared a bit disheveled. Are you okay? You look a bit roughed up. I fell off the couch. I looked at her confused. Fell off the couch? Dimensional gap. Looks like living room. I fell asleep and fell off the couch. Cinchuredo, I groaned, causing Ingvild to giggle. I pulled out my phone and saw that Seraphol was the one calling me. I answered the phone call. Hi, welcome to Chili's. Huh? Seraphol legitimately sounded confused. Jean, are you okay? TCH, Vine isn't a thing here. How boring. It's me, Sarah. What's up? All right. Jean, I'm going to Kyoto and Asgard tomorrow. Both of them want to meet the middleman, so, can you join me? You're meeting the West Yukai faction and Odin? Sure, I'm game. I'll look over at Ingvild. Ingvild's coming with me. Are you okay with that? Oh, her? Sure. More the merrier. She sounded a bit disappointed when I mentioned bringing someone else along. Ingvild looked at me a bit excited. She did promise to go with me on my next request. Anyway, meet me in the Citri territory around 9 a.m., okay? Sure. Do you want us to wear anything specific? Or can we just go there and whatever? Well, anything is fine, just nothing too out there. Like your magical gear, getup? I teased. That's my business attire, mister. Anyway, just don't be late and wear anything that's sensible. She huffed and ended the call. I turned to Ingvild. Looks like we're meeting Yukai and some Norse gods tomorrow. I'm a bit excited, but I wonder why they want to meet those factions, though probably wanting to make more peace. I've been doing quite a few requests for the factions after all. I look at Ophis. Cinchuredo. What is happening? Whose voices are these? Jean? I felt Ingvild touch my shoulder, forcing me out of my thoughts. Oh yeah, what's up? I looked at Ingvild, who was clearly worried about me. I just grabbed the girl and hugged her. I also noticed Ophis had woken up and had been holding onto my other arm. She also looked worried, well in her way of showing it. Jijin. Ingvild was surprised by the sudden action I made on her. Just give me a moment. What was that? I don't get it. It sounded feminine. She was calling out a name. Was it my name? Teyu. Where the shot CNTIR? Answer. I do not know. I sigh. She won't tell me why is she being limited? Who? The one who reincarnated me? Why? Let me stay like this for a little bit. I also pull Ophis into the hug, surprising the dragon god, but she accepted it regardless and quickly fell back asleep. Okay, Ingvild looked more worried for me, so she also hugged me back. I Need Answers Chapter 12, Part 1, Progress, Kyoto, and the False King Jean Skyward, huh? I look around me, and everything was just white. No sound, no type of scenery, just a vast blanket of white. What the hell, where am I? I don't remember anything about how I got here, or anything. Drake? Albion? Teyeteir? I called out to the two dragons in system, but they didn't answer. I should just walk then. It will be better than just standing still. Nodding to myself, I pick a random direction and start walking. There was no sound at all, not even my footsteps. As I walk, I try using my abilities, and they're still there, so if I get attacked, I won't be useless. That's at least reassuring. On my silent journey, I'm unsure of whether I'm making any progress, or if I am just walking in place because everything is so white. Suddenly, it started to lightly snow. Snow? Suddenly, snowflakes started falling from above me. I wasn't sure if I should call what was above me the sky, as it was mostly white like the rest of this place. The drift of snow calmly fell from above. It didn't change in intensity as I thought it would. Perhaps this was a replay of past events? Past events? Is this a scene from my former self? But why the endless void of white? A dream. I conclude that I was most likely dreaming then. With this thought in mind, I continue on my journey, but I do not remember Ireland having many snowstorms. Yes, it did occasionally snow, but not much fell, so most, if not all of it, melted by the next day, or even the next few hours. It felt like I had been here for an eternity, walking endlessly. A few minutes earlier, I had summoned some food. Even though I wasn't hungry, I needed to do something else to pass the time. Beep! A sound. I look around me and listen to the noise again. Beep! A beeping noise? But where? After listening intently again, the beeping noise resounded again, and I changed directions. The longer I walked in the direction where the noise was coming from, the louder and more consistent it got. It wasn't a constant beeping, but it was regular enough. I could see something in the distance. I strained my eyes as best as I could to see it, and it looked like a bed. Why a bed? I increased my speed and soon arrived close to it. The sound was at its loudest now, but I couldn't figure out what was making the beeping noise. There was only a bed and a beeping noise present. Suddenly, a blurry thing appeared, perhaps a body? A small window appeared in front of the shape as it sat on the bed, looking out. Who is that? Is it me? It's so blurry that I can't tell anything apart from it being vaguely human-shaped. I reach out to touch the figure in front of me, Japan. Kuo-jin skyward. I opened my eyes and was brought back to reality. What a strange dream, CNT. IR? Anything to say? Jindir. Answer. No. Okay. It's obvious at this point that you won't say anything regarding my past. I mentally sigh as she won't even humor me a tiny bit. I turn to look at the girls sleeping beside me. I can't blame them for wanting to be near me after the way I acted last night, as it was definitely out of character for me. They were worried sick too, Ingvild, Grafia, and even Ophis to my surprise. I kiss them each on the head and think back to yesterday evening's events. Flashback, Jean skyward. I silently hugged both girls as Ingvild hugged me back. Ophis was already fast asleep, which was surprising. I eventually break the hug. I'm fine. I just wanted to hug someone. I lied, but Ingvild clearly didn't believe me as she looked at me sternly but didn't ask me about it. I lay Ophis back down on the couch and Ingvild back on her side as I got up. I'm going to go somewhere for a bit. They'll be back soon. I turn to leave, but I feel someone grab my arm. I'm coming with you. Ingvild responded firmly, her usual calm demeanor gone. Ingvild, it's fine. I won't be away for long. It's just a quick trip, I promise. I insist. This was the first time I was seeing Ingvild this pushy about, well, anything. She usually just went with the flow of things. Ingvild Leviathan. They'll have to respectfully decline. Because I wanted to check out certain places alone. Right now, I decided to double down. Ingvild looked at me shocked, probably due to the tone of voice, as well as using her full name. She lets go of my arm and steps away. She looked hurt. I didn't like that. I step closer to her and bring her back into a hug. I'm sorry, but I really need to do this alone. I need to confirm some things for myself. You'll be back soon, all right? She hugged me back without saying anything else. I felt like she was hugging me back a little tighter than normal. We break the hug and I step away when I am going back. Ophis announces and disappeared back into the necklace. When did she wake up? I shake my head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I teleported away, leaving a worried Ingvild to herself. Ireland, Dublin. I had teleported on top of the fairy tree in Dublin. I stared down at the city below me. It was quite chilly as it was early in the morning and not many people were out and about at this time. I nod to myself and teleport somewhere else. Done Leagir, I turn away from the alleyway that I teleported into and start walking. Let's go to places where I think I spent a lot of time in my past life. I walked to People's Park and jumped over the closed gates. As it was early, the gates were still closed. It's surprising that the park closes at a specific time. I would have thought that all parks were open 24/7, but I think I was wrong. I strolled by the small playground area and stood on the swing set and swung back and forth. I didn't spend much time here, but I think I did go here with my class for something. I had a feeling that this might be the right place. I spent a few minutes exploring before stepping away. I stood outside the jungle gym and traced my fingers along its structure. When nothing happened, I left the area. I went to the pier, found a bench, and sat down staring out. The same uneasy sensation came back. Did I used to sit on this a lot? But for what? Was it during my brooding teenage years? I sat on it and stared out at the sea, the morning sun slowly rising to make for a beautiful view. This feels nostalgic. I felt slightly sad staring out, a memory I couldn't fully remember, but my body know. Perhaps my soul resonated with it. I sigh and summon some coffee. I get up and walk toward my former home, drinking the warm coffee I just got. I look around and see nothing out of the ordinary. Whoosh! My attention was drawn to the noise, and, to my surprise, it was a fae. Middleman, it cheerfully called out to me. The Queen and King of Fairies wishes to meet with you in the near future. Looks like my middleman status is a lot more widespread than I thought. The three factions, Ukai, Asgardians, Norse gods, and now Ireland Supernatural is seeking me out. Sure thing. I answer back. You will receive a notification in the future. Bye-bye. The fae giggled and disappeared. I'm quite looking forward to meeting them. I wonder how they will be. I continued my journey in my old hometown. I decided to check out the library, hospital, a few of the stores I was a regular at, and my old school, but nothing came, not a single itch. Was this a waste of time? I grumbled at the thought of not getting the results I wanted. I was also feeling nostalgic. After I finished my cup of coffee, I also felt some eyes watching me from time to time. I was probably just the fae or some other supernatural being keeping an eye on me. I sigh and teleport back to Dublin, picking a random spot. Dublin, where the hell am I? I look around my surroundings and spot a hospital, St. James Hospital. I didn't expect to be teleported to the location, which is risky as these places are usually alive all the time. But luckily it looks like no one saw me. I started walking past it when I felt an itch, making me stop on the spot. Huh, why an itch here? Was I hospitalized in the past? I'll mull it over. I don't feel like I scratched my head, whatever. They'll check it out in the future. I have probably been away for a bit too long than I had promised. Teieteir, onsver, devini valandos 3 minutos. Yeah, wait, too long. 2 hours too long. They'll have to apologize to everyone. I teleported back home, not satisfied with my trip. Japan, Kuo, I had teleported just outside my house. As it was night and no one was around, so I was safe. Everyone's back. I reached for the doorknob and felt all their auras inside when I was suddenly pulled into the necklace. Wa Dragon Necklace Dimensional Gap Office, I stood there staring at the dragon god who had just pulled me into her subspace. What stood out to me was that it looked like my living room. She did say she modeled it a bit after it, but I didn't think it would be an exact replica, minus the TV and a lot of books lying around. I spot the dragon god on the same couch staring at me. Ophis started patting the spot beside her, indicating I should go and sit there. Confused, I nod while walking towards her and sitting down beside her. Did you need something from me, Ophis? Despite my question, the dragon did not answer as she just pulled me into a tight hug. I was a bit stunned by what she had done. I could feel her hugging my head, almost as though she was trying to comfort me. Ophis, what's this about? Keeping me in place, she begins speaking. You. She shakes her head. Your emotions were in a torrent earlier. I have been reading books. A few of them say that comforting someone with affection, skinship, a hug, would lessen negative emotions. She explained her reasoning, and I was stunned. You do this with your group of friends. They show positive emotions when done so. I wanted to try it on you. Is it working? She asked, sounding a little concerned. I, I thought it would work on you. I couldn't help but feel proud of this being in front of me. She took up the liberty of studying what emotions are, and now is trying it for herself, still clumsily doing it, but she means well. I chuckled to myself. Thank you, Ophis. And yes, you're doing a good job. Cinchuredo, I finally end her hug, and I return the favor. She welcomes it and presses her head into my chest. Home, she muttered. Yeah, home. I started to pet the dragon god. It'll get going, Ophis. You can join us soon, or you can keep sleeping here. Sleep, Jean, join the future, she answered as she slowly drifted back into dreamland. Thank you, Ophis. You've grown quite a bit in such a short time. I look over at the books scattered around the place. They certainly were helpful, but why? That's the one thing I don't understand. For Jean, she muttered, surprising me. She wasn't asleep yet? Or did she answer me subconsciously? I pat the dragon for a few more seconds before laying her back on the couch and leaving the necklace. Having returned outside, I'm not sure how long has passed. CNTIR? CNTIR. Answer, 5 minutes passed. Not long, I'm glad. I take a deep breath, grab the knob, and open the door. I close the door behind me. Once I did so, I heard multiple footsteps and all the girls appeared in the hallway. I waved to them. Hey there, Jean. The 3 girls shouted my name and jumped me. We crashed onto the floor as they tried to strangle the life out of me. Time out, I pleaded, but they didn't listen and kept hugging me. I glanced at Graphia and Ingvild, who just gave me apologetic smiles. Traitors. Girls, I'm fine. Using a little bit more strength, I pushed myself up along with them. I sat there as they still clung to me. I didn't go out to fight an outer god. I get they're worried, but geez, where did you go? Aquino finally asked after silently hugging me. The other 2 are also staring at me, waiting for the answer. Don't worry, I just left to go check on something. I didn't want to worry them about this. Like they were just voices, right? Just past memories, Jean. Please tell us why you suddenly left. Kuroka didn't add her naya to it, so she's speaking seriously right now. Jean Cohen, we're all here for you. You can trust us. I was hesitant. I did act up a bit, but I didn't think it warranted this kind of reaction. While I mulled over, Kuroka got up along with the girls. Jean, we trust you a lot. You've done a lot of things for us in a short amount of time, but you still hesitate to tell us things and still keep secrets. Even if it's beneficial for us, it's a bit hurtful, You don't need to shoulder everything by yourself. If I had problems, I would tell you them in a heartbeat. She looks at Lavinia and Aquino. I would believe that these 2 all share that sentiment. Both of them nod. Please. I inwardly sigh. I guess they're right. Trust and communication go a long way in relationships. I got up. All right, oh bite. Azul, I'm sorry. I take a deep breath. So, I've been hearing voices. They're broken, and not many of the sentences, hell, the words aren't even full. But the voices aren't people or beings I know of. I've asked Drake about them, but he's as clueless as me. I look at them, and they wait for me to continue. So, I traveled to Ireland to maybe jog up my memory, I chuckle. It didn't do any good for me. But that didn't work out as planned. I didn't find anything, only feeling nostalgic at some spots I visited, also an itch, but that really didn't say much about anything. Also, I was approached by a fae. It seems like the Queen and King of Fairies want to meet me in the future since they're aware of my status as the middleman. Voices? What kind of voices? Lavinia looked at me with concern. A male and female voice. I've heard the male's voice once, the female's 3 times now. Are you sure those have something to do with your past? Kuroka points out. What if there's someone in the present just trying to communicate with you? Hell, what if it's from the future? She makes a good point. They're present or future, not always the past. I see a look into them. No, we will. Aquino corrects me and smiles. Promise us you'll be more honest and open with us in the future, Jean. Honesty and being open-minded will lead to a better relationship, is what I read. Lavinia trots over and pinches my cheeks. Okay? Okay. I say weirdly, making her giggle. She lets go of my face. Now, let's go have dinner. We were all waiting for you to come back. Yeah, I'm only Naya. They give me a peck on the cheek and go into the dining room. Yeah, my bad. Later that night, I pour some water on myself as I get ready to have a late-night bath. I'd already filled up the bath with warm water and finished scrubbing myself down. We had a rather easygoing rest of the night as we bantered back and forth. The girl's a little bit more clingy than usual, though I can understand where they're coming from. Trust, huh? I realize that I do need to start trusting them more. Maybe subconsciously, I am putting a barrier between myself and them. Although it's not a big one, it's there nonetheless. I guess I'm not flawless even after reincarnating, haha. Though I doubt I was even close to such a thing in my old life. Call it gut feeling. Shuffle. Slide. I turn around as I hear some shuffling behind the door of the bathroom, and then it opens. Cinchuredo. I thought she went to bed already. The girls already did. I had to maneuver myself out of their grasps. I had woken up to grab myself a drink. I noticed the light in the bathroom had been turned on and checked to see if anyone was here, so I decided to join Eugene. The slightly tense atmosphere vanished once she started to speak. I find it strange that she would come here for such a small reason. It's not like her at all. I see. Well, I guess we'll keep each other company then. I laughed in an attempt to lighten the mood. As she starts, I was worried about you as well, Jean. She tightens her embrace around me. But I couldn't really voice that as you and your group were having a tender moment. It felt rude to intrude on it. I chuckle. Is that so? I'm glad my maid was so worried about me. Following my small remark, Graphia didn't answer me and remained motionless. Only our breathing could be heard. Yes, I really was worried, and I am your maid, she whispered the last part, still embarrassed by her admission. I was stunned. I didn't think Graphia cared for me this much. She showed subtly signs of it, but her usual stoicism made it difficult to discern at times. She also got used to my teasing, so that didn't exactly help in trying to tell her emotions. You're usually just aloof, goofing around, and all around relaxed. Nothing looked like it bothered you, but you're still a human if even partially you still have feelings. While she's wrong about that, I lied about being a human dragon god hybrid since I'm an outer god now, but that could be discussed at another time. When the girls and I returned, Ingvild told us what had happened. They panicked and began searching for you for a full hour. They left before she could tell them that you may not be in the country. She chuckled a bit. They're still quite young as they lost and acted on their emotions like that. I agree with what they said. Jean, I also will be here for you. Even if you just want to talk or vent about your thoughts and feelings, isn't that a duty of a maid? So please, be more honest to them. To me, I'm a bit overwhelmed by her honesty and quickly turn around and give her a friendly pat on the shoulder. She's surprised by this, but smiles and nods in response. I step back and look at her with a warm expression. Well, you better follow your own words, FIA. She looked back at me stunned. If I have to be honest with you, you have to be honest with me. I want to know more about the real Graphia Lucifuge, not just the maid that I see all the time. But you, even if it's just between the two of us like right now. We stared at each other silently. It almost felt like an eternity before it was broken. Yes, of course, Jean. She smiles brightly, a smile that I hadn't seen her have before. It was a sight for sore eyes, I can tell you that. This was definitely a pivotal change in our relationship and dynamic. So, I sealed the deal by kissing her on the forehead. She was a bit embarrassed by this, but that quickly faded as she closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling. I stopped. All right then, let's go and have a relaxing bath. Graphia remained motionless, taking in what just happened. I got up. Cinchuredo, can you blame me? I liked Graphia before coming to this world. Her doing that and admitting her feelings to me. Well, that kind of made me feel this way. Sorry. I quickly tossed the towel aside and headed to the bathroom. I sat down and let the warm water wash away the day's fatigue. Cinchuredo. I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her closer to me. So how was your day, FIA? She closes her eyes and sighs in a relaxed tone. It was quite busy. While Surzek-sama doesn't have much paperwork to do, he still has other duties to attend to. My burden was slightly alleviated as Astri-sama was with us. Surzek-sama was equally ecstatic to use the new android and has granted you another favor. He's usually slaving away at the paperwork all day long. He only ever took breaks when Astri-sama forcefully pulled him away and after helped the two of us. We also had to attend some meetings along with Ajuka-sama. He has also told me that Latia Astaroth may request for you soon enough. Serafal-sama also mentioned to us that she'll be bringing you to the West Yukai faction and Asgard starting tomorrow. You're aware of this, yes? She turns to look at me. She called me earlier this evening. I'm bringing Ingvild along, as she hasn't had much opportunity to go out. She'll become an ET at this rate. This made both of us laugh. Hopefully nothing bad will happen. I've never been to Kyoto before, much less Asgard of all places. Amused and Grafia looked at me unamused. What? A prime opportunity to meet even more women, yes? He smiled highly here. Well, you're not wrong. How will you even manage in the future? I somehow will also, it's not like I'm keeping a leash on all of them. Everyone is free to do what they want in life. I'll fully support and back them up when a need arises. I want my companions to be free, Grafia. Once you find out more about me, I can guarantee you that none of you will be shackled by most things by then. I really care about them, and that's the only thing I want in return. How about you? Do you have any plans or goals in mind? She shakes her head. Once you ask Surzek-sama that favor, you're already aware of the answer I will give. I will live to serve you for the rest of time. I just want to stand by your side, and nothing more. That is all I wish for. I see. I look forward to it then. We fell into silence and enjoyed each other's company. We idle chatted about other things for the rest of the time there. We leave the bathroom refreshed and satisfied. I walk Grafia to her door. Good night, Fia. Good night, Jean. I start to turn around, but Grafia pulls me back and kisses me on the cheek. Thank you, she whispered, and entered her room. A welcome change. I mused and went back to my own room. Flashback, and that was an eventful night. I looked at Rennie, who was at the same place as yesterday. I slowly removed both Aquino and Kuroka from me, and I carry Rennie back to her room. I checked on Ingvild, and she was still asleep. I made my way downstairs, and Grafia was making breakfast, the usual morning routine for all of us. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her. Morning, what's for breakfast? A normal breakfast that consists of eggs, toast, and cereal. She replied. She briefly turned and kissed me on the cheek. What time will you be leaving today? Around 9, Ingvild and I have to meet up with Serafall in the Citri territory. I swear if I have a repeat with the guards like in the Grimoire gates, I'm going to just slap them. I huffed. I know they're just doing their jobs, but man, it's irritating. This made the devil maid chuckle. Serafall may or may not have informed them, so we'll be left to luck. Let's hope she did. I complained and buried my head on her shoulder. I was also happy that Grafia was a lot more affectionate with me when we're alone like we promised last night. Grafia turns back to cooking and starts to hum a tune to herself. I listen to her with my eyes closed. A fine morning indeed. After breakfast, Kuroka left for Team Valley, as she had been called by the guy. Aquino also got called by Rias, as she wanted them to have another day of training. Kaneko did the same with Kuroka, but she said she was busy pushing the younger Nekashu through an exhausting training session, so Kaneko had to train by herself. Kuroka just told her to do what they had practiced before and master that first. Kaneko reluctantly agreed to it. Grafia also got a call during breakfast from Surzex that he needed her help again, as Astri was busy. In a communication circle, the guys sounded desperate. And to top it all off, Lavinia and her team will be gone for 2 days because they'll be looking for more clues about Kokobile and his gang of soon-to-be dead crows. She pretty much pouted and clung to me the entire morning, even complaining as she was teleported away. Ophis skipped breakfast and hadn't come out of the necklace since the moment we shared yesterday. I decided to summon some sweets for her and got a thank you from the girl through her mental link. She told me she was reading more books and wanted to absorb its content, and I was fine with that. 8:52 a.m. Well, it's time to face the eccentric Leviathan, I say as Ingvild steps beside me. She was wearing her noble dress, unlike the t-shirt and shorts she usually wore around the house, so we were looking forward to this. I had dressed up a bit as well. I wore a short white shirt with black braces along with a black tie. I paired them with black trousers and slick black shoes. I look like a bartender or someone attending a damn wedding. I'm used to myself. You look really good, Jean, Ingvild commented beside me, as she observed me from top to bottom. You look beautiful, too. I grin at her, and she playfully hits me on the shoulder. She chuckled. Please, I wore this the day I met you, and for 100 years while I slept, but thank you. I offer my arm to her, and she takes it, and I teleported us into the underworld. Underworld Citri territory. After I teleporting Ingvild and I, we were in front of the gates to their giant mansion. Cinceredo. The two guard were stunned that I had just casually called out one of the Satans. Whoosh! I could see the Satan flying towards us quickly with her bat wings. She landed not too long, sorry, Jean inviled. Let's go. She apologized and gestured for us to follow her back into the house. We're going back. I asked confused. Father and Mother want to meet the middleman. Sarah Fall's words caused the guard's eyes to bulge. Sure, I don't mind. I shrug, and we both follow her. Also, you look nice. I'm glad you both dressed up for the occasion. She comments with a warm smile as she glances at me approvingly. Can you not? I deadpan, making the Satan chuckle. Anyway, you're wearing your conference suit? Yep, it's what I usually wear unless the place we're going to need me to wear something else. She explains and jumps forward while doing a twirl. You likey? She asks and gestures proudly at her outfit. Cinceredo, we picked up our pace and reached their mansion. When we entered, we see two older people waiting by the stairs. Father, Mother, and back, and I brought him. The two smile at their daughter and nod. They walk down the stairs and stop near us. His name is Jean. He's the middleman the Satans are talking about. The one beside him is Ingvild, his associate and friend. Seraphal explained, and we both nod to her parents. Thank you, Seraphal. I welcome the both of you to our humble home. I'm Cyril Citri, and this is my wife, Isolde Citri. It's a delight to make your acquaintance. I've heard many things about you from my daughter and the Satans. You have a good head on you. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Citri, Lady Citri, and thank you. They seem like nice devils, so I'll return the courtesy. Ingvild also does a small curtsy to them as well. Seraphal had a giant grin on her as I just stared at her. This catches her parents' attention, and they chuckle. You two seem to be getting along. Isolde comments. The future champion and Red Dragon Emperor is quite a leech. Oi! The two parents look at me, surprised. Red Dragon Emperor? That's the first time I'm hearing such a thing. Lord Citri eyes me again. Dragon King? Lady Citri squints her eyes at me. Yeah, please keep it a secret, hee. Shing. Another Citri teleportation circle appears, and Sona Citri appears from it. Sona starts but stops as she stares at me, and Ingvild beside me. I facepalm, and Seraphal turns and bear hugs her sister Sotan. Sona proceeded to push her sister off of her, much to Seraphal's dismay. So mean. She huffed while on the ground. Sona fijas hadgudas. It seems we meet in an unexpected place. Jean-san, Ingvild-san. Care to explain? This is why I shouldn't have let my guard down. You can ask your sister there. I shook my head. I didn't expect this. Hopefully, I can convince Sona to keep this a secret. Sona then looks at Seraphal and asks, well, care to explain, Nae-sama? Seraphal huffs, but explains anyway. She walks over to me and gestures. Allow me to do another introduction. This is Jean Skyward, 17, the new middleman to the three factions, hopefully, to the West Yukai faction and Asgard soon. He's also this generation's Red Dragon Emperor and is currently building a circle of close companions. She turns her gaze at me and hugs me. I'm also interested, she announced, stunning her parents and Sona. The one beside him is Ingvild Leviathan, an original descendant of the Leviathan clan and a hybrid of a devil and human. Please keep this all a secret for now. Oh, by the way, Intan is staying with Jean and Kuo. The room fell into silence once Seraphal gave her explanation to them, until Lord Citri broke it, an original descendant from the Leviathan clan. My word, I thought they went into hiding, or at the very least not very active. Dear, are you sure you want to pursue this boy? He has many admirers, after all. Lady Citri was more concerned about her daughter's love life than anything else that was said. Yep. She gestures excitedly at herself. See? I karate chop her head. Sarah, please. Fine. The Satan huffed and crossed her arms. When did you become aware of the supernatural, Jean-san? Sona asked after finally coming out of her own shock. Around 6 or 7. I guess. Why did you apply to Kuo and move there? I felt the demonic energy and moved there. I was just curious. I didn't expect two heiresses to be governing the town. So, you're the one training Rias and her peerage? And also, Akino's boyfriend? Yes, and yes. I see. She fixes her glasses again. I only came home to get something I forgot. I will also keep this a secret. Have a good day. She leaves towards her room. Well, she's the type to keep her word, so we'll be fine. I turn to Serafal, who is still huffing. Don't we need to be somewhere? I ask her, and she goes back to being professional. All right, we're going to get going. Father, mother, tell Sotan will be gone for a bit. She waved and teleports us away. I see her parents nod awkwardly, still stunned at the revelation they just got. Japan, Kyoto, and we're here. Serafal announces as she teleported us near to some kind of barrier that had next to no humans around us. This is another dimension. Is this the Yukai city inside? I didn't think she'd teleport us this close. Yep. Hey, you said you hadn't been here before? She squints her eyes at me suspiciously. I haven't. I just assumed because of the barrier. Serafal smacks her hand with an oath, finally putting the pieces together. Anyway, let's go. She enters the barrier first, followed by the both of us. When we enter, we are greeted by the sight of a Yukai city hidden in plain sight by the humans of Kyoto. This is quite something. I look around, and all types of Yukai are present. Some foxes, flying heads, Kappa dog, wolf, you name it, and they're just there. There's also some flying around. I make eye contact with one, and they wave at me. I do the same back. I've never seen so many types of Yukais before. It's incredible, Ingvild muttered in astonishment. Right? They're everywhere, and a lot of them are very friendly. As Serafal said that a long-necked Yukai asked if she wanted to buy a crepe for very cheap. The Satan agreed and bought one from them. See? Didn't she just get you-know-what? Never mind. We continued our way to the giant castle that was pretty hard to miss when you first walk into the place. I'm guessing that's where Yasaka and Kunu are. Jovaro, how about having some sweets? A Yukai with bunny ears asks me. He's a muscular man with a strange accent to him. I humor him and stop. What kind of sweets? He grins and pulls out a box of rice crackers. These are our famous Kitsune Sanbei. They are modeled after our leader, Yasaka-sama. He takes one out and gives it to me and Ingvild. Here, have a taste test. Both Ingvild and I take a bite into the crackers, and I got to say they taste good, but they modeled it after Yasaka? Did she allow them to? Not bad. Did you get permission to model it after your leader? He flinches at the question, and I chuckle at his expense. Well, maybe? How much is it? When I ask him the question, he relaxes and takes out 2 boxes. That'll be 500 for both. It'll give you a discount, bro, since you seem like you won't rat me out. He winked, and I hand over the amount. Thanks for your business. He hands the 2 boxes to me. I hand the other one to Ingvild, and we catch up to Serafal, who had been hounded by other Yukai on trying to buy their own stuff. I tap the Satan on the shoulder, and she turns around with tears streaming down her face. Jean, help me. She immediately runs behind me, using me as a human meat shield. The Yukai spot me and converge on me instead, as they resume on their haggling. I put my hand out, say your prices. They looked a bit confused, and they start saying how much each of their product cost. I nod and take out the appropriate amount and hand them it. I also summon a bag for them to put what they had into it. They were ecstatic and took the money and shoved the items into the bag. With that, they left us alone, Serafal relieved and looking guilty. I'm sorry. Gina, she started to mope, which I found cute. I pat her head. Don't worry about it. I bring the bag over to me and open it. There are a lot of snacks and other food here, so it wasn't a waste. Ophis would also like them. I could just make them after I get an understanding of them. An entire flock's nest with one tail swipe. Just stick with 2 birds with 1 stone. What kind of analogy is that? Shut up. Shut up too. I hear both dragons start a fight and cut my link with them. They've been oddly silent for a while, so I was starting to wonder when they'd start up again. We eventually reached the castle without much trouble after that incident. Serafal also gaining a bit of life after being shown some affection. Here we are, she announces when she did 2 Tengu guards fly down from where they were standing at. Halt! State your business. One of them says. Losing her childish nature and going into her professional state of mind, Serafal straightens herself. I am Serafal Leviathan, and with me is the middleman Jean and his associate. Your leader is expecting us. Both Tengu gained a surprised look and nodded. Ah yes, Yasaka-sama is expecting you. They part ways and let us through. Kunyu Oheim will be guiding you. Please proceed to the door as she will be behind it. We all nod and walk past them. You can certainly change at a moment's notice. It comes naturally because I'm an actor after all. She proudly puffs up with confidence. The magical girl Levi Tan. Huh? She twirls around upon hearing the name. Yes. As she did, so we arrive at the door, and I push it forward to open it. Once it's fully opened, we step inside, and we're greeted by a small female fox who bows to us. Mother has been expecting you. Please follow me. Kunu stopped bowing and began to walk away. We follow after her, as she didn't leave us time to reply. She's cute. Ingvild looks at Kunu. I want to touch her tails. Kunu-chan is cute. Serafal happily agreed with Ingvild. Their comments made Kunu look back at us with a small blush. What about Eugene? Ingvild asks me, making Serafal stare at me with anticipation. Yeah, she's cute. I really like the fluffy tail. Both of them just stare at me after I said that. I don't even want to know what they're thinking of. A little while later, after taking a few turns, we arrive at a door that Kunu pushes, and we all enter. We see Yasaka sitting in Saiza while she had her eyes closed, a rectangular table in front of her. Mother, we have arrived. Kunu announces, and Yasaka opens her eyes. She stares at each of us and smiles. Welcome to our humble abode. Yasaka pats her right side, and Kunu waddles over to her mother and sits the same way as her. Please have a seat. We nod and sat on the opposite side of her. Much like her and Saiza, I could see Ingvild was a bit uncomfortable with the way we're sitting, but just bears with it. It's nice to meet you, Yasaka-san. Serafal starts and gestures to the both of us. This is Jean, the middleman for the three factions, and beside him is Ingvild, his associate. Yasaka nods at Serafal, turns her gaze at the both of us and smiles. You're quite young, aren't you, Jean? I could see Kunu was staring intently at me, probably thinking about my comment from earlier. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Yasaka-san and Kunu-chan. I smile back at them. May I ask if there's a specific reason you wanted to meet me? Yasaka shakes her head. Cincheredo, I didn't think it was a young human boy. I also wanted to invite you to our city, Kyoto, and your Kyoto. Feel free to explore to your heart's content. While we're happy to do so, Yasaka-san, we must inform the Norse god of Asgard that we may have to delay our visit to theirs. Serafal explained to her, and Yasaka nods. Yes, feel free to contact them. Serafal nods and leaves the room, probably going to contact Odin to tell him what's up. I expected this, but I didn't get to write a note for the girls what to do, Jean-san. Is something the matter? Yasaka could probably the face I made. Cincheredo. Very well. Go ahead. She gave me the okay, and I teleport from that room back to my house. I wrote a quick note and duplicated it to 3 and stuck it on the fridge, living room table, and dining room table. All places they should check when they get back. Satisfied, I teleport back to where the meeting was being held. Sorry about that. I'm done, and thank you. I sat back down and stretched a bit. You're welcome. Now, about that large group of close companions you have. May I know why? I guess I just want to spread the love. I have a lot to share. I chuckle and shrug. We'll find out the real reason in the future. For now, they'll just repeat this response. Is the one beside you Ingvildsen part of it? Ingvild blushes when Yasaka says that, causing the nine-tailed fox to chuckle at her. Ingvild? I turn to look at her and grin, her eyes widening and probably knowing on what I'm about to say. No, she's not part of it yet. We're just roommates. And they were roommates. Don't reference me with a damn vine. Ingvild turned another shade of red. You fuffa not yet, huh? Then who are your close companions so far? I can see Kunu was interested in this conversation as she was listening intently. I didn't think she would be that invested in it. Aquino, Lavinia, and Kuroka so far. So, a hybrid, a human, and a yukai. Well, she's a devil now, but still. Kuroka? Yasaka looked like she just remembered something. Middleman, of course. You were responsible for freeing her from being astray. Yasaka bows, much to the shock of Kunu and Ingvild. Thank you, Jean. She gets back up and smiles at me. Also, please tell her I said hello. You two know each other? I was surprised by this. I didn't think they did. I don't remember it at all. I forgot. Or it's alternate universe nonsense at it again. Yes, very briefly. But I knew of her mother from many years ago. While we didn't interact much, we didn't hate each other either. I guess it was just mutual respect between us. Nevertheless, it was when she was still a new stray, that she stumbled into our territory and I offered her some refuge, but she declined. She said she didn't want to cause our faction trouble. She said that if she stayed, then it would cause tension between the Devil faction and West Yukai if she stayed here. She didn't want a war to start between the two. Kuroka, she's a very kind and caring individual. She cares greatly for the people she cares for, especially her own little sister. Thank you again, Jean, for reuniting those two. Kuroka was quite distraught any time I tried to mention her. I would like to meet her again. It's no problem when I got the request to capture her. I just thought it didn't add up, so I dug deeper into it and found a real reason. Her falling for me was just a coincidence. I did reject her when she first declared her love for me and tried to push the relationship forward on the same day. Yasaka looked shocked. Is it that strange for me to reject someone? Why you originally rejected her? I wonder if she thinks he'll just accept anyone just because they approached me. Jean, he wants to take anyone just because they come up to him. He also told Kuroka that what she felt at the time was gratitude and not love. But over time she did genuinely fall for him, and so did Jean. Ingvild explains and smiles. Jean will only accept women that he falls for, and so do they. He won't force anyone to be his. I smile at Ingvild and pat her head, causing her to blush. That's what I was told by Kuroka herself, thanks, and I knew I could count on my little singer. I could see at the corner of my eye that Kunu was smiling at me. Did she initially think badly of me? Did what I say change that? I hope so. I don't want her to hate me. She's too adorable. We hear the door open and Serafal comes back in. Sorry for the wait. Odin agreed and said he'll let us stay the day there tomorrow too. She sighed and sat back down. My lip twitched at this. I'm going to be away for so long. Glad I teleported back home and made a note for Kuroka, Akino, and Graphia. I stare at Serafal unblinking, making the Satan laugh nervously. Kunu and I will be your guides for today, since I want to repay Jean for his kindness to Kuroka. We were a bit surprised that she'll be personally guiding us around Kyoto and Yurikyoto. You're also welcome to stay the night here. We appreciate the hospitality, Yasaka-san. I thank her and she stands up. Kunu and I shall get ready. Please wait by the entrance. We nod and leave the room, chatting about what we'll see around Kyoto. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive and start our tour. Yasaka and Kunu take us around the city we had been in not too long ago. When the Yukai saw us with their leader, some of them were quite shocked, especially the guy I bought the crackers from. A lot of Yukais here want to live in peace and are generally against violence, and the thought of war is far from their minds. But some do train just in case anything of the sort happens. Yasaka explains as she kept walking past everyone going about their day. I was looking around when I see a young one-eyed Yukai looking upset. I break away from the group and go over to him. Hey, what's wrong, little man? I call out to the Yukai, and he looks up at me, on the brink of tears. He only pointed up, and I see his balloon flying away. Leave it, Takashi. We can get another one-a woman one-eyed Yukai. Walks up to the boy. Seems like it's his mother. But that's your first present to me after Dad. The boy recalled, starting to tear up again. The Moor also looked upset at the mention of her husband. Did he pass away? I look back up at the floating balloon. Leave it to me, little man. I gave him a thumbs up and jumped into the air. I catch the sting the balloon was attached to, and I float back down. I go back to the little family and hand the balloon back to the boy. Stay strong, all right? I pat his head. Get big and strong in the future, so you can help people as I did to you. You can also protect your mom and everyone you love if you get stronger. The little boy Yukai looked at me with stars in his eyes. Thanks, mister. He turns to his mother and grins at her. He'll be big and strong like Big Bro there, and so I can make everyone happy one day. His mother smiled at him and thanked me. They walk away while chatting about what they'll do for the rest of the day. That was wholesome, partner. Indeed. I shake my head and walk back to the group that I had abruptly left. They had stopped and watched what was happening in front of them. What's up? Something on my face? Serafal walks over to me and starts jabbing me on my hip. Look at you playing hero for some children, Yukai. I just happened to see what happened and decided to help. No big deal, and sorry for leaving like that. They just smiled at me. It is no problem, Jean. Let us keep going. She gestured, and we followed after them. What's up? I feel her staring at me, and pulling on my arm. Are you at Sundara? Helping beings, and then saying it was a coincidence. And acting like you didn't do it on purpose? I snort. No, that really was just by chance. I didn't think much of it. Even when you encouraged the little Yukai. I don't know, I was just compelled to, I guess. Yeah, that was a spur of the moment too. Ingvald clearly didn't believe me, but left it at that. Coincidence after coincidence was what happened after that. We toured more of the Kyoto, and I managed to start helping out random Yukais along the way. An old wolf granny Yukai who fell, and I helped father her groceries. Some Yukai who lacked some strength to lift up a giant pile of wood, paying for a Kappa Yukai when he was a few yen short, or some of the small situations I managed to put myself into. Serafal was grinning at me the whole way through it, and kept nudging me on making a good impression on Yasaka, so she'd join my group. While I do want her to join, those were literal coincidences. Maybe my luck did it? It is infinite, so maybe those did contribute to her opinion of me. The same with Konu. Now that we've seen the tourist hotspots of Kyoto, shall we go tour some of Kyoto itself? Yasaka asked a rhetorical question, and we nodded along. They retracted their ears and tails, and we went out of the barrier. Once out, we set out for our first destination was Yasaka Shrine. The first place you take us is a shrine named after you? I asked incredulously. This made Yasaka chuckle. No, this shrine isn't dedicated to me. I was just named after it by chance. She smiles at us and looks towards it. Yasaka Shrine, or Yasaka Jinja, once called Gion Shrine or Gion Jinja, is a Shinto shrine in the Gion district of Kyoto, Japan. Situated at the east end of Shijudarai, 4th Avenue, the shrine includes several buildings, including gates, a main hall, and a stage. The Yasaka Shrine is dedicated to Susanoo as its chief god, with his consort Kushinadaheim on the east, and 8 offspring deities, Yahashira no Mikagami, on the west. Yahashira no Mikogami into Yeshima Jinumi no Kami, Itakeru no Kami, Yatsuhime no Kami, Sumatsuhima no Kami, Toshi no Kami, Uka no Mitama no Kami, Yatsuhiko no Kami, and Suzuribim no Mikoto. Susanoo, do they reside in another realm like the Norse gods? I would imagine so, since I don't feel their presence here. I try feeling for some kind of realm. It's there, I can brute force my way if I want, but I'd rather not force a confrontation right now. Yes, he is part of the Shinto faction. The current leader of the faction is Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Yasaka explained. I decided to add more to her explanation. Amaterasu, also known as Amaterasu or Hiramuchi no Kami, among other names, is the goddess of the sun in Japanese mythology. One of the major deities, Kami, of Shinto, she is also portrayed in Japan's earliest literary texts, the Kojiki and the Neon Shoki, as the ruler, or one of the rulers, of the heavenly realm Takamagura, and the mythical ancestress of the imperial house of Japan via her grandson Ninigi, along with her siblings. The moon deity, Tsukuyami, and the impetuous storm god Susanoo. She is considered to be one of the 3 precious children, the 3 most important offspring of the creator god Izanagi. Everyone was staring at me dumbfounded. What? Is it that weird that I'm interested in all types of mythologies? Well, yeah, you're not exactly from the country, Gene. It's just a bit weird, that's all. Whatever. Anyway, the realm they reside in is called Takamagara, so if they ask for a meeting in the future, I could just force my way into it. Gene, that wouldn't be a good idea. You'd probably incur one of their wrath. Yasaka reprimanded me. I mean, it's just a what-if scenario. I won't actually do it, unless circumstances call for it. So much has changed since I slept. It's a bit overwhelming, Ingvild whispered to herself again. Don't worry, and we can explore these places together. It's not like I've been here before. I look at Serafal, and she nods. Yep, I haven't explored Kyoto that much myself, so I'm glad Yasaka-san decided to be our tour guide. With that, we left for another place, which was Kinkakaji, also known as the Temple of the Golden Pavilion. On the way there, we also bought some souvenirs and small snacks, fully enjoying our time there. This is Kinkakaji, literally called Temple of the Golden Pavilion, and also officially named Rokuonji, literally, meaning Deer Garden Temple, is a Zen Buddhist temple in Kyoto, Japan. It is one of the most popular buildings in Kyoto, attracting many visitors annually. It is designated as a National Special Historic Site, a National Special Landscape, and is one of 17 locations making up the historic monuments of ancient Kyoto, which are World Heritage Sites. Do deer come here often? We all stare at Ingvild, who had asked the question. What? She was genuinely confused. Goo. I don't think so, there are so many people here throughout the year, I think they'd be too scared. Seeing that she was serious, I decided to answer her with an assumption. But she sounded genuinely sad about that. Does she perhaps like deer? We walk around the place, checking things out. There's also a little map telling tourists key points they might be interested in. We go to a different spot, and seeing the temple there in that exact spot was picture perfect. Whoever the architect for this thing has had an eye for scenery, that's for sure. I said as I took out my smartphone and started taking pictures. Jean, send some of them to me later. I nodded, and we continued to watch the scenery for a little while longer. Our next stop was the Thousand Torii Gates, or Simban Torii. When we got there, we saw a few people walking around, most likely tourists like us. We could see there were also a few fox statues around the place. Yasaka, I can feel a lot of energies from this spot. Perhaps you have some yukai stationed here? I asked the nine-tailed fox beside me. Quite perceptive of you. And yes, I have assigned some yukai here, a few tengus to patrol the area, as it's a resting place for the Japanese goddess of foxes. Inarikami. I've also read up on her. Everyone stares at me, waiting for me to continue, and I grin at them. Correct me on anything you think is false. Yasaka, as this was from Human Resources. She nods and I continue. Inari Kami, also called Inari, is the Japanese kami of foxes, fertility, rice, tea, and sake, and was one of the principal kami of Shinto. In earlier Japan, Inari was also the patron of swordsmiths and merchants. Represented as female, Inari is sometimes seen as a collective of 3 or 5 individual kami. Inari appears to have been worshipped since the founding of a shrine at Inari Mountain in 711 AD, although some scholars believe that worship started in the late 5th century. By the 16th century, Inari had become the patron of blacksmiths and the protector of warriors, and worship of Inari spread across Japan in the Edo period. Inari is a popular figure in both Shinto and Buddhist beliefs in Japan. More than 1/3, 32,000, of the Shinto shrines in Japan are dedicated to Inari. Modern corporations, such as cosmetic company Shiseido, continue to revere Inari as a patron kami, with shrines atop their corporate headquarters. Inari's foxes, or kitsune, are pure white and act as their messengers. According to myth, Inari, as a goddess, was said to have come to Japan at the time of its creation amidst a harsh famine that struck the land. She, Inari, descended from heaven riding on a white fox, and in her hand she carried sheaves of cereal or grain. Ine, the word now used for rice, is the name for this cereal. What she carried was not rice, but some cereal that grows in swamps. According to legend, in the ancient times, Japan was water and swampland. I finish and look at Yasaka as she nods. What you have said is more or less true. However, unknown to humans is that Inari has passed as she helped defend Yukai from an unknown attack many years ago. She looked saddened when recalling the events. An unknown creature started attacking Kyoto at the time. It became a legend for a while among humans, as many of them died that day. It was not related to any faction and only did things for itself. Once it was done with its attack, it simply vanished. The gods at the time could not track down its whereabouts. That didn't happen, what? Yasaka, what did the creature look like? The creature was larger than anything they had known at the time. The creature's wings were much larger and more bat-like in appearance. The membrane of each wing was supported by 4 bat-like phalanges extending from the creature's wrists, and an additional 3 phalanges that extend from the sides of the creature's torso. Centuredo, the creature, had twin tails with spiked bludgeons at their tips that can rattle as an intimidation display. Its legs were digitigrade and stocky with avian-like feet. Each head has a crown of 10 horns, which tend to flare depending on the creature's current mood. There were subtle differences in each head's horn array. The horns of the middle head are notably longer, more curved, and more decorative than the other 2, while the left head has straighter horns than the right head. Furthermore, One of the right head's left horns is chipped. The left head appears to have a slightly more rectangular facial structure with slightly further apart eyes than the other two. The middle head's neck has 2 rows of spines, while the left and right necks only have one. The creature's heads each had crocodilian-looking jaws with flaring nostrils, forked tongue, and brows with a generally furrowed appearance. Its eyes were beady and have a fiery reddish-orange color and circular pupils, and they tend to glint or glow blazing yellow at a distance. It was particularly noticeable in the dark or when it prepares to fire its gravity-like beams. The creature's necks also emitted golden light of electricity from within whenever it charges up and fires its gravity-like beams. Yasaka finishes describing it to me. That description definitely sounds like Ghidorah from a Monsterverse. What's a thing like that doing here? CNTIR, I thought you said that there was no other life in this universe. CNTIR. Answer. This Ghidorah travels to different universes and destroys everything. It may have been an infant at the time, since it caused minimal destruction. What's its current rank? CNTIR. Answer. Centuredo Gene, do you have an idea of what it could be? Serafal asked seriously. I believe I do. However, that thing won't be back for a long time. At the time the supernatural fought it, as an infant you can only imagine how much bigger and more powerful it got. All their eyes widen in horror. Surely you jest. Gene? Yasaka asked nervously. She didn't want to believe it, but it's the hard truth. No, that thing is definitely stronger than the dragon god, or the dragon I met earlier, since the dragon god of infinity and the undiscovered dragon are around the same level of strength. Even if they team up, they'll surely die. Gene, do you know its name? I could feel the fear in Ingvild's voice as she asked me the question they wanted to know. It goes by many, but the ones I'm familiar with are King Ghidorah, Monster Zero, and the False King. King Ghidorah? Serafal shook her head. How do you know this? I hold many secrets, Sarah. If I told you them, you wouldn't believe me. But trust me on this, there's more than our universe out there, and there are even more monsters that are more powerful than this world's top 10 strongest to them. They're just ants. Another bout of silence falls. Kuno looked like she wanted to cry, but was doing her best not to. However, her shaking was very visible. I sigh. Anyway, let's not think about this for now. That's a problem for the far future. I start walking away. Gene, Yasaka called out, if what you say is true. If such monsters truly exist, how are we meant to fight back? This world has me. I stated simply, and they obviously became shocked. As long as I am here, this world is safe from those kind of dangers. Answer. Covering area with aura sealing barrier. Centuredo, allow me to show you just 1% of my full power, I muttered. The women were covered in a thin layer of white energy, confusing them. It served one single purpose, to protect and not get them killed. Boom! I calmly looked at them, as they all fell back onto the ground shaking, eyes widening in complete utter horror. Ingvild had gotten sick from the food she had eaten earlier, and Kunu had lost control of herself. All of them shared a look of despair. The area around me distorted. Voices of strange beings of unknown origin started to scream in despair and anguish. The area underneath me completely destroyed. A powerful rumbling occurred in the small area. The world won't feel this. I put up a barrier after all. You feel this, yes? I asked them, but they couldn't do or say anything. I promise you all that if that danger comes, one day, they'll kill it with ease. I look up toward the sky. They'll state this once, so listen carefully. I stare at them and grin. I am the strongest. After a long and awkward silence, I had gone back to my usual power output and readjusted my power level back to one of a slightly above average dragon god. CNTIR, report. CNTIR, answer. Aura sealing barrier sealed all of your power output within the small area of your group. The energy that protected the women was 99 effective. However, they may have suffered mental and emotional damage. The world, the universe is fine. No major damage done. Finished repairs in current vicinity. Shit, I need to do something about that. If that made them want to stay away from me, then that's going to be bad. I look over to the group of women, Yasaka, and I make eye contact, and she gave me a sad smile and resumed comforting a still terrified Kunu. I sighed loudly and got up. I walked towards the group as they silently watched me. I put out my hand and soothed their mind, body, and souls. What are you doing? Seraphal asked. She started to feel better, the shock she felt slowly fading. Just helping heal your souls. It did get affected by, well, that. Thanks, they still felt a bit awkward and had gone silent again. Look, guys, I understand that if you're scared of me now, if you want, I could just erase that memory for you. If not, then I'll distance myself from you. But please, promise me this, do not speak a word about this to anyone until I say so. All right? They hesitantly nod toward my last point. No, I don't want to forget about today. It's just a reminder for me to become even stronger. Ingvild was the one to first speak her thoughts. The others look at her. I want to be able to stand by your side, Jean. We, the beings that are a part of the supernatural, are always striving for more, be it strength or something else entirely. She got up and nervously walked over to me. She stops a few inches away from me and looks up at me, face full of determination. You promised me you would help me get stronger. I will hold you up to that. She shakily reaches out and grabs my arm. And don't think that you showing of like that will change my opinion of you, Ingvild. It tried her best, but soon collapses onto my chest like how we first started our friendship. So, you better not try to run away from us. Ingvild looks back at the other women and smiles. I chuckle. You're one hell of a woman, I'll give you that. Next, Seraphal walked up to me and punches the right side of my hip. It didn't do anything to me, obviously. So, you little, I nearly peed myself. I only have 2 of these, and I didn't bring a spare. She shouted at me, stunning me. That's her take on this whole situation. I also agree with Ingvild. I'm not one of the Satans just for show, you know? While I'm absolutely terrified of that power, it won't stop me from being close to you. I have my own pride after all, and I won't stop at anything once I set my eyes on something or someone. She does her usual smile. I'll kick your ass someday, she declared. Not likely. I look forward to it then, Sarah. I look at the mother and daughter duo and give them an apologetic smile. Yasaka gets up and walks toward me slowly. I bring Ingvild to my side and stand face to face with Yasaka. Jean, while we only met today, I have a positive opinion of you even after what you told and showed us. That won't change. I will still ask for your request in the future, but Yasaka looks over at her daughter, who has refused to look at me since it happened. It will take Kuna more time to adjust. It's fine. I can give you something to give to her later, and ITLL help her a bit more. Yasaka smiles at me and thanked me. Thank you also. Am not that weak of a woman to let a cheeky young man scare me with his power, she says, but was clearly still a bit shaky because of it. But Kunu and I will go back home ahead of you. Forgive me. I understand. I create a little pill and hand it Yasaka. Get Kunu to drink this before she sleeps tonight. It will help her deal with the fear she felt. She closes her hand and nods thank you. She turns around and walks back to Kunu. She says something to her and they leave. CNTIR. Answer. Removing aura's sealing barrier, I look at my companions. Shall we continue on our tour or take a break? Break, please. They said in unison. I guess as much I nod and we go somewhere to unwind a bit. We had arrived at a small little vendor and ordered some food. We take them to a nearby park and sit down. It was a little bit windy there, so we decided to look for a tree and sit behind it to shield ourselves. How much better? Seraphal ate the food she ordered like her life depended on it. The same thing could be said for Ingvild. We silently ate our food, enjoying the small breeze that occasionally got by the tree. Anywhere you guys want to go after this? Let's end this by going to Kyoto Tower, Seraphal suggested. Ingvild and I agreed. We had shortly arrived there by teleporting near to the spot. We looked up at the thing, and it was quite the size. Well, Jean, not going to tell us a little fact about the thing? Seraphal teased me, and I chuckled. Sure, hold on. I stare at the thing and nod. Kyoto Tower is an observation tower located in Kyoto, Japan. The steel tower is the tallest structure in Kyoto, with its observation deck at 100 meters, 328 feet, and its spire at 131 meters, 430 feet. The 800-ton tower stands atop a 9-story building, which houses a 3-star hotel and several stores. The entire complex stands opposite Kyoto Station. Kyoto Tower is split into 2 distinct structures. The primary structure is the steel spire that begins on the roof of the building below. Tourists may buy tickets and ascend one of the tower's 9 elevators to visit the 100-meter, 330 feet high, 500-person capacity observation deck. This area is lined with game machines and free telescopes and provides a 360-degree view of the city. From here, nearly all of Kyoto can be seen. The mountains of Higashiyama and Arashiyama are visible on the east and west sides respectively, while Kitayama can be seen to the north. On a clear day, some buildings in Osaka are visible to the south. The second structure that completely supports the 800-ton tower and gives it its first 30.8 meters of height is a 9-story building. The first 4 floors of the building house several commercial areas, including a souvenir shop, a 100-yen shop, a bookstore, and a dentist's office. In the basement of the building, there is a spa. Floors 5-9 are devoted to the 160-room, 3-star Kyoto Tower Hotel. Atop the building and surrounding the tower is the circular, 3-floor restaurant named Sky Lounge, or also known as KUU. Adaptations, such as a stair lift and ramps, have been added to make the observation deck wheelchair accessible. Doesn't sound bad, let's go. Sarafal grabs my arm and pulls me towards the thing. I had managed to snagging Vild's hand as well, so she wouldn't be left behind. I really doubt she listened to what I had to say. The 2 of them gasped as they saw the sheer size of the place. There were quite a number of things to see and places to go, so I let them pick since I didn't have any preferences. They opted to go to the 100-yen shop and bought a few souvenirs for their families. I also bought a cute little plastic toy cat that resembled Kuroka, making Ingvild laugh. I wonder if Kuroka will like this. No, she want Naya. Ingvild tried to copy Kuroka, which was amusing. We both laughed at her little show. We make our way to Sarafal as she was looking at a few plastic and cheap magical wands. She was seriously looking at all of them as she wasn't sure which one she would like to get. Sarah, just pick one or buy 2 of them. They're literally 100 yen each. I was getting to that. I just wanted to see which one would look good on Sotan. She complained and kept mulling it over for the next minute. All right, I decided. She picked the blue one for Sona and the pink one for herself. With this, we'll be 2 magical girls. She looked at me and playfully pretended to nibble the pink wand. Bonk. No funny business in public. I karate chopped her hand again. She swung the wand at me, and I blocked it. Don't block it. She whined and playfully stormed off to pay for them as Ingvild and I followed suit. After wandering around the first floor, we come to a stop. Let's just go to the observation deck. We're not exactly hungry since we just ate. We have no use for a hotel as we're staying at Yasaka's place tonight. Both girls agree with my suggestion, and we made our way there. I look around me. It's a circular room with a bunch of binoculars, telescopes, covering the whole room and pointing at different parts of Kyoto. Sarafal and Ingvild quickly walk over to one and looks through them. They let out surprised gasps and impressed woes when they looked through them. They would move to another one, and the scene would repeat. Aren't you going to use them, Jean? Ingvild had finished her own viewing and stood beside me. I shook my head. Nah, I'm good. I can pretty much zoom in with my own eyes. Ingvild chuckles beside me. We have a human air, you know what I mean? A human telescope beside me. I should just ask you to look at stuff from far away. The sun was slowly going down as we had spent quite a bit of time in Kyoto Tower, mostly Sarafal looking through the telescopes, and planned to go to some other places with Sona. We had gathered near the elevator. Let's go back then. We made our way back to the Yukai city. When we entered through the barrier again, we were greeted by the sight of the nightlife of the Yukai city. It looked even more incredible at night with all the different colors and forms of light that illuminated it. We could also see other yukais that weren't present during the day. They greeted us happily as we made our way through the city once more. We get back to the palace, and the Tengu guards let us through without a fuss. I had bought extra food from shop vendors and gave some to the 2 guards. They seemed grateful and thanked me. Looks like my reputation increased with them again. I took a bite of the food I bought and burned the stick it was on. When we entered through the door again, Yasaka was walking through it, and she greeted us. Hello, and welcome back. How was the rest of your trip? Her calm and collected demeanor was back. It was fine. We just want to have lunch and spent the remaining time at Kyoto Tower. I respond, earning a nod from the mature fox woman. My home has a large open bath, so if you wish to rid yourselves of the day's fatigue, then you're more than welcome to use it. Yes, Serafal answered cheerfully. Yasaka smiled and added playfully, since it is only Kunu and I who live here, we'll make some extra arrangements for your visit. She smiled warmly and left. Works for me. I shrug and go look for my room. The two girls follow me, and we come across a fox maid. Excuse me, do you know where guest bedrooms are? I ask the maid as she turns to look at us. Yes, you're Yasaka Samus guests, yes? Please follow me. She bowed and started walking. It didn't take us long until we reached a hallway with a bunch of doors to the sides. She goes to one of them. Jean-sama, this is your room. She gestures to the one on the right, Ingvald-sama and Leviathan-sama. These are yours. She bows and leaves after doing her job. I turn to my companions and ask, so, where the hell is the open bath? I had asked loud enough that the maid ran back, looking embarrassed. My apologies. I knew I forgot about something. Please follow me. We all chuckle at her expense and follow the fox girl. We stop at one giant entrance that had open bath written above it. Welp, see you guys in there. I walk in before they respond. I quickly strip off my clothes by snapping my fingers and summon a towel around my waist. I walk through the door, and Yasaka wasn't kidding when she said it was a big open bath. I walk over to the area where you clean yourself before you go into the bath itself. I quickly scrub myself down and rinse it off. I do one final stretch before going into the steamy warm water. I sit down, lean back, and let out a sigh. That's the spot I look up at the sky and observe the night sky of the Yukai city. It's more or less the same as normal Kyoto. The stars are present, and even the moon. Oh, you're already here, Jean. I hear Yasaka's voice by the entrance. I turn my head and see the girls standing there, freshly dressed after their bath. Yeah, the water feels amazing. Thanks again, Yasaka. I crack my neck as I tell her. She smiles, and the group finished getting ready and then join me in the main hall. To my surprise, Ingvald sits beside me on the left while Yasaka and Serafal were across from us. But when Serafal saw that the younger Leviathan sat beside me, she pouted and quickly joined on my right, earning a chuckle from Yasaka. Leviathan-sama, do you perhaps like Jean? Yasaka gestures towards me, and Serafal nods. Yeah, I'm interested in him. She honestly answered, even surprising Yasaka as she stared at the Serafal a little surprised. I chuckle. Well, if you are, then you have competition. I grin at her, and she looks at me oddly. Competition? Well, Centuredo I'm fine with Grafia, but Gabriel, she's my biggest rival. Gur, I need to redouble my efforts. She rested her chin on her hand while thinking deeply. To think you would have the Lucifer's queen and maid by your side, not to mention one of the four great seraphs, Yufufu. You keep on giving me surprises, Jean. When I turned back my gaze to Yasaka, she had started to crawl towards me. Ingvald looked mortified at what was about to happen as she tried to scoot away from me, but I held her in place. You know, Jean, after what I witnessed and felt today, Centuredo, Serafal, and Ingvald were blushing furiously as they watched the Barato-S attempts at winning me over. They were too stunned to say anything and only watched in silence. I've also been looking for a father for Kunu, Centuredo, as she was visibly blushing while looking me dead in the eyes. I awkwardly laugh and summon another towel on Yasaka and teleport her back to the other side, surprising the fox lady. She was slack-jawed at what I had just done. Did I just get rejected? She loudly asked herself, earning a few awkward chuckles from Serafal and Ingvald, who had come out of their stupor. Sorry, Yasaka, like I told you earlier today, I won't do any of that stuff without being in a proper relationship with that woman. I looked back up at the sky as I could see stars, even from Yurikyoto. I've also had 3 romances that happened quickly, so I want to take my time with my future relationships. So, yeah, I guess I did reject you. I look at her and chuckle. If you're serious, then you're more than welcome to try. But I want to get to know you better. Just because you approach me doesn't mean I'll react like anyone else. I have my own standards and ideals. I could see her blankly staring at me before an apologetic smile appeared on her face. Forgive me, Jean. I definitely had the wrong impression of you then, since I assumed you won a large group of admirers. I just assumed that what you said earlier was just for show. It's fine, I forgive you. The 2 ladies beside me were also staring at me. Do they also think the same thing as Yasaka? Well, maybe not Ingvild as much, but Serafal probably did. She's been blatantly teasing and bravado with me sometimes. I didn't expect that, Jean. I guess my opinion of you changed then. Serafal shook her head and smiled. We spent the rest of our time there having a more light-hearted conversation about Kyoto, Kyoto, its residents, and other mundane things. Later that night, I stared out toward the sky as I had left my room since I couldn't sleep yet. It wasn't late, but Yasaka had gone to sleep with Kunu for the night, and I don't know what the rest of the girls are doing. I was just sitting on a random bench at one of the verandas in the palace, drinking king coffee that I summoned. I'm going to Asgard tomorrow. I wonder how ITL will look like. I'm also curious about who we'll meet. Maybe Rossweiss? Jean? I hear my name called out. I glance at my side, and Serafal joins me on the bench I was sitting on. Can't get to sleep yet? She asks while looking at the scenery in front of us. Yeah, just a lot of things happened today, and I wanted some fresh air before hitting the hay. I offered her the rest of my coffee, and she takes it. What about you? Can't sleep? I was just on my way to get a drink. She shakes her head. Censuredo, I flatly told the Satan. While the small blush on her became bigger, damn her, she started to huff to herself, and saying she'll be able to do that soon. I again laugh at her. Tell me, Sarah, why are you even interested in me? We've barely met and spoken with each other. I turn to fully look at the Satan and wait for her answer. She stares at me and then back to the moon. I guess it started out as curiosity. You randomly showed up in heaven, offered to be the middleman, and started doing requests. I listened in to all your achievements, and it went from there. I guess the incident with Kuroka piqued my interest, as I saw her reuniting with her little sister, and I could understand how she felt. If something like that happened with Sotan, and I would probably fall into despair. A sad expression was present on her face when she tried thinking of the same scenario for her and Sona. So, yeah, I guess that's where it all started. Luckily, Grafia-chan is reporting to Surzex, and I would sometimes overhear them talking about you. She only had good things to say about you, so that helped with my opinion about you. Then you helped wake up Misla and Ingvild, further improving my opinion and interest in UO. And also, the android you gave me was a lifesaver. She huffed and crossed her arms. But you gave one to Surzex-chan too. Bad boy. She tried to scold me playfully, and we laughed at it. So, yeah, adding the fact that you're trying to achieve peace between all factions and pantheons, even though it's for the sake of bringing everyone together, it's a noble act. Even with what happened today, I still like you. Before we left this place, you helped a bunch of yukais, even though you weren't obligated to. You're unintentionally kind, Jean. Even if you do it consciously or subconsciously, that's a rare trait for anybody to have. I would even go as far to say, even for angels. Maybe it's just that trait of yours is just embedded in you, your head, your heart, maybe in your very soul. Thump, beat, kindness, soul. I felt that itch just then. What does it mean? I don't know. Even if I ask her, she won't give me an answer on it. I look back at Sarah and shrug, who knows? It's as you say, maybe or maybe not. I get up and stretch a bit. Well, anyway, good luck with that, Sarah. Let's hope your efforts come to fruition. I start to turn away when I feel her grab my arm and pull me back. I feel her give me a quick bravado on my cheek. I look at her in surprise, and she stuck her tongue out at me. They'll start with that. It's my declaration of love, she says and leaves. Declaration of love? Huh? I chuckle at her antics and go back to my room. When I get there, I see Ingvild sitting there waiting for me. Is something wrong? Welcome back, Jean. Can I stay in the same room as you tonight? I just feel uneasy being in a new place. I had a bit of trouble when I first moved into your home, but since you were just across from me, I felt at ease. So can I? I smile and sit on the futon laid out for me. I made it bigger so we would both have plenty of room to rest comfortably. Well, gonna join me? I ask as I lay down. She blushes and nods. I gently wrap my arms around her and pull her close to me. To In's credit, she takes it like a champ and cuddles in with me. Good night, and good night, Jean. She sounded a lot more relaxed as we both drifted asleep. Cyril, also Cyrillus or Cyryl, is a masculine given name. It is derived from the Greek name Kyrillos, meaning lordly, masterful, which in turn derives from Greek Kyrios, Lord. There are various variant forms of the name Cyril, such as Cyril, 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 Kirill, Kirill, Kirillos, Kyriakos, Kirilo, Kirill, Kiro, and Kirill. Isolde. Isolde is a German feminine given name derived from either the Old High German words es, ice, and hiltja, battle, or the Brythonic Silsha, she who is gazed upon. The name was further popularized in Germany and German-speaking countries following the opera Tristan und Isolde, composed by Richard Wagner between 1857 and 1859, and based on the 12th century chivalric romance Tristan and Isolde. Isolde is the main reason why Serafal has ice manipulation as it was in her mother, but skipped a generation. It manifested within Serafal as she grew in power. Perhaps Sona also has that potential. Chapter 12, Part 2, Asgard, Thor, Rosweiss, and... The next day, Japan, Kyoto Yasaka household Jean skyward. I woke up, and Ingvild was peacefully sleeping beside me. Unlike the rest of my companions who had weird quirks, she sleeps without doing weird things in her sleep. I turn and pet her head, earning a small smile from the girl. As I was petting her, Ingvild's eyes flutter open, and the girl stares at me. Jean? She was still too tired to comprehend what was happening. Good morning. Sleep well? I stop petting her and sit up. She does the same while rubbing the sleep away from her eyes. It was really comfortable, thank you. She looks around the room, looking for something. I wonder what time it is. CNTIR. Answer. 7:28 a.m. Sarah never told us what time we would be leaving. As I sigh inwardly, I swear that's Satan. I glance at the door. It's around 7:30 a.m. right now. We should get up and get breakfast. Quite early, she yawned and got up. I'll go get dressed. After we finished at the hot spring last night, we were given some kimonos to wear by Yasaka's maids, and we put those on. Ingvild was wearing a lilac one that complemented her hair color. I had a white one given to me, and Serafal was given a purple and pink one. She didn't have the one she had in the anime. Ingvild had reached the door and looked back at me with a small blush. You're staring too much, she told me embarrassingly and left. I was staring? I didn't even notice. I exhaled loudly and got up. I used some magic to fold up the futon and push it to a corner neatly. I wonder if Kunu is still afraid of me? He'll know the answer when I see her again. I made my way to the door and into the hall. Coincidentally, Serafal also left her room, still looking asleep and yawning. Good morning, sleepyhead. Did you get a good night's sleep? She turns to stare at me, still out of it. Fuff myrnying. She yawns while stretching her arms out. Imha envigia upsilon. She said this as she walked away slowly and tiredly. Not a morning person then, got it. I chuckled, and she just shook her head as she turned a corner. Sarah was already wearing her conference outfit, so I decided to wear what I did yesterday. I also decided to teleport the kimono I was wearing into the guest bedroom I was in. Ingvild comes out of her room after changing into her previous outfit. She nods, and we make our way to the entrance. On the way there, we meet a maid, as well as Sarah. Please follow me to the dining room. She bows and leads us there. When we arrived, Yasaka and Kunu were there with a table full of food waiting for us. She hears our chatting and looks up at us as she smiles. Good morning. Did you all sleep well? Yeah, I like a light. The other two nodding along. I make eye contact with Kunu, and she quickly averts her eyes. I guess that's better than completely turning her entire body the other way or avoiding being in the same room as me. We all take a seat and look at the food in front of us. It ranged in different types. I was not sure on what your preferences were, so I had my maids prepare a wide variety of delicacies. Please do enjoy. She indicates with a hand gesture we could start eating. Thank you, and thank for the food. We dig in after giving her our thanks. The rest of the breakfast was filled with idle chatter, keeping the mood light. We had finished breakfast and were just outside the front entrance by the Tengu guards. Yasaka and Kunu were there to see us off. Well, we better get going. Can't keep the Norse gods and Valkyries waiting all day. Jean, wait. Yasaka called out to me as Serafal was about to teleport us to Asgard. What's up? I go back to her, and Kunu shyly steps away from behind Yasaka and in front of me. She gestures for me to go close to her, and I bend down. I'm sorry for how I acted yesterday and during breakfast. You didn't do anything wrong, Kunu-chan. I should be the one apologizing. I shake my head and pat her on the head, making her meld into it. I create and summon a yellow sunflower hair clip. I put in her hand. Hey, race, a small present. It should help ward off weak and low-level spirits and beings. Low to middle class in rank. She opens her eyes and looks at it. I stop petting her, and she puts it on. It looks gorgeous on you, dear. Yasaka tells her daughter, making her smile. Thank you. Jean. She blushes and runs back behind Yasaka. I stood up and saw Yasaka smiling. She walks over and stands in front of me this time. They'll take you up on that offer from last night, Jean. She playfully pats me on the head and gives me a friendly smile. And they'll make sure to follow through carefully. She leans in and gives a quick friendly tap on the cheek. I pull myself away, shocked at the sudden development. Right, okay. Mother. Kunu looked mortified at what she had done. Yasaka just laughed it off, while the guards were dumbfounded by the scene. Up you go now. She waves at us. I walk back towards Seraphal, shaking my head. You got both mother and daughter going for you. How lucky. Seraphal snickers and I roll my eyes. Just teleport us already, you muppet. Seraphal stuck her tongue out at me, but did so. We waved goodbye to the fox duo. 9 realms Asgard Seraphal had teleported us to some sort of edge to the city or whatever this place is. I looked behind me, and it was just a sheer drop into a void of nothingness. Flat Earthers would have a field day when they find out Asgard is flat. I could see some waterfalls falling into the void around the place. Humans truly believe that Earth is flat, and I thought they were moving forward as a species. Seraphal couldn't believe what she was hearing. You never heard of that? Yeah, there's even more weird shit they believe. Some think the Earth looks like a dinosaur or a human girl. Huh? Why a human girl? I have no idea. I didn't bother digging deeper into it, because it gave me a headache. She looked incredulous. There's more dumb stuff to tell her, but it'll save it for another time. Humans really started to believe in strange things as I was asleep for 100 years, as Ingvald finished saying that I see 2 Valkyries walking towards our group. Halt! State your business. The Valkyrie pauses as she looked confused at us. A human and 2 devils? I am Seraphal Leviathan, and with me is the middleman and his associate. The 2 Valkyries nod. I see. You're the ones Odin-sama is expecting, so please follow us. The Valkyrie replies and starts walking towards the city. How do I even describe this city? It's like a futuristic medieval type of place. There are a few shops here and there. A couple of other races that aren't Valkyries are present too. I'm not too sure what they are. One of them has 3 eyes. One looks like a humanoid shark, another looks like a tall, skinny purple thing, and another just looks like a giant female bee. The color palette for the entire city, save for a few buildings that are nearly all identical. They're gold, silver, white, red, yellow, and the occasional green and purple. Building sizes range from small, medium, to large, and a few slightly larger buildings. Some are wider than others, and vice versa. As we walk through the city, the inhabitants are quite friendly. They would stop and wave to us or say hello to us. We obviously did the polite thing and waved or greeted them back. The Valkyries in front of us also got a salute, although it looked more out of respect than anything. Valkyrie San, is the rest of Asgard like this? They briefly turned to me after I asked the question. They had very confused looks. What do you mean? Like I see a few hotels, the rest mainly houses and shops. Are there like any other buildings here? One of them nodded, acknowledging my question. Yes. We have several other types of buildings, quite a few training halls, the newer gyms that humans have, and an entertainment district that was recently constructed per request of Odin-sama. Himself, the Valkyrie trailed off, sounding a bit disappointed, saying the last part. He's still quite the eccentric here. I can see how he and Ash Crow get along. I see, thank you. The conversation died down, and we continued our way towards the giant palace-type building in the distance. It was in the center of Asgard after all, so it's pretty hard to miss. After a few minutes of walking, we arrive at the palace entrance. A few more Valkyrie guards can be seen guarding the place. We climbed up the stairs, and another more prominent Valkyrie was waiting for us there. The female Valkyrie woman with long light blue hair, wearing a professional black suit. No doubt about it, it's Brynhildr. She's described as a serious woman who seems exasperated with her duties of watching over Vidar, whose cheerful nature clashes with her serious demeanor. She's also very strict with Rossweiss, who is her junior, due to Rossweiss's clumsiness and critiques Rossweiss's openings in battle. However, like Rossweiss, she's also a bit bitter due to the fact that she does not have a boyfriend. However, she tries to play it off as just waiting for the right man to come along. I never heard her name, though, since Brynhildr is a title or name given to the strongest Valkyrie of their generation. She's also the chief Valkyrie of the Valkyrie squad in Asgard who serves the Norse gods, as well as Rossweiss's senior, who taught her most of her magic. She started serving Vidar once Odin and the other gods left for the isolation field barrier. To fight Trihexa, I use Observe on her. Name, Zelma, Brynhildr age. 26 potential, high-tier god class, X rank, ultimate class X gender, female race, Valkyrie titles. The helmet of God's strongest Valkyrie Brynhildr sacred gear. None level. 71, 77. HP. 115, 888. HP Regan. 5,812 per minute. MP. 160,721. MP Regan. 7,001 per second. STR. 433 Vit. 388 Dex. 422 Int. 610 Wis, 592 Char, 202 Luck. 30 Her real name is Zelma, and her stats are a little bit higher than the peak of Ultimate class. It appears you have arrived, Satan Leviathan. I will assume he is the middleman. However, who is the female beside him? She's his associate. Seraphal replied, switching back to her professional personality. Brynhildr nods and turns around. Follow me. My master, Odin Sama, is waiting for your presence. She starts to walk away at a brisk pace. We nod and follow her. She's pretty uptight. I couldn't help but comment. Apparently, the woman heard me, so she quickly turned around to glare at me, making me chuckle. Seraphal just shook her head. Try not to antagonize them. I know you're powerful, but ITLL save us trouble and headaches during this. I look at her like she's crazy. Me? I don't even do that. That's you. Miss Magical Girl Levitan. Seraphal didn't reply, but I could see her lips twitching. I turned to Ingvild, seeing as she's been mostly quiet. You doing okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm just amazed by the place. Yeah, pretty extravagant. During our walk, we passed through the halls of Odin's, and I would assume his son's palace. The hallway is full of fancy decorations and portraits of the man himself. Nevertheless, he only had a few sons. So many portraits, though. Talk about being full of himself. Jesus. Well, he's a very powerful god. Ego will come with it once you reach enough power. I agree with Drake. Once a being reaches a point in power and won as many battles as Odin or any other god, they will be quite prideful. Are you guys speaking from experience? I snicker, causing the dragons to agree. Yes, we are the only two heavenly dragons of this world. We are also dragons, so pride comes along with it. Yes, dragons are a proud species. The majority of us are prideful. Only in a few rare cases that it doesn't apply. However, it's more of a surprise that you aren't more arrogant and prideful, Gene. Gotta agree with Albion here, partner. You're the strongest, yet you don't show it or affect your personality. I don't see it as a necessity. I mean, what use would it serve? I would just become an asshole at that point. Yes, I've used a little bit more power every now and again. However, I usually do that only during fights or to prove something, as I did in Kyoto yesterday. It's stupid, I don't get it. Reading about it is entertaining, but having to imagine myself doing that, the amount of trouble that would happen and the attention I would get would leave me no time for myself or a group of people chasing after me. That's unnecessary baggage to carry. If you want that, go ahead, but I'm not interested. When do you plan on using it then, partner? Well, you guys heard about Ghidorah, right? I did mention it yesterday. Maybe when I fight universal threats like him, they'll start using more power since Dragon God strength wouldn't do much against it. Yes, but for what I've seen, it wasn't that powerful. It did get beaten by Godzilla. That was just a movie adaptation. Movies and reality can be a lot different. You guys should know that. Consider comparing my previous world's thoughts and theories of the supernatural, this human world, and then the actual supernatural. They're like night and day, right? Well, if you put it that way, then yeah. Indeed, many authors and films tend to do their own spins from looking into your memories. They also don't do dragons justice in your world. It is an insult. Actually, yeah. What is going on? Dragons can get brought down by flimsy steel or iron swords. What is that about? Not magic or even sacred gears, but normal bloody weak swords. Even if you asked me that, I wouldn't know the answer. But if I had to guess, the humans of my old world, didn't exactly have any concrete proof of how powerful dragons are. They could only assume, since you're all big and chunky and spew fire from your mouths. Jean? Ingvild tapped me on the shoulder, bringing me out of the conversation I was having with the two dragons. I turned to her, but I can't see Ingvild anymore because something startled me and I lost my balance. I crashed sideways into someone nearby. When I looked up to see who I bumped into, it was Brynhildr, who was standing on the stair step. It looked like she had stopped and turned around waiting for us. Because I was busy speaking with the two dragons, I hadn't been paying attention to my surroundings and had luckily bumped into the woman. She both looked furious and embarrassed. Furious? Envious? Fubarious? Sorry about that. My mind was off at a different place. She glared at me and then sighed. Please keep yourself from doing that again. We're nearly there. She turned around and continued up the stairs. You got scolded. Serafal smirked at me, but noticed I wasn't paying her any attention, so she followed my gaze and saw what I was looking at. Yeah, she looks impressive. No comment. I started to climb the stairs, as did my companions. Not too long after climbing the stairs, we come across an even longer hallway. It was big, like really big. It had many statues of Odin and his sons at the side, with a few chandeliers scattered above us, color-tinted glass windows, expensive-looking chairs, and other decorations. I can't imagine myself living in a place like this. It's way too big, too much space. I'd be restless. I looked around the hallway as I say this. Serafal snorts. You'll get used to it eventually. I mean, how do you think we felt? She gestures to herself, and Ingvild, who nods. You guys had years. I had a few weeks. Large difference there. Well, whatever. It'll eventually reach that line when I expand my house more. At the end of the hallway, we reached a door that Brynhildr pushed open. When we stepped inside, it was a very large room, with an even larger chandelier on the ceiling. There were candles at both sides of the door, mounted on the walls. In the middle was a round table. At the head of the table was the man himself, Odin. To his right was his eldest son, Baldur, the god of beauty. To his left, his other son, the god of thunder himself, Thor. Alongside him was the god of vengeance and future leader of Asgard, Vidar. Behind Odin was the lovely Valkyrie herself, Rosweiss. When we stepped into the room, all of their attention was on us. Odin-sama, I have arrived with the guests, Brynhildr announced, and gestured for us to take our seats. She then leaves. Oh, you're finally here, huh, Leviathan-chan? Odin smiles happily as he looks at all of us. Come take your seats. He sounds pretty cheerful. We nod and take our seats, Serafal in the middle directly facing Odin, him on the right, and Ingvild to my right. Why didn't go to Serafal's left side? Ingvild's eyes widen at the sudden communication through telepathy. I just didn't want to be over there. I feel like the Norse god's leader is already watching us closely. I see, all right. I move to hold her hand, and she doesn't resist but grips mine tighter. Odin has a suspicious reputation. That's why he gets along with Azazel so well. I mean, the number of sons he has is a testament to that. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Odin-sama. As you know, I am one of the 4 Satans of the underworld, Serafal Leviathan. She pats my shoulder quite firmly. This man right here is Jean, the middleman that has been making a name for himself in the supernatural. Oh, Jean, is it? You're quite the young one, aren't you? It is nice to meet you, Odin-san. And yes, I'm only 17 years old. 17? I didn't expect that. You certainly act more experienced than your age. So, why did you suddenly become a middleman? This question again, honestly, in building a large group of close companions for myself. Peace is my second goal, because without peace it makes it more difficult to spend time with them. Odin stares at me in disbelief, as do his sons, until the Norse faction leader bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's your reason. I could definitely get behind that kind of thinking, my boy. He started to smack his knees and cried a little. Serafal facepalmed beside me, and Ingvild just laughed weakly at my honesty. Honesty is admirable, lad. I like it. I like you already. As he wipes away a tear from his eye, he composes himself. Anyway, do you have any kinds of requests you wouldn't take? That's the first time someone asked me that. I nodded. Yes, any request that may or I perceive to be a threat to peace between all factions and pantheons. So, assassination or kill requests. The exception is if those requests are aimed at criminals or rogues from your own faction or whatever faction you're allied with. An example of this is a mission I took from the Fallen Angels. The Devils and Fallen had a small truce and request the same request from me. I took it. In the end, it was a collaboration between rogue Fallen and stray Devils alike. I see. So let's say I asked you to hunt down and kill an evil god of Norse mythology. Would you do it? Odin stroked his beard and looked at me with a grin. I grinned back at him. If that's the request, then it's easy enough. It should just take me a day or two. The Asgardian leader wasn't expecting that and stared at me with shock. The same with his sons. Vidar cocking his brow, not believing a word I said. Huh, you are that confident in your strength, lad. Yes, I believe in my own strength. I responded firmly, earning an approving nod from Thor. Then what if I propose that you fight one of my sons? Let's say Thor, for example. The room is shocked by what he says. Father Baldur looked annoyed at his old man. If the god of thunder himself does not mind, and is a willing participant, I wouldn't mind. So, yes, I will also accept such requests. I could see Thor smile and nod. A fine answer, Jean. The same with Baldur. I'm glad you're not some hot-headed amateur teenager. Baldur comments, seemingly liking my attitude on things. Odin-sama, I suggest you do not make light of things such as that. You're lucky that he's very mature for his age. Rosweiss tries to scold the old Norse god, but he just brushes her off. Bah, you can properly scold me once you found yourself a boyfriend, Rosweiss. The woman flinches at the mention of being single. What was your infamous nickname again? Ah yes, the Valkyrie who has never had a boyfriend now, sure. Rosweiss slumped down in despair. It's not my fault that I never had a boyfriend before. Losing her serious professionalism, she starts to wail, tears streaming down her face, even some snot. I was too busy being top of my classes. I didn't have time for romance. And whose fault is that? It's yours. He continued, making the Valkyrie wail even louder. His sons just awkwardly looked away and started fiddling with their hands or air. This was probably a daily occurrence for them. Both Ingvild and Serafal looked at Rosweiss with pity, as did I, Centuredo. How about it, Jean? Rosweiss temporarily stops wailing and looks at me with a bit of hope. Her adorable expression was difficult to resist, and I just blurted out a yes. All eyes were on me, and I had to say something, so I coughed into my fist. Well, I certainly wouldn't mind, but I'd rather get to know the woman first. I just don't accept anyone. I actually do care and love them after all. They're not just mistresses. Odin is a bit stunned by my answers and stays quiet. Baldur and Thor nodding approvingly, and Vidar slowly melting more and more into his seat. He just looked like he was trying to use it as a bed. Not bad, lad. I'm surprised by your answer. I expected you to jump on that fact since you're still a teenager. I apologize. Odin's apology makes his sons turn to him with a look of concern. This is also a very rare thing to happen. Thor turns to his brother Vidar, and that's how you treat your women, brother. You love them, and not just use them for your own selfish desires. Vidar shrunk. Yes, I agree with Thor. Vidar, you need to either find someone and make them your wife, or treat them as equals and love them. Vidar shrunk even more. Vidar looks away and mopes. TCH, whatever, I can do what I want, and he'll leave finding a wife further into the future. What's the rush? Yvonne D. During all this, Rosweiss was staring at me wide-eyed, as she didn't expect an answer like that. I gave her an awkward smile, to which she also returned one herself. Odin coughs and gets our attention again. I wasn't joking about that request earlier, though, Jean. Would you mind having a spar with my son, Thor? I look over at the god of thunder, and he nods. I guess it's game time. Then why do they want me to fight? I'd rather be lazy, you know, seeing as how Thor isn't against the idea. Then sure, let's do it. Great. Odin claps his hands and then snaps his fingers. We were teleported to a Colosseum-type arena. Magic circles appear around us and the entirety of Asgard. My people heed my announcement. In the stadium closest to my palace, a mock battle is taking place between my son, the god of thunder himself, Thor, and the middleman, Gene. If you wish to see this duel, come and join us at once. Odin announced excitedly through the magic circles, and as quickly as he did, the Colosseum stands were flooded with all types of beings across Asgard. Even when the seats were full, anyone who could fly just watched in the air. Holy crap, old man. I didn't think you'd make your entire realm watch this little match. Odin laughed loudly at my remark. One does not simply fight the god of thunder, my boy. If my son Thor accepted this, then he sees something in you that normal beings do not. Thor and I stood at opposite ends of the arena. The ground beneath us was made of sand, like how they were made back in olden times. I'm quite excited about this duel myself. I haven't fought a god-class being yet, and Thor isn't a slouch either. Name: Thor Odinson. Age: 1500. Potential: high-tier god class X rank, mid-tier god class SSS. Gender: male. Race: god. Titles: god of thunder, son of Odin's sacred gear. None. Level: 156, 76 HP, 831,270 HP. Regen: 25,812 per minute. MP: 749, 877 MP. Regen: 18,992 per second. STR: 15,829 Vit, 20,812 Dex, 13,882 Int, 450 Wis, 1,000 Char, 555 Luck, 2,000. I look forward to this. Give him hell, partner. I would like to see how the famous god of thunder performs. Third-person point of view. Are both fighters ready? A new announcer had suddenly arrived and asked the entire stadium. Gene and Thor nod. Ready. Begin. Bang. Thor puts his hand out and waits for something. The whole arena erupts into chaos as they rarely see Thor use his signature weapon, the legendary Mjolnir. Shine. Boom. The hammer comes flying into Thor's hand, and it makes a loud sound as the two make contact. The size of the hammer is quite larger than Gene had seen in his past life, and the hammer is also covered in a thick case of lightning. Thor smiles at Gene and lets his aura flow out. The majority of the beings on the stand were stunned by Thor's aura and power. This shakes the entire area, if not Asgard itself. The area surrounding God was destroyed. That's quite a show. Allow me to return the favor, Gene says and holds up his right arm in front of his chest. Schwing. Gene summoned the boosted gear, eliciting more gasps around the arena. The Red Dragon Emperor. The crowd yelled out. So, you're this generation's Red Dragon Emperor? Huh, Gene? Thor's eyes glint with even more anticipation. That, I am, but Gene summons the boosted gear. We'll be fine like this. Are you looking down on me? Thor looked a bit annoyed and disappointed. No, I'm giving you a fighting chance. Boom. CNTIR. Answer: covering Asgard with aura-suppressing barrier. CNTIR. Answer: power output. One dragon god Thor's, and everyone's eyes widen in shock. Are you ready to dance, God of Thunder? Gene grinned at Thor, as he had a slightly worried smile on his face. With Odin, his sons Baldur and Vidar were sitting in a VIP booth along with Serafall, Ingvild, and Rosweiss. When Gene let out his power as a dragon god, they were shocked. However, Serafall and Ingvild weren't as surprised since they felt an even greater power that Gene showed them yesterday. My word, the lad is the Red Dragon Emperor, and with strength like this, he's a monster. Odin looked in awe at Gene. Indeed, dare I say he might be in the world's top 10 strongest beings. Vidar comments and looked at his brother Thor with a complicated expression. Thor will be fine. It is but a sparring match. They are there to test each other's strengths, not kill each other. Baldur concludes, making his father and brother nod. Why aren't you surprised by this, Leviathan Chan? You too, Ingvild Chan. Odin turns and asks Serafall. His sons were also curious as to why she's calm. The two ladies stay silent for a moment. Rosweiss is also curious. She was quite shocked by the amount of energy and pressure the young man exuded. Gene is still holding back yesterday. I felt even more power from him. He is nowhere near serious, Serafall tells the whole room, staring seriously at Gene from the vantage point. Surely you're pulling our leg, Leviathan Chan. Odin asked, a bit nervous now. I swear on my name, title, and seed of Leviathan, that Jean is holding back by a lot. Seraphol reiterated. The room falls into silence as they turn back to observing the two on the ground. With Jean and Thor decided to take this seriously and used his maximum strength from the start. He disappeared and reappeared behind Jean, but to his surprise Jean was already facing his direction, making the god of thunder jump back. And again, to his surprise Jean was gone from where he was standing. He felt a tapping behind him and saw the young man behind him when he turned around. I couldn't even detect his speed. A cold sweat enveloped Thor's back. Left with no choice, as the young boy had superior speed more than himself, he swung his hammer towards him at full force. Boom! Thor tried to pull his hammer back, but he couldn't. The cold realization hit him instantly impossible when the dust-cleared Jean was standing there with a calm look to him and gripping the head of the hammer, Mjolnir. Thor used everything in him to pull it away from the youth, but it didn't budge. The god grunted, and a bolt of lightning came down on Jean. Jean put his hand up, and as soon as the attack came just an inch away from his hand, it shattered like glass. Fine, I will not use the hammer then. Thor lets go of the hammer and jumps back. Jean takes the opportunity to spin the head of the hammer on his finger. This thing is pretty heavy, takes quite a lot of strength to lift it, making the god of thunder shake his head. You are just worthy, young man. This time, it was Jean's turn to shake his head. No, I'm not. I'm just using my raw strength to lift this thing. Thor was surprised by this. Jean finished having fun with it and threw it back to the god. Here, I don't really need it. My thanks. Thor placed Mjolnir on the ground and cracks his knuckles. One must mentally prepare themselves. He inhaled a healthy amount of air and then exhaled. Kulme, he shouted and disappeared. Jean grins and disappears too. Boom! Don! Boom! Boom! Thor and Jean disappeared and reappeared at different spots of the arena, their fists colliding and making strong shockwaves due to the impacts. The crowd was in awe at the spectacle they were seeing, the Red Dragon Emperor and God of Thunder clashing, their fists creating such power attacks that shook the area around them. What they failed to notice was that Thor's fists were slowly becoming bloody, and the head-on collision he was having with Jean was more than he anticipated. However, he had his own pride to maintain and didn't falter. Boom! 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 Don! Not bad, Thor. Jean had a happy grin plastered on his face. This was the most fun fight he had since he came to the world. While he wasn't a battle maniac, he didn't dislike fighting either. He just preferred spending time with the women he loved over sweating it out with other dudes. Ugh, you too, Jean. Even though Thor was hurting, he had a smile on him. He had his title, reputation, and pride on the line. He couldn't just call it quits after such a short amount of time. So he forced himself to press on. Boom! But are you sure you should keep going? Your fists are quite bloody, perhaps even broken. Jean points out his obvious injury. But Thor shook his head. My own pride will not let me back down. I must continue for myself, my title, and for my people. He said with conviction, making the crowd go wild. Thor-sama. Hail, the almighty god of thunder. His love for the Asgardian people and Valkyries transcends all. Thor. It was clear that Thor was quite loved by the people of Asgard. Once his small little speech was done, they all cheered and showed their support. Jean couldn't help but smile at it. You're well loved by your people, Thor. That's something hard for anyone to achieve. Let's end this, shall we? Jean summons a small white ball of light in his right hand, making the god of thunder weary of it. But he did not try to stop Jean, but simply stare at it. Jean lets the ball fall to the ground, but to everyone's surprise, it fell at a very slow speed. As it slowly got nearer to the ground, Thor couldn't help but feel dread. The ball came closer until ping it hit the ground softly. White Nova, VG, Version Dragon God, with Odin. My son, retreat. Odin roared, surprisingly everyone in the room. With Jean and Thor, boom. Rumble. The instant the white ball of light made contact with the ground, the arena was consumed by a giant pillar of white light and with a thunderous roar. Luckily for the onlookers, the explosion was contained in the arena itself and didn't harm them. The attack lasted a few more seconds before dying out, When it was gone, everyone was looking intensely at the arena. Thor, god of thunder, lay on the ground, suffering many burns across his body and heavily wounded, but still breathing. The entire Colosseum was silent. If someone dropped a pin, they would be able to hear it. Gene skyward, holy crap, partner. You kind of went overboard there. Incredible. I contained the attack, so the arena would be the only thing affected. If I didn't, then the entirety of Asgard would have been obliterated along with everyone else. As I approached the injured Thor, I summon a healing slime and throw it at him. It instantly healed the god, and he awoke. The crowd was shocked but burst into a relief wave of shouts. He's okay. Thor-sama. Thank goodness. Thor sat up and stared at me and then started to laugh. Gene, it is my loss. I never stood a chance. The god of thunder stood up and went over to shake my hand. Still, it was a splendid battle. The crowd burst into even louder cheers, congratulating the two. The god of thunder earning more respect and love from his people. The winner is Gene, the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. The announcer finally speaks, making the crowd laugh at him. After the fight was over, all the onlookers left the stadium, and only 2 minutes later the Colosseum was empty. Odin, his sons, Rosweiss, Serafall, and Ingvild teleported into the arena. Odin walked over to me and smacked me with a cane. You little brat. I thought you killed my son. What at Sundara? I chuckled. I wouldn't do that, since it would have been counterproductive with what I'm doing. Odin shook his head and points at Thor. What was that stuff you threw at him? Healing slime, 1,000 times better than phoenix tears that belong to the devils. And no, I'm not sharing. TCH, so stingy. Odin looks at his son with a questioning gaze. How much power were you using? Everything I had, father. You didn't even use half your moves? You and I are both aware many of my flash moves tend to damage more than where I chose to aim them. So, I decided to use the ones that wouldn't damage much of my surroundings. Thor answered his father's question, and Odin nodded along, satisfied with his son. So, you're saying that you could have one if we had a bigger playing field? To which Thor shook his head. No, even if in a bigger field, I would have lost. In the short blows Gene and I exchanged, I could tell the difference between our strength. Phil looks back at me with a smirk. You also contained that attack, so it wouldn't hurt anyone outside the arena. Yes? Yeah. That attack normally would consume everything in its path. I just condensed it so it wouldn't go beyond the arena and into the stands. My thanks, Gene. Gene. I turn and see Baldur put his hand out for a handshake, and I accept. My apologies. When I first met you, I underestimated you and your overall strength. Now that has changed. I look forward to your future endeavors. Glad to know. Thanks, Baldur. I also apologize. I would like a match with you in the future, Gene. This time Vita and I shake hands, and I agree to his future request. Sure thing. Just send a request my way when you're ready. He not satisfied. This was stressful. Gene, Leviathan Sean, and Ingvild Sean, you're welcome to stay in Asgard for the rest of the day. I already booked a hotel, so you can stay there free of charge. It's also the best one we have. Thank you, Odin-sama. Will gladly accept. Serafall thanks Odin, and he waves her off, activating aura and mana suppression skill. Rosweiss, lead them to the hotel. Odin ordered her, and she nods. The god and his sons leaves once all of this was done. Rosweiss turns to us. Please follow me. Her professionalism was back, and we do so. When we were walking through the streets of Asgard, we got even more attention this time around, well, mainly me, as a few of the beings there started to crowd me, asking for autographs and asking me a bunch of questions. When we arrived at the hotel entrance, I tried to gently move past them all, but wasn't having too much luck. I didn't want to forcefully barge my way through, as I might accidentally hurt and at worst kill one of them. Everyone please, and let Gene Sand through. Rosweiss tried to help me, but it backfired on her immediately. Shut up. You don't get a say. Do you even know what you're talking about? Or some of the hurtful stuff that was thrown at her, making the girl visibly upset. I was slightly ticked off by that. I turned to the crowd and let a little bit of my aura leak out. Could you all please make some way for me? I'm a bit busy right now. All of them froze, nodded, and quickly dispersed. I sigh and walk over to the slightly tearful Valkyrie, and I instinctively start patting her head. Don't worry about Rossweiss-san. You're cute enough that you'll find that man someday. She looked at me dumbfounded and turned red. This was just in my job, and it'll get going now. She quickly announced and ran off. Did I do too much? She is quite innocent. Good luck, partner. An even bigger challenge. Good luck, Jean. Once we got our rooms and settled in, we went back outside to Asgard to explore the place. But it was quite troublesome as I was quickly swarmed by Asgardians. I told Sarah and Ingvild to go together and enjoy themselves as they wouldn't have this trouble for them. They reluctantly agreed and left. Now how the hell do I deal with this? All of you, what is the meaning of this? A familiar voice resounded in the area, making everyone in the vicinity freeze. It was none other than Brynhilde herself. Once she was there, everyone scattered, not wanting to feel her wrath. You saved me there, Bryn. Thanks. I finally got to stretch my body after being hounded for almost an hour. Bryn? Call me by my full name, Jean-san. She didn't look amused by the nickname I gave her, but she didn't try to scold me, probably because of what she saw me do to Thor. Come on, it's fine, Bryn. Actually, are you busy right now? I'm not. I am free, why? She looked at me suspiciously. So I'm going to assume you saw what happened at the Colosseum. I'm being hounded by a lot of people in here, and I can't catch a break and seeing how they respond when you're around. I'm going to stick with you for a while. I smile at her. She just looked mortified. No. Yes. No. Yes. We went back and forth a little bit before she got fed up with it and threw her hands up, exasperated. Fine. You win. She started walking away, and I followed suit. She looked annoyed and sported a small blush when I started walking beside her. Is there any specific place you want to visit? No. I literally just arrived here today. Take me somewhere you want. She face-bombed and nodded. You forgot, didn't you? Hush you. She looked away and started walking in a different direction. When we went through a crowded section of a street, all eyes landed on us, and many whispers started. But once Brynhilde glared at them, they scattered and went back to what they were doing. As expected of the Chief Valkyrie, just one look can kill. I joked, and she rolled her eyes at it. So where are we headed to? A training hall. My excitement quickly dissipated, and I was left with an apathetic expression. Training is essential. We are going. She didn't leave any room for negotiations and walked faster. Yes, Mom. I half-heartedly followed behind her. I'm not your mother. She sounded irritated by the comment, but didn't say anything else as we made our way to this training place. We had stepped into a large training hall, and there were quite a few other Valkyries present. Brynhilde Senpai. A few Valkyries came over and greeted her. They look over at me and gasped, Senpai? Did these Valkyries go to Japan or something? Why am I questioning this? It's the DxD universe, made by an author in Japan. It's him. Girls back to training. They nearly jumped me, but were stopped by Brynhilde, thankfully. They gulped and ran back to train. Follow me. She started walking again and stands in front of a training dummy. Attack that with any of your abilities. It will show a number when hit, showing how powerful it is. She puts her hand out, and a ball of fire launched from her palm and hit the dummy. Power level, 3501. Is that high? I look over at the other girls, and they were excited to see their senpai using the thing. No, the highest ever recorded was by Odin-sama at 717,030 in his prime. Even so, his highest right now is still on par with his son's. How about yours? Devini kablelis ashtoni vienas do aichtbet. I step in front of the thing and launched a tiny fireball that went at a lax speed. She looked at me strangely. Are you even taking this seriously? If not, then you can leave a boom. The whole area shook and everyone started to panic, but they calmed down once the word quickly spread about what happened. Brynhilde and the other Valkyries gathered around to wait for the smoke to settle. Power level, 9,999,999,999 max. The area fell silent, much like the arena earlier, until the other girls burst into cheers. Wow, that's the highest ever. He hit the max power output. Incredible. Brynhilde stared at the number slack-jawed, slowly blinking. I look at her and grin. Do I pass the test, Brinchan? That is just the magical part, onto the physical test. She started to walk away, and I follow after her. A group of girls also followed us. We reach another room with a giant crystal in the center. She walks over to it and presses her hand against it. All you need to do is punch it. It will absorb the impact and power and will calculate the power level like the training dummy. She explained and lightly punched the thing. Power level. 50, Chief? You're here? Another Valkyrie walked up to us. Helmwige, are you here to train as well? The Valkyrie named Helmwige nods. She sees me and appeared to get excited. Chief, are you bringing the middleman around? Why, yes, he's about to try the physical crystal test. Helmwige nods and steps back to watch me. I nod and step forward and in front of the crystal. I turn back to them. I want you to pay for this if I break it, right? They were a bit stunned by my question, but nodded their heads. Cool. I cocked my hand back and punched it, shattering the thing in the process. I held back, I swear. Power level, 9,999,999,999. Max, wow. Helmwige and the other girls cheered. Is this going to happen all day? I sigh. I'd rather not keep fighting or doing this for the rest of my time here. I turn back to the ladies. Are we done? I mean, me fighting Thor should be enough indication of my strength, yes. You're finished. Brynhilde shook her head defeatedly, and I was immediately swarmed by the females as they asked to get autographs. Brynhilde looked back at the crystal and the power level shown and eyed me suspiciously. After reluctantly signing autographs, for almost an hour I was back on the streets of Asgard. I still had eyes on me, but they didn't approach me as Brynhilde and Helmwige joined me. Any scenic places you guys would recommend here? I want to take a look at them at night. Gotta appreciate these things because they might not exist in the far future. I guess the places where the water falls off the edge of Asgard. They're quite scenic, even if you're just staring at the void. Helmwige scrunches her face up, trying to think of places to visit. There's a garden northeast from here, near a blacksmith shop, called SCH, and you walk in. It's just a 2-minute walk from that. An artificial waterfall has been made there. It is also popular with couples. Brynhilde adds, making her fellow Valkyrie nod vigorously. I see. Thank you, we'll be going now. I had fun even if you just took me to training hall. Also thanks for the places you mentioned. We'll check them out at night. I waved them by, and Flash stepped back to the hotel. Asgard nighttime. I had been staying in the hotel for the rest of the day, since I knew I'd be bothered with autographs and people hounding me with questions. How the hell did Issei deal with it? He was even more famous thanks to his show, I Never Want to Be a Celeb. I sigh, it takes too much work. It's probably even worse in America thanks to the paparazzi. Damn psychopaths. Knock knock. Coming. I open the door and am greeted by Ingvild bear hugging me. In? What's wrong? Serafal-san took me out shopping for clothes when I told her I didn't have many back in your home. She was going to scold you, but I explained that I had ordered some online and that you were going to take me out shopping in the future. She hugged me tighter, so I picked her up and took her back to my bed. We both sat there as she hugged me. But she decided that I needed clothes now and took me shopping. We got a few stares because we were seen with you. They asked us a few questions, but I would guess it was a lot worse for you. She looks up at me, which I found cute. Yeah, I was hounded for autographs wherever I went. I think I nearly totaled 2 hours of signing stuff. One Valkyrie tried to make me sign their notebook, but Brynhilde stopped that real quick. You were with Brynhilde-san? Yeah, I just met her by coincidence, and her presence made an invisible barrier around us that stopped people from approaching us. But she took me to some training area, though. That was an experience and a half. I chuckle remembering the stupid test she made me take. A member of her team joined us, I think. Well, they knew each other, so I just assumed she was. Her name was Helmwige. I could see that Ingvild was trying to listen, but was slowly falling asleep. You should go to sleep, In. You're probably tired with all that happened today. It was your first outing after all. Maybe your body is becoming used to being an ET. Upon hearing the word, she lightly started smacking my chest. I'm not an ET, she tiredly says, and laid her head back on my chest. Do you want to sleep in your own room, or he'll sleep with you again? All right, but I'm going out for a bit. I need to check out some spots that the two recommended earlier. Okay, she shakes her head, and she fell back on a bed, seemingly drifting off to sleep. I moved her under the covers and turned off the light as I left. When I got into the hallway, I see Serafal. Hey, what the hell did you put Ingvild through? Intan needs more stamina for shopping. She pouted for some reason. She does know she was the one who put the girl through the ringer. Shopping stamina? The hell's that? It's a different type of stamina, like how we have different stomach for dessert. She tried to explain it, but it was just some bullshit. All right, want to go now. I left before she could try to continue talking to me. Oh, hey. I heard the Satan shout, but I kept walking. I had Flash step towards the location Helmwige mentioned. Well, one of them. The nighttime in Asgard was almost like Earth. There were stars in the sky and a moon. When I reached the spot, I could see the water just falling from the edge into the nothingness below. I also couldn't feel any presence anywhere near here. I guess these spots aren't worth guarding. I also noticed not many people out and about, only the guards. Meh, whatever. I sit down and let my feet and legs dangle off the edge. I close my eyes and listen to the waterfall. Suddenly, I could feel a presence slowly coming towards where I was. It felt like Brynhilde. Jean? She called out to me. I put my hand up and waved to her backwards. I feel her walk towards me and stand beside me. What are you doing at this hour of the night? As you can see, I'm enjoying the view, silence, and well, the ambient sounds before you came along. I still kept my eyes closed. I could feel a small breeze start. Did they add wind here? Cool. I apologize. I didn't mean to disturb you. Don't worry about it. So, what are you doing out so late? I was out on patrol. While I'm not part of the Valkyrie Guards, I'm still the one who holds the title Brynhilde, so I feel obligated to check Asgard at night before turning in for the night. Quite honorable of you, Brynchon. I hear her sigh beside me, probably resigning her fate to be called that by me. I shall leave you alone then. Good night, Jean. I feel her starting to leave. Yeah, good night, Brynhilde. SCHNE Walkerin. I had arrived at the shop called SCHNE Walkerin and could see a place that looked like a garden, so I started to walk that way. As I do, I stare back up to the sky. Asgard is a lot calmer than I would have thought. What kind of place did you think it was? I don't know, maybe barbaric? Like I read stuff about it. Vikings are said to go to Valhalla when they die an honorable death, so I kind of expected a rowdy, rough place full of drinking everywhere with a few women here and they're sprinkled around. Puffed partner. Humans' depiction of the supernatural is sometimes never accurate. I know, but I still couldn't help but think that. As I spoke with the two dragons, I reached the garden. It's quite big, but you can see the artificially created waterfall from the entrance. I could only feel one person in the garden, so I didn't have to worry about running into fans. The garden had a lot of green bushes everywhere around it. Some were shaped into Odin and his sons, and a few were of Brynhilde, surprisingly enough, though now that I think about it. She is known as the strongest Valkyrie, so she should have a statue or two here and there. The garden had a few floating orbs of light, so that was what illuminated the place, but I could see that it didn't appear everywhere in the garden. Perhaps the natural moonlight illuminated those spots enough. I get to the center, and there was a fountain, much like the one in Kuo's park, but with a tiny Thor stone statue there, and his eyes being made of the light balls from earlier. It made him look goofy. All right, next destination, the waterfall, because it seems like it's the highlight of this garden. It didn't take me long to reach the waterfall, and I could feel that person was there. But as I got closer, I could see it was none other than Rosweiss. I wonder what she's doing here at this time of night. As I got closer, she noticed my presence. Who's there? She said in a serious tone and squinted her eyes. I come out of the trail and into her line of sight. Hey there. I wave to her, and she visibly relaxes. Jay Jeanson, what are you doing here? She looked flustered. I could see that she was still in her business suit, but she had taken off her shoes. Just out on an evening stroll, how about you? I didn't expect you to be here, Rosweiss. She blushes and sits down on the rock she was standing on. There was a small fence that separated and elevated the garden's path and the waterfall. So, she was on the rock that kept the water from spilling. I was also out on an evening stroll. My job is quite taxing after all. She hugs her knees and looks at the waterfall. I chuckle and join her on the rock. Yeah, I can imagine dealing with Odin's antics all day can make you feel exhausted. She smiles at me and the conversation dies down. So, I decided to continue it. I was wondering what the nightlife was like in Asgard. I was a little surprised when everyone was just mostly in their homes. Yes, most if not all that reside here only use the opportunity to strengthen themselves in case Ragnar K happens. Apart from a few small shop owners and the guard that stay out past a certain hour, everyone goes home to get a well-deserved rest. I will be doing that shortly, as I have my fill here. Well, at least it's a lot calmer than the human world. It's so loud sometimes at certain places like clubs and entertainment districts. I shook my head at the thought of going. Well, I don't mind going with friends, it's just a bit too much energy, since the supernatural already keeps me occupied. Jean-san, why are you gathering so many girls around you? Rosweiss stares at me when she asks the question. Why? Why indeed? Before I answer that, Rosweiss, have you read books or novels about the romance genre? She looked a bit surprised by the question, but nodded, though she looked a bit annoyed. Odin-sama sometimes brings books like that back with him from the human world as he meets up with the leader of the fallen angels from time to time. She shakes her head disapprovingly. They, however, only discuss things I find dull and tasteless, so I usually leave them be. Cinchuredo. The other girls usually already fall pretty deeply in love with the protagonist at that point in the story, basically the end. So, I feel quite sorry for them. The author usually just throws them at some side character and thinks of a ludicrous plot point to make her feelings change. Even though they had all that build up, it's pretty disappointing, or they sometimes just let them stay single. And whenever they appear, they're usually just sad and quickly forgotten about. When I read these books, I tend to put myself in that character's spot and go, what would I be feeling right now with what just happened? And it's usually, well, shit. So, I prefer the harem books that have the second ending I very much like, in which the protagonist picks them all in the end and basically marries them all. Every single one of the girls is happy. Whatever fans that like the series are also happy, and the shipping wars are quenched well, kinda. I guess that's what I'm going for. I don't even know if what I said was what I really felt. However, as I said, I felt something during it. So I guess that's a clue. Rosweiss blinks a few times before starting to giggle uncontrollably. She wipes a tear from her eye. She smiles in the end, though. T, that's it? A little bit childish of you. You want to give every girl the happy ending they deserve? I won't lie that it sounds lovely, but do you think you could do it? She asked seriously. I stare her dead in the eye. Yes, you'll die trying. I know the 3 people who are close to me are happy, and whoever else joins us in the future, I promise to do the same for them. Oh, what? Jean-san? My name was called by Rosweiss, and I was brought back to reality. Did you say something? She looked at me with concern and shakes her head. You just zoned out after you spoke and stared into space. Did something happen? She asked worriedly. And no, I'm fine. Anyway, I should get going now. It was nice speaking with you, Jean-san. Rosweiss gets up and dusts herself off. Yeah, me too. We'll be leaving tomorrow after all. I put my hand out to shake hers, and she accepts. Hey, if you're ever in a life-or-death fight in the future, just call my name, and it'll be there. I jokingly tell her. She laughs at it and nods if the need ever arises. They'll be sure to shout your name out. She jumps down from the rock and waves to me before walking away. I also make my way back to the hotel, enjoying the small chat I had with Rosweiss. When I entered my room, Cinchuredo, his sons, and Rosweiss were there to see us off. Feel free to come back in the future, Jean. I would like to spar with you again. There smiles at me, and I nod. Don't forget about us either. Baldur and Vidar add. I look forward to the day. After saying our goodbyes, I took the liberty to teleport us back to the Citri territory. Underworld Citri territory home. Seraphal screamed and surprising the guards. Leviathan-sama, welcome back. They both greet her, and she nods at them. She turns back to me. Thank you for teleporting me here, Jean. They'll see you in the near future then. She starts to walk away, but stops and skips back to me. She gives my cheek a quick peck and skips back toward her house. The guards stare at me slack-jawed as I shook my head. Ready to go home? I ask Ingvild, and she nods. I'm tired, Japan. Kuo skyward household home. Sweet home Naya. What? A Naya of despair could be heard from the living room. I was severely confused. No, 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 please. Why did they disappear? I have to find him. Why? Shing. Tears fell from my eyes. You're so far away. But he'll reach you eventually, boom. Wait for me. Fun fact 1. Schne Walkerin translates to beautiful Valkyries. Fun fact 2. Zelma is Brynhilder's real name before she took the title. Zelma means the helmet of God. The god in this case is Odin, as he is the Valkyries and Norse gods faction leader. Chapter 13, Promises and Expectations Flashback Japan. Kuo Skyward household third-person point of view Akino had just gotten back from her short and quick training session with her peerage. To her surprise, she sees Kuroka also teleporting back in. Kuroka, did your meeting with your team end quickly? Nekasha nodded as she asked her friend. Hey there, Akino. And yeah, it didn't last too long. The whole place is in chaos right now. She gave her a tired smile as they both walked into the living room. As Jean teleported me earlier, I was taken outside the base, and when I stepped inside, many of the group members were looking extremely panicked. I didn't bother asking why, but just made my way to my team. I thought I would have an easier time getting a straight answer from them than, well, the headless chickens running around. The Nekashu sighed, remembering her day. Why? Akino had grabbed the TV remote and turned it on, lowering the noise. She just wanted some background noise. Ophis, our leader has been missing, so you know they're in panic. I know where she is, but they don't, so now they're in chaos trying to locate her. It was common for her to leave from time to time, looking for some silence, as she hated the noise around the base. So, when I got back to my team, they had been waiting for me. I got there and asked them what was wrong. Valley, our team leader, explained that Ophis was missing and the whole organization is in a panic. He, however, wasn't really worried. Ophis is powerful and can take care of herself. I also wasn't worried because, she's with Jean. So anyway, some beings get a little bit of power through Ophis snakes, and now that she's not around, some newer recruits are starting to think of backing out. Jean was right. They were only using her to get more power and achieve their own goals. Well, that's what the organization was for. However, Ophis expected to get that help back, but it looks like they never planned on doing that. Kuroka sighed as she had slowly gotten to know Ophis through her interactions with Jean. Kuroka initially believed that Ophis was emotionless because the dragon god did not know how to use her emotions. But over time that changed, albeit a very small and subtle change. A smile here and there, annoyance, sadness, you name it, and the dragon god has shown that kind of face around Jean's home. But never in Cow's Brigade. She sat away in a room or her little throne waiting for beings to report to her or ask for more of her snakes. Add to the fact that she was alone for who knows how long. No one was there to teach or show her emotions. The ones she saw in Cow's Brigade were mostly negative emotions. Greed, lust, pride, envy, revenge, hatred, and more. It was more of a miracle that Ophis didn't turn into any of those. The situation changed when Jean appeared. A small act of kindness from a youth showed the all-powerful being the regard she deserved. I'm glad that she's here and not there. She scrunches her face. I also overheard some talk about making something to kill her, or something. I'm not sure what it was since they noticed my presence, so I had to flee. If Ophis stayed there, who knows what would have happened? Something to kill a dragon god? That almost seems like a dream. Akino found it extremely difficult to believe such a thing could be possible. Dragon-slaying items do exist. What if they combine them with magic or poisons that can kill powerful beings? Or maybe Jean did say he fought artificially created monsters before Akino's eyes widened at what Kuroka was trying to allude to. You don't mean, yeah, it's a possibility thanks to the types of groups over there. The two of them were silent, unsure of what to say. They like Ophis. She's been an interesting person to be around. Jean is fond of her, so they didn't want her dying. Let's just tell Jean about this and see what he says. Kuroka proposed, and Akino agreed without hesitation. How about your end? It was just training. Rias left us to our own devices. I'm slowly mastering my holy lightning and my other demonic elemental magic. Akino smiles and discharges a little bit of lightning from her fingertips. I'm excited to go back to that place again. I hope to get up to high class and power soon. She turns to the Nekashu. You're close to Satan class, right? Yes, Naya. I definitely felt more powerful after being in there for 8 hours. I'm more curious on what kind of creatures we'll come across when we go there again, Naya. I didn't expect a giant man to be one of them. Both of them laughed when they remembered fighting it. Kuroka gets up and stretches herself out. I'm hungry, Naya. Let's get food, Naya. Aquino agreed, and they walked into the dining room. But when they did, they saw a note on the table. Aquino walked over and picked it up. As she read it, her eyes slowly got wider and wider until she fell on her knees. "No!" she shouted dramatically. "Huh?" Kuroko was confused and took the piece of paper from her hands. She started to read it, and it said, "Hey girls, looks like my trip to Kyoto and Asgard may take more than one day. We'll be back in a day or 3 along with Ingvild. The Yukai faction leader Yasaka invited us to stay for the night, and Serafal agreed. The same thing happened with Odin when Serafal contacted him. So sorry for being away for long. Jean's going to be gone for a few days, Naya." Kuroka shook her head and looked at her friend strangely. "Why are you so upset about this?" She started to wave the piece of paper around, confused by the reaction of her friend. "I don't like this at all. A night without Jean? Is God testing me?" Aquino stands up and places her hands firmly on Kuroka's shoulders, startling the girl. She begins to shake her gently. "Are you okay with this?" Aquino, Naya. Calm down, Naya. How can I sleep tonight?" The hybrid ignored her friend, but stopped shaking her. Kuroka composed herself. "How did you even manage before you started to live here? You had to sneak around and not get caught up with your master after all." She didn't think Aquino would turn out like this. She's a bit weirded out. "I don't know or remember. All I know is I need Jean to get a good night's sleep." Kuroka steps close to her friend and starts patting her back. "You'll be fine. Look on the bright side. We can sleep in our own rooms tonight." This prompted Aquino to start wailing. Kuroka just sighed as she walked towards the fridge and found the same note. She grabbed a pre-made sandwich from there and started eating it. As Aquino was wailing, a magic circle appeared, and Graphia stepped out of it. She was greeted by the sight of her king's sister's queen in the middle of a tantrum. She looked at her, and then at Kuroka with a questioning gaze. Kuroka waved the piece of paper she had. Graphia made her way towards her and grabbed the paper. Once done reading, she nods. "Does it have something to do with why Aquino is like that?" she says while pointing at the wailing woman. Kuroka kept eating and nodded. Graphia shook her head and sighed. While she understood why Aquino would react like that, she also thought it was a bit of an overreaction. "Teenagers and being in love, how was your day today, Graphia, Naya?" Kuroka paused to take a bite of her sandwich and asked the maid how her day was, which was unusual for her to share anything. However, she observed a small change recently. Graphia glanced at Kuroka and then back at Aquino. It ended quite quickly as Astri-sama had to cancel the event she was invited to. In turn, she came and helped Surzex and I with our work. The android fairy that Jean created did all the paperwork, so it didn't take long for us to finish. Surzex-sama dismissed me from my duties as he and Astri would take care of everything else. While I was reluctant at first, I gave in the end. He also started to call the android fairy Riatan. Ahaha, what an overly protective big brother type. Kuroka couldn't help but think that. She wondered what the Satan would do if he wasn't, well, a Satan and had no control of himself. Graphia stood beside Aquino and put a hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort the girl. It didn't work, so she decided to try something else. "Aquino, how about surprising Jean when he gets home?" When she asked the question, the girl stopped her temper tantrum and stared at the maid. "Surprise him? How?" "That would be up to you. What do you think will surprise Jean?" "Cake." When Aquino bluntly replied with the word, the two froze and stared at the young girl incredulously. They didn't think they heard her right. "See, come again?" Graphia wanted to hear it again, as she wasn't sure herself if we're talking about surprises. Cinceredo, there's no denying that. But Graphia was surprised that Jean didn't start becoming more demanding. She did hear from Astri that Surzex asked for a lot of her attention when they first got together. Astri even had to put her foot down and threatened to break up with him, as he was nearly too clingy. I would have thought Jean would take any opportunity to spend time with you when he had the spare time. Guess I was wrong. I think he's just being considerate. Anyway, he'll go out and train a bit more. He'll surprise Jean with more control of my powers. I don't want to be some damsel in distress anyway. Aquino thanks Graphia. She then teleports away. Once Aquino was gone, Kuroka went to a chair and slumped down on it. Even more women once he comes back from this trip, yes. That certainly will be the case. Graphia, Naya. Are you interested in Jean Naya? Kuroka turned her head lazily towards Graphia as she waited for the maid's answer. Perhaps while I also agree with what you said, the leader of the West Yukai faction is a female nine-tailed fox. There's also an abundance of Valkyries in Asgard that may catch his interest. Kuroka breathed out another sigh. Same day, France, unknown location, with team/dog was sent back to France after their report to Azazel. Azazel decided to have the team scout out the same place Lavinia and Cookie had found the rogue fallen. It was a blessing in disguise for them, as they found an underground facility concealed by very high illusion magic. Lavinia concluded that it was done by a very capable and powerful individual, as she had difficulty dispelling the spell. Once they entered through the entrance, they were met by a loud alarm. They had to fight their way through many weaker cryptids, fallen angels, and some stray devils. Why are the strays and rogues teaming up? Is there a more elaborate plan for all this? Natsum couldn't help but voice her thoughts out loud, as it didn't make sense to her. Definitely. If Acacius was part of it, then there must be something else brewing under the surface. Tobio agreed with his teammate. It didn't make sense well with the information they have so far. When they got to the center of this facility, he hoped they would learn more. Not to mention the 2 Excalibur pieces that were stolen. Whoever is behind this whole thing, they might want to try restarting the Great War. Lavinia added her thoughts, making the group temporarily stop. The Great War? You can't be serious. Rennie Natsum was astounded by what she was hearing from Rennie. Excalibur pieces, rogue fallen, straight devils who clearly wanted war, artificially created monstrosities, Acacius, and whoever is supporting them. They're either crazy, or he has to be powerful enough to lead them into this. Otherwise, it would have been a giant waste of time. Tobio scratched Jin's chin as he listed the things they knew so far. I want to fight, not war. Forget that. It takes way too long. Natsum just shook her head at Cookie's comment. Well, many don't want a war to start, that's a given. Unnecessary lives will be lost. The group continued on after Shigeon gave her thoughts on the discussion. Hey, Rennie. Natsum called out to her friend who was walking beside her. Lavinia turns to her curiously. So, I've noticed that you've grown in power quite a lot. What happened? Also, what was that gun you were using earlier? I didn't think you were the type to use firearms, since you know. Natsum gestures to her clothing. You have the witch and magician thing going. Jean showed me how to do it, though he's still a lot better at it. He can even make living creatures out of magic. He created a small living ice snake. But I couldn't do that yet, so I opted for a gun like you use. She clapped and summoned the gun again. Depending on the amount of mana I provide, the power will vary, as you have seen during our past few fights. Everyone's heads turn and stare at Lavinia. A living creature? Is that even possible? Tobio was shocked. He thought you would need to be some kind of god, or like the scientists and researchers of Grigori, to be able to attempt something like that. How powerful can that thing shoot? Like maybe a railgun? Natsum mused as she wondered if something like that could be possible. Yep, I accidentally fired it like that the first time I created it. It even surprised Jean. Lavinia fiddles with the gun a bit. I'm not sure what kind of destruction it will cause if I use all of my current mana pool. Gosh, Lavinia, how did Jean make you this strong in such a short amount of time? Shigeon asked the million-dollar question everyone was wondering. The female magician put a finger to her chin and thought of the question. I don't think Jean would be too happy with me if I tell you how. Maybe you can ask him in the future? She dispels her ice gun. I think he wouldn't mind telling you guys himself if you ask him nicely. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in his group, I'm sorry if this sounds arrogant, but all of his women might reach God-class strength. Eventually, maybe even more. Another round of silence with her newly made statement. It was almost impossible to believe they'd seen Jean fight. Even if they were quick exchanges, he mostly dominated his opponents. Valley is a prime example for them, as he's a descendant of the original Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor. It's not an exaggeration to say he's powerful. They also saw him grow in power over the years. However, Jean has always been an outlier since the moment they met him. Jean, he feels like a person, a being that should not even exist. It's like he's just power incarnate. It's almost weird seeing him sometimes. Everyone looked at their leader. Bro always seemed way too calm about things. Azazel, the four seraphs, the Satans. Didn't you say he's meeting with the West Yukai in Norse gods today, right? Lavinia nodded to Cookie's question. It's like he knows he's powerful, maybe even the strongest. I like that. I want to have a match with him someday. He grinned, and Natsum rolled her eyes. Let's shing. Tobio parried the light spear that was directed towards his head with his scythe. Like I was about to say, let's continue this discussion another time. Time to finish this mission. Without a word, the team continues on, fighting and taking down more and more stray enemies as they press forward. Cinchuredo, maybe they're just sending the weaker ones to delay us? The girl looks toward their leader. Maybe, if that's the case, we need to hurry it up. Jin appeared Tobio, and they quickened their pace, surprising their enemies as they all dropped dead almost instantly. TCH, show off. Byakusa zapped a stray that snuck up on Cookie, killing it. He looked over his shoulder and smirked. Nice job, Kusa. His sacred gear gave a nod of approval. What are these? Shigen asks no one in particular as her team enter a large open space. Around them were tubes and containers with things, perhaps cryptids, and other types of body parts contained in a tube with green liquid storing them. Monitors and other complicated machinery littered everywhere. Probably how they make those things. There's another room, and it looks bigger. Let's go, Tobio ordered, and the group reluctantly leaves the room with even more questions than answers. When they entered the room, it was an even wider area, one giant supercomputer-looking thing, a giant screen and darkness everywhere. Clap Clap the team was alerted by a person coming out of the shadows as it clapped its hands. Well done, Slashdog. I didn't think you would find my little humble abode this quickly. I have to give Azazel props for that. A feminine voice congratulated the team. When she fully stepped out of the shadow, they could see her appearance. A striking, dark-skinned woman with a very slender but well-built stature. She has a stern look on her face with glasses she had pushed down, as well as long, naturally black hair which she dyed gray. While keeping the tips black, a comely, sharp-minded woman who had something of a mischievous smile on her face. She wore a white lab coat. She stared down the team. Wow, talk about looking like a typical mad scientist. How original. Cookie snorted. Avetsa-san? Shigen called out to the woman, as she was unwilling to believe that it was actually her. The woman, now known as Avetsa, shifted her sharp, intent gaze to Shigen. My, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Shigen? She smiles at the younger girl. You know her, Shigen? Tobio asked his teammate, while summoning his scythe along with Jin, the rest of the team getting ready to take action if it came to it. She was a researcher and scientist back in Grigori, a fallen angel. However, her research started to change into creating new life monstrosities that even Azazel didn't like. So, Azazel cut her research out, not too long after she disappeared, much like Acacius and Kokabeel. We knew each other very briefly, a hello and goodbye here, and they're nothing too deep. You flatter me, Shigen. Azazel is just a fool. If he took what I was researching into consideration, we the fallen angels would be back to full power already. While I admit that I'm not for war, I am not against it either. War is the most appropriate time to test and experiment with cutting-edge weapons and tools. She glowed and released her wings. 5 pairs of jet black feathered wings, totaling 10 wings. As you can see, I've come far in terms of my own personal power too. I have a very powerful person backing me up. She grinned and snapped her fingers. Rumble, rumble, what is happening? Natsum shouted as the whole entire area started to violently shake. Behold, Slashdog, one of the first few batches I've been working on. I dubbed them the Divine Beasts. Crash. Boom. A giant cryptid 8-legged spider-bat creature falls from the ceiling and lands in front of them. The thing radiated power and a strange repugnant smell. Eyes like a bat, mouth like a spider. The body was that of a spider, while sporting some bat-like legs at the back and finally, tendrils protruding from its back. This isn't the finished product, mind you. It's an experiment. When I'm finished with them, their powers will be on par with true Satan class and God class beings. This thing is teetering on the ladder of low God class. Avetsa snickered. It will keep you company for a while. I still need to do my research after all. She takes one last look at the team and sighs. Try not to die now. Till we meet again, Shigeon team/dog. She disappeared in a puff of black feathers. She has to be bluffing with that power nonsense, crud. Cookie summoned Byakusa and covered his arm with a lightning spear. No time for complaining, you stupid cat. Griffin also appeared by Natsum's side. Lavinia summoned 2 ice dolls, and Shigeon summoned Poe. Shigeon, hang back with Poe and devour any kind of debris that falls on top of us. Everyone else on me. The Divine Beast is definitely at least true Satan class in power, perhaps even low God class. She wasn't lying. Give it your all. None of you are dying on my watch. His teammates were shocked by what he said and nodded at the serious tone Tobio said it with. Jin. Tobio called out to his friend, companion, and sacred gear and started to chant Behowless the slaying of thousands of mortals and Principles Bessingus the slaying of tens of thousands of goblins and Evil Omen's mind name, which reacheth unto the farthest abyss. 'Tis the imitation god beguiling the polar night and the midnight sun. Thou shalt be exterminated by our own jet-black demonic blade. Thou art merely ephemeral. O paranormal creator god. Balance break. After he recites a curse-like chant, his entire body becomes covered in darkness, taking form as a humanoid black beast that resembles a dog wielding a long and immensely sharp scythe that is capable of effortlessly slicing apart extremely powerful opponents, such as clones of Grendel and Layden, evil dragons who are known for their defensive abilities, as well as keeping his original ability Balance Breaker's ability to sprout immense blades from his extended shadows. The scythe are also shown to be able to cut through magic and abilities, even those of God-class beings, as Tobio was able to use the Balance Breaker to cut through Nyx's darkness barrier. Tobio also demonstrated the ability to alter the wavelength of the scythes. He was able to use that to overcome Gressel's resistance ability. This ability allows Gressel to grow more resilient to attacks of individuals after getting hit by them. In addition, the darkness in the surrounding area also forms enormous dogs with jet black fur that attack opponents with blades carried in their mouths. These dogs can also move through shadows like both Tobio and Jin to attack the blind spots of their foes. Even after being destroyed, the dogs can reform from the darkness that Tobio creates. Tobio can also disperse into the shadow dogs and reform into his humanoid form to ward off attacks from most opponents, except those who are true Satan class or God class beings. Oi, Tobio, you sure about this? Cookie screamed at his leader, only for Tobio to nod at him silently. Shit, whatever. Let's do this. Back us up, witch. Birdbrain. Cookie shouted as he and Tobio dashed towards the Divine Beast. He summoned a scythe made of black and crimson flames. He approached the beast before Cookie and swung down, but it was blocked by 2 gigantic light spears. What? Tobio was shocked that his attack was stopped. The beast sent out its tentacles towards the man, but dogs appeared from the shadows around them and attacked the Divine Beast, temporarily drawing its attention away from Tobio. Thanks, Jin. Tobio jumped back as Cookie flew past him. Forget you. Cookie screamed as he thrust his lightning-covered spear into the side of the beast, but didn't pierce it. Well, darn. A tendril smacked Cookie away, sending him crashing into one of the walls. Ugh! Cookie let out a pain cry. Cookie-san. Shigeon worriedly shouted his name, but the guy got back up, looking even more pissed. Esfine. Save your breath, I'm fine. He dashed back into the fight. War up. The cryptid let out an unholy shriek, making the girls cover their ears, as well as Cookie. Tobio was protected by his armor. Thankfully, the beast took this as an opportunity for a counterattack, as it sends gigantic blades of wind and light spears towards the group. Griffin fired back without its wielder's input. Its blades of winds were smaller than the ones the beast fired, and they were easily outmatched. The beast's attack destroyed Griffin's, and the attack hit the ground in front of them, sending the ladies backwards and hitting the wall. Shigeon slightly stumbles due to the shockwave and keeps her composure, as she lets Poe devour everything falling around her and her teammates. Dang it! More Byakusa! Cookie cursed and demanded his sacred gear to put out more power. The feline looked at its wielder worried but still did it. The spear around Cookie increased in size, power, and electrical output. This is perfect. A maniacal grin appeared on his face as he charged back in. Tobio also joined him, as he ordered the other shadow dogs to keep relentlessly attacking the beast. As Tobio extends his shadow in the shadow of the cave around the beast, he shoots blades of darkness underneath and beside the beast. The beast responded by covering its wings with holy light energy and stopping the blades from injuring it. This thing is intelligent. It's not just a mindless beast, even if it's just a prototype. Cookie jumped into the air and thrust his giant spear into the beast's head. However, the beast easily blocked him with a tendril, which didn't pierce it again. Whoa! The beast's head lunged towards Cookie in an attempt to bite him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. However, before it reached him, a light bullet hit one of the beast's eyes, stopping it long enough for Cookie to back away. "I owe you one, bird. Watch your six, cat." They both grinned at each other. They may not get along from time to time, but they definitely have each other's back when it counts. Natsum and Lavinia had recovered during that small time frame and had been waiting for an opening. Lavinia ordered both of them to keep the beast frozen in place. The two ice dolls send out streams of ice towards the beast. It tried to stop them, but Tobio relentlessly attacked it with his shadow dogs, Darkness, and Scythe. Griffin and Natsum had joined in, the sacred gear sending blades of winds towards the beast's eyes, while Natsum shot at them with light bullets. Unable to block it, it was frozen in place. The beast still tried to break the ice, but to its surprise, it couldn't budge. Lavinia smiled as her new power was definitely showing at this time. The ice dolls took it one step further and froze its wings, rendering them useless. It was being attacked from all sides and from powers that range from ultimate class to low-tier god class. But they didn't injure it. It was definitely annoying it. Lavinia summoned her ice gun and put slightly more mana into it. She aimed it at the beast and fired. Shing! Whoosh! A large stream of ice. The attack traveled quickly towards the beast's face. As the beast saw this as a threat, it prioritized it. The beast fired webbing out of its mouth in front of it. The ice attack hit the webs and froze them instead, much to the female magician's surprise. The pseudo-divine beast then turns its attention to the ice dolls and spits a giant acidic-like substance towards them. It was slow, so the ice dolls dodged it while maintaining their attack. However, when the attack landed on the ground, it instantly vaporized the ground, leaving nothing behind. Everyone noted that they avoid that attack, or else, well, that happens to them. Shigen looked at her teammates, fighting with the thing that was called a divine beast. She was frustrated. She couldn't join in helping them. She didn't have enough control of Poe to just leave him be for the time being. She didn't have a gun like Natsum, so she could at least use that. Her knowledge in magic was next to none. SAE taught her very simple magic, but as SAE was also a novice, she didn't teach her much. She wanted to ask Lavinia to teach her magic, so she could fight with them, maybe Jean? Jean can help me, right? She was brought out of her thoughts when a larger piece of the ceiling fell, only for Poe to devour it instantly. Later, I need to focus on the task at hand. Natsum, Lavinia, keep attacking it, Cookie, and I will find an opening and strike then. They nodded and Tobio went beside Cookie. Combo attack, he stated. Combo attack? Cookie repeated confused. Yeah, Tobio knew that only true Satan class or God class beings can hurt him, and if this thing can block his attacks with ease, then it has to be one of them. He didn't want to take any chance of being hit, lest he dies trying to find out. Cookie nods, and the two dash around the beast while poking it with their attacks every now and again, waiting for the perfect time to attack it. Cookie had to agree since he couldn't pierce it by himself. He saw Tobio's attacks weren't working either, so this might be their only choice. They also had to avoid their teammate's attack while doing this. The beast just seemed annoyed more than anything and not hurt at all. Come on, really? Cookie was getting frustrated with the waiting until both of them noticed the backside of it would be exposed temporarily when it retracts. They make eye contact and nod, seemingly knowing what the other was thinking about. As they bait the tendrils to attack, they dodge them and jump to the spot. Tobio uses his darkness-covered scythe in conjunction with Cookie's gigantic electric-covered spear. Take this, Cookie yelled. The two attacks hit the spot where the tendrils retracted. Once their combo attack hits the targeted spot, the beast lets out a pained howl and starts lashing its tendrils wildly. The two's success was short-lived as they had to quickly dodge it as it started lashing out wildly. Tobio and Cookie regrouped with the rest of their team. They all see that the beast was pissed off beyond belief and was wildly thrashing around. It eventually broke the ice the dolls were keeping it in place. When it did, it visibly grinned at them with its creepy mouth. Suddenly, the beast covered itself in a giant cocoon, confusing the group. What the hell is it doing? Tobio stared at the scene in front of him with concern. He also didn't know what was going on. It's a cocoon, Shigin tells the group, and they turn their attention to her. Butterflies and the like, well, caterpillars enter that state before they become butterflies, so maybe it's going to evolve into something more. Perhaps it's the final step to becoming a real divine beast like what Avetsa-san said. All their eyes widen at the thought. If that thing, Centuredo Lavinia? Rennie? Tobio and Natsum called out to the female magician, but she didn't respond. Lavinia aimed her ice gun at it and poured all her current mana into the gun. She felt weakened and lightheaded when she did. However, she had to take this chance. If they didn't stop this thing now, that thing would kill them and then rampage across the country of France. They would need a miracle to happen in order to stop that thing. Rinshi pulled the trigger. Boom! Lavinia and her teammates were blown back by the shockwave the gun created. An enormous stream of ice covered everything in front of them, consuming the cocoon in front of them as well. Natsum and Shigin screamed as they were blown back. Tobio held onto the ground, and Cookie held onto him. The giant stream of ice didn't end until around 15 seconds passed. When the attack ended, the cocoon everything in front of them was obliterated from existence. A large hole was present in front of them, and nothing remained. The trees, the rest of the mountain, and even some of the ocean were split along with the clouds on the horizon. Rennie Holy Natsum, along with her teammates, stared in shock at the destruction they were seeing. Tobio and Shigin were left speechless. Holy cow! Cheering, Cookie looked at the destruction caused by his teammate. That's awesome. Can I get one? In almost a childlike manner, he asked the female magician. I can't get up. I used up all my mana. She smiled weakly at them. Tobio was about to help her up when the android fairy with her appeared beside her. Function. Help Lavinia Rennie. It said in a robotic tone. It hugged her back and transformed into robotic wings and lifted her up, surprising the girl. I can do that, Natsum asked, but got shrugs from everyone. The fairy android started to leave the room. Guys, please search the other room for any documents that will help us, she said helplessly as she was flown out of there. Jean, you're overprotective at times. She couldn't help but smile, though. I also need to increase my mana pool more. Her team nodded and followed after her. Tobio stopped and looked back at the destruction Lavinia had made and smiled bitterly. I couldn't do anything. I need to get stronger for myself, my team, and SE. He followed the rest of the group with heavy resolve. Little did the team know that Lavinia's attack would cause the world to go into chaos for a few days. People on Earth are wondering why a huge pillar of ice suddenly appeared out of nowhere and then mysteriously vanished. Flashback in Japan. Kuo present day, Jean, skyward Naya. A Naya of pain and despair screamed out from the living room, startling Ingvild and surprising me. What? Let's just check it out. Ingvild tiredly drags me into the room. Not resisting, I let it happen. When we got there, I was perplexed by the scene in front of me. Aquino had Kuroka caught in a submission hold, as the Nekashu was desperately tapping the ground. Time out, Naya. Ivania. Welcome home, Jean. Ingvild. Grafia greets us as the maid sat on a chair calmly, sipping away at the tea she had in her hands. Centuredo. Am back, Aquino. A little bit weirded out by her response, I hug her back. I look at Kuroka and Grafia, looking for an explanation. She just missed you. I doubt she even got sleep the last 2 days. Kuroka explained as she got up and patted her shoulder. But if you're asking why she tackled me to the ground, we were competing over who would get to spend the evening with you first. I look at her and then at Grafia, who was looking away, her cheeks slightly flushed. I see. I laughed a little at their antics. Looks like they found out about Greyfire's late-night plans. You guys can just do rock, paper, scissors, 3 rounds. If it's draw, then do 1 more round. The two agree. Aquino stayed with me, though. She only turned around to face Kuroka as they. In the end, Aquino won. Yes. She cheered, making the cat girl groan. Jean, I'm still tired and go to bed, Ingvild said weakly. She then walked upstairs without saying anything else. I noticed the girls staring at me accusatorily. What? I didn't do anything. I smelled Ingvild on you. Aquino turns around and looks at me, not believing a thing I said. I put my hands up. She smelled her. Kuroka, are you sure you're the cat girl? All right, fine. She stayed with me overnight. But that's it. You know how it is. A new place makes it harder to sleep. Aquino doesn't say anything but just squint her eyes at me. Anyway, do you guys have plans today? It's still pretty early in the morning. I just pet her, and she goes back to laying on my lap. I'm going to visit my mother's grave today with Chiron. She already got permission from her king. Kuroka smiles at me. I nod, understanding what she means. They'll go with her in the future. I should check if I can bring her back. If not, then it'll do that in the future. They'll go get ready, Naya. She comes over to me, and we share a quick kiss. I'm doing more contracts today. Since we skipped them for 2 days, they'll be home late. Ugh, come on now, Aquino. If you get enough done, then you'll be promoted to high class. I don't want my own peerage, though you'll have more leeway with other things, though. Cinceredo, she sits on my lap and faces me. So how about you, FIA? Got any plans? She shakes her head. Great, we can have the rest of the day to ourselves. I am free today on cue. As she was about to continue, a Grimory communication circle appears beside her. I jinx at Grafia. Finalana-sama, how can I help you? Grafia answers back in her professional tone. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, but we just got 2 recruits, a butler and a maid. Klaus is out right now, so he won't be able to oversee them for the time being. Could you come here and do it? Yes. Of course, Vinalana-sama. Thank you, Grafia. See you soon. The circle disappears and Grafia turns back to me, looking a bit upset. I guess you aren't free then. I chuckle and she sighs. I give her a peck on the cheek as compensation. Well, we can have some time together in the future. She gets up as I say that. Yes, I shall be going, Jean. She bows and teleports away. I sigh. I'm alone again for today. I need to get a hobby or something I lay on the couch. Maybe some sleep will do. I quickly drift off to sleep, much to my own surprise. Jean skyward here again. Why though? I was staring at the white void again. This is the second time this happened. However, this time there's no beeping, well, yet anyway. Seeing as I know how some things work here, they'll just make it quick then. I started to run around in random directions looking for the beeping noise in bed from last time. I do this in the new few minutes, but to no avail. I couldn't find a single bed or beeping noise. The snow isn't falling either. The hell's going on? Jean? After walking around for a few more minutes, I come across someone unexpected. Wait, what? Great red air, Irene. I see Irene also walking towards me. Your dream is quite strange. She states and gestures around us. A void of infinite white. Probably due to my amnesia, I have some blanks on my past. I see. Though, she eyes me up. Aren't you going to ask me why I am in your dreams? No, you're the dragon of dreams. Makes sense you can come into dreams. She laughed at my explanation. Quite true. I do sometimes enter other beings' dreams when I am bored. I can't just fly forever in the dimensional gap, as that can get boring too. So, you lost your past memories? Irene decided to continue the conversation we had. Yeah, partly, I have most of it, I guess just a little bit of my childhood. Who knows? I lied to her as naturally as I breathed. Let's walk around then, perhaps we may see something. I've already done that for who knows how long, and found nothing. Is this the first time you dreamed of this? No, it's the second time. The first time I was here, I heard a beeping noise, and a bed materialized with the shape of a person on it. A bed and a person? Could have been you? She puts a finger under her chin, seemingly thinking about what I told her. Maybe I'm not too sure. If the beeping was a sign or indication of what it might have been, then I'll assume it might have been a hospital. But I don't remember being hospitalized in the past. Perhaps it's been repressed by your amnesia. It's always a possibility, Jean. I look into the distance and sigh. Maybe. We continue in silence as the vastness of the white void never changes in front of us, and not even sure if we're even moving forward anymore. By the way, can you influence dreams? Is someone to try with mine? She glances at me and smiles. I shall try. A staff appears beside her, and she taps the ground. We wait for a few seconds, but nothing happens. Irene sighs. It seems I have no effect here, unfortunately. Bummer, oh well. Another few minutes of walking later, I ask her another question. Irene, do you feel lonely at all while in the dimensional gap? Lonely? Certainly. Unlike Ophis, I understand feelings quite well, as I tended to check all kinds of beings' dreams when I was younger. I learned from that. She smiles, remembering her youth. But I must deal with it, as I am the self-proclaimed protector of this world. I can't leave it, otherwise we are exposed to dangers that might end it all too quickly. Sounds like you love this world and maybe the beings that reside in it. I chuckle and see her pondering the thought. Perhaps I am not too sure on how to answer that. However, I am compelled to protect this world until my dying breath. How about I take away some of that burden for you then? I offer her my assistance, since I'm stronger than her, and it'll be easier for me to do so. It'll ask CNTIR, when I wake up, if I can just create new beings from nothing and at any power class I want. She looks at me weirdly. Do you even have the power to do so? I admit you're the Red Dragon Emperor, but that doesn't make you close to me in strength. You'll find out when I come and visit with Ophis in the future. Until then, just wait for me. Very well, Jean. I wait your arrival in the future. Then, by the way, how is Ophis? Curiosity got the better of the true dragon, and she asks about her friend. She's doing well. She's actually been reading books on how emotions work. She even tried to comfort me recently. Can you imagine that? I smile at the thought of Ophis being able to freely express herself in the future. I would have laughed at you if you told me such things. But I more or less believe you. I would like to see it. Well then, maybe you can visit me once and see it for yourself. Which made us both laugh. I am proud of her though. She made a lot of progress in a short time frame. After another few minutes of walking, but nothing appears, looks like I won't get any answers today. I shall head off now, Jean. Irene breaks our silent journey in the white void. I see. All right, see you around, Irene. I instinctively start petting her, much to both our surprise. I take my hand away. Sorry, a habit of mine. Worry not. Farewell, Jean. She chuckles at me one last time and fades away. It's happening again, Japan. Kuo, 12:28 p.m. Jean skyward. I open my eyes, and in front of me were two pillows. I feel something soft under my head. This feeling, I hear a feminine giggle. No getting too comfortable now, Jean. It was wild. When did you wake up? Actually, how long have I been asleep for? I didn't try getting up as I stretched and yawned. Answer: 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 27 seconds. Duly noted. I woke up around an hour ago. I found you asleep on the couch, so I placed a cushion under your head and let you rest. I see her smile. It looks like you were comfortable. I want to deny that. I should get up before your arm gets tired for sitting there. I get up and sit on it instead. I stretch my arms out and wrap the other around Ingvild's shoulder. I start patting her, and she starts humming. Maybe that's her song? Sounds catchy. Did you have lunch yet, In? She keeps humming as she nods. I had some earlier. Grafia-san left some food in the fridge. I see. I stop petting her and get up. They'll go out to Kuo, then to have some lunch. They'll see you soon, In. She lets out a small hum as she stretches her arm out after putting her laptop on the couch, which made me chuckle. I hug her, and she hugs me back. You started liking our hugs? I asked her teasingly, and she huffs. It's your fault. I laugh again and finally turn to leave. I use the front door. Might as well walk there instead of teleporting all the time. As I make my way to the town center, I speak with CNTIR. Hey, CNTIR, I have a question. CNTIR. Answer. Centurado, I can guess that I need to be the new species in order to start making new outer gods? CNTIR. Answer. Yes. All right, thank you. I have a few plans, and I couldn't help but feel giddy at the thought of making 3 new beings as my own little guards or squads that reside in my shadow. I had gone into a shop called Shrubway. It's apparently this world's version of Subway. The food's still decent, though. I enjoyed a small stroll through the town. Even though it was summer and the heat was still there, a small breeze was present, so it slightly alleviates that heat. As I walk through the town, I see a little manga and light novel shop to my right. I hadn't seen this before, since it was in a lesser populated area of Kuo. Since I was curious about this world's anime, manga, and light novels, I decided to enter. I haven't gotten a chance to check them out since my life's been hectic since I first came here. When I enter the shop, the guy at the register greets me, and I nod at him. I go in further into the shop and check out anything that catches my interest. Dragon Shout Z? Are they serious? It's like a cheap knockoff of Dragon Ball. Please don't tell me it's going to be like this. I hurriedly look at titles and covers that slightly resembles titles that were in my past world. That time I got reincarnated as a walrus? Huh. I reincarnated with every job in another world. Isn't this just jobless reincarnation, but backwards? My Villain Academia, bruh. Cards of Paradise Yu-Gi-Oh! A loud voice, are you kidding me? Weirder and weirder titles keep popping up, and they're like opposites of what my world had. This is so incredibly weird. Shuffle, shuffle, maybe this O. That too, a new volume. I hear an all too familiar voice and turn to look at it. The all too familiar crimson hair, the beauty and main heroine of the series, Rias Gremory. Rias gets up after picking up a few volumes of manga and light novels. When she does, she sees me staring, and our eyes make contact. We just stare at each other silently for a few seconds until I break the awkward silence. Rias Gremory? I asked in an unsure tone. She raises a brow, on guard since I knew her name. She becomes suspicious of me immediately. Yes. Do I know you? Sorry, Aquino has told me about you, especially your appearance. I just didn't think I would see you here of all places. I explain myself, gotta do some bullshit. Her eyes widen. You must be Jean. I've heard many good things about you from Aquino. My club members really like that Irish stew she came back with before. I smile and stretch out my hand. She does the same, albeit she struggles since she has a lot of books on her. Need some help? Please, I offer my help, and she embarrassingly accepts it. She hand me a few books. PFFF, she likes Dragon Shout Z. So, it seems you like manga and light novels, huh? We make our way towards the counter and put her books down. The guy there starts scanning her items and putting them into a bag. She blushes again. Why, yes. Only my club members, friends from the student council, and my brother know of my fondness for these kinds of things. She was flustered as she explained to me. I laughed a bit, and she puffed her cheeks up. She pays the guy, and we leave. We keep on talking, and eventually find ourselves in Kuo Park, find a bench, and sit down. We stare out at the families and couples that were there enjoying their time. A small ball landed by my feet, and I see a kid shouting to throw it back to him. I pick it up and throw it back, getting a small thanks before he ran off towards his family again. This little town is quite lively, no? Yes, I really love it. Another silence falls between Rias and I. We stay silent and just stare at the scenery in front of us. Jean, please keep my hobby a secret for me. I don't want to be labeled an otaku or this to spread around the school. Sure, I don't mind. Better make a pinky promise then. I hold out my right pinky, and she laughs at my childish way of keeping promises. She does the same. Pinky swear, 10,000 punches. Whoever lies will be made to swallow 1,000 needles. We say in unison, then laugh at each other. By the way, Jean, why were you near that shop? I was just out for a stroll. Well, I had lunch and then went for a stroll. I just came by there by chance. I did live in a different country before, so access to manga and light novels were limited. Ireland, yes? So, you're interested in anime, manga, and light novels? Yep, there were only a limited range of things you could get in the shop I frequented in Dublin. Being in Japan opened up so many ventures for me. I'm quite excited, actually. So, that's the reason you moved here? She smiles and I laugh. Yeah, pretty much. You can call me an otaku abroad. Looks like we'll be keeping this secret together, huh? Yes, we will. By the way, Rias, where's Aquino? I hear she's doing club activities today. This question makes her slightly jolt, but she composes herself quickly. She's doing some club activities right now, so she's unavailable, along with the rest of the club members. She explains and starts nodding to herself. Oh, so does that mean their president is slacking off? I accusingly teased her, and she turns as red as her hair. I'm just taking a quick break. She huffed, making me laugh again. She gave me a cute glare in return. I'm joking, yeah, a quick break, nothing wrong with that. Well, it was nice meeting you, Rias. I better go home now. Yes, it's finally nice to put a name to a face, Jean. She gets up and we shake hands. I'll see you at school then. I walk away while waving back to her. An unexpected meeting, but a welcomed one. Third-person point of view with Rias had a smile on her face as she watched Jean leave the park and disappear into the distance. She got up and went to the alley with her bag of books as she teleported back to her club. When Rias teleported into the clubroom, she was pleasantly surprised to see her peerage there, with the exception of Kaneko, as she had left with her sister earlier in the morning. Hello, Rias, President Kiba, and Akino greet her. Yes, hello. The two were surprised to see that their king was in such a good mood. Rias? Why are you in such a good mood? Did something good happen? Akino spots the bag she was carrying off. Did you get the books you wanted? Yes, I did. But that's not why I'm in a good mood. Rias turns to Akino and grins at her. The girl was a bit surprised by this. Rias. Hee. I finally met him today, Akino. Akino's eyes widen at what she just heard. Why, you mean? Yes. I met Jean today, at the bookstore where I buy my books. He's an interesting person. I enjoyed our short chat together. We share the same hobby, so I look forward to getting to know him. She puts her bag down and starts looking through the book she bought. Jean? The one who made the stew for Akino-senpai? How is he like, President? Kiba was also interested in the guy. Centuredo offered to help carry my books to the register and threw a ball back to a family when it came near him. While the last thing is small, it shows a small part of an individual. He could have refused and made them get it themselves, but he didn't. Rias' eyes widen. I forgot to tell him he can join the club. Rias slumped down. How you can tell him for me, right? You probably have his number. Rias realized what she said. Her eyes brightened as Akino had a strained smile on her. Number? Akino, can I have his number? Sure thing, Rias. She went over and scribbled down Jean's number. That's it, thank you, Akino. If he joins the club, will you tell him about the supernatural, President? Kiba already had high expectations for the guy, as 3 out of the 5 members of the peerage had positive encounters with him. Rias had forgotten about that, and she ponders the thought, maybe I will. I just need to see how he reacts when we discuss those topics when he's here. She summons her evil piece set. She picks up a pawn piece and twirls it around her fingers. I'll offer him to join my peerage, but I won't force him. I don't want him to hate me. She dispels the set and turns back to the 2 members of her peerage, staring wide-eyed at her. Centuredo. But this came as a curveball for her. The masked person has been unintentionally changing me. I can't be forceful with everyone. That would push them away. If I want new peerage members for the future, I have to offer it to them and accept their answer. She smiles and puts the pawn back into the box that came with the set. I don't want to lose a potential friend, after all. Rias Akino was happy with her growth. Is this the type of thing you wanted to happen, Jean? Anyway, are you guys nearly done with your contracts? Rias wanted to change the topic, and the 2 of them nod. Good. Let's keep going and get them done. Jean skyward, I had pulled out my phone and called Shigeon. I was waiting for her to answer. Hello? Jean? Are you looking for Lavinia? The girl answers a bit confused as to why she was being called. Hey, Shigeon. Yes and no. I was going to go back and bury those bones from before. Do you want to come with me? Yes, please. And Lavinia is in my room. She's a bit exhausted. I see. They'll teleport there now then. Shigeon ends a call. I turn into an alleyway near my home and teleport to Grigori. Grigori, when I teleported there, I chose to go into Azazel's office. But to my surprise, the Governor General was fast asleep and Shemhazai was desperately trying to wake the guy up. I look around him, and there were some alcohol bottles scattered around. He notices me, and I give him a sympathetic look and leave. I make my way to the lobby, trying to find team/dog, as I felt their auras in that direction. When I entered it, they see me, and I wave to them. Yo, how are you guys? Actually, never mind, you guys look exhausted. Tough fight? We came across a very tough opponent today, and yes, it was a tough fight. Tobio looked frustrated as he clenched his fist at remembering it. Are you looking for Rennie? She's probably the most tired out of all of us. I can take you to Shigen's room if you want. Yes, sure. Thanks, let me guess. She used up all her mana to fire that ice gun she has? All of them stare at me, shocked that I knew what happened. Bro, are you psychic? Cookie's eyes widen at the thought. I chuckle and shake my head. No. I was the one who taught her how to do that. I thought she would only use it as a last resort. Looks like today was one of them. I'll ask her more about it when she's feeling okay. Lead the way, Netsu. She nods, and we leave her teammates who just sat back down on the chairs. Jean, can you talk to Shigen? Natsum breaks the silence between us as we walk. Huh? I mean, I don't mind, but why? I'm not too sure on what she would want to talk about with me. We have seldom interacted. I obviously want to change that, but haven't found the right time yet. I could see that she's frustrated, even during the mission. She hasn't learned to use magic efficiently yet, since Isai was responsible for it, and she's still being examined by Azazel. Can you please help her with that? I see, so that's what this is about. Sure thing. I consider you guys friends. I don't mind. I give her a thumbs up, and she smiles. Thank you. We reach Shigen's room soon enough. Natsum says she'll go back to her own room, and keeps going ahead. I knock on the door and step in. When I go through the door, I see Lavinia and Shigen chatting away. Looks like they didn't hear me. Joe. I greet them, and they turn their attention to me. Jean, thank you for coming. Shigen waves at me with a tired smile on her. Jean. Lavinia tried to move, but is pushed back down by Shigen. You can't get up yet, Lavinia-san. She scolded the older woman, causing her to pout. I chuckle and go to Lavinia's left side, as Shigen was on her right with a chair. I sit beside her on the bed and hug her. She tries her best to hug me back, but falls short as her body is still recovering. I break the hug and lightly chop her head. That was reckless of you, you know. She tries to say something, but I keep going. But you did it to help your teammates and the normal humans of France, so I can't exactly fault you for that. I start to bring her back into the hug and pet her. Good job, you did well. And she lays her head on my chest and closes her eyes. They'll take you to that place again, and we can work on getting you more mana. But for now, get some rest, okay? She nods and slowly laid back down. I gave her a kiss on the forehead, and she falls back asleep with a smile on her face. I gesture for Shigen to go out of the room. Ready? I ask her as we step out. Yep, ready as I'll ever be. She grabs my arm, and I teleport us back to Spain. Spain, Molinasica Leon, I had teleported us to the exact same spot where the tragedy occurred. I summon shovels and have them dig 11 graves. I also note that the area has started to heal, even though I reverse time and the damage. Cinchuredo seems like they already took the guy. I won't need to think about it anymore then. It didn't take for the shovels to finish digging and stand beside the holes waiting for orders. I take the bones out of my inventory and put them all in the individual holes. The shovels then start covering the holes up. Shigen silently watched the whole process, as did I. When the shovels were done, I dismissed them. I created and placed all tombstones. They were unnamed, but it was the best I could do for them. Shigen would find it strange if I started putting names on them, so I left it at that. Once done, she went over to each grave, kneeled down, and prayed. She did so for 20 minutes each. 11 graves, 20 minutes on each of them. I silently stood guard and watched over her. I didn't take Shigen to be this kind of person, holy or spiritual. She didn't seem to be that kind of person on the outside. Yes, she's kind and caring, but I didn't think it extended to strangers. Perhaps her kindness is the same as Gabriel's? I can definitely see the seraph crying for these lost souls. A second Gabriel appeared beside the first. Way to ruin the moment, you guys. I cut the link before they could respond. 3 hours had passed, and the sun had started to set. I didn't move an inch during that time, and Shigen did her thing without any complaints. Once she was done, she stood in front of all of them and done the sign of the cross. She finally stood beside me. We stood there in silence. Aren't you going to ask me? She finally speaks up, and I shrug. It's up to you. I won't force it out of you. I won't force it out of you if you don't want to talk about it. Shigen lightly giggles. It's nothing too serious. It's just that wouldn't be lonely? To die suddenly, not be found, and stay there for who knows how long without anyone knowing anything. Thinking about it, thinking about this happening to me, makes me feel sad. I want to be surrounded by my loved ones when I pass on into the world beyond. She turns to me and smiles sadly. It's a pretty childish reason. Huh? No. I understand where you're coming from. In our world, the supernatural is more than real, so there's a high chance that their spirits may have been trapped here, unable to leave. What we did today may have let them move on in peace. Whoosh! A sudden breeze envelopes the area. The ground around the recently made graves starts to glow, and green orbs start appearing. Those orbs slowly turn into human shapes, a few teens, an older couple with a baby, and the two magicians. They all turn to look at us, smiles on their faces, full of gratitude. "Thank you," were their last words as they faded into the glowing evening sky. "See," I gestured to what just happened. Shigyon had a relieved smile on her. A little teardrop escapes her left. "I thank goodness," she whispered. She may have had thought that what she was doing meant nothing, but not in this world. She prayed to them for 20 minutes each, and there were 11 graves in total, but to those who passed, it meant every little thing to them. "I can help you get stronger, Shigyon," I tell her as I stare at the setting sun. "Please, I don't want to be useless anymore." She had a look of regret on her. She may probably think she was the weakest of the team right now. "Yeah, you can count on me." "Thank you," I pat her head. "Shall we head back?" She nodded silently, a smile appearing on her face. "Grigori, just text me or ask Lavinia for me, all right?" She nods again, and I go into her room and bridle carry Lavinia out of it. The woman was still sleeping peacefully. She instinctively cuddled closer to me. "Jean?" She briefly wakes up, probably because of the movement. "Yeah, we're back. Just go back to sleep. It'll take us back home." She closed her eyes and drifted off again. I turn to Shigyon. "They'll get going then. See you around." I started to teleport away when I heard Tobio's voice. "Jean, wait." I turn around and see the guy running towards me. "What's up, Tobio?" "It's nothing much here." He handed me a piece of paper with a number on it, and the name Suzaku Himejima. "She wanted to get into contact with you, so I wrote her number down for you." "I see. Thanks, Toby. I've been meaning to get in contact with her too." I grin at him. "Good luck with your plan too." He looked at me a bit surprised and sheepishly scratches the back of his head. "Yeah, thanks." He holds out his fist for a fist bump, and I happily do so. "I'll see you guys around." I teleport away with Rennie and the new phone number. Unknown location, third-person point of view, thank you, Tobio. "No problem, Suzaku. I'll get in contact with you soon." Suzaku Himejima closed her phone and held it in her hand. She had Tobio accuse her cousin give her phone number to Jean, the recently famous middleman of the factions, and the one who had resurrected her aunt and repaired that side of the family of hers. When she was first contacted by Shuri via her number, she was shocked. She thought it was some kind of sick joke or prank. So she answered it as she wanted to give whoever was doing this prank a good scolding. But to her surprise, it was her deceased auntie's voice. She was shocked and asked how she was alive, and Shuri proceeded to tell her everything. How she came back to life, how her broken family was reunited, and who was responsible for it all. A young man called Jean. She also found out through connections of who he was and what he was up to. Middleman, friends with Slashdog, gathering a close circle of friends around him. "I want to meet him and personally thank him," she whispered to herself. What surprised Suzaku even more was when Shuri told her that Tobio had come to her for some love advice. It looks like he was finally going to confess his feelings for his longtime childhood friend. Suzaku was happy for him. She wanted her cousin to be happy, as Sei was also a friend of hers. She just wished she was in a better place, physically and mentally. Perhaps we can request Jean to heal her? She wants to ask him, maybe it was possible because it was him. To Suzaku Himejima, Jean was a miracle worker. The things he did in a short amount of time had truly impressed her. The fact that he's also friends with Slashdog, specifically Tobio, maybe he could also help her find a way for the Himejima clan to accept Tobio, as she had no clue on how to do it. She has many high expectations for Jean. She just needed to get that message or call ding. Suzaku looked down at her phone and got excited. "Hey there, you're Suzaku Himejima, right? Tobio told me to message you." Suzaku began to type back AV for Avalgir in Italian, which means envelop, and Eza for Nerezza in Italian, which means darkness. Her name translates to enveloped in darkness. Aviza also means bird, strength, and desire that's of Norman French Germanic origin. Chapter 14, Plans for the Future and a Magician's Resolve Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, Jean, Skyward Nighttime, 10:38 p.m. I summoned my phone from my inventory and started to type something. The girls were asleep, I hope, so I dimmed the light from it. "Hey there, you're Suzaku Himejima, right? Tobio told me to message you." "I am." Nice to meet you, Jean-san. So, Tobio said you wanted to meet me or something. Yes, I would like to meet you in person, if you don't mind. I want to personally thank you for what you did for my Aunt Shuri and little Akino-chan. It's no problem, really. If we're meeting, I'd like to bring Akino's entire family, if you don't mind. It takes Suzaku a while to respond after I sent that one. Maybe it's still too early for that? If so, I need to help her convince the Haimejima clan to acknowledge both Tobio and Shuri's relationship with Barakiel. But how? Through reputation, partner. Reputation? Like my middleman status? I kind of get where Drake was coming from, but I don't think that's enough. Precisely. Not just your middleman status, but your soon-to-be-revealed Red Dragon Emperor status and your fake human dragon god identity. If only, I don't think those old dying corpses would be easily swayed by that. If I use force, I don't think Suzaku nor Shuri will like that too much. I don't want to be a tyrant. We may need to go back to the drawing board, Albion. I hear a tapping noise. I wish you would just sometimes go wild, Jean. Doing things by the book is exhausting, but I know that isn't your personality. Yeah, sorry about that. But maybe it might sway them if I meet up with Amaterasu since they revere her so much, get a good reputation with her, you know? And then get her to punish them. Perfect. However, that will be quite a challenge. Odin was quite a simple god. He was mischievous and valued honesty. If you didn't answer him like that, who knows where you would be at right now? All gods are different after all. What do you think Zeus is like? A bit reckless and chaotic? I snicker at the thought. I mean, you're not wrong. But yes, he's quite full of himself last time I was awake. Isn't that your goal as well? Jean? Albie, I love my group of close companions. I doubt Zeus does the same. Fair point. BZZT. I look back down, and Suzaku finally replied. Yes, I wouldn't mind. But we'll need to meet up at a different place than where I had initially planned. Sure thing. Anywhere works for me. I just need to tell them then. Of course, let's end this here for now, Jean. We can message each other at a later time to set up specifics. Sure. Good night, Suzaku-san. Yes, good night, Jean-san. I threw my phone back into my inventory and laid back down on my bed, the girls still fast asleep. Well, at least I hope so. Akino and I had spent the evening training together. Unknown location, third-person point of view with Suzaku Haimejima. Suzuko breathed a sigh of relief after texting with Jean. She was glad he was easy to talk text with and seemed easygoing. I forgot to tell him about, Suzuko shakes her head disappointed at herself. I'll text him tomorrow about it instead. Suzaku puts her phone on the nightstand beside her bed, turns off the lamp's light, and lay on her bed. But she didn't fall asleep. She stared up at the ceiling wondering what would happen in the future. Team/dog, Tobio, Aunt Shuri, Akino-chan, and Uncle Barakiel, so many things were whirring through her mind. Jean, all these connections. Miracle worker, she wants to form some sort of friendship, maybe an alliance with the young man. While the majority of the clan does not see his current achievement as noteworthy, Suzuka thought differently. Well, they didn't know about him being able to bring back the dead. What else can you do? Jean, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Will you take on my requests, even if I'm not part of the three factions? She shook her head, dismissing any negative thoughts. I hope so. I should text Tobio in the morning to put a good word in for me, she sighed, and left her thoughts at that. Jean, skyward I sigh as I pour some water on myself. What a hectic day. I felt a bit restless, so I decided to take a bath for the night. Cinchuredo, I leaned down and kissed her on the forehead and left. I make my way back downstairs and into the living room, and Cian was still there typing away on her laptop. Hey, Ian, still busy with that song? I sat beside her and peered at the screen, only for her to turn it the other way. Yes, and you can't see it yet. I sigh and relented. What happened with Lavinia-san? She seemed tired. You saw us. Sorry for not greeting you when we got back. But yeah, she's exhausted. I sighed again. She pushed herself a bit too much during her mission. She and her team/dog went to France and fought something. I need to ask Azazel, Rennie, or someone from /dog about it. I wonder what kind of thing it is. Maybe another cryptid? However, the one we fought before was weak. Lavinia-san is quite strong. So if she and her team are pushed that far, it must be something serious. Yeah, I'm curious myself. What kind of thing can make them struggle like that? Tobio's pretty powerful considering what his perfected balance breaker can do. Just then the necklace around me glowed, and Ophis came out. "Oh, hey Ophis, is something wrong?" The small dragon says nothing and sits beside me. I feel her gaze, and I summon a new bag of sweets and give it to her. She nods and starts eating it. "I have finished some books, so I will take a break." "I see, all right." "Ophis, they'll be visiting Irene in the future. Want to come with me?" The dragon god stares at me for a minute without saying anything, then nods her head. "Yes, I want to apologize to her." I was stunned. Apologies? Ophis, apologize? And why do you want to do that? I have come to the conclusion after reading many books. Regret may be the emotion I am feeling. I reflected and thought about what I did. They were childish actions, so I want to apologize to Bach Great Red, but I don't think I will be forgiven easily. I smile and start patting her head. I feel like a proud parent, even though I probably didn't do much. "I'm proud of you, Ophis. Admitting to past mistakes is quite a difficult task, even for humans, or beings that have access to their emotions. Also, don't worry. I'm sure that Irene will forgive you." She nods and starts to mutter Great Red's name. Irene, another small step for the dragon god of infinity. I look forward to seeing Irene's reaction. Shing. I see a teleportation circle appear in the living room, and Kuroka pops out of it. "I'm back, Naya," she announces happily and looks around. "Welcome back, Kuroka. How was your day?" I ask her, and she hops on my lap. "It was fine. Chiron and I had a great time after paying our respects at our mother's grave. We had to clean it a bit, though, since it's in a place where not many people know about it. We went around Lilith for a bit, ate food, and I bought Chiron some clothes. Just spending some quality time with my little sister. And glad you enjoyed your time. But looks like you want to ask me something, so what's up?" She chuckles nervously while smiling wryly. "WL, so this is entirely my fault, so Chiron wants to meet you, more specifically the person behind the mask that helped me. I may have been incessantly bragging about you to her nearly every chance I got." I laughed at her explanation as she blushed. "It's not funny, Naya. It's your fault, though, but yeah, sure, I don't mind. But please tell me in advance when you plan on bringing her here." "Yes, Naya." She pumped her fist, making Ingvild giggle beside me. "Jean, are you sure about this? Revealing yourself to her?" Ingvild stops giggling and asks me seriously. "Yeah, I'm not some edgelord wannabe that wants to keep his identity a secret forever. I just did it so I could get used to the supernatural for a little bit beforehand. I think back on the last month's event, it's been filled with a lot of things. I would rather not have constant eyes on me from the moment I went into it. It would have been more annoying than anything. The middleman thing kept me in the three factions' eyes, and then it slowly began to spread. That was my goal. And recently Yukai and Asgard came into contact with me. I would say it's the right time now to slowly start revealing who I am. All they know is I am a human and a middleman. You can't exactly tell I'm a human dragon god hybrid at a glance. I ain't telling them I'm an outer god yet, though. Soon, the title of Red Dragon Emperor will go along with it. And finally, Jean. So, a gradual increase? I understand where you're coming from. But wouldn't it have been easier to reveal everything from the start? Ingval made a valid point, but like I said, that would be too exhausting. And start getting spies on me to ruin the peace I had? Please, I would rather die than have that shove in my face. Heck, Akino kind of did start off as a spy, you know? The same with Grafia, but that's changed now. Ingvild thinks about it before nodding. I guess so. I mean, we wouldn't be living a relatively peaceful life right now if you did just go around throwing your weight. She snorts. But that's going to change soon. I feel Kuroka kiss me on the cheek. I'm going to get changed, Naya. She got off my lap and went up to her room. I wave her off and turn back to In. Yeah, it's not in my personality. Living a peaceful life with my close group of companions seems a lot better than constantly fighting. But didn't you have a few fights already? They requested it. Vala twice, Sarah once, Dulio once, and recently Thor. I never once approached them for this. I would have preferred to not have had a crowd to see those, but I couldn't be picky about these things. You got the whole of Asgard as fans now, too. What was unintentionally as you just responded to Thor's spirit, right? I'm a bit surprised that Ingvild figured that out. Yes, I fought back a little hard with Thor since he's a god, and I knew he could take it. He's also a warrior, and he challenged me fair and square. It would have been an insult if I didn't do what I did. Yeah, the Asgardian people were cheering him on pretty hard, his fighting spirit, and what was also commendable, so I responded in kind with that attack I used. Though I was still holding back, but that's beside the point. At least to him, it looked like I was trying my best to. That's what matters in the end, probably. Ingvild nods and goes back to her laptop satisfied with my answers. I had left the living room and was preparing dinner in the kitchen when I feel Grafia teleporting in. Hey, F.I.A., welcome back. I greet her without turning around. I was supervising the recently hired recruits. Yes, I'm back, Jean. It was simple. They were quick learners, so I left the rest to another veteran. She walks over and helps me. What are you making for dinner? She looked at the ingredients on the counter. I see it's shepherd's pie, boiled eggs, and roasted broccoli. I create a hologram of the recipe for her, and she nods. It seems simple enough. We got to work and got dinner done in no time. All that was left was to wait for Aquino to get home. I walked back into the living room, and Ophis was leaning on Ingvild to sleep. She noticed me and gave me an awkward smile, as she wasn't used to one of the strongest beings just leaning against her. I chuckle and pick Ophis up and teleport her back into the necklace. An hour passed, and Kuroka was getting impatient, just as she was about to break. Aquino teleported in. Finally, Naya, we can eat. She immediately started to devour everything on her plate. I chuckle at her as Grafia tries to scold her. Welcome back, Aquino. I'm sorry I'm late. A client went a little bit overboard telling me their life story. She apologizes to me with a smile. Rias also asked for your number. I expected as much. Don't worry about it. I wave her off. I didn't mind at all, as long as she didn't just spam text me like a certain hybrid. Then I'm fine with it. Flashback, and after that we had a peaceful night, doing our usual routine. I was feeling restless earlier, so I decided to take another bath like before. I had just finished when I feel someone's presence outside of the bathroom. Déjà vu. Censurado homme? I look back up at her face, and she smiles. I've been thinking I'm not a very good wife. She states, turning away to wash up. I was a bit stunned at what she said. Wife? Aquino, isn't this a bit too early, you know? Thinking about that kind of thing? I'm not saying to get married right now. Silly. She looks down and smirks. I just mean that I wanted to get some training in for the future. I sigh, knowing that when she puts her mind to something, she won't be easily swayed. Do what you want. Actually, do you want it to be an official or unofficial marriage, Aquino? I've been thinking about this since, well, quite some time ago, when I thought back when her parents gave me their blessings. What do you mean? She looked confused by what I said, so I elaborated. I mean, like, do you want it to be a legal marriage between us? Or just, between ourselves without officials? Aquino falls silent. She looks like she's thinking about it seriously. I interrupt her before she could continue. What about your parents? Knowing your history with your clan, I have no doubts it would have been frowned upon, right? She nods. So I conclude that it was unofficial to them they were married. What mattered to them was their love for each other, not what was written on a piece of paper. To them, they were married, and that resulted in you. I can only imagine when the rest of the clan found out, and when Shuri mentioned any plans of marriage, there were a lot of them who disagreed with it, maybe going as far as trying to break them up. I can see them fighting tooth and nail for it not to happen. Aquino nods sadly as she can see that happening. She may have heard or maybe seen some things in the past, probably just repressed those memories. They'll think about it. Then her eyes glaze over as she goes into thinking, well, I can always just do this and get it over with. I summon a ring and start waving it around, and she pouts. I would like it to be a lot more romantic, mister. She crosses her arms, and I chuckle at her. My bad. You'll try to find an opportunity in the future. I dismiss the ring. We fall into another comfortable silence until Aquino scoots closer to me and then leans against my side. I still want to get some training in. Also, you haven't asked me to hang out much since that day. Are you perhaps upset with me? She looked a bit hurt while saying that. Huh? What? No, I've just been busy. Aquino, you know that. I'm just pulling your leg, Jean. She giggles. Censurado. Censurado, the girl, blushed as she looked up at him. My little Jean seems very confident today, doesn't he? Jean looked down at her, slightly embarrassed. Aquino, he whispered, and the girl smiled. Censurado, really? Is that so? Aquino said between bites, chewing thoughtfully and smiling at him. That's pretty intense, Jean, she laughed, brushing her hair back as she set the food down on the table. Jean couldn't hold back his enthusiasm and burst out laughing at Aquino's playful teasing. Censurado, 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 censurado. He pulled her close and held her gently. K-H-H. Aquino shivered and held onto Jean's arms as he had placed them around her. Once she was steady, Jean brought her head close to his and whispered, "You made it." Censurado, 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 censurado. He watched Aquino awkwardly dance over toward him. "Jean," she called out nervously. Jean smiled and gathered her into a warm embrace. Aquino laughed, no longer worried about what her friends might think. The happy moment was the only thing on her mind, her own joy in Jean's. She smiled at Jean, wanting him to feel as happy as possible. "Feeling better now?" Jean asked, and leaned forward and gave Aquino a quick peck on the cheek. They laughed together as they turned their attention back to what mattered most around them. He pulled away from the bravado, much to Aquino's disappointment. Her voice trembled as she whispered his name over and over, lost in the intensity of the moment. It was only the second time in her life she had felt such a deep connection, and she cherished it deeply. Censurado, 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 her face a mess from frosting, with a glazed-over look plastered on her face. "Lemon in Jean skyward, you pushed too hard." Aquino cutely pouted. We had gone back to our previous position, Aquino clearly worn out from baking. Sorry, I went a bit overboard there." She turned around and gave me a cute glare. "You also did something without warning. Am not mentally prepared for it yet." She blushed after saying something embarrassing. Also, she looked toward the door. Everyone definitely heard me. She covered her face, clearly flustered and way too embarrassed. She did yell pretty loudly. "Oh, that hurt." "You'll be fine, probably." She just flicked me lightly, clearly still flustered by the whole thing. "I mean, she'll be in the same waiting area with other people at some point dealing with this," she said. "Censurado, I saw Grafia making breakfast, so I went to her and wrapped my arms around her waist. When I put my chin on her shoulder, I could see she was blushing. All right, I'll say it now. You heard us, didn't you?" Which only made her blush harder. I know devils have a hard time conceiving. Censurado, she glared at me, not sounding like she liked my earlier comment about the random devil women. "Imulking Fia, geez." Everyone had sat down and slowly started to eat their breakfast, but when everyone started to filter into the room, they were clearly avoiding eye contact with Aquino and I. Especially Ingvild. When greeted her earlier, she just answered quickly and quietly. The only noise present was chewing and utensils hitting our plates, a slightly tense atmosphere present in the room. I decided to break this silence. They'll be taking everyone to that place in the afternoon, so get everything you want done before then. Everyone looked up at me, Ingvild and Grafia still confused to where I was taking them. Will be in the necklace. Ophis didn't want to go. I was fine with that for now. In the future, I want her to get a little bit stronger since there are other threats that are coming, including Yexi. Where's this place, Jean? Ingvild nodded along. I haven't elaborated to the two of them, but I still won't. They'll do it when we're there. Don't be too hasty now. You'll find out in the afternoon. But you will grow stronger very quickly in it. I can promise you that. Both of them nodded, though I can still see that wanted to ask more questions. So Kuroka starts. She then turns to Aquino, her face slowly turning into a look of horror as the cat girl grinned at her. Kuroka inhaled and exhaled. I'm screaming. Kuroka bellowed out mockingly. Aquino covered her face out of embarrassment as Kuroka started laughing maniacally. Ingvild had spat out some of her food out of shock, and Grafia had snapped the fork she was holding. The room fell into silence, with the exception of Kuroka's laughter. Censurado. Now. Kuroka, don't be too mean, Lavinia tried to reprimand her friend, but was ignored as Kuroka started teasing dramatically, making the rest of them blush. Kuroka wiped a tear from her eye. Are you still crying over that? Kuroka. Aquino now looked mortified as she embarrassingly glared at her. Kuroka, that's enough now. That kind of talk isn't appropriate while we eat. Graphia also joined in trying to reprimand her. Fine, fine, she reluctantly stopped, but still kept snickering through the rest of breakfast. Everyone had left to do their own thing. Ingvild was still embarrassed by the whole thing for breakfast and had retreated to her room. Only Lavinia and I were left in the living room. So, Rennie, mind telling me what happened on that mission of yours? Maybe when you reported to Ash Crow, too. I turned to the girl who was happily burying her head into my shoulder. Sure, we went back to France to find any clues about the rogue fallen or missing Excaliburs, but we came across more cryptids. More cryptids? Was it as powerful from that time? She both shakes and nods her head, confusing me. Both. There were many that were easy to kill. Some rogue fall and stray devils were stationed there. But the place we came across was one of the research facilities from the documents we managed to obtain. The one who was running the place was called Avetsa, a former scientist of Grigori and a 10-winged female fallen angel. Avetsa? More characters I don't know about. First, that Acacius guy, now her. She's also 10-winged. The beings popping up are getting more and more powerful. She's the one responsible for making the cryptids. However, she's made a new type of cryptid, and she called them divine beasts. They apparently range from true Satan class to God class beings in power. The one we fought was low God class. That's why I had to use up most of my mana to kill it. Even Toby's perfected balance breaker couldn't do much damage to it. It could use wind and light magic. Its skin was nearly impenetrable. This was quite alarming. How did they even manage to create something like that? Kokabeel was certainly not that powerful. Only one answer. Alternate universe bullshittery. I sigh loudly after her explanation. So, did Ash Crow say who might be responsible for this? Flashback, third-person point of view. Grigori, the Slashdog team, had just come back from their mission. They had a pile of papers with them since they decided to take all of the documents that were there, as well as take some pictures. They had immediately gone to Azazel's office, including the still floating Lavinia. They were given a few weird stares and glances, especially Lavinia. Hey, how did what in the world happen to all of you? Azazel looks at the Slashdog team and then at Lavinia. Lavinia, what the hell is that behind you? Tobio stepped forward. We came across a very strong enemy. Even my perfected balance breaker was next to useless against it. Azazel's eyes widened from shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Tobio's balance breaker couldn't hurt whatever thing they fought. He was intrigued at what kind of thing they came across. Continue. We investigated the same area that Lavinia and Cookie explored in France. We didn't come up with anything for a while until we came across a hidden entrance that was being hidden by illusionary magic. Lavinia had a hard time dispelling it, so we had to tread carefully with her warning. However, the vast majority of hostile enemies we came across were low to middle class in power and were mostly made up of stray devils, rogue fallen, and a few weak cryptids. We eventually came across a large area with it filled to the brim with test tubes, with all kinds of supernatural beings within them, and another room where we met our strongest enemy so far. We also met the one responsible for creating them, Avetsa-san. She was apparently a former scientist from here. Tobio looked at Azazel as he asked him a question. Veza-chan? Well, shit. If it's her, and what she was doing before she left. How did I not connect the dots? What else? Azazel felt stupid for not somehow connecting it. It made sense. Kokabeel, Acacius, and now Avetsa. But Kokabeel was never that powerful. It didn't add up, right? So she was the one responsible for creating the same cryptid that terrorized Spain. She said she had a very powerful sponsor for her creations. She also grew in power as she had 5 pairs of wings, so she was a 10-winged fallen now. The cryptid we fought was of a new kind she has been making. However, it was only a prototype. She calls the divine beasts. She also boasted they're going to be true Satan class to God class beings. Tobio's expression turns grim. She wasn't bluffing. That thing could take on all our attacks. My perfected balance breaker was next to useless. Maybe it was immune or was simply above my own strength. I do not know. Divine beasts, huh? Azazel didn't like the sound of that. Tobio perfected that state and could kill true Satan class beings up to God class beings, depending on their power. If he was useless against that thing, if Kokabeel was responsible, shit, that is turning out to be a lot more serious than I initially had thought. If I may, Azazel gave him the okay and looked back at them. Lavinia was the one who finished it off. She, however, had to use up all her mana pool. As you can see, she's currently not in a state to fight or move. He gestures behind him to a Lavinia who weakly waved at the governor. Before you ask, it was Jean who was responsible for her increase in power. She wanted to divulge how since Jean asked her to keep it a secret. Azazel nodded. He knows Jean won't just give out information willy-nilly. Wait a damn minute. Azazel summoned a circle and showed a short video of a giant pillar of ice appearing and disappearing near France. You did this. Lavinia sheepishly nodded. The rest of the group chuckled. Dear God, no wonder the humans were freaking out. Hopefully they'll just chalk it up to a freak phenomenon. Azazel shook his head and dismissed the image. I'm getting too old for this shit. You guys are dismissed. I need to talk to some other people. The team nodded and left. Flashback in Jean skyward. So divine beasts, Kokabeel, and Avetsa, a lot of unknown factors. I'm glad I'm taking you all to that place again. I need all of you to get stronger. I frowned. Who else could be responsible for this? Unless this world decided to make Kokabeel as strong as a dragon god, which isn't impossible since anything goes. Yeah, hey Jean? I turned to the girl. What's up? Can we go on a small date today? Before everyone else comes back home? Oh, sure. Centurado, he summoned 2 communication circles. Azazel, brother? 2 voices came out from the 2 circles. The 2 are surprised to see each other. Hello, Surzex Lucifer. Michael greeted the devil. Yes, hello, Michael. He too greeted him. Yeah. Pleasantries and all that crap. I have something serious to discuss. Azazel's usual laid-back and carefree tone was gone, and he sounded serious and a bit worried. Something serious? That's quite rare of you, Azazel. Surzex smiled, making Azazel roll his eyes. Indeed. Michael agreed. Yeah, well, whatever. Anyway, so a team that works for Grigori recently found new traces of the previous cryptid incident. Ajuka told me about it. Right. Anyway, they found some clues in France a few days ago, and then went out there again and found more clues. Azazel explained everything he was told by Tobio, and the 2 individuals in the circle had a look of grim concern. Divine beasts? That ranged from Satan class to God class in power. Michael was in utter disbelief. He didn't think something could be possible. So, you're saying you think Kokabeel is responsible for all of this? Surzex asks, and the governor shook his head. I had initially thought of him starting this whole mess, but he wasn't this powerful last time I saw him. I seriously doubt he would have found a way to gain that much power in such a short time. I think someone else is involved. Azazel turns to the Seraph. Michael, who else who had some sort of reputation before and during the Great War? Reputation? The angel ponders for a moment. The ones that come to mind are Jibrail, Mikhail, Israfil, and finally Azrael. However, they're all presumed dead. Azazel, don't tell me you think one of them or even all of them are responsible. Azazel silently nodded to his brother's question. It could be one. It could be all. We don't know as of this time. They were powerhouses during that time. Especially Azrael, as he looked back at the 2, and they nod. Was the one who dealt the finishing blow to God after all. Michael fell silent, remembering the scene. He couldn't and still wouldn't believe it. Azrael was one of the most loyal to their creator and father. Why would he suddenly do the unthinkable back then? He still couldn't understand to this day. If what you say is true, should we inform our factions? Be on high alert? I would suggest so. Surzex. We don't know where or when they'll strike. Hell, we don't know where their base of operations is at all. Azazel planned to alert Grigori of this. But keep it vague. Just say a third party, maybe label them another terrorist group, is on the hunt for the supernatural. Very well, we don't want a mass panic after all. Surzex agreed and left. I will inform the church. Be safe, brother. Michael also left. Centurado. Satan class X Azrael. Whereabouts unknown. Current rank. High tier God class X. What the heck? Azrael. If anyone is responsible for turning ordinary beings to true Satan class or higher, it has to be him. Seeing that the guy was peak of God class, he's not far from breaking through. How did he even achieve that? Do you know how Azrael managed to reach that? CNTIR. Answer. Help of a third party. And? CNTIR. Answer. I do not know. Okay, you won't tell me, fine. I sigh. I had initially planned on keeping them there to a 1-to-1 ratio, but I have to change that now 12. 6 should be a fine start. Lavinia is only human 12 hours in there, 6 hours out here. I need to ask her about changing her lifespan. I need to talk about that to all of them eventually. I'm immortal. I'll live forever. Everyone else varies from 10, 000 for devils, and whatever else for the rest. The only one who can probably stay with me is Ophis and Irene Jean. I feel a tap on my shoulder, and someone latches onto my right arm. I look beside me, and Lavinia was dressed in a white dress. How do I look? She lets go and twirls around. Beautiful. The one-word answer makes her blush and latch back onto me. Flattery will get you nowhere, mister. She jokingly scolds me. Shall we? I gesture to the door. Lavinia and I slowly walk towards the center of the town. Cinchuredo, we make our way into a store, and she drags me towards the women's sections to try out clothes. She picks a few pieces and makes me stand in front of the changing room. An employee had followed us to keep an eye on us. Lavinia came out wearing a stylish black and white outfit, very similar to the one Grafio was wearing. She was clearly embarrassed wearing it, but still did a twirl for me. How is it? She asked shyly. I give her a thumbs up. Marvelous. Can't wait to see it more at home. I grin at her. She shyly nods and goes back into the changing room. The store employee, who was a woman, was now staring at us with cold, dead eyes. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. With a festive Santa outfit, I gave a nod of approval, and she went back in one last time. This time she came out in a blue and white Barado swimsuit. Wonderful. She smiled and finally went back in to get changed. She came out not too long after, and we went to pay for her items. When he was about to pay, I pulled out my card and paid for it. She was a bit shocked by the action and the color of my card the same at the cashier. His eyes nearly fell out of their sockets on how big they got. We leave the story as I carried the bag for Lavinia, who had attached herself to my arm again. Thank you for paying. I wasn't expecting you to have that kind of card. I can potentially ruin the human economy. I can just create money. After all, she stared up at me in shock. Bad Jean. Don't do that. Ill. Try not to abuse it too much. Satisfied with my answer, we go to a little restaurant and have lunch. We had sat down our table after getting our orders. Rennie decided to sit next to me. I had put her things into my inventory when I went into the bathroom. What I did was for convenience's sake, nothing more or less. Rennie was in a cheerful mood as she hummed to herself as she ate. Even while we ate, we received glances from random people, captivated by her beauty. I also got a few glares of jealousy. Forget them. Like I care what they think. Is something wrong? Jean? The blonde beauty had stopped eating as she was confused as to why I wasn't eating. I shake my head. It's nothing, Rennie. I'm fine. I kissed her cheek and started to eat. The jealous stares turned into death glares, and I smirked. After lunch, we decided to go to a movie. The order's been a bit weird, but hey, who said there was an order to these things? I didn't mind what we watched, as I wanted Rennie to enjoy this time to the fullest. She picked a romantic film. She looked excited, so I just gave her a strained smile. Please don't be too cringy. She happily took the tickets, and I made eye contact with the guy who gave her the tickets. He gave me a sympathetic smile and wordlessly mouthed I'm sorry as I was dragged away. We were reaching the climax of the film, and it hit every cliché a romance film has. However, Rennie was invested in it all the way through and was currently softly crying. The woman was dying of some sort of unknown disease, and the guy was doing everything and anything he could for her before she inevitably passes. From proposing to her, taking her out on trips, dates, and just showering her in all kinds of love. You do this shit. I don't go over the top. I just tell her how I feel about stuff. Ignore the red idiot. He doesn't know tact. The hell did you say? You heard me. The two of them proceeded to fight, and I cut the link since it was more annoying than the film. It eventually ends with the man slowly moving on with his life, but he still fondly remembered his first love of his life, naming their daughter a different version of her name. That was wonderful, Rennie exclaimed. I guess I'm a little messed up since he named his daughter her name, even if it's a different abbreviation. I would agree, but his second wife was fine with it. Lavinia huffed a bit. Looks like she was a sucker for kitsch romantic films. Yeah, I guess so. I look around us and spot a Ferris wheel. When did Kuo get an amusement park? The hell? I intertwine our fingers and point towards the thing. Want to go there? Lavinia follows my gaze and nods. We went around the park, seeing other couples there too, both young and old. We also bought some cotton candy. Even while in the park, Lavinia was still the center of attention. Jesus Christ. Rennie went into one of the bathrooms since she needed to use it, and I waited outside. When she came out, a group of guys immediately swarmed her. Hey lady, how about you come and hang out with us? One of the guys says. Yeah, Censurado, but the more they kept insulting me, the less and less kind it looked. You start to understand the kinds of smiles she would give if you were around her a lot. Her face stays the same, but her whole vibe changes. The one she was currently giving looked like she was going to kill them. I should step in. I start to walk over. Lavinia's words make the entire area freeze. Come on, lady. We'll die if you don't go with us. Then drop dead right now. Everyone froze, even the park attendants. Everyone was staring at the girl, who kept the same smile on her face after saying those words. She spots me, then happily runs up to me and hugs me. Sorry for the wait, Jean. She was back to acting normally. Why, let's go. I snore at the people still frozen. Once we were a good distance away, I heard one of them break. What the fuck? We had gotten on the Ferris wheel and were being slowly brought up. While it was nearing the middle of the day, the view was still quite spectacular, even for the little town of Kuo. The view's quite breathtaking. Rennie had sat beside me and was staring out the window. The windows were cracked open and a little bit of wind was getting through. Yeah, it's really something. I feel Rennie lean her head and body on me. I really should have planned this out a bit more. Sorry about that, Rennie. No, this is fine. I just wanted to spend some quality time with you. Even if it wasn't the whole day, I wonder why she fell for me so quickly. I know that love at first sight is a thing that books and the media like to romanticize, but I look at the girl happily leaning on my shoulder, a content smile stretched across her face. CNTIR. Answer. Love is blind after all, Jean. Blind love? Why? ID. OU. LL me? Why did you fall in love with me? ST.IDE. NDY. Tell. I just did. Love is blind after all. And you're my hero. Eh? W what? I just a full memory of the voices. I still don't know. I don't recognize those voices. What? But she didn't answer me. Jean? I feel a tug on my arm and see Lavinia looking at me worriedly. Ashu? W what? I'm fine, I'm good. She clearly didn't believe me. She grabbed my head and brought it toward her shoulder. You always space out like that. It's becoming more frequent. Was it the voices? I did tell them about that. I inwardly sigh. Yeah, I just heard a full dialogue between two people. I tell her what they said, and she looked confused. Were you talking to the Drake-chan about love? Did Drake-chan? Bwaha. Yeah, something like that. I was just wondering how you fell for me. So fast, he said something about love at first sight. I was thinking along the lines of the red string of Fate Censurado, fated 114 what? This little is giving me more questions than damn answers. I look at Lavinia. Rennie, does C&T IR mean her? She cutely tilts her head, confused as to why I was just silently staring at her. I shake my head and bring her into a hug. Sorry about that, Rennie. How about we end it here? It's getting closer to the time after all. I really enjoyed our short date, fated one. There's 3 more of them. What the hell does that mean? C&T IR, look up the definition of fated one. C&T IR. Answer. If you say that a person is fated to do something, or that something is fated, you mean that it seems to have been decided by fate before it happens, and nothing can be done to avoid or change it. Redacted. Answer. Unable to. Whatever. Unknown location, third-person point of view of Etsa, had teleported back near to where their base of operations was and had walked the rest of the way back. She was in a good mood, while her prototype was destroyed, and quite unexpectedly by the female magician. She was happy with the results. She goes through hallway after hallway, corridors, and rooms until she reaches a familiar door and pushes it open. To her relief, everyone was present. Well, not including their 2 leaders, but this was good enough. Oh, you're back. Darcel turns to see Yvetso walking in, and she glares at him. Yes, I am, monkey. She took a seat and sat on it. Darcel, Raynar's group, and other no-names were present. Too bad Acacius kicked the bucket. I was quite fond of him after all. Two circles appear, and two individuals teleport in. One of them was Kokabeel, and the other was the one who was running the whole operation, Azrael. The Angel of Death, and the one who killed God. Looks like everyone is here. While it was unfortunate for Acacius to die, we must move on. Kokabeel looks around him, and then to Avetsa. She nods and stands up. My prototype for the Divine Beast was a success. However, Azazel's Sacred Gear team disposed of it, but they struggled quite a bit against it. It was only low god class and power. I can only imagine the perfected version being stronger. Avetsa grinned after reporting her results. Good. How long will it take to create the perfect batches? A few weeks at most. Centurato, if and only if you are losing to the Red Dragon Emperor. It will boost your strength to the peak of true Satan class in power. Azrael stated in an authoritative tone. This makes Darcel grin. I appreciate it, Azrael. Azrael turns to Rainier, and she tenses up. Your own personal mission is of low priority. Focus on supporting Darcel if you fail and come back with nothing. You and your group's life ends. Rainier and her group nodded furiously. They did not want to die. No way in hell would that happen. They'll go along with whatever this psycho does. Good go. Darcel and his now subordinates leave as soon as Azrael commanded it. I'm going ahead. Do whatever you need to do, just don't get in my way. Darcel disappeared from his spot in a burst of wind. Yes, sir. Rainier was furious. If she had the power to, she'd kill all of them. This is becoming a bigger of a deal than we imagined. Calawarna was a little worried because of the stakes. If they're successful, they may become stronger. If they fail, well, death only awaits. Whether that's in the hands of the devils and Red Dragon Emperor or Azrael himself. Calawarna shuddered at the thought. We're doomed beyond doomed. Whatever happens, we're doomed on all accounts of doomed. Middle kept repeating the word doom as she was a nervous wreck. You need to broaden your vocabulary. Donasik was disappointed at the smallest barato of the group. Screw you. The little blonde Fallen fired a light spear at him, and it missed. Come on. We need to get to Kuo as well. Unknown location with Griselda's group. I see. Okay, thank you. Griselda sighed as she turned back to see both Irina and Zenobia sparring. She whistled to them as they stopped and ran back to her. What's up, boss? Irina asked, earning her chop on the head. Is something the matter, Sister Griselda? Zenobia shook her head at her friend. Call me Sister Griselda. Anyway, that's not important right now. She sighs and looks at them seriously. The church has received a warning from the Seraph Michael Sama. He has stated that some new terrorist group has sprouted and are targeting all factions and pantheons with their attacks. The two girls are shocked. A terrorist group? What? Why? We do not know their reasons. However, they seem to be keen on causing destruction. Stay in groups and do not go out alone. Be wary of anyone suspicious approaching you. Are we clear? Yes, Sister Griselda. She smiled and nodded. Oh yes, and if you come across them, flee immediately. Their power class is that of gods. I need to get in touch with Dulio. Where did that idiot go off to? With Grimmery and Citri Peerage, the two peerages had come together in the Occult Research Club, as they were informed by Graphia, to be there at a specific time. Rias, do you know anything about this? Sona asked her childhood friend. Rias shook her head. No, I haven't heard anything about it. Oni Isama usually informs me of things in advance. Aquino stayed quiet. Shell asked Jean about it when she got home. Maybe he knew more about it. Xing. A magic circle appeared, and Surzex Lucifer himself stepped through it, along with Astri Gremory and Graphia Lucifuge. Oni Isama, what's going on? Surzex smiled at his sister. Rias, Sona, and your peerage need to be aware of a new problem that concerns the entire supernatural world. A brand new terrorist group has popped up. We don't know what their intentions are. However, they already caused some trouble around the world as of late. We need you all to be on the lookout. If you see anything or anyone that looks suspicious, flee and contact us immediately. Understood? The two peerages were stunned. There was a new terrorist group? Does that mean there was another one out there? Forgive me for asking, Lucifer Sama, but aren't you being too vague with your explanation? Surzex smiled at Sona. Yes, I am. As of now, we do not know their goals or aims. That's why I'm keeping it as vague as possible. Once we find out what they're truly after then, we will release more information about them. Sona nodded, satisfied with that answer. Riasil no need. Oni I-sama. They'll get in contact with you if I, or my peerage, see anything suspicious. Surzex was stunned, along with everyone else, excluding her own peerage members. He did not expect that answer. Jean knew he felt a grin appear on his mouth. I see. That makes me happy, Rias. Well, I shall be going. Remember, report back to us. Surzex groups, nod towards them, and teleport away. Rias, when the world happened to you? Sona turned to her friend, confused by her sudden maturity. What do you mean? Rias played dumb, and it irritated Sona. Never mind. We shall be going then. Have a nice day, Rias, Gremory Peerage. Sona and her peerage walked out of the clubroom. Rias claps her hands and turned back to them. All right. Let's keep going. We're nearly done. Yes, President. Japan, Kuo, 1:45 p.m. Jean Skyward, the only one left now, is Akino. Everyone else was present, and we were just waiting for her to arrive. Xing. Sully. Akino teleported into the living room, looking disheveled. It's fine. We weren't waiting long. I look around at everyone. Ready? They all nod. I snapped my fingers, and we were transported into the pocket dimension. All right. A bit of explanation is needed since Ingvild and Grafia haven't been here before. They nod. All right, so I can make pocket dimensions and stuff, that due to this. I point at my necklace. You can treat this place like a video game. If you kill the monsters and creatures that appear here, you will absorb some of their power and energy, making you grow stronger. Both Ingvild and Grafia's eyes widen. Is this how Akino grew to middle class so quickly? The maid asked. Yes, however, it won't help with increasing your mastery of your techniques. You will need to do that yourself. This time around, I changed the time dilation. We're going to spend 12 hours in here, and only 6 hours will pass back out there. I see Ingvild raise her hand. What's the max dilation you can do? Any. I can theoretically spend the next 1 million years in here, and 10 minutes will only pass out there. Again, they're shocked, including the one who's been here before. But since not everyone has a lifespan of more than 100 years old, I can't do that. I sigh. They'll probably outlive all of you since I'm practically immortal. Immortal? Jean, can you change anyone's lifespan? I answer, yes. Even make them immortal. Yeah, I can. I can even make you immortal. I trail off, and look at the distance anyway. Let's get started, all right? I know everyone else's stats. Let's check Grafia's. Name, Grafia Lucifuge. Age, 500 potential. Super Devil X rank. Ultimate class, SS gender. Female race, pure devil titles. The strongest queen, silver-haired queen of annihilation sacred gear. None level, 74, 96, HP, 68, 900 HP Regan. 5,199 per minute. MP, 72,722, MP Regan. 8,255 per second, STR, 220 Vit, 190 Dex, 200 Int, 402 Wis, 333 Char, 400 Luck, 320 Not bad. I snap my fingers and the monsters start appearing. These things range from middle class all the way up to low god class, so from Akino's power all the way up to Lavinia's. Don't let your guard down. They'll step in if I deem it necessary. Any questions? They shake their heads. Good. Go. Everyone flew off except for Ingvild and Lavinia. I went over to Lavinia. Hey, sit down and meditate for a bit and control your mana flow. They'll join you in a minute. Ingvild probably feels a bit lost right now. She smiles and nods. She sits down cross-legged and started to cover her body with mana, controlling the amount that's being used, not too much and not too little. She's not a genius for nothing. Hey, in. Got some problems? I made my way towards her and pat her shoulder. A little bit. I have no idea on how to use my clan's trait. I facepalm. Shit, I forgot about that. Hell, let's focus on your demonic powers instead for now, alright? Get a hang of your normal demonic powers for now, and we can deal with that later. She nods and encases her hands in water. She holds her palm in front of her and fires. A small dragon flying in the distance is hit, and it falls to the ground dead. Looks like you're a natural. Come back to me if you have any questions or trouble about something. She happily nods and flies away. I make my way back to Lavinia. I summon a blue pill and tap her on the shoulder. Jean, can you help me increase my mana pool? I nod and look at her current pool. MP, 240,109. MP Regan, 21,559 per second. That's already quite a lot. Did she manage to use it all up yesterday? Sheesh. You can either kill more of those monsters and increase your own power along with your mana, or you can take this while also fighting them. I show her the blue pill in my hand. What does it do? It will triple your current mana pool permanently. If you also start killing the monsters here, you will also increase it further, I explained, and her eyes had a look of excitement. I hand the blue pill over to her, and she immediately swallows it, surprising me. I would have thought that she would consider her decision first. I guess she was that eager to act. MP, 240,109. MP Regan, 21,559 per second. MP, 720,327. MP Regan, 43,118 per second. All right, Ice Princess, go get him. I give her a light push, and she takes off as she summons her staff. Third-person point of view with Aquino. Aquino flew into the sky to confront the small dragons that were currently gathered there. She had seen Ingvild easily defeat one with ease with one attack. She was a bit jealous. She could feel these things were at the very least high class. Aquino wanted to be with Jean for as long as she could, so becoming stronger was a priority for her. Aquino summoned holy lightning from the sky and struck the group. Two of them fell instantly, while the others looked at the girl, pissed off beyond belief. They charged her while attacking her with breath attacks. One dragon launched a fire out of its mouth, while the other sent out water. Aquino swiftly dodges the attacks and summons two circles beside the dragons and hits them again with holy lightning. One dragon was hit, while the other tried to dodge. You fufu, you want get away, Dragon San. Aquino flicked her finger to where the dragon dodged to, and her holy lightning changed directions, surprising the dragon. Her attack hit the dragon, and it let out a pained shriek. Aquino followed her attacks up with a demonic flame that was shaped like a dragon. It's still quite weak, but it'll dub this my demonic flame dragon while its size was still relatively small. The power was at the peak of her own power, the peak of middle class. It was nothing to scoff at. Add to the fact that Aquino has absorbed some of Jean's energy, which strengthened her power to use draconic-like attacks. The attack hit the dragon to the left, the one hit with the initial holy lightning attack, and when struck again by the demonic flame dragon, it fell defeated. Cinchuredo, she eventually came out of her dazed state. My, I went a bit overboard. Jean had watched the display and shook his head. What in the world? Did she get a little carried away? Jean smiled wryly at Aquino, not fully sure how to feel. With Kuroka, why are giant walking buildings chasing me in? Why? The cat girl had encountered a tall building with legs and arms, very weird, cartoony-shaped mouths with sharp teeth. They were able to shoot lasers out of their eyes and were very flexible, which surprised her. Jean, Kuroka dodges another laser attack that was aimed at her. Jean, what the hell are these things? No more Naya. Kuroka quickly spun around and ran towards the walking building. She sent out some poison mist towards the thing, hoping it would work. It's alive, right? So it should work. That was the Nekash's reasoning and went with it. But it didn't work. Another laser was fired at her, and she dodges it. How about this instead, then? She created mirage copies of herself using illusion from Jiu-Jitsu as they ran around the thing. It became confused and tried to step on them, but it went through the copies. Kuroka covered herself in Tuki and fired some Senjutsu aura bullets at the walking building. But with its flexibility, it easily dodged them. What the heck is this? Suddenly the thing's legs were encased in ice. Kuroka, please keep your composure. Grafia had seen her struggling, so she decided to help the girl. Kuroka nodded and flew back up to the thing as it's been frozen solid on the spot. Kuroka covered her fist in concentrated Tuki and sent a punch towards it. The thing dodged, but she smirked. Gotcha! A giant fireball came down on the walking building, along with Grafia's giant ice spear that pierced its side. The explosion caused by the combined attack sends Kuroka flying to the ground. Grafia went over to her and helped her up Thank you, Graphianaya. It was no trouble. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The two of them snapped their attention towards the source of the noise. A large, dark, purple dragon with tentacles wiggled around its back landed. That's its at least Satan class. Be careful. Graphia readied her magic. Ugh! Why do we have to fight the strong and weird stuff? Kuroka complained as a tentacle shot towards her, only for Graphia to freeze it in place, kicking it as it shatters. Rueu, upon seeing its tentacle be destroyed, it roared. You pissed it off. Both ladies dodged a breath attack made out of toxic venom. That will also kill us. Kuroka focused on the battle. Graphia reprimanded the talkative girl. Right, my bad. Graphia felt a bit of her overall power increase after she and Kuroka defeated the strange building monster. So, she felt confident in taking this dragon on. It sent out more toxic breath attacks towards them. They dodged them, sometimes using a defensive barrier if they couldn't do it in time. Graphia summoned ice underneath the thing as it pierced its underside, making the thing shriek in pain again. It has power, but that's all. Once its single tentacle was destroyed, it lost its composure. Kuroka flew around the dragon, firing aura bullets, and also adding some elemental magic in between. The dragon was slowly being beaten down. Its movements slowed, and attacks became less frequent. Kuroka again gathered condensed Tuki around her fist and punched the dragon's head, knocking it out cold. The mess from the attack had covered Kuroka, much to her dismay. She looked towards a maid, but Graphia had already stepped further back. You may want to consult Jean about your problem. She tells the girl and flew away. Nya, with Jean nya. A wail of a cat girl's annoyance resounded through the pocket dimension. What the Jean flash stepped toward the sound and found Kuroka in a terrible mess there. Do I even want to ask? When Kuroka saw Jean, broke out in a wail. Jean, help me. Jean put his hand out and used cleaning magic on Kuroka, removing all the mess from the girl. Thank you. She fake sniffed, making Jean shake his head. Just I guess Naya again, if you need me to do that again. Jean disappeared from her sight. With Ingvild stood on top of a recently defeated dire wolf. She had flown in a random direction and found a pack of them. When she landed, they started attacking her, so she defended herself by using demonic elemental magic. She initially used some water magic, cutting the wolves apart, but it was too easy for her, so she started to use the other elements. I need to be stronger. Jean always said that he wanted his friends and companions to be strong, so they didn't need to constantly rely on him. Ingvild remembered the overwhelming power she felt that day in Kyoto. She shivered at the thought. I won't be able to reach that probably, so they'll focus on what I can do for now. Boom. A large dire wolf appeared out of nowhere. Ingvild glared at the beast. I can't use my clan's trait yet, but water manipulation is easy enough. I can just try mimicking it. Ingvild thought of an image of a dragon, no, a serpent. FWSHHH. The demonic water around her started to take a serpent-type shape, slowly coiling around her and growing in size more. She fed more of her demonic energy into it, and it grew in size again. More, she wasn't satisfied with it, and added more force to the spell. More. The serpent expanded further. This was Ingvild Leviathan's current demonic output for normal water manipulation, a 20-meter-tall water serpent. It wasn't her clan's trait, but it was good enough for now. The large dire wolf and the smaller one looked at the sight in front of them in respect and fear. The one thing in their mind was to flee or die, but they didn't get to make that decision. Boom! Ingvild unleashed the giant water serpent as it consumed the area around her. Cinceredo, I didn't mean to add the wind, though she still lacked control, but training and being inside this place can compensate for that. You live and learn. Just learn from this and improve. ITLL take time, but it isn't impossible. Jean hadn't stopped. Petted her. You need help? No, I should be fine. Thank you, though. Ingvild flew off, leaving Jean there with a grin. I wonder what got her all pumped up. Jean shook his head and disappeared again. With Lavinia, the area around the Ice Princess was covered in ice, the enemies encased in it. Nothing could move without her permission. She noticed her mana pool was quite larger than when she had taken the pill from earlier. She fired the same shot from her ice gun from yesterday, and she felt fine, It took away a good chunk of her mana, but it was quickly recovering. Can Jean make items that can increase my mana pool's regeneration? Lavinia wanted to ask Jean about that, but luckily for her, the man himself appeared beside her. Joe, he tapped her shoulder and smiled at her. Jean, I was actually going to try to find you to ask about something. About what? Jean looked around the area Rennie was at and whistled. Seems like the extra mana helped you. So I was wondering if you could make an item that could help with regenerating mana. Yeah, I can. It's pretty easy, but I won't give it to you right now. Rennie was shocked by Jean's answer. Think of it as a present for later, Rennie. She brightened up once hearing the second part of his sentence. Okay. Lavinia hopped on her broom and flew off. Ice, that's what I mainly use because of my sacred gear, but am proficient in other elements. Lavinia saw a tall creature in the distance. What is that? She went closer and was shocked to Titan. She flew around the thing and took note of it. It's made out of stone. It's not like the one we encountered from before. Is it part of the Greek mythology? The Titan's eyes snapped to Lavinia, and it threw something at her. Alerted, she quickly dodged the object. She looked back, and it was a giant boulder. She landed on the ground and summoned 2 ice dolls. Keep attacking that thing. I want to try a few things. Once the dolls got their commands, they immediately acted upon it. One started to freeze its feet, while the other threw a barrage of large chunks of ice towards its eyes. The Titan was annoyed by this, but to its surprise, it struggled to break the ice. Shatter. Just freeze it again. She commanded the ice doll, and it did so. Let's try that. Lavinia concentrated on creating a new gun, one that had both ice and lightning properties combined. She saw Jean do something like that on their last visit. Aquino also started doing the same thing with her demonic energy. So why couldn't she? The gun slowly manifested in front of Lavinia, and she grabbed it. She felt a large chunk of her mana go missing. Did it really take me that much? She sighed. Sounds like using demonic energy is easier than normal magic. Her new gun was mostly light blue ice with yellow and black lightning streaks around it. While she reveled at her new creation, her dolls were continuing their onslaught, annoying the Titan even more. It finally stomped its foot, shaking the entire area. This brought Lavinia out of her fascination and turned her attention back on the thing. She hopped back on her staff and flew back into the air. Her ice dolls continued their attack as Lavinia poured a bit of mana into the gun, aimed, and fired. Sheeing! Boom! A crackle of black and blue freezing lightning shot from the gun and struck the Titan in the eye, seriously wounding it. Rah! It screamed in agony from the powerful blast. The Titan suddenly summoned multiple rocks out of nowhere and sent them hurtling towards Lavinia. She couldn't dodge in time, so decided to create a defensive barrier in front of her instead. It bore the force of the attack, and slowly cracks started to appear. Lavinia ordered the ice dolls to freeze its left arm. They did so, and the arm was quickly encased in ice, slowly weighing the thing down and making it go in an unnatural angle. Please be enough. Lavinia poured the same amount of mana she had done so as yesterday. She teleported behind the Titan, surprising it. And she pulled the trigger. Boom! Crackle! With Kuroka, what the hell, Naya? A large boom and shockwave just erupted from behind her, startling the cat girl. She turned her attention over there and saw ice and black lightning. Graphia? No, she hasn't used lightning at all yet, Aquino. Her lightning isn't even that color any. With Jean, Graphia, and Ingvildham, Jean turns his attention to where Rennie's battle was. The other two were shocked by the power that emitted from there. What is happening? Ingvild flew behind Jean to cover herself, making the man chuckle. Graphia didn't say anything as she just stared in the direction. Such powerful ice magic, it's just Rennie. Probably try to copy what I did last time. Mixing 2 elements created a new gun, and that's the result. I didn't think she'd choose ice and lightning, though. The other 2 nodded at his explanation. Centuredo, but she could move. She still had mana left. I can still move, but it didn't matter. The Titan and the environment in front of her were simply erased from existence. But the environment started to repair itself. I need some rest, though more creatures started to spawn, and Lavinia left them for her ice dolls to deal with. She got on her broom again and flew towards Jean. With Aquino was in awe at the lightning attack she saw. She wanted to replicate it, but she wasn't powerful enough to do the same output. Zap! She hit another humanoid frog monster with demonic lightning, and it died. She had faced another batch of wyverns earlier, sheep people, devils much to her surprise, and now humanoid frogs. Aquino slowly felt her power increase during the short time they were here. If she had to guess, an hour or two had passed. They were going to be here for 12, but luckily only 6 would pass in the real world. I still have another 10 hours to get stronger. She pumped herself up and flew away to find stronger opponents. 6 hours later, Jean, Skyward, the girls have been fighting nonstop for 8 hours. We only have 4 more hours left in here. They went up a lot in power, especially Graphia. Once she found out how fast she could grow, she was ecstatic. She had been stuck in Ultimate class for almost around 500 plus years. This was a rare chance for her to get stronger, and she would take advantage of it. While she hadn't learned anything new per se, she did pick up a few new ways of attacking after seeing Lavinia do her magic. Jean also showed her other ways of things living and non-living attacks. It was strange, but she tried the living and didn't work out. She decided to do it another time. Ingvild, like I said, was a natural genius and a hard worker. She quickly gained a lot of control of her demonic energy and was easily defeating Satan-class monsters. Once she gets the hang of her sacred gear and clan's trait, it's over. She'll skyrocket up in power. Aquino was slowly mastering her holy lightning above all else, as she sees it as a trump card against her fellow devils. If she had to fight, let's say, Riser, it will be valuable during that match. She also added some close-quarters combat in there as well. While she wasn't near being a master, she became quite proficient with it, since Kuroka also helped her during that. Apart from killing the monsters, the girls would take breaks by sparring with each other. That's how Aquino's close-quarters combat improved drastically, as Kuroka was an expert at it. I would help them out whenever and wherever I could. A bit of advice here. A little demonstration here. They were all eager in getting more and more powerful, which I was happy with. 2 more hours, and they'll see the fruits of these last 2 hours. I was excited to see it. Before the start of canon, how far will they go? 2 hours later, I want to take a bath. Kuroka let herself fall down onto the ground. Aquino was also breathing heavily, but they all shared one thing. They were smiling. They got to new heights in power, and it clearly made them happy. Let's check them all out then. Name: Aquino Himejima. Age: 17. Potential: Satan class, SSS rank. High class S. Gender: female race. Half fallen angel, half reincarnated devil. Titles: Priestess of Thunder, Queen of Grimmery Group's Sacred Gear. Nun level: 59, 27, HP. 49,001, HP. Regen: 9,999 per minute, MP. 88,999, MP. Regen: 14,000 per second, STR. 132 Vit. 120 Dex. 122 Int. 240 Wis. 191 Char. 120 Luck. 19 Name: Kuroka. Age: 24. Potential: Mid-tier God class, SS rank, Satan class, AAA. Gender: female race. Reincarnated devil, Nekashu. Titles: The Black Cat Sacred Gear. Nun level: 76, 69, HP. 71, 921, HP. Regen: 10,291 per minute, MP. 109,927, MP. Regen: 19. 821 per second, STR. 204 Vit. 250 Dex. 669 Int. 489 Wis. 341 Char. 576 Luck. 12 Name: Ingvild Leviathan. Age: 117. Potential: Super Devil X rank, Satan class, S. Gender: female race. Half human, half devil. Titles: Descendant of the true Leviathan Sacred Gear. Nereid Kyrie level: 81, 36, HP. 68,444, HP. Regen: 6, 821 per minute, MP. 112,899, MP. Regen: 12,891 per second, STR. 192 Vit. 240 Dex. 289 Int. 512 Wis. 498 Char. 376 Luck. 101 name. Graphia lucifuge age. 500 potential. Super Devil X rank. Satan class. S gender. Female race. Pure Devil titles. The strongest queen, silver-haired queen of Annihilation Sacred Gear. None level. 83, 96 HP. 128, 100 HP Regan. 18,102 per minute. MP. 182,421. MP Regan. 21,983 per second. STR. 281 Vit. 225 Dex. 271 Int. 582 Whis. 420 Char. 499 Luck. 320, and finally name. Lavinia Rennie age. 27 potential. High-tier God class. SSS rank. Low-tier God class. SSS gender. Female race. Human titles. Demise Girl Ice Princess Sacred Gear. Absolute Demise level. 93. 29. HP. 135. 815. HP Regan. 19,972 per minute. MP. 1,666,444. MP Regan. 93,983 per second. STR. 291 Vit. 299 Dex. 278 Int. 2510 Whis. 2201 Char. 2,100 Luck. 21 I smiled. They grew a lot in a short amount of time. Aquino should reach Ultimate Class. If I bring her here during the training camp before Riser's match, she can just solo them at that point. Unless the Riser of this world is stronger, all of them sat or stood there exhausted. Now, then, how about we go home? They were all too happy to do so, making me chuckle. I wasn't slacking either when they went off to train. I also practiced some moves I remembered from other anime. Honestly, I had a very unorthodox style of fighting. I just changed it on the fly. Saitama on crack? I did get some help to learn some stuff. Though, with the learning speed I mastered them during those 12 hours, so I just sat around waiting for the girls, while also helping them as previously mentioned. Skyward Household, 7:21 p.m. Bath. 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 Kuroka marched up while chanting bath. She was followed by Lavinia, Kuroka, and Ingvild. "You're not going, FIA?" The maid shakes her head. "I shall take a shower downstairs." I nod and clean myself with magic instead. Graphia disappears into the bathroom. Hot peace and quiet. I close my eyes and waited for everyone to be finished. Don't wake me up when it's time to make food. Answer, affirmative. I open my eyes. What time is it? I was still on the couch. I could hear everyone in the dining room, though. I hear a small noise near my feet and look down to see the dog looking up at me. To my surprise, it was Ophis. When did she join me? CNTIR. Answer, 8:13 p.m. CNTIR. Answer, Ophis joined you as soon as you fell asleep. Graphia has just finished making dinner. Damn, you should have woken me up when she started. CNTIR didn't answer me, though, and went silent. I start to shake Ophis awake. She looks up at me with a slight glare. Time for dinner, Ophi. She tilted her head, confused by the new nickname I gave her, but quickly got up and went into the dining room. I also made my way there and immediately apologized to Graphia. Sorry, I fell asleep. I should have just stayed awake. It's fine, Jean. It didn't take too long to make dinner. I still feel bad. She did all the training, and I just mostly watched. We enjoyed our dinner while the girls spoke about what they had done or learned during the 12 hours. 2 hours passed, and I think everyone was already passed out. What surprised me was they all went into their rooms since they probably just went there while their brains were fried. I didn't mind. It was good for them to sleep there once in a while. CNTIR, what time is it now? Teeteir answer, 10:47 minutujem. I should hit the hey to ding. Never mind then. I summoned my phone and took a look at who was texting me. Oh, it's Suzaka. Hello, Jean. How are you? I hope I'm not interrupting, no? It's fine. I was just relaxing in my living room. Jean, this might sound strange, but do you take requests from anyone that's not part of the 3 factions or other pantheons? Does she want to request something? Usually no, but since you're friends with Slashdog and are related to Shuri and Aquino, I'm fine with helping you out. I see. Thank you very much. I would like you to take a look at SEE Tiju. She's Tobio's childhood friend, and a lot of things happened to her. I'm sorry I can't tell her secrets or past. since I hope you understand. Yeah, I don't mind helping her. I feel like Toby was going to ask me eventually, or even someone from Slashdog. I also understand that we all have secrets and things we don't want anyone finding out about. Thank you, Jean. How does meeting up around next month sound like? We can talk more details before making an official date, so you can inform Aunt Shuri. Sure, I don't mind. Let's talk details over the next few weeks then. Thank you again, Jean, and good night. Yeah, good night, Suzuku. I throw my phone back into my inventory. I wonder what's wrong with her. Did something else happen to her in the universe? Whatever. I'll deal with that when the time comes. I make my way upstairs and go into my room. When I entered, I look at my bed. Looking forward to sleeping, I turn my gaze to the balcony as cold air was coming into the room, but I notice Rennie there. Did she come into my room? How long has she been waiting? Kapuni? I call out to her. She turns around and smiles at me. She beckons for me to join her there. I do so. This is DJVU again. We both stare out into the night sky. Another cloudless evening, as we could see the stars shining in the sky. Jean, I was thinking about what you said earlier. Well, two things, actually. I glance at Rennie as she kept staring at the moon. The love at first sight and the red string of fate, I never really believed in them. But you got me thinking about it. What does it actually mean? Well, I can give you a definition for it. That made her giggle. Not what I was going for, but oh well. Sure, I don't mind hearing a logical answer for it. I didn't expect her to agree, but all right, the red thread of fate, also referred to as the red thread of marriage, and other variants, is an East Asian belief originating from Chinese mythology. It is commonly thought of as an invisible red cord around the finger of those that are destined to meet one another in a certain situation as they are their true love. The two people connected by the red thread are destined lovers, regardless of place, time, or circumstances. This magical cord may stretch or tangle, but never break. This myth is similar to the Western concept of soulmate or a destined partner. I explained and could see Rennie smiling beside me. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? I guess so. From earlier, it seems you like this sort of thing, a string that ties two people from the moment they were born, destined to find each other, their other half that completes them. Rennie turns to me. She ties something to my finger and then herself. I was a bit surprised by this, Rennie, the red string of fate. She giggled as she had tied a red string between us. Rennie, it's fine. I know you have a lot of things you keep to yourself. You'll tell us the truth eventually, right? I trust you, so I'll wait like everyone else. God, I feel like shit. She's being so damn earnest, and I can't do it myself. She pinches my cheeks, stunning me a bit. You don't need to feel bad. All of us are fine with it. She lets go and looks back at the moon and leans on my shoulder. I never believed in fate, but I guess today changed that. She played around with the string between us while humming a soft tune. Jean, I don't know when we'll reach the same closeness you share with Aquino, but I want to take our time getting there. Sure thing. I didn't mind. I haven't exactly reached that level of closeness with Kuroka either. I feel she's deliberately avoiding it. About that other thing, immortality and longer lifespans, yeah? I want to stay with you for as long as I can. Thinking about leaving you first saddens me. She looks down at the ground. See, can you increase mine to at least the same span as Devil's? So 10,000 years? Sure, I don't mind. I touch Rennie's head. CNTIR. Answer. Changing Lavinia Rennie's lifespan. CNTIR. Answer. Lavinia Rennie's lifespan has been increased by 10,000 years. It's done. Thank you, Jean. It will feel strange at first, but I won't regret this decision. I get to be with friends I have right now. What do you plan on doing to the ones who say they want to stay the same? Thinking about that makes me feel uneasy. I can't and won't force them. Their death will be inevitable. I already gave the same answer before. Much like resurrection, I won't force them. If they want to stay with their natural lifespans, then I'll respect their wishes. I look into the distance, the night sky never changing. But it's going to suck when they do pass on. Death, it's not an easy topic to breach with people. Most don't even want to talk about it, and even talking about it with someone can ruin the mood. This is Draconic Deus High School DxD, a world unlike my previous one. We can literally control our own destinies if we get powerful enough. But I don't want to force my own opinions on others. I don't want to make them live a life they don't want to. I'll need to prepare myself when someone says no to increasing their lifespan. Also, please don't be too tough on Vakuin. I know you're both fated to fight, as you're both the Dragon Emperors. I snicker as she frowns at me. Don't worry, I plan on ending this old rivalry. I've already beaten Valley easily. I really don't want to fight him to death. He's more like a little brother to me. Just needs a bit of roughing up everything now and again. We both laugh at that. It really did seem like it. Thank you. She buries her head into my shoulder. Jean, you won't forget about me, right? An unexpected curveball was thrown my way. What do you mean? Your circle of close friends will keep growing. I'm sure the girls share the same worries. I can only give you my word, but I promise you I won't. I can understand her worries, but how can I? Then give me something that will show you won't. Something? I see. That can also work. She did ask for an item to increase her Mona's regeneration. I create a silver ring with a Swiss blue topaz gemstone. I also add extra mana regeneration on it for Rennie, an increase of 50. I turn back to her, and she's wide-eyed. Oh shit, wait, this looks like Jean is that. She sounds like she is about to cry. Sure, why not? It's a promise ring. It's the something you want me to give you, so I won't forget. This is also the item you were asking for earlier in the pocket dimension. I put the promise ring on her left ring finger. Is this all right? Lavinia looks at me, teary-eyed. I'll love all of you equally. I won't forget any of you. That's all I can promise. It's cheesy, but I mean every bit of it. Thank you, I love you, Jean. Yeah, I love you too, Rennie. 2 weeks later, and so 2 weeks pass in a blink of an eye. Summer holidays ended and the school year for Kuo Academy students starts today. I had changed into my new uniform and stared at myself in the mirror, That'll do. I went downstairs and everyone was ready. Aquino, Ingvild, and I. You guys stay safe now, all right? I turned back to face Grafia and Kuroka. Yeah, Yimtool to go to school, ugh. They'll go kill time with LaFay then. Kuroka waved me off, slightly upset with herself for not being younger. Yes, good luck with your studies. Grafia waves us off, and Aquino pull me through the door. Aquino, you should probably not go with me on the way there. I don't care. She huffed as she stared at her own ring. Volume 2 will be the Rainier Darcel arc and Riser arc.